From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 648 to chapter 666. In the future, Qin Shujian stayed in the Qianyuan sacred ground. However, anything that happened in the four continents, as long as it involved a powerful figure, would be sent back to the sacred ground for Qin Shujian to review. As for other things, it was handled by the elders of the sacred ground. P.S. I don't want you to stay up late to read the updates. I want you to read them as soon as you wake up. Don't stay up late because of this. In the past 2 months, the spirit qi in the East continent continued to rise. Due to the formation Qin Shujian had set up, the spiritual energy in the other 3 continents could only flow in but not out. In addition, Baiyun Prefecture had a large spiritual vein, which indirectly affected the other prefectures as well. So, after Qi Tianxing of the Haifu sect, another cultivator broke through to the diviner realm. But this time, Qin Shujian did not let the diviner realm cultivator become an elder of the sacred ground. He only gave him the status of an honorary elder and allowed him to cultivate in the sacred ground. After all, the Qianyuan sacred ground did not need too many elders with real power. 7 or 8 were enough. The rest, they could all be left for later. However, for other cultivators, the birth of 2 diviner realm cultivators in less than a year was enough to inspire them. After all, in the past hundreds of years, there had not been a chance for a diviner realm cultivator to be born. Now, a year had passed. The birth of 2 diviner realm cultivators, and the cultivation of other cultivators had also increased greatly. It made people understand that the general trend was coming. The great tribulation of the demon abyss is coming. The human race has been in decline for millions of years. It's time for good to come. Qin Shujian looked at the messages from all over the world with a faint smile on his face. The stronger the human race was, the stronger the luck of the human race would be. From the current situation, there were not many diviner realm cultivators. But the number of cultivators below the diviner realm had increased greatly. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, if the human race was given some time, diviner realm cultivators would also appear like bamboo shoots after the rain. After all, now that the laws of heaven and earth were perfected, the spirit qi had become stronger. In addition to the perfection of cultivation methods, it was normal for powerhouses to be born one after another. The Cosmos Tao-seeking scripture was a cultivation method recognized by the fortune of the human race. It was also the cultivation method most suited to the human race. This divinity ascension cultivation method was enough for all humans to cultivate. As long as one had enough talent and resources, there wouldn't be any problems. The life source is almost at 900 billion now. It won't be long before it breaks through the trillion mark. Looking at his attribute panel, Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. The closer he got to the source of life, the more powerful he became. The more he felt, the more his heart throbbed. This proved that his conjecture was correct. This was because only matters related to oneself would cause such throbbing. He looked at the source of life that was pulsing every moment. Qin Shujian revealed a faint smile. Soon, in another month's time, I will be able to break through to level 7 of the Sky Human stage. There is a high chance that I will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the average level 3 true immortal. As long as he was comparable to a lower 3 true immortal. If that was the case, the human race would have a true immortal overseeing it. To determine whether or not a race had a true immortal, it did not necessarily mean that there was a true immortal. The true basis of determination was strength. Just like the Soul Protector race. The Soul Protector race was a true immortal, but that kind of strength was much weaker in front of a real true immortal. In the Dead Sea, a large ship was riding the wind and breaking the waves, sailing in the sea. Behind it were huge waves that were thousands of feet high, as if they were covering the sky and the sun. Then, hundreds of millions of pounds of seawater fell heavily, and the terrifying waves spread out, causing the sea to tremble violently. A huge beast appeared from it. The powerful power made the Golden Rock King and the others' faces turn green. Hurry up, that beast is catching up. Xia Kun roared crazily. The King of Azure Billows didn't have time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. His voice was trembling as he said, "Don't rush me. Come if you have the guts. Why are you rushing me? Can't you see that I'm already very fast? After saying that, he calmed down a little, then turned his head to look at the other two elders of the Azure Billow sect and shouted. Don't hold back any of your true essence. Drive the ship with all your strength. Don't let the thing behind us catch up. The two elders of the Jade Billow sect also looked ghastly pale. In response to the King of Azure Billow's words, no one refuted. Instead, they used all their strength to escape on the ship. *CK him. Xiakun's face darkened. Looking at the beast chasing after them, he felt his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys tremble. This time, leaving Heavenly Pattern Island. The three sects had all participated. The Holy God sect was led by the Golden Rock King and two elders of the 10th level of the Divine Martial Realm. The Azure Billows sect was led by the King of Azure Billows and two elders of the 10th level of the Divine Martial Realm. As for the Fantasy God sect, the Fantasy God King didn't go. The one who went was Xiakun, the Vice Sect Master, and two elders of the Divine Martial Realm. Just as Xiaoqiao said, Heavenly Pattern Island couldn't lose a third-level Sky Human Realm expert. The Fantasy God King didn't go. The other two sects also understood. Just like that, two third-level Sky Human Realm experts, one first-level Sky Human Realm expert, and 6 10th-level Divine Martial Realm experts swaggered away from Heavenly Pattern Island. Although they understood the danger of the Death Sea area, Xiaokun thought that the strength of his team was already more than half of Heavenly Pattern Island's strength. No matter how strong the beasts in the sea were, they might not be able to do anything to him and the others. In the end, they had just left Heavenly Pattern Island for less than 10,000 miles when they encountered the most powerful beast in their lives. A beast whose exact realm was unknown, but it was at least at the Supreme Expert level. The moment that ferocious aura appeared, Xiaokun, the Golden Rock King, and the others' faces turned green. No one went to fight with the beast. Instead, they drove the ship away without looking back. King of Azure Billows, is your ship okay? The Golden Rock King's lips were trembling. There was nothing he could do. It was purely out of fear. Now, they no longer had the calm aura of a sect master that they had when they were on Heavenly Pattern Island, nor did they have the arrogance of a Sky Human Realm expert. In front of a Supreme Expert, a Transcendent Realm expert really couldn't be arrogant. The Golden Rock King didn't expect himself to be so unlucky to encounter a Supreme Expert level beast so quickly. Moreover, he also saw a few Sky Human Realm beasts that had been awakened along the way. They were killed by the Supreme Expert beast without any resistance. That kind of terrifying strength. The Golden Rock King felt that he wasn't a Sky Human Realm expert, but more like a small cultivator who had just stepped on the path of cultivation. Hearing this, the King of Azure Billows rolled his eyes and said, "This ship is my Eldar Dao artifact. It's a treasure passed down from 1,000,000 years ago. Although it's only a 7-seal Dao artifact, it's definitely fast enough. You Golden Rock King is fast enough. Before you break through to the Supreme Expert level, you don't want to catch up with my ship. As for the beast behind us, although it's strong, it's not very fast. Don't worry, it's not a big problem," the King of Azure Billows said with confidence. But Xiaokun wanted to remind him. Don't tremble when you say it. It's more convincing. An Illusion God sect elder wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking shocked. It's said that the Sea of Death is very dangerous. I didn't believe it at first, but now I understand. Sect Master, do we have a chance to reach land? Another Illusion God sect elder looked at Xiaokun and asked. This sentence made the elders of the other two sects speechless. Could they reach land? No one was sure. Now, a few months had passed, and they were still floating on the surface of the sea. They didn't know where they were. With a glance, they could see that the sea was still the sea. Who knew when they would encounter stronger beasts? By then, everyone on the ship would be eaten by the beasts. Xiaokun forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, this ship is Eldar's treasure. It's not a big problem. And didn't you notice that we changed direction when we met that Supreme Expert beast at the beginning? So far, the beasts we've encountered have been getting weaker and weaker. One had to know that the sea region was divided into inner and outer regions. The deeper one went, the stronger the ferocious beasts would be. The closer one was to the land, the weaker the ferocious beasts would be. If I'm not wrong, it won't be long before we reach land. These words. Although he was trying to comfort her, that was the truth. There was no direction in the Sea of Death. To determine whether they were close to the inner area or the outer area, they had to judge by the strength of the beasts they encountered along the way. Now that the beasts they encountered were getting weaker and weaker, it meant that they were close to the outer area. On the contrary, if the beasts were getting stronger and stronger, it meant that they were deep in the sea. Hearing this, the others were also slightly relieved. Xiaokun's words gave them a dose of reassurance. Golden Rock King looked back at the beasts that had been left behind, and his face relaxed a little. Sect Master Xia is right. The beasts we encounter now are indeed getting weaker and weaker. If I'm not wrong, we're very close to land. King of Azure Billows also took the opportunity to crush 2 spiritual stones to recover his consumed vital essence. At this time, only then did he have time to wipe his sweat. Hearing this, King of Azure Billows also smiled and said, as long as we don't encounter powerful beasts or natural disasters, there should be no problem. Boom, the sky changed color, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A terrifying power condensed in it. At this moment, the smile on King of Azure Billows' face stiffened. Xiaokun and Golden Rock King also looked at him strangely. The next moment, King of Azure Billows turned around and shouted, "Let's go, the natural disaster is coming." Now, he couldn't help but curse himself. Crow's beak, the natural disaster came when he said it would. It had never come true like this. He said that he would become an immortal on the spot, but why didn't he really become an immortal? He didn't have time to complain. King of Azure Billows could only drive the ship to escape. The power condensed by the natural disaster had become very strong. The power was drawn but not released, but in the eyes of Golden Rock King and other celestial beings, it was no weaker than the beasts that were chasing after them. In other words, this was a natural disaster at the level of a mighty figure. Xiaokun swallowed, looked at the person who was driving the ship and said, "King of Azure Billows, can this Eldar treasure of yours withstand the attack of a mighty figure? A 7-seal Dao artifact. Even a mighty figure can't break it easily." King of Azure Billows heard this and had to reply. What a joke. This was the treasure that Eldar had been cultivating for millions of years. If it weren't for leaving the island this time, Eldar wouldn't have taken it out. If it weren't for his weak strength, King of Azure Billows wouldn't have run away. He would have used the spirit ship to smash that beast to death. Unfortunately, if his strength was too weak, even if he had a treasure, it wouldn't be of much use. Xiaokun and Golden Rock King were slightly relieved when they heard this. But this ship of mine isn't mainly for defense. It's famous for its speed. If a mighty figure really attacks it, the ship will definitely be fine, but it's hard to say what will happen to the people. Xiaokun and Golden Rock King were speechless. They had to finish their words in one go. Half of what they said was left unsaid. This caused their hearts, which had just been put at ease, to rise again. At this moment, the natural disaster in the sky had condensed. Endless power turned into a hurricane that swept across the world. All the beasts in the sea that were affected were pulled up by this force and then smashed into pieces in midair. Blood rained down from the sky. The hurricane covered the sky. The spirit ship was in the turbulent sea, as if it would be drowned by the waves at any time. But if one looked carefully, one would discover that everything within 100 feet of the spirit ship was calm and tranquil. A 7-seal Dao artifact. It could suppress everything by itself. It was just that the influence of the natural disaster at this time made the void unstable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any waves within 10 miles of the spirit ship. And behind the spirit ship, it was the roar of a ferocious beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The power of the natural disaster hurricane swept across, and it also made this ferocious beast feel offended. Such a terrifying power. But it didn't affect the beast much. Instead, it aroused the anger in the beast's heart. Originally, it had been chasing Golden Rock King and the others for so long, but it hadn't been able to devour those blood food, which had already made it very angry. At this time, there was still the natural disaster blocking it. The beast was even more furious. Only to see a terrifying power erupt from the beast's body, and a claw tore the hurricane apart. The chaotic power spread out. It made the sea area even darker. This beast is so strong. Xiaoqun turned her head and saw the scene from afar. She also gasped. Although she had long known that the beast was powerful. But the scene of it tearing the hurricane apart with its bare hands was still shocking. When the hurricane swept up just now, there were celestial beasts that couldn't resist and were torn apart. But now, the hurricane that was enough to annihilate celestial beasts was broken by the beast in one fell swoop. The strength of its power was enough to be called earth-shattering. Originally, they wanted the natural disaster to block the beast a little. But looking at the current situation, they might not be able to do it. At this moment, the hurricane was torn apart, and the natural disaster seemed to be enraged. Only to see that the condensed power finally turned into a huge fist and blasted down. Where the fist passed, the void was turned into powder. The beast roared at the sky. It had already exploded with all its power and charged towards the fist. Boom, the two collided, and the power tore the sky and the earth. The sea area was filled with endless waves, and the vast aftershock bombarded the spirit ship, causing it to tremble violently. Finally, the beast let out a sorrowful cry, and its incomparably powerful physical body collapsed. It was smashed into the sea surface, and its blood dyed a large area of the sea red. So strong. Seeing the scene of the fist smashing the beast down, everyone on the spirit ship was speechless. After a long time, Golden Rock King came back to his senses and said involuntarily, "Just now, that was a power imprint left behind by a powerhouse." What kind of powerhouse could use the power of a punch to knock down an almighty beast? I'm afraid that ordinary almighties can't do this. Why do I feel that the fist looks familiar? Xiaoqun was shocked. Looking at the fist just now, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. For some reason, he felt that the fist did look familiar. But after thinking about it, Xiaoqun realized that he didn't know such a powerhouse. King of Azure Billows said, "Everyone's fist looks the same. You must be seeing things. I'm only concerned about whether that beast is dead or not. Even if it's not dead, it's probably severely injured," Golden Rock King said uncertainly. Hearing that, King of Azure Billows breathed a sigh of relief and said with a faint smile, "So the natural disaster has helped us this time. I think that beast won't come after us again." As soon as he finished speaking, waves suddenly rose on the surface of the sea. A beast covered in blood, emitting a violent aura, was staring at the spirit ship with its scarlet eyes. Everyone's eyes fell on King of Azure Billows. King of Azure Billows immediately shut his mouth, then turned around and drove the spirit ship to escape. Looking at the beast that was more ferocious after being injured, Golden Rock King felt a chill in his heart. Such a ferocious beast. Although its strength had dropped a lot, its ferocity had become stronger. It was really going to fight. The probability of them dying was higher than before. Xiaoqun said faintly, "King of Azure Billows, you'd better stop talking. It's better to steer the ship with peace of mind than anything else." He really didn't want King of Azure Billows to talk anymore. Who knew what would happen next time? The Dead Sea area. There were too many unknown dangers. If they encountered too many, even with the spirit ship in hand, they couldn't escape the fate of death. Hearing that, King of Azure Billows didn't have the strength to refute. Just like that, the beast was chasing behind, and the spirit ship was fleeing in front. Another few days passed. All of a sudden, Xiaoqun looked at the sea in front of them with an excited look on his face. "Look, that's a ship. I've already sensed the aura of humans. Those are human ships." "Human ships? Doesn't this mean that we're about to reach the land?" Golden Rock King was also excited. The other people on the spirit ship couldn't keep calm. Who knew how they spent the past few months? Now that they finally saw the existence of other ships, it meant that they were not far from the land. In this way, in other words, they could finally get out of the predicament in front of them. Soon, a terrifying aura approached them from behind. Xia Kun's expression changed drastically, and then he shouted frantically, "Retreat, a powerful beast is approaching. Leave quickly." He could feel it. The humans on the ship didn't seem to be very strong. If they really encountered that injured ferocious beast, only death would await them. Xia Kun shouted with all his might, and his voice was loud enough to travel more than 10,000 miles. When the people on the ships heard this sentence, their expressions changed. Then, they saw a huge wave in the distance, and the head of a terrifying beast was revealed. After a short silence, all the ships turned around in unison. A cultivator cursed angrily, "A powerful beast. This is clearly the outermost area of the sea. How can there be a powerful beast? Hurry up and send a message to the Xianxia sacred ground. Otherwise, the powerful beast will wreak havoc and we will all die." A cultivator reacted and hurriedly said to the people around him. As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator showed a sad expression. "How can we send a message? I don't even know how the Xianxia sacred ground communicates." The Xianxia sacred ground was now in charge of the human cultivation world. But only those who truly belonged to the sacred ground. Or else, they were not qualified to send a message to the sacred ground. If we can't send a message to the sacred ground directly, then we can send a message to the Sky Patrol. I know someone from the Sky Patrol. Let me do it. The Sky Patrol was not only made up of people from the sects, but also individual cultivators from all over the world. As long as their cultivation was high enough, they were qualified to become a Sky Patrol. So, compared to the high-level members of the Xianxia sacred ground, it was easier to contact the Sky Patrol. The same principle applied. If they could contact the Sky Patrol, they could naturally contact the high-level members of the Xianxia sacred ground. Xianxia realm. Qin Shujian suddenly had a thought and couldn't help but take out the heaven list. He didn't know when. On the heaven ranking, there was an additional name on the celestial ranking. Name, Xia Kun race, human age, 1,326 years old realm, level 1 of the celestial realm combat strength, 127 talent assessment, superior Xia Kun. Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. How could he forget this name? The heaven list condensed the fate of the human clan. Anyone who was in the territory of the human clan would be on the list. Heavenly Pattern Island was in the Dead Sea. In the Dead Sea, the rules were chaotic. Even the fate of the human clan couldn't cover it. So, although there were many human clan experts in Heavenly Pattern Island, none of them were on the list. Now that Xia Kun's name suddenly appeared on the list, there was only one explanation. She had left Heavenly Pattern Island. No, it's not as simple as leaving Heavenly Pattern Island. If she can be captured by the Heaven List, she must have left the territory of the Dead Sea. That's why she was captured by the fate of the human clan. Why did Heavenly Pattern Island send someone out of the Dead Sea at this time? Qin Shujian's expression gradually calmed down, guessing the purpose of Heavenly Pattern Island. Although, there were many cultivators in Heavenly Pattern Island. If they could enter the East Continent, they could enhance the strength of the human clan. However, Qin Shujian was also very clear. Heavenly Pattern Island was different from the human clan in the East Continent. The inheritance of Heavenly Pattern Island came from ancient times, and the people there were still covered by the glory of ancient times. If they came to the East Continent, they might not necessarily recognize the rule of the human clan. Moreover, Heavenly Pattern Island didn't only have the human clan, but also the demon clan and the Eldar. These races had been passed down from ancient times. Qin Shujian wasn't sure if they had some unknown trump cards. To be honest, he had never thought of letting the people of Heavenly Pattern Island participate in the 4 great continents. Since it's a place of inheritance, isn't it good to stay there? Why come out and get involved in the disputes of this chaotic world? Qin Shujian's gaze was deep. He didn't have any objections to the cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island. The various races got along well, and it wasn't as tense as the current situation in the 4 great continents. If possible, Qin Shujian didn't want Heavenly Pattern Island to be involved. However, Xia Kun's name had already appeared on the Heaven List, which proved that she was about to reach the East Pattern Prefecture. No matter what, this matter had to be dealt with. Otherwise, if Xia Kun was allowed to run around outside, it would inevitably cause other trouble. What's more, in Qin Shujian's opinion, Xia Kun wasn't the only cultivator who came out of Heavenly Pattern Island. The other two clans should have also come out. Or else, it was almost impossible for Xia Kun, who was at the first layer of the Heaven Realm, to walk out of the Sea of Death. However, it wasn't right to say that all the human experts of Heavenly Pattern Island had come out. Human cultivators couldn't leave too much. No matter where, balance was the most important. Moreover, if there were other human experts, they would definitely be on the heaven list. However, there weren't any, which already explained everything. Therefore, Qin Shujian was sure that Xia Kun wasn't the only one who came out of Heavenly Pattern Island. The reason why they weren't on the list was probably because they didn't belong to the human clan, so there was no possibility of them being on the list. He kept the heaven list. Qin Shujian said calmly, "Senior, someone came out of Heavenly Pattern Island." Simple words, Godslayer didn't answer immediately. After a while, a calm voice came from the Sea of Consciousness. "No matter what, Xia Chao is a direct descendant of the ancient human emperor. The humans of Heavenly Pattern Island also have the ancient human emperor's blood flowing in their veins. They all have the surname Xia, just like Xia Yi. I hope that you can be merciful and don't cut off Heavenly Pattern Island's inheritance." After all, Heavenly Pattern Island's original intention was to ensure that the human race's inheritance wouldn't be destroyed. If it were to be destroyed by the human race in the end, it would be a bit laughable. "Senior, do you think that I would be so decisive?" "I'm just saying a few more words," Godslayer said indifferently. He hadn't followed Qin Shujian for long, but he was very clear about the other party's ruthlessness. If Heavenly Pattern Island blocked the other party's path, destruction would be unavoidable. Even though Heavenly Pattern Island had been passed down since ancient times and seemed to have a strong foundation, it definitely couldn't stop the current Qin Shujian. If the other party wanted to destroy Heavenly Pattern Island, there was no reason for Heavenly Pattern Island to survive. However, Godslayer also knew that Qin Shujian respected Xia Yi, so he deliberately mentioned Xia Yi's name, hoping that Qin Shujian would give him some face. At the same time, Godslayer also hoped that the people from Heavenly Pattern Island would be tactful. If possible, Ben Huang also doesn't want to attack the cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island. Qin Shujian said and disappeared from the Qianyuan realm in the next instant. Eastern Pattern Mansion, almighty beasts wreaked havoc. All the beasts in the surrounding sea retreated. All the ships that entered the sea received the news of the almighty beast's attack and then retreated to the Eastern Pattern Mansion. Why haven't the human experts arrived yet? Xia Kun's expression changed slightly. Because they were now close to land, the spirit ship's speed had slowed down a little. The beasts behind them were constantly approaching. As a heavenly cultivator, he had already spread out his perception. However, in Xia Kun's perception, all the human cultivators' strength was very ordinary. Not to mention the almighty experts, since the beasts came out, not a single heavenly cultivator had arrived. Such a change was completely different from what he had expected. Xia Kun originally thought that there would be human experts guarding the sea area. As long as the beasts behind them dared to chase over, there would be human experts to suppress them. But now it seemed, if the beasts behind them attacked, it would probably be a bloodbath. What should we do? Golden Rock King's expression changed. Normally speaking, the spirit ship should leave this place first. The almighty beasts could kill whoever they wanted. However, as the sect master of the Holy God sect, Golden Rock King was also the protector of Heavenly Pattern Island. It didn't make sense for him to watch the humans be slaughtered by the beasts. Xia Kun looked at King of Azure Billows and shouted in a deep voice, "King of Azure Billows, can you still hold on?" "No problem." King of Azure Billows crushed 2 spirit stones and recovered his primordial chi. Xia Kun quickly said, "Don't go to the land for the time being. Let's slip away from that beast. Our heavenly cultivator's chi and blood are irresistible to it. As long as we change direction, it won't go over." "Okay." King of Azure Billows didn't hesitate at all. With a move of his divine consciousness, the spirit ship immediately passed by and headed in another direction. On this side, the spirit ship was far away. The beast let out an angry roar and chased in the direction of the spirit ship as expected. The almighty beast deviated from the direction. Those panicked cultivators gradually calmed down. The two sides looked at each other and saw a look of uncertainty in each other's eyes. On the shore, the East Pattern Mansion Sky Patrol gathered. "Commander, what should we do now?" a Sky Patrol Divine General asked in a deep voice. "Evacuate the others. That beast is only being held back temporarily. It might come over here. Immediately send a message to the Holy Land. It's best to let Emperor Qin take action," Jin Lu said calmly. Facing an almighty beast, he didn't have the confidence in his heart. As the commander of the Sky Patrol Divine General, Jin Lu was only a great cultivator in the God martial arts realm. As for the other Sky Patrol Divine Generals and Sky Patrol Divine Guards, they were all cultivators in the spirit martial arts realm. With such strength, it was not a problem to maintain order in the East Pattern Mansion. However, to fight against an almighty ferocious beast was no different from courting death. Hearing this, the Sky Patrol Divine General immediately sent other Sky Patrol Divine Guards to evacuate all the nearby cultivators. "The Sky Patrol Divine General is on duty. All unrelated people should evacuate," a Sky Patrol Divine General shouted loudly. Instantly, those cultivators who wanted to watch the show retreated one after another. The name of the Sky Patrol Divine General. It was more useful than anything else now. The reason was simple. When the Sky Patrol Divine General was first established, it killed countless cultivators and destroyed countless families and sections. This was a reputation built with blood. Defying the Sky Patrol Divine General, that was a dead end. After evacuating all the cultivators near the sea, the Sky Patrol Divine General sealed off the area. In the sea, King of Azure Billows and the others were still circling the almighty beast. There was no other way. If they left the land and went to other places, once the spirit stones and vital essence were exhausted, they might be caught up by the beast and then be eaten by the beast. Besides, every place in the sea had different dangers. The more places they went, the greater the risk. Not to mention, King of Azure Billows and the others also had the idea of stalling for time and waiting for the human powerhouses to arrive. Therefore, they used the spirit ship to fly kites here. Boom, a huge wave swept over. The spirit ship left the area covered by the waves in an instant. King of Azure Billows said in a deep voice, "How many spirit stones do you have? Give them all to me. I don't have any left." "Here." Xiaxia and King of Golden Rock didn't hesitate and instantly stuffed over 1,000 spirit stones. They understood. After being chased for a few months, King of Azure Billows' consumption was really serious. Because only an Eldar could use the Eldar's treasure. So it was King of Azure Billows who was rushing the whole time, and the other two elders of the Azure Billows sect were assisting him. As for the people of the Fantasy Ocean sect and the Saint God sect, they were just spectators. If we continue to delay like this, it will be troublesome. King of Golden Rock looked at the beast that kept chasing behind him like a madman, and he also felt a headache. He didn't understand. Why was this beast so stubborn that it still wouldn't give up after chasing them for a few months, logically speaking? There were so many beasts in the sea, and many of the heavenly human beasts along the way had been swallowed by it. Speaking of chi and blood. Although their chi and blood were tempting, it shouldn't be so tempting. King of Golden Rock really couldn't figure it out. Xiaxia said, "Maybe the sea hasn't been attacked by beasts for many years, so they didn't send powerhouses to guard it. But it won't be long before powerhouses arrive." He didn't look panicked. Beasts were raging. The powerhouses on land should have received the news. At this time, they might be rushing over. It was impossible that the human race couldn't deal with a powerful beast. "I just don't know if this place belongs to the Great Zhao." Xiaxia thought of what Qin Shujian said. If he didn't remember wrongly, the other party was from a human imperial court called the Great Zhao. This should be the power of a tribe. Xiaxia wasn't sure if it existed here. If it did, then it should be much easier for him to find Qin Shujian in the future. 1 hour. The beasts were still chasing. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura came crushing down from the sky, and the void within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely destroyed. That vast aura. All the waves caused by the ferocious beasts were forcibly suppressed. At that moment, the sea was calm for thousands of miles. There was only a large ship and a huge ferocious beast. The two seemed to be forcefully imprisoned in place by something. They wanted to move, but there was no way. So strong. King of Golden Rock and King of Azure Billows were trembling violently. They looked up at the collapsed void, and their eyes were filled with horror. This aura. It was many times stronger than the beasts that were chasing them. In front of this power, King of Golden Rock, who was at the third level of the heavenly human realm, felt as weak as an ant. It was as if a gentle touch could kill him. Xianxia was trembling. He looked at the sky. He knew that the beast's rampage would definitely attract the experts of the human clan. But he never thought about it. There would be such a terrifying expert. Is this a genuine immortal? Xianxia thought of a term that was both strange and familiar. For a genuine immortal. He had only heard of it from Xiaoqiao. It was a supreme expert who was truly above all cultivators. Above the heavenly human realm, it was an immortal. A list flew across the sky and landed heavily on the ferocious beast. A terrifying power erupted. The beast couldn't even struggle. It was directly smashed into pieces by the list. Blood and flesh scattered on the sea, dyeing a large area of the sea red. That's the heavenly list. Emperor Qin has taken action. Jin Lu's face was filled with shock. Then, he cried out in surprise. Hearing this, all of the heavenly patrol guards had relaxed expressions on their faces. Then, their expressions turned into fanatical worship. Emperor Qin, that was the heavenly human realm of the cultivation world. For the guards, Emperor Qin was a god in their hearts. As for Xianxia and the others, they happened to see the heavenly list smashing the beast into pieces. Then they saw a man walking in the air, reaching out and grabbing the list. The next moment, he put it away. Brother Qin. Xianxia was shocked. Looking at how the young man had casually suppressed an almighty ferocious beast, he thought he had misjudged him. Not only was Xianxia shocked. The Golden Rock King and the others were also shocked. They naturally knew Qin Shujian. In the battle when the beasts attacked the island, it was because of the other party that the crisis was resolved. Or else, after that battle, the Heavenly Pattern Island would have suffered a lot. But at that time, although Qin Shujian was also very strong, compared to now, it was completely different. It was an almighty level beast. He suppressed it so easily. Then the other party. What kind of realm was he in? Emperor Qin. The Golden Rock King was stunned when he heard the words of the cultivators on the shore. Emperor, this was not a casual title. Only the emperor of a race could be called emperor. In other words, the Qin Shujian in front of him was already the emperor. Too many things had happened, causing the Golden Rock King and the others to be in a mess. Qin Shujian landed steadily and appeared on the ship. Brother Xia, we meet again. Brother Qin. Xianxia stuttered, not knowing what to say for a moment. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Then, he looked at the Golden Rock King and the King of Azure Wave and cupped his hands. Although the human race and the demon race were fighting fiercely now, the Golden Rock King was not a demon from the Western State, but from the Heavenly Pattern Island. The two could not be lumped together. Of course. If the demon race of the Heavenly Pattern Island merged into the demon race of the Western State in the future, then there would be nothing to say. This time, the King of Azure Wave and the Golden Rock King did not speak. Qin Shujian had changed too much. In the face of such an expert, they did not know what to say. Therefore, they left Xianxia to talk. Leaving the Heavenly Pattern Island. The Golden Rock King's purpose was to find Qin Shujian and ask about the inheritance of the demon race. As for the King of Azure Wave, it was nothing. It was just that Eldar wanted to send people out of the Heavenly Pattern Island, so they went together. The two had different thoughts. Xianxia cupped his hands and said solemnly, "May I ask Brother Qin, are you the emperor of the human race now?" Obviously. He also heard the words of the Heavenly Patrol Guards. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was silent for a moment. Finally, he said, "That's right. Right now, the human race is ruled by two emperors. The Zhao Emperor is the leader of the Great Zhao Empire, and the cultivation world is ruled by Benhuang. Hiss. After getting a definite answer, Xia Kun and the others sucked in a breath of air. It really was the emperor. Looking at Qin Shujian, Xia Kun's expression was somewhat complicated. Dare I ask, have you reached the true immortal realm? 200,000 years ago, the laws of heaven and earth were broken, and no one in the world could become an immortal. It was only recently that the laws of heaven and earth were perfected. Now, the Nirvana realm can be considered the top. Qin Shujian explained and then said with a faint smile. As for Benhuang, he probably won't waste much effort to kill an ordinary Nirvana realm martial artist. Simple words. However, it exploded in the hearts of Xia Kun and the others. It was obvious. This heaven realm cultivator who had once been to the heavenly pattern island had already grown to a level that they could only look up to. Nirvana realm, heavenly rune island only had two experts of this level. One was the star saint of the holy god sect, and the other was the sky-reaching ancestor of Eldar. But no matter which one it was, they were both experts who had survived millions of years ago. They were completely incomparable to Qin Shujian in front of him. Looking at Xia Kun and the others in front of him, Qin Shujian said faintly, "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave with Benhuang first." Okay. Xia Kun and the others nodded. Then King of Azure Billows put away the spirit ship. As for the spirit ship, Qin Shujian also took a few more glances. Those two simple glances scared King of Azure Billows. He almost thought that the other party was going to rob him of Eldar's treasure. Fortunately, Qin Shujian just took a few glances and didn't do anything. Then he looked at the void in front of him, stretched out his hand, and tore it apart. Then he stepped into it. The violent spatial turbulence instantly calmed down. Seeing this scene, Xia Kun and the others were shocked again. Tearing the void with his bare hands was already beyond their imagination, let alone traveling through the void. That was beyond the imagination of the people of Heavenly Pattern Island. Before he could suppress the void with his physical body, Qin Shujian couldn't do this. But now, he could already use the heaven list to lock on to any coordinates of the human clan, then tear the void and travel long distances, reaching the level where he could be so close but so far away with one step. As Xia Kun and the others stepped in, by the time they reacted, they had already appeared in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. What a rich spiritual energy. Xia Kun sighed. King of Azure Billows looked at the earth vein below and said uncertainly, "May I ask, Qin Shujian, is there a large spirit vein buried here?" As an Eldar, he was extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. He instantly sensed the large spirit vein buried deep under the Liang Mountain spirit domain. That's right. Some time ago, I killed the Earth Eldar and seized the Earth Spirit secret realm. That's how I got this large spirit vein. Qin Shujian said. Killed the Earth Eldar. His simple words made them look at each other in dismay. Earth Eldar. They had never heard of it. After all, Heavenly Pattern Island had been here for so many years. Other than the inheritances of the various races, the information of the other races had long disappeared with the passage of time. However, although Xia Kun and the others had never heard of the Earth Eldar, they could understand that it was a race. Destroying a race. Hearing it from Qin Shujian, it was an understatement. Regarding this, they all felt a chill in their hearts. After all, destroying a race meant that a large number of creatures had fallen. That would definitely be an extremely bloody and tragic scene. Subsequently, Qin Shujian opened the entrance to the Qianyuan realm and brought Xia Kun and the others in. As soon as they entered the Qianyuan realm, an extremely rich spiritual energy rushed towards them. Such spiritual energy. It was even denser than the Heavenly Pattern Island. The Golden Rock King sighed, "Is this the Earth Eldar's secret realm? The spiritual energy is indeed dense. This is the Qianyuan realm, a small world left behind by our human race's true immortal. As for the Earth Spirit secret realm, Benhuang has already shattered. Otherwise, the spiritual energy in the eastern continent's Bayun mansion would not be so dense." Shattered? The Golden Rock King's face stiffened. Although the Heavenly Pattern Island was ill-informed, there were some things that had been passed down since ancient times. What did a race's secret realm mean? He was naturally very clear about it. Such a precious small world was naturally shattered by the other party just like that. Immediately, the Golden Rock King felt a wave of heroism wash over him. At this moment, the people of Heavenly Pattern Island seemed to have never seen the world before as they looked left and right at the things around them. Very quickly, their expressions became somewhat strange. Because they didn't find any powerful auras in the Qianyuan realm. One had to know. From the current situation, the Qianyuan realm should be where the human emperor's palace was located. Since it was the small world where the human emperor's palace was located, there shouldn't be no human experts. But until now, they only sensed the auras of a few celestial being cultivators. And their auras weren't very strong, probably at the first or second level of the celestial being realm. As for those below the celestial being realm, there were quite a few of them. Such a change. It was completely inconsistent with the strength that Qin Shujian had shown earlier. However, although they had some doubts in their hearts, they didn't ask. In the current situation, it wasn't the time to ask too many questions. It was just that when they arrived at the human emperor's palace, the King of Jade Waves looked at the towering tree and his expression finally became solemn. He said, "Qin Emperor, what is the name of this tree?" "His name is Muyang. Like the King of Jade Waves, he is also an Eldar. And the heart of wood spirit given by the ancestor Tong Tian was given to him by Ben Huang." "I see." The King of Jade Waves nodded slightly. No wonder he felt a familiar aura on Muyang's body. It wasn't because they were both Eldar that they were familiar with each other. It was because the other party had the heart of wood spirit. That was why the King of Jade Waves felt familiar. At this moment, the osmanthus tree also trembled. A boy walked out from inside. Seeing Muyang, the King of Jade Waves' expression was also solemn. The two people, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, looked at each other from a distance. No one disturbed them. "My name is Muyang. My name is Jade Waves." The two Eldar celestial beings made a simple self-introduction. At last, Muyang looked at Qin Shujian and bowed. "Qin Emperor." After that, he dispersed his incarnation. The King of Jade Waves had a faint smile on his face. He said, "It's not a waste to use the heart of wood spirit on him. His potential is greater than mine. Maybe he can go further than the one who left the heart of wood spirit in the future." On the other side, the Golden Rock King and others focused their attention on the stone tablet in front of them. Qin Shujian said calmly, "What's engraved on the stone tablet is a cultivation method called the Heaven and Earth Tao-seeking scripture and a martial art called the Human Emperor's Immortal Slaying Art. Non-humans will suffer a backlash if they practice it. If they're lucky, they'll be seriously injured. If they're lucky, they'll explode. These two cultivation methods are spread throughout the human clan. As long as they're human, they can practice them. Even if other races practice them, Ben Huang won't stop them." In one sentence, the people of the Holy God sect and the Jade Waves sect immediately withdrew their gazes. They weren't humans. If they really exploded and died, it would be awkward. However, the people of the Fantasy God sect didn't withdraw their gazes. After a while, Xia Kun said with emotion, "What a mysterious cultivation method. I wonder which senior of the human clan created this cultivation method. If I have the chance, I really want to visit him in person." Qin Shujian responded with a faint smile. He didn't want to embarrass him too much. Soon, a group of people entered the Qianyuan temple. After taking their seats on the left and right, Qin Shujian looked at Xia Kun and others and said calmly, "Brother Xia and others left the Heavenly Pattern Island this time. What's the matter?" Hearing this, the King of Jade Waves looked at Xia Kun. Xia Kun looked at the Golden Rock King. In the end, the Golden Rock King had to bite the bullet and said, "I left the Heavenly Pattern Island this time because the old ancestor wanted me to ask the Qin Emperor about the inheritance of the demon clan." After the Golden Rock King spoke, Xia Kun also said, "The old ancestor felt that it was an opportunity for the Holy God sect to leave the island, So he wanted me to go out and see if I can break through the shackles of the third level of the Sky Realm. Me too. The King of Jade Waves nodded in agreement. Unlike the Demon Clan, the other two clans didn't have any special meaning. They just said the Demon Clan was going to leave. The Human Clan and Eldar would also send people out. Or else, the balance of the Heavenly Pattern Island would be broken. In addition, if they could successfully walk out of the Sea of Death, there would be great benefits, so they might as well come together. Hearing their words, Qin Shujian had a general understanding of the reason why Xia Kun and others left the island. Then, his gaze fell on the Golden Rock King. When did Senior Star Sage ask the Golden Rock King to leave the island? 4 months ago. 4 months ago? Qin Shujian nodded, understanding. Just as he had guessed, the inheritance of the Demon Clan was definitely not that simple. Or else, it couldn't be that the Star Sage had sensed it the moment he used the inheritance. One had to know. The Heavenly Pattern Island was located in the Sea of Death. There were methods left behind by the emperors, almost to the point of shielding the heavenly secrets. If it was before, Qin Shujian had thought that Nirvana Realm cultivators were very awesome. But now, in his eyes, Nirvana Realm cultivators were nothing more than that. This way, it was impossible for a Nirvana Realm cultivator to sense the movement of the Demon Clan's inheritance from hundreds of millions of miles away. Unless, this inheritance itself was not simple. The other party had left some kind of backup plan here, so he could detect it immediately. Looking at the Golden Rock King, Qin Shujian said, Ben Huang has already given the inheritance of the Demon Clan to the Demon Clan. If the Golden Rock King wants to see it, Ben Huang can bring you to see it later. Thank you, Qin Emperor. The outside world is vast, and is not something that the Heavenly Pattern Island can compare to. But at the same time, the danger level of the 4 great continents is many times higher than that of the Heavenly Pattern Island. Qin Shujian looked at everyone and said seriously, if possible, Ben Huang still hopes that you can return to the Heavenly Pattern Island and not get involved in this dispute. These words. He was serious. From the actions of the Golden Rock King and the others in the Eastern Pattern Island, Qin Shujian understood one thing. They were all outsiders. Not all outsiders viewed human lives as worthless. The Golden Rock King and the others had coexisted in the Heavenly Pattern Island for 1,000,000 years. To be honest, they did not value the difference between races as much as the 4 great continents. If the other party did not become enemies with him, Qin Shujian also did not want to make a move against them. However, what Xia Kun and the others cared about was not the other contents of Qin Shujian's words, but the words of the 4 great continents. May I ask, Qin Emperor, where are the 4 great continents? King Baitao looked puzzled. The 4 great continents. They had never heard of it. The inheritances left behind from the ancient times did not leave any information about the 4 great continents. Qin Shujian said earnestly, it has been 1,000,000 years since the ancient times. Everything has changed. He did not hide it. He told her everything he knew about the ancient times until now. In the Qianyuan Palace, there was a dead silence. Everyone's expression was constantly changing. The implications of this matter were too great. What they did not expect was that the human clan had broken off with the other clans. Except for the Eldar who remained neutral, the human clan and the demon clan had become mortal enemies. At this moment, the Golden Rock King and Xia Kun both had complicated expressions. The 2 clans had become mortal enemies. Then what should their relationship be like, subsequently? The Golden Rock King looked at Qin Shujian again. Since the demon clan was the enemy of the human clan, would the Qin Emperor kill him? He said that he was not nervous. That was a complete lie. But now that he had received too much information, the Golden Rock King was a little absent-minded and neglected the fear of death. Looking at everyone's expressions, Qin Shujian had a panoramic view as well. Subsequently, he said, the Heavenly Tattoo Island has always been a secular dispute. Ben Huang does not want the Heavenly Tattoo Island to get involved. As for the break between the clans, it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Tattoo Island. It has been 1,000,000 years since the ancient times. The Heavenly Tattoo Island has become completely different from the 4 great. Continents. Not all the demon clans are hostile to the human clan, only the demon clans in the Western Prefecture. Even if Ben Huang can give out the inheritance of the demon clan, not all the demon clans are on the opposite side of the human clan. As long as they are on the side of the human clan, no matter what race, they are all friends to Ben Huang. Speaking of this, Qin Shujian paused for a moment, then continued, the Golden Rock King does not need to be nervous. If Ben Huang wanted to make a move against you, he would have already done so. To be honest, as long as the Heavenly Tattoo Island does not go against the human clan. In Ben Huang's eyes, the Heavenly Tattoo Island is still a friend. The Golden Rock King's expression changed again. He couldn't quite control Qin Shujian's intentions. Not only that. Xia Kun, King of Jade Wave, and the others also had a strange expression. Thank you, Qin Emperor. In the end, the Golden Rock King could only squeeze out this sentence. He really did not know what to say. This thank you. It was probably to thank the other party for not killing him. Xia Kun said in a deep voice, we were lucky to be able to leave the island. But to return again, there is no chance. We might even be buried in the stomach of the fierce beasts. Moreover, the Heavenly Tattoo Island has the restrictions of the emperors. The third layer of the sky human realm is the limit. Cultivators of our generation also hope to reach the peak, but there is no chance in the Heavenly Tattoo Island. Right now, there is only the 4 great continents. At this point, Xia Kun glanced at the Golden Rock King and King of Jade Wave, shook his head and said with a self-mocking smile, actually, to be honest, for us, the conflict between the races is nothing. The Heavenly Tattoo Island has been isolated from the rest of the world for 1,000,000 years. Whether it is the human race or the monster race, the Eldar race, it can be said that they have merged together. If we go back, the peace of the Heavenly Tattoo Island that has been peaceful for 1,000,000 years might be damaged. Since that is the case, we might as well not go back. I believe that the Golden Rock King and King of Jade Wave have no intention of becoming enemies with Qin Emperor. It was impossible to go back. If they did not know the situation of the 4 great continents, then they might still have a chance to go back. But now, there was no way back. After all, the news of the conflict between the races would not be airtight. If they went back to the Heavenly Tattoo Island, this matter might ferment and explode in the end. At that time, the Heavenly Tattoo Island would become a place of conflict. The Golden Rock King also understood what Xia Kun meant. He looked at Qin Shujian and said, just as Qin Emperor said, the human race has enemies with the monster race, but they also have allies with the monster race. In fact, Qin Emperor should know this. The monster race is just a general term. In fact, there are countless races in the monster race. I don't know if there is a Golden Rock race in the monster race of the Western Prefecture, but I have absolutely no intention of becoming enemies with Qin Emperor and the human race. This time, we came out to ask about the whereabouts of the inheritance. Secondly, we hope to break the original shackles and reach a higher realm. The same goes for the Eldar. The King of Jade Wave added. In fact, he was not worried about this matter. The Eldar did not break off relations with the human race. They had always maintained a neutral attitude. Even in the Qianyuan realm, there was an Eldar in the heavenly human realm. Therefore, as long as he did not deliberately seek death, the King of Jade Wave was not worried that Qin Shujian would attack him. As for the elders of the 3 sects, they all remained silent. It was not their turn to speak on this occasion. The Qin Emperor was already very kind to be able to sit here. The words had already been said. That made things much simpler. Qin Shujian also understood what Xia Kun and the others were thinking. The Heavenly Pattern Island was the last pure land. At least, that was the case for now. Qin Shujian did not want the Heavenly Pattern Island to be involved in the war, and so did Xia Kun and the others. Therefore, he understood that these people did not want to go back. Qin Shujian glanced at Xia Kun and the others, and finally said in a deep voice, since you have all made a decision, Ben Huang will not force you. But since you have come to the Eastern Continent, you can stay here. Now that the Qianyuan sacred ground is in charge of the human cultivation world, you can be the guest elders of the sacred ground and can cultivate in the Qianyuan realm. If you want to set up a sect and accept disciples, Ben Huang will not stop you. Because Ben Huang only has one request. You are not to be enemies with Ben Huang in the future, and if the human race starts a war with other races, you will also have to participate in the war. Since Xia Kun and the others did not want to go back. Fine. Then they could only stay in the eastern continent and serve the human race. Or else, if the Golden Rock King and the others ran out of the eastern continent and turned to the demon race, it would be really awkward. More importantly, although the Golden Rock King and the others' strength was average, they came from the Heavenly Pattern Island, which was the most important thing. Compared to the endless disputes of the various races for millions of years. Many races had lost their inheritance. Heavenly Pattern Island. It could be said that for millions of years, the inheritance had not been cut off. Xia Chao, Star Sage, and the Tongtian ancestor were all figures of the ancient era. They achieved immortality in an alternative way and stayed on the Heavenly Pattern Island as the inheritors of the civilization. Sometimes, knowledge was really better than a lot of power. If the Golden Rock King joined the demon race because of the Golden Rock King, the situation would become very troublesome. Therefore, no matter what, Qin Shujian could not let the Golden Rock King and the others leave. If they wanted to stay in the Eastern Continent, they could only stay in the Eastern Continent. But, the Eastern Continent did not raise idle people. Even the spirit qi that they breathed in had its value. If they wanted to cultivate stably in the Eastern Continent, that was not a problem. But they had to be loyal to the Qin Emperor and serve the human emperor. Hearing this, the Golden Rock King and the others looked at each other and saw the solemn expression in each other's eyes. Since they had already said this, there was naturally no room for negotiation. If they refused, then the only way was to return to the Heavenly Pattern Island. This Qin Shi Huang would most likely ask them to go back. But if they refused, if he had to stay in the 4 great continents, it would be impossible. The Golden Rock King had a premonition. If he did so, then there would be no friendship between the two sides. At that time, there would be bloodshed. Thinking of this, the Golden Rock King and the others also made a decision. We are willing to stay in the Eastern Continent. Alright, everyone, please swear the oath of the rules. Qin Shujian nodded and said. He found that the rule oath was really useful. When something happened, it was fine to swear the rule oath. Anyway, no one could go against it unless they wanted to die. This way, the reliability of the rule oath was much higher, second only to the loyalty of the people he saw every day. But to be honest, Qin Shujian rarely looked at people's loyalty now because there was no need. If they really wanted to betray, then they would betray. With his current strength, he did not have to worry about the betrayal of others and it would have a major impact on him. To put it bluntly, even if the entire Qianyuan sacred ground betrayed him, Qin Shujian was confident that he could suppress them with one hand. This was the benefit of having absolute strength. There were no conspiracies or tricks. In the face of absolute strength, it was like a bubble that could be popped with a poke. The decision had been made. Then there was naturally no problem with swearing the rule oath. Not only the Golden Rock King and the others, but even the 6 elders at the peak of the God martial arts realm also swore the rule oath at the same time. It was considered that they had sold themselves to the Qianyuan sacred ground. The entire process. There were no waves. Because Qin Shujian was so strong that even if all the forces of the Heavenly Pattern Island were used, they might not be able to compete with him. In this way, as long as they did not want to die, there would be no problem. After everyone swore the rule oath, Qin Shujian's solemn expression disappeared and was replaced with a smile. With all of you joining us, the strength of the Qianyuan sacred ground has increased a little. It is really a cause for celebration. But in the current situation, it is not appropriate to publicize it. I hope you don't mind. You flatter us, the Golden Rock King said in a low voice. The smile on Qin Shujian's face became even more enthusiastic. 2 third-tier celestial beings. 1 first-tier celestial being and 6 cultivators at the peak of the God martial arts realm. This kind of strength. In other clans, it could only be said to be ordinary. But in today's human race, it was a big deal. Especially the Golden Rock King and the Azure Wave King. They had both stayed at the third-tier celestial being for a long time. It was only because of the restrictions of the emperors on the heavenly pattern island that they had not broken through to the fourth-tier celestial being and promoted to Saint Realm cultivators. Now they had left the heavenly pattern island. In Qin Shujian's opinion, they should be able to successfully break through soon. In this case, the human race would have 2 more Saint Realm cultivators. As for the 6 cultivators at the peak of the God martial arts realm, if they were trained, they would also have a chance to break through to the celestial being realm. It could be said that, although Heavenly Pattern Island had not been able to produce experts at the 4th-tier celestial being realm because of the restrictions of the emperors, and because of the attacks of the beasts, there were not many celestial being cultivators. But there were still many cultivators below the celestial being realm. The reason was, it was because Heavenly Pattern Island was rich in spirit chi. Everyone was born at the real martial arts realm and avoided the foundation. It was also because of the abundant spirit chi. The progress of the cultivators was also very fast. Qin Shujian even thought about whether he should find an opportunity to pull all the cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island into the human race's camp. In this way, the human race might produce a group of celestial being cultivators. However, he was just thinking about this matter. If he really did this, it would be equivalent to cutting off Heavenly Pattern Island's persistence for millions of years. Moreover, the appearance of the Qianyuan realm to a certain extent was also to cultivate experts for the human race. In addition, the spirit qi in the Liang Mountain area was gradually increasing. Not long after, the creatures in this area should be able to reach the level of being born as true martial arts. If we can raise all the spirit qi in the eastern continent to the point where everyone is born as true martial arts, then the human race will truly prosper. Qin Shujian had some thoughts in his mind. Following that, he looked at the Golden Rock King and the others and said, the Qianyuan realm occupies a large area. Other than some mountains and earth veins that have owners, you can choose to live in the remaining places. If you don't like the Qianyuan realm, then you can go to other places in the eastern continent. Hearing this, no one suggested leaving the Qianyuan realm. They weren't fools. It was obvious that the density of spirit qi in the Qianyuan realm was not something the outside world could compare to. Cultivating here, it was much better than in the outside world. However, after Qin Shujian finished speaking, the Golden Rock King did not remain silent. Emperor Qin, I want to see the cultivator who used my demon clan's inheritance. He still wanted to take a look. Who exactly did Qin Shujian pass down the inheritance to? This way, it could be considered as fulfilling the Star Saint's instructions. Hearing this, Qin Shujian naturally had no reason to refuse. Lion Tiger Plain, Ox Demon Cave. Niu Dali was originally sleeping, but when he sensed the arrival of Qin Shujian, he hurriedly transformed into his human form. Emperor Qin. This is the Demon Vein Master, Niu Dali. The demon clan's inheritance was also given to him. Qin Shujian turned his head and introduced him to the Golden Rock King. Following that, he then said to Niu Dali, this is the Golden Rock King of the Heavenly Pattern Island Saint God sect. The demon clan's inheritance came from the Saint God sect. Hearing this, Niu Dali looked at the Golden Rock King and said with a silly smile, greetings, Golden Rock King. Greetings, Vein Master Niu. The Golden Rock King's expression was somewhat complicated. He had imagined that Niu Dali might look mighty and majestic, or that he would reveal his domineering aura, but he had never thought that the other party would look like this. It was an ordinary green bull. Moreover, he didn't look very smart. However, the other party's aura was truly powerful. At least, the Golden Rock King felt a slight tremble in front of him. This kind of strength had already surpassed his own by a lot. Qin Shujian said, how is Vein Master Niu refining the Demon Emperor's blood essence? I have already refined a lot. In a few more days, I should be able to refine all of it. Niu Dali touched the horns on his head and said, I am already at the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. If I were to refine all of it, I would probably be able to reach the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. Qin Shujian nodded. The 10th level of the Heaven Realm was about there. As an expert of the upper three true immortal realms, the blood essence that was produced was naturally incomparably powerful. If it was in the past, perhaps a true immortal could be born on the spot. However, one had to know that the demon emperor's blood essence had already been worn down by millions of years. After such a long time, the power within the blood essence had already been exhausted to a serious extent. But even so, it was still able to allow a god martial realm demon clan to have a chance of breaking through to the 10th level of the heaven realm. To this, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He even wanted to go back to the heavenly pattern island and ask if the Star Saint had any other demon emperor's blood essence. If there was, he would give himself a drop as well. Xianxia felt, if he could devour and refine the demon emperor's blood essence, his strength would definitely reach an extremely strong level. The Golden Rock King asked, I wonder how strong Vayne Master Niao was when he refined the demon clan's inheritance? It seems to be the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Niao Dali touched his horns and said uncertainly. Hearing that, the Golden Rock King's heart was sour. 4th level of the divine martial realm, 6th level of the heaven realm, the speed at which his cultivation soared was simply enviable. He had been cultivating bitterly for thousands of years, and until now, he was only at the 3rd level of the heaven realm. And looking at Niao Dali's situation, if he completely refined the inheritance, there was still hope for him to break through to the 10th level of the heaven realm. As a result, the Golden Rock King was even more sour. If the inheritance was given to him, he would also be able to reach the 10th level of the heaven realm. It wouldn't be like before, where he was chased by a powerful beast for 4 to 5 months. Thinking of this matter, the Golden Rock King wanted to cry. Right now, he also wanted to go back to the heavenly pattern island and ask his ancestor if there was any demon emperor's blood essence left behind. At this moment, the Golden Rock King didn't want to work hard anymore. After leaving the Ox Demon Cave, Xianxia brought the Golden Rock King to meet Fire Sage and the others. They were all from the demon clan. It was necessary for everyone to meet. Looking at Fire Sage, Jizhou, and Wushan who were at the 8th level of the heaven realm, the Golden Rock King trembled again. He discovered. He, who could be considered a top expert in the heavenly pattern island, seemed to have become a weakling ever since he left the island. That aura of the 8th level of the heaven realm. Even if he didn't deliberately emit it, it still made the Golden Rock King feel a great pressure. Are the humans really that weak? He couldn't help but have such a thought in his heart. According to Xianxia, the strength of the humans was much weaker than the other races. But from the looks of it, the strength of the humans still made the Golden Rock King tremble. Regarding this, he couldn't help but wonder how powerful the races of the other continents were. Xianxia looked at Fire Sage and said, is there still a Golden Rock clan in the Western Continent's demon clan? After the ancient times were destroyed, the strength of the demon clan was not light. The Golden Rock clan once competed with the dragons for the position of demon emperor. In the end, the Golden Rock clan was defeated and directly left the demon clan under the pressure of the demon emperor. Later on, the demon emperor also ordered the demon clan to attack the Golden Rock clan, and both sides suffered casualties. Until 30,000 years ago, the Golden Rock emperor fell at the hands of the demon emperor. In the end, the Golden Rock secret realm was sealed and has not been opened since. Fire Sage said calmly. Such a thing, after tens of thousands of years, was enough to completely silence. Xianxia also understood the reason why he had never heard of the Golden Rock clan in the Western continent. Since the secret realm had been sealed 30,000 years ago, it naturally made sense. Following that, Fire Sage looked at the Golden Rock King in front of him with a puzzled face. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen the Golden Rock clan. Could it be that the Golden Rock clan has already opened the secret realm? She didn't have any information about when the Golden Rock clan had sided with the humans. Moreover, if the Golden Rock clan had sided with the humans, how could Xianxia not know what had happened to the Golden Rock clan? For a moment, Fire Sage was a little confused. The Golden Rock King at the side was also recalling what he had heard just now. P.S. Welcome to the group, V group, full of 1,500 fans 110, 566, 9567, Group, 9515784438. The Golden Rock clan had broken ties with the Demon clan. In other words, the Golden Rock clan no longer belonged to the Demon clan. The Golden Rock King was a little dumbfounded. He realized that he was no longer a member of the Demon clan. He ignored the Golden Rock King, who was deep in thought. After Qin Shujian gave a few more instructions to Fire Sage and the others, he left with the Golden Rock King. In the Qianyuan realm, the people from Heavenly Pattern Island. They had all been arranged by Qin Shujian to stay in the Qianyuan realm. There were a few more experts on the heaven list, which caused many people to be puzzled. However, because Qin Shujian had already instructed them, therefore, Xia Kun and the others did not reveal much about the Heavenly Pattern Island. Facing such a mysterious expert, Yi Zichen thought to himself. No matter how puzzled the others were, they could not ask. Qin Shujian did not say. Naturally, no one probed too much. Senior, during the great calamity of the ancient demon abyss, did the demons attack the sea? Pouring himself a cup of spirit tea, Qin Shujian seemed to be talking to himself. And in front of him, it was a stone saber that stayed there. There were also demons attacking the sea, but there were too many fierce beasts in the sea, so it was difficult for the demons to attack the sea. I don't know the details after that, because I had already gone to the Heavenly Pattern Island. Although the demons attacked the sea, they did not attack the Heavenly Pattern Island. Godslayer said indifferently. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was deep in thought. He was also thinking about a way out. If the demon abyss really landed on the eastern continent and the human clan was completely defeated, Qin Shujian would have to consider whether to let the human clan retreat into the sea. However, there were endless dangers in the Sea of Death. What he feared the most was. It was the deepest part of the sea. It was rumored that the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors went deep inside, but they did not get any benefits. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on his body. His life source was still steadily increasing, but it was still a little away from 1,000,000,000,000. Then, he calmed his mind and continued to enter the long river of laws, trying to comprehend more about the laws of strength. A month later, Qin Shujian's heart throbbed. After retreating from the long river of laws, he looked at his attribute panel and saw that his life simulation had already broken through the 1,000,000,000 mark. They're finally here. Looking at the trillions of life sources, Qin Shujian let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the Gui Yuan ancestral cannon also had a plus sign that could be upgraded. But this time, Qin Shujian did not immediately advance. Instead, he walked out of the Qianyuan world and headed for a secluded spot in the endless mountain range. Subsequently, he set up layers upon layers of defensive arrays around him, and then took out the heaven list as the core of the array, greatly increasing the power of the array. After doing all this, Qin Shujian calmed himself down and focused on his attribute panel. With a thought, the source of life was completely emptied. A vast and mighty force surged out from his body. Then, one by one, his acupoints opened up crazily. What a terrifying power. And so it spread out. Boom, an aura as deep as the abyss swept out from Qin Shujian's body, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. At this moment, all the defensive formations that had been set up were activated. With the suppression of the heaven list, the power of the array had reached the limit of the celestial being. But even so, the array was still trembling. At this moment, Qin Shujian had completely ignored the surrounding environment. With the breakthrough of the Gui Yuan ancestral cannon, he was already immersed in the changes in his body. That powerful aura was rising steadily. Wave after wave surged violently. In the end, half of the arrays that had been set up were broken. Buzz, the heaven list shone brightly as the core of the array, constantly strengthening the array. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer felt Qin Shujian's soaring aura and was shocked. Almost every breath that passed, the other party's aura was stronger by a notch. That surge of power, it made this Zhu being fall into a daze. The reincarnation of a powerhouse. He is definitely the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Godslayer's body trembled slightly. Endless sharpness spread out from the stone saber, suppressing Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness. Until now, he was already certain that Qin Shujian was definitely the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Or else, there was no way to explain why the other party's strength would soar every once in a while. Very soon, Godslayer fell into confusion again. If he is the reincarnation of a powerhouse, it is impossible for me to not notice it at all. Unless he is a true immortal of the upper 3 levels, it is possible for him to hide everything. As Zhu Bing, his perception was very strong. It was not an easy task to completely hide from its perception. In Godslayer's opinion, to have the chance to hide from his perception, perhaps only a true immortal of the upper 3 levels could do this. Then, the God-slaying saber had another thought. Is he really the reincarnation of a true immortal of the upper 3 levels, or is he not the reincarnation of a true immortal, but the reincarnation of an existence above the rules? He thought of the name above the rules that Qin Shujian once knew. Then he thought of the inheritance that the other party had. Originally, Godslayer only thought that the other party had obtained the inheritance of an existence above the rules. But now that he thought about it, things might not be that simple. Every once in a while, the other party's strength would soar. In this case, it was not caused by cultivation, but more like the awakening of a backup left by the previous life, combined with the name above the rules that the other party once knew. At this moment, Godslayer was sure. Qin Shujian was definitely the reincarnation of an existence above the rules. Thinking of this possibility, the God-slaying saber's body trembled violently. If he is an existence above the rules, then he will definitely grow very quickly, and even reach a realm that the Emperor of Heaven has never set foot in. In this way, the great calamity of the demonic abyss may not be a concern. Godslayer was very excited. To be able to fight against the demonic abyss, or to solve the hidden danger of the demonic abyss, it was naturally an excellent thing. Although he was not a human, he was Zhu Bing of the human race. If the demonic abyss came to destroy the human race, it was naturally not what Godslayer wanted to see. Just as Godslayer was imagining things, Qin Shujian had completed his breakthrough. With the opening of the last aperture, the originally extremely powerful aura exploded at this moment. Boom, all the formations shattered. The suppressive force of the heaven leaderboard fell, trying to forcibly seal all the aura. Qin Shujian reacted at this time, and directly controlled his own aura to retract, then grabbed the heaven leaderboard in his hand. As the aura disappeared, the shattered space around him was recovering bit by bit. Now Qin Shujian did not pay attention to the changes around him. His eyes were already on the heaven leaderboard. Name, Qin Shujian race, human age, 32 realm, celestial realm level 7 combat strength, 120,000 talent assessment, excellent 120,000 combat strength. Qin Shujian smiled. His combat strength was at 73,000 when he completed celestial realm level 6. His combat strength had officially reached 120,000 when he completed celestial realm level 7. A breakthrough. His combat strength had soared by nearly 50,000. At this moment, the number of apertures opened in Qin Shujian's body had reached 51,200. More than 50,000 apertures. It was as bright as the sun and stars. Endless power was being nurtured from within, as if it would erupt with shocking power at any time. In order to cultivate the origin returning ancestral canon to the Great Circle, one must open 129,600 stellar acupoints. Now that I have cultivated to the Great Circle of the 7th layer of the Sky Human stage, I have opened a total of 51,200 stellar acupoints. So far, I've opened about 40% of all the apertures. Based on the current growth rate, if I can open all 129,600 star acupoints, my combat strength will definitely reach the level of 300,000, or even surpass 300,000. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Thinking of this possibility, his heart was stirred. After reaching this level, Qin Shujian found that it was no longer difficult to calculate how much combat strength he would have when he cultivated to Celestial Realm level 10. 300,000 combat strength. More, no less. True immortal. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold, and a cold smile appeared on his face. So what if he was a true immortal? If he really reached Celestial Realm level 10, he might be able to compete with a true immortal in the middle 3 levels. Even now, Qin Shujian was confident that he could compete with a true immortal in the lower 3 levels. This time, he did not look for Godslayer to confirm because there was no need for that. After looking at the surrounding environment that had been completely devoured due to the shattered space, Qin Shujian returned to the Qianyuan realm. He did not break through in the Qianyuan realm. There was only one reason. He was worried that his aura would be too strong during the breakthrough and cause some problems in the Qianyuan realm. As a small world, naturally, it was not something that could be destroyed with just a strong aura. But there was one thing to know: there were still many human cultivators in the Qianyuan realm. There was no problem with the small world. But it did not mean that there was no problem with those cultivators. The aura was oppressive. It was not a joke. If the difference in strength reached a certain level, it was normal for the aura to be oppressive. After returning to the Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian did not meet anyone. Instead, he stayed in his courtyard and thought about the next move of the human race. In the small courtyard, there was only one person sitting alone. I have now broken through to the perfected 7th level of the celestial realm. In terms of strength, I am comparable to a true immortal in the lower 3 levels at their peak. Although I might not be able to match a 2nd or 3rd level true immortal. But a 1st level true immortal should not be a problem. Now, in some races, there are ancient true immortals who have been sealed. These true immortals have been sealed for at least 200,000 years. As time passes, it is difficult for true immortals to retain much of their strength. Someone as strong as Xianxia, who is a true immortal in the middle 3 levels, can only exert the strength of a 1st or 2nd level true immortal with a wisp of his remnant soul after his death. Perhaps there are true immortals in the various races who are stronger than Xianxia, or true immortals who have preserved their strength better. But the strength they can exert should not reach the middle 3 levels. Qin Shujian sat on the stone bench and analyzed the strength of the various races. After so many years, in order to retain the strength of a middle 3 levels true immortal, one had to have the strength of an upper 3 levels true immortal before being sealed. To be honest, if the various races in the past had true immortals in the upper 3 levels true immortals, then the human race would not have to fight at all. In the face of such an ancient emperor-level powerhouse, no one would be able to resist. Then, the races with such a powerhouse would have long unified the 4 major continents, and would not have been divided like this. After all, after the end of the ancient era, the true immortals in the upper 3 levels had all fallen. In the next few 100,000 years, the middle 3 levels true immortals were the strongest. Until 200 to 300,000 years ago, the strongest in the 4 major continents was Xianxia, but he was only a middle 3 levels true immortal, and had not reached the level of being invincible. Or else, Xianxia would not use such a decisive method to drag everyone down with him. In other words, even if there are powerful true immortals in the 4 major continents, they are at most comparable to a 3rd level true immortal. No, there might not even be a 3rd level true immortal, and only a 2nd level true immortal. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian decided to ask Godslayer. Senior, how big is the gap between a 1st level true immortal, a 2nd level true immortal, and a 3rd level true immortal? His understanding of the strength of a true immortal. No one should know better than Zhu Bing. As expected, after Qin Shujian asked, Godslayer said in a deep voice, a 1st level true immortal is what I told you. After transforming into an immortal body, the guaranteed combat power is about 100,000. A 2nd level true immortal is twice as strong, and so is a 3rd level true immortal. So, the lowest combat power of a 2nd level true immortal is 200,000, and a 3rd level true immortal is 400,000? That's right. The gap is not small. Qin Shujian suddenly sighed. If there was no gap between true essence and immortal essence, there might be a way to make up for it. But there were all kinds of differences between true immortals and those below true immortals. He realized, doubling the price would really kill. Qin Shujian shook his head helplessly. It seems that I can't do anything. He had originally thought, now that he had the strength of a true immortal, he might as well not wait for Emperor Zhao to break through and directly flip the table and lead the human race to kill. Anyway, the Demon Emperor and the God Emperor would definitely not be his match. But now that he understood the gap between each level of the lower three true immortals, Qin Shujian extinguished the thought in his heart again. There was no other way. The gap was too big. His current strength should be able to compete with a first-level true immortal, but he was still a little lacking if he wanted to compete with a second-level true immortal. If he encountered a third-level true immortal, there was a high chance that he would turn around and run. Although the ancient true immortals would be obstructed by the thunder tribulation when they appeared, if the various races were really ruthless enough to bring out a few true immortals, Qin Shujian felt that there was a possibility that he would be surrounded and killed. I can't do anything. I can't do anything now. At least before Emperor Zhao becomes an immortal, the human race can't flip the table. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to do anything. 7th level true immortal. It could only be said that he was qualified to compete with the various races. But to flip the table and directly start a war, and then directly say that everyone present was trash, that was still a little lacking. He felt that, to do that, he might really have to reach the limit of the true immortal. However, even so, Qin Shujian was now very confident that he could protect Emperor Zhao from attaining the Tao. The combat power of a living true immortal was not something that a sealed ancient true immortal could compare to. Because, there was a time limit for a sealed true immortal. Although it wouldn't last for 3 seconds, it wouldn't last long. The longer it lasted, the stronger the thunder tribulation was. On the contrary, the role that a cultivator with the combat power of a true immortal could play was not something that a sealed true immortal could compare to. The biggest difference was in endurance. Endurance. Qin Shujian sighed. He didn't expect, one day, he would also be reduced to the point where he had to compete with others in endurance. At this moment, Qin Shujian stopped drinking tea and waved his hand to open the entrance of the Qianyuan realm. Then, a stream of light escaped from the entrance and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Emperor Zhao, why are you here? Looking at the person in front of him, Qin Shujian's lips curled into a smile. After the establishment of the Qianyuan realm, Emperor Zhao finally had no way to break in directly. He had to wait for him to open the entrance of the Qianyuan realm. After Emperor Zhao sat down in front of Qin Shujian, a faint smile appeared on his face. Some time ago, there were some strange movements in the Dongguan prefecture. A few more names appeared on the heaven list of the Qianyuan sacred ground. May I ask if there are any strong cultivators from the sea region? Emperor Zhao is well informed. Qin Shujian wasn't too surprised. What happened in the Dongguan prefecture couldn't be hidden from the imperial court. Coupled with the heaven list, it was even more eye-catching. However, others didn't dare to ask him, but Emperor Zhao could. Will they have an impact on the human race? They won't. Qin Shujian shook his head. Tianwen Island has existed in the Dead Sea region for millions of years. That place is completely isolated from the world. A million years is enough to forget a lot of things, although the inheritance is still there. But Emperor Zhao should understand that the inheritance won't change, but people's hearts will. It's good that there won't be any problems. Since you have a plan, Ben Huang naturally won't object. Emperor Zhao said. Qin Shujian looked at him suspiciously. Emperor Zhao, you came here this time only for Xia Kun and the others. A few little celestial beings don't need to trouble you. A few days ago, Marquis Baiyun came to Ben Huang and asked about Ben Huang's attainment of the Tao. Emperor Zhao said slowly. Qin Shujian didn't speak, but listened to what the other party had to say next. The other party came all the way here. It couldn't be because of Xia Kun and the others. In that case, it could only be related to the attainment of the Tao. The conversation didn't last long. Qin Shujian understood why Emperor Zhao came here. After a while, he looked at Emperor Zhao and said, "You have made a decision, and Ben Huang won't interfere. This is good. Your chances of attaining the Tao will be greater." Speaking of this, Qin Shujian took out 2 elixirs from the heaven list and handed them to Emperor Zhao. This is a 10th level fate elixir. It can restore the qi and blood of cultivators below the perfected immortal realm to their peak. 10th level fate elixir? Emperor Zhao said with a strange expression. Ben Huang only knows about the 9th level fate elixir. Above the 9th level is the divine elixir. I've never heard of the 10th level. He knew about the 9th level elixir. He also knew about the divine elixir. But he was unfamiliar with the 10th level elixir. However, in Emperor Zhao's eyes, the two elixirs in front of him could swallow spiritual qi as if they were living cultivators. The elixirs themselves also exuded a strong aura, which shocked him. Qin Shujian said, above the 9th level and below the divine elixir are the 10th level elixirs. There shouldn't be any in the past, but now that Ben Huang has refined them, there will naturally be some. Ben Huang is impressed by your skills, Emperor Qin. Emperor Zhao also complimented him. To be able to refine elixirs beyond the 9th level, such skills were indeed incredible. Not everyone could refine divine elixirs. Only perfected immortals were qualified to refine divine elixirs. The two fate elixirs in front of him were naturally not at the level of divine elixirs, but they were far beyond the 9th level. In this way, it was reasonable to call them 10th level. After getting the elixirs, Emperor Zhao did not stay. His body gradually dissipated, and finally turned into a stream of light and left with the two elixirs. Seeing this scene, Qin Shujian was not surprised. From the beginning to the end, it was only a wisp of Emperor Zhao's divine thought that appeared here. The real Emperor Zhao was still in Zhongzhou and had never left. This was a half-immortal expert. A wisp of his divine thought was enough to travel all over the world and set foot on hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers. In fact, it was not just a half-immortal. Even an ordinary celestial being cultivator could do this. The young spirit of the god martial arts realm could also leave the body, but it could not go so far. Emperor Zhao left. Qin Shujian did not waste any time. After leaving the Qianyuan realm, he went to the western prefecture. In the nine-headed secret realm, Qin Shujian and the Dog Emperor sat opposite each other. Emperor Qin seems to have become different again. The Dog Emperor looked at the person in front of him in surprise, as if he thought he had seen wrongly. After looking at him seriously for a while, his heart gradually became heavy. He was stronger. Compared to the last time, Qin Shujian in front of him had become stronger. There was no basis for it. Such a guess was all because of the Dog Emperor's own feeling. To this, he did not doubt it at all. When one's cultivation reached the Dog Emperor's level, he was extremely confident in his own perception. Since he sensed that Qin Shujian had become stronger, then he had become stronger. To this, the Dog Emperor had to ask carefully, Emperor Qin's cultivation has broken through again? He remembered. Last time, Qin Shujian said that he was in the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Could it be that he had broken through to the 7th level of the celestial being realm this time, a supreme expert of the nirvana realm? He felt a fatal threat from a cultivator in the 6th or 7th level of the celestial being realm. If this matter was spread out, no one would believe it. But in the Dog Emperor's eyes, it was not funny at all. I just happened to break through and reached the 7th level of the celestial being realm. After receiving a definite answer, the Dog Emperor thought to himself, as expected. Soon after, he calmed himself down, then asked, Emperor Qin was already comparable to a half-immortal when he was in the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Could it be that now that he has broken through, he has a chance to be comparable to a true immortal? Against ordinary true immortals of the lower 3 levels, it should not be a problem. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment, then said calmly. The Dog Emperor's heart trembled again. However, he did not completely believe those words. Although the 9-headed dog clan had an ancient true immortal, it did not mean that the Dog Emperor had seen the might of a true immortal. For 200,000 years, there were no living beings that could successfully prove their Tao. Even if there was a true immortal who had broken through the seal, the Dog Emperor did not directly face that might. It was hard to judge the strength of a true immortal. But he knew one thing. A true immortal was an existence that was completely above the celestial being realm. Even a supreme expert of the nirvana realm was like an ant in front of a true immortal. Qin Shujian in front of him was strong. But in the Dog Emperor's eyes, he should still be slightly weaker than a true immortal. Of course, he did not say those words out loud. After all, if he refuted Qin Shujian, it would make everyone feel awkward. There was no need for that. After he calmed down, the Dog Emperor said, Qin Huang suddenly came to the 9-headed secret realm. Is it because Zhao Emperor is about to achieve Tao? Zhao Emperor is indeed about to achieve Tao. When? In 4 months. Good. When Zhao Emperor achieves Dao in 4 months, the 9-headed dog clan will do what we promised and help Zhao Emperor. But Ben Huang cannot guarantee the success or failure. The dog emperor nodded and said. After all, Qin Huang should understand that we only have one true immortal in our clan. As for the other clans, although there are not many true immortals in each clan, there are still many of them added together. Under such circumstances, our clan will not be able to play a big role. In the dog emperor's eyes, the probability of Zhao Emperor achieving Dao was indeed not high. But there was nothing he could do. The 9-headed dog clan had its own difficulties. The devil clan was a big threat. If there were no humans at the front, the 9-headed dog clan would not be able to withstand the pressure from the devil clan. It was not the same as before. In the past, the rules of heaven and earth were not perfect. Even if there was a difference in strength between the clans, the balance could still be maintained. But not now. When the rules of heaven and earth were perfect, the top clans would benefit the most. Those sealed true immortals were waiting for this moment. The devil clan would not let go of this chance to reach the peak. This was also the main reason why the dog emperor agreed to the alliance. Xianxia said, "Dog emperor, there is no need to worry. The decision has been made. There is no need to think too much." Compared to the 9-headed dog clan, Ben Huang is more unwilling to see the human clan fail. By the same logic, since Zhao Emperor dares to achieve Dao, he must be confident. During this period of time, Ben Huang has been traveling among the clans. The 9-headed dog clan is not the only ally. When the time comes, Ben Huang will give the order. Once Ben Huang gives the order, he will immediately send true immortals to help. The human clan will take care of the rest of the matter. Qin Shujian's confidence. This caused the dog emperor's solemn expression to soften a little. Is the Qin emperor that confident? If I am not confident, how can I be an emperor? Qin Shujian smiled. The dog emperor nodded and said, "Don't worry, Qin Huang. Since we have already agreed, we will not go back on our word. When Qin Huang gives the order, our true immortals will naturally help Zhao Emperor." Good. Qin Shujian nodded and then changed the topic. "Dog Emperor, you have also received a message from the Qianyuan sacred ground. Is there any news about the flood dragon that was attacked by the extraterritorial demons?" The purpose of his visit this time. The first was about Zhao Emperor's attainment of Dao. The second was about the martial sage. This flood dragon was at the 9th level of the celestial being realm. Qin Shujian could not forget about it. There was no other way. The flood dragon race was simply too useful. Hearing this, the dog emperor shook his head and said, "The flood dragon's whereabouts are very secretive and his strength is extremely strong. It is not easy to accurately track him down." During this period of time, he had also attacked many forces and killed a few powerful cultivators. That said, every time a ruler attacked, he immediately fled and didn't confront the ruler head-on at all. This flood dragon must be found. Qin Shujian's expression was also solemn. "Dog Emperor, you should understand how great the threat of the extraterritorial demons is. This flood dragon hunts powerful cultivators everywhere in order to seize the power of the rules. Once he has seized enough power of the rules, his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, in the endless void, there are too many powerful extraterritorial demons. If he opens a passage between heaven and earth and leads other demons here, I am afraid it will be a big problem." Qin Huang's worries are somewhat reasonable, but the possibility of this extraterritorial demon opening a passage is not very high. The dog emperor shook his head slightly. "Why do you say so?" "Qin Huang, although the extraterritorial demons are a complete race, they will also devour each other. They are one, but they are also opposed to each other. For this extraterritorial demon, this world is his home ground. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not allow other extraterritorial demons to divide this world. Therefore, as long as he is not forced to a dead end, this extraterritorial demon will definitely not force open a passage and lead other extraterritorial demons here. On the contrary, if we force him too much, that possibility may arise." The dog emperor said in a deep voice. The extraterritorial demons were not a secret in the ancient times. The 9-headed dog clan. It was also one of the big clans in the ancient times. Therefore, there was a corresponding information about the extraterritorial demons left behind. As the current emperor of the nine-headed dog clan, the dog emperor naturally had the right to know all the information about the inheritance. Hearing the dog emperor's analysis, Qin Shujian also felt that it made sense. He originally thought that if an extraterritorial demon entered this world, he would think of a way to share it with other demons of his kind. But now it seemed that was not possible. The dog emperor is right, but the extraterritorial demon is still a threat. Rumor has it that the flood dragon he took over was only at the 9th level of the celestial being realm, but now it seems to have grown to the 10th level of the celestial being realm. If this continues, it will be a big problem, Qin Shujian said calmly. Speaking of which, he looked at the dog emperor and said again, Ben Huang hopes that if the dog emperor finds out where the extraterritorial demon is, you can send a message to the human race. When the time comes, Ben Huang will personally deal with it and ensure that the extraterritorial demon has no way to escape. No problem. The dog emperor nodded. He was aware of what had happened in the human territory. When the flood dragon attacked the human territory, the Black Emperor personally took action, but still failed to take it down. The dog emperor also understood his own strength. Even if he was stronger than the Black Emperor, he was not that much stronger. If he really wanted to take action, he might not be able to take down the flood dragon. On the contrary, probably only this Qin emperor in front of him could guarantee that he could take down the flood dragon. After chatting with the dog emperor for a while, Qin Shujian stood up and said goodbye. After leaving the nine-headed dog clan, he immediately went to the subduing dragons. Immediately after, Qin Shujian left the western continent and went to the southern continent and the northern continent. The places he went, they were all allies or traitors who had used half of the rules in the past to trick them. These forces, they would all help the human race to produce true immortals in the future. The blood cloud surged. 100,000 miles of blood cloud covered the sky and the sun, covering the territory of a small clan. They could only see boundless killing intent descending from the heavens and earth, causing the territory of that small clan to be plunged into chaos and slaughter. In the blood cloud, one by one, the demon cultivators walked out and killed the living beings below. The secret realm shook. A powerful aura was emitted from it. Blood demon, you dare to come to my cloud clan to kill? You're courting death. The void cracked, and the blood cloud in the sky quickly disappeared, replaced by black clouds that covered the sky. Xianxia looked at the black clouds, and an evil smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, he had already merged with the blood cloud. Immediately after, the blood cloud's power increased greatly, and all the black clouds that were closing in were forcibly assimilated. The two clashed. It was as if the world had turned into blood and black, and then they were corroding and swallowing each other. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of other cultivators. Blood cloud. Blood demon. Xianxia. Qin Shujian looked at the blood cloud that covered the sky in front of him, and his eyes flickered. That shocking murderous intent. It made his spiritual deity throb slightly. Although that murderous intent was not a threat to him, it was extremely pure. When the human race walked out of the East continent to fight, Xianxia had also unleashed his strength, but the murderous power that he showed at that time could not be compared to the current one. As for Xianxia betraying the human race and establishing the demon race, Qin Shujian did not have any thoughts. As long as the other party did not become enemies with the human race, there would be no problem. Therefore, during this period of time, Qin Shujian did not deliberately look for Xianxia's whereabouts, nor did he deliberately kill in the North Continent. However, what he did not expect was, he occasionally came to the North Continent and coincidentally bumped into Xianxia. As for the forces that Xianxia attacked, Qin Shujian also knew a little. The Cloud Clan, an ordinary clan with a 10th level celestial being ruler overseeing it. Looking at the two sides that were fighting in the sky, Qin Shujian did not approach, but he did not leave either. He just stood there and watched from afar. He also wanted to see it. What level had Xianxia's strength reached? Senior, can one's strength really become stronger after becoming a demon? Looking at the two sides that were fighting, Xianxia did not quite understand. Could it be? Was it really twice as strong as becoming a demon and 3 times weaker than becoming a demon? Looking at the situation in front of him, Xianxia was not just twice as strong. If he was really so powerful, he had to consider whether he should think of a way to become a demon too. In that case, he might be able to hang a perfected immortal up and beat him up. Godslayer said, "It's not that becoming a demon will definitely make one stronger. It's just that cultivators who become a demon mostly follow their own hearts. Those who understand their hearts can become stronger. Some people who enter the Tao from the demon can also break through several realms in an instant. Some people who enter the demon from the Tao can also suffer a backlash and their realms fall." Hearing that, Xianxia nodded slightly. That made sense. If becoming a demon really made one twice as strong, then who would be willing to become a demon, at this moment? The outcome of the battle between the Black Cloud and the Blood Cloud seemed to have been decided. The power of the Black Cloud soared and swallowed 3/4 of the Blood Cloud. In the end, the Blood Cloud exploded with a loud bang, blowing up a large part of the Black Cloud. Then, the remaining part of the Blood Cloud turned into Xianxia's appearance. At the same time, it also became illusory and transformed into a human form. In comparison, Xianxia's aura was a little dispirited, while Cloud Emperor's aura was slightly chaotic, but it felt strong. The difference between the two was obvious. "Blood Demon, you're dead today." The Cloud Emperor looked at Xianxia, who had been suppressed by him. He already had the upper hand. As for the Blood Demon, many forces in the North Continent had the intention to kill him. During this time, the Blood Demon was wreaking havoc in the North Continent, slaughtering many creatures. Especially when the murderous aura of heaven and earth descended, cultivators who were not strong enough would be instantly bewitched and fall into endless slaughter. So, every time the Blood Demon appeared, it was accompanied by a massacre. Even the ancient Buddha clan had suffered heavy losses. The ancient Buddha Emperor had attacked many times, but he could not stop the Blood Demon. However, the Cloud Emperor was now confident that he could stop the Blood Demon completely. Thinking that he had accomplished what the ancient Buddha Emperor had failed to do, a carefree smile appeared on his face. Kill the Blood Demon, many forces in the North Continent owed the Cloud Clan a favor. This was a good thing. For the Cloud Clan, it also had many benefits. Dark clouds covered the sky, wrapping around the Blood Clouds. In the Cloud Clan's secret realm, one after another, experts walked out and attacked the Demon Clan cultivators. As a clan that had existed for a long time, although the Cloud Clan was not very strong, their foundation was not weak at all. Listening to the Cloud Emperor's threat, Xianxia did not have the slightest fear on his face, but there was a hint of madness in his scarlet eyes. Kill me quickly. I have long wanted someone to kill me." As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually widened, as if he was mocking him. Seeing this, the Cloud Emperor's face turned cold, and in the next instant, he had already attacked Xianxia. Boom, the void collapsed, and dark clouds covered the sky. Xianxia did not retreat. With a wave of his hand, the blood cloud surged, and countless weapons evolved from it, attacking the Cloud Emperor. The two fought again. Not long after, Xianxia's physical body was shattered. In the end, the Cloud Emperor's palm landed heavily, and Xianxia's body was torn apart. But before he could be happy, the blood cloud surged, and another Xianxia walked out. "How about you and I join forces? I only want the Cloud Emperor's life, and the Cloud Clan's secret realm is yours," Xianxia suddenly said. As soon as he finished, the Cloud Emperor was shocked. He spread out his divine consciousness, but he did not find anything. Deliberately mystifying things. The Cloud Emperor sneered. It was also at this moment. A terrifying aura came crashing down from the sky. The Cloud Emperor looked up and saw a list floating in the sky. Heaven ranking. Emperor Qin. He instantly recognized the origin of the list, and his face turned pale. Emperor Qin of the human clan. The Cloud Emperor had never expected that the Qin Emperor of the human clan would come at this time and speak to him. In a split second, great fear welled up in his heart. Even when Xue Ling Huang attacked the Cloud tribe, the Cloud Emperor did not feel this much fear. Because, no matter how strong Shueling Huang was, he was also merely a Nirvana realm supreme powerhouse. The Qin emperor of the human clan was a half-immortal. Although half-immortal experts had not truly become true immortals, their strength was naturally needless to say since they had the word immortal attached to them. In front of a half-immortal, even those at the 10th level of the celestial being realm had no way of contending against them. There was no time to think. The Cloud Emperor summoned the luck of the Cloud tribe and used it on himself. Immediately. The Cloud Emperor was originally a 10th stage celestial being. Under the support of luck, his strength directly soared to the Nirvana realm. At this moment, the heaven ranking had already descended. That terrifying power crushed the surrounding void into powder. Facing such power, the Cloud Emperor's face was ferocious. His vital essence surged, and the long river of laws broke through the air. All the attacks bombarded the heaven ranking. Boom, the two collided. All the attacks were destroyed. The heaven ranking descended. The Cloud Emperor did not even have time to scream before his body was smashed into pieces. His spiritual deity was directly exposed to the air. Next, the power of the heaven ranking swept out, and the Cloud Emperor's terrified spiritual deity was sucked in. The entire process. It happened in a flash. In just a breath's time, the Cloud Emperor had already fallen. With the fall of the Cloud Emperor, the luck of the Cloud tribe shook. All the people of the Cloud tribe felt sorrowful in their hearts. Those experts of the Cloud tribe who were fighting with the Devil clan also looked at the person in the sky in horror, and the place where the Cloud Emperor had fallen. Emperor! The Emperor has fallen. Quickly return to the secret realm of the Cloud tribe and seal it. The experts of the Cloud tribe roared wildly. Then, they no longer cared about fighting with the Devil clan cultivators and instantly fled toward the secret realm. The Cloud Emperor had fallen. The Qin emperor of the human clan made a move and directly killed the Cloud Emperor, who was comparable to a Nirvana realm expert. That kind of strength. Even if the entire Cloud tribe gathered together, there was no possibility of resisting. If they were determined to fight to the death with Qin Shujian, the Cloud tribe would definitely be destroyed. After all, the Earth Eldar of the Western Prefecture had been killed by the Qin Emperor. The Cloud tribe was weaker than the Earth Eldar. If they really fought to the death, there was no way for them to survive. And even if they sealed the secret realm, they might not be able to stop the Qin Emperor. However, if they did not seal the secret realm, they would definitely die. The former still had a chance to live. The latter was doomed. How to choose? For the experts of the Cloud tribe, there was nothing worth hesitating about. So, all the members of the Cloud tribe retreated toward the secret realm. But even if they retreated, it did not mean that the Devil clan cultivators would give up chasing. Boom! Suddenly, some experts of the Cloud tribe self-destructed, blocking the Devil clan cultivators. Soon, a large number of Cloud tribe cultivators retreated into the secret realm. Then, the entrance to the secret realm was closed. As for the remaining members of the Cloud tribe who could not retreat in time, they fought the Devil clan cultivators to the death. The Qin Emperor's strength is indeed powerful. Looking at Qin Shujian in front of him, Xianxia's scarlet eyes showed a hint of fear. When it came to true strength, he was not as good as the Cloud Emperor. But even someone as strong as the Cloud Emperor was killed by the other party with one blow. Such strength made Xianxia feel great pressure. He had a premonition. If Qin Shujian wanted to attack him, he was not sure if he could escape. Strength was part of the reason. Another reason was the Heaven List in the other party's hands. The Heaven List was an 8-seal Dao artifact. It gathered the fortune of the human clan and had a strong sealing power. Facing such a treasure, it was not easy to escape. Putting away the Heaven List, Qin Shujian looked at Xianxia with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Should Ben Huang call you Brother Hanhai or Blood Demon?" Xianxia or Blood Demon, it's just a name. I am still me. The scarlet in Xianxia's eyes faded a little. He said lightly. Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. That's true. Ben Huang is wrong. It's a pity that the Cloud Emperor was killed by the Qin Emperor. If he could stay, maybe the Devil clan would have another expert of the 10th level of the Celestial Being realm. Thinking of the fallen Cloud Emperor, Xianxia felt a little pity. After all, if an expert of the 10th level of the Celestial Being realm was assimilated by him, the strength of the Devil clan would increase a lot. It would be more convenient to attack other clans in the future. To this, Xianxia did not answer directly. He looked sideways at the Cloud Tribe's secret realm and shook his head with a smile. What's the use of sealing the secret realm? After that, the Godslayer came out. Zhu Bing's power could tear the sky and the earth apart. In an instant, the entire secret realm was torn open. Immediately, Xianxia stepped inside. The heaven list came out, and the void in the secret realm collapsed. All the cultivators of the Cloud Tribe raised their heads and looked at the falling heaven list. Their eyes were filled with despair. Boom, the heaven list turned into infinity and directly flattened the entire Cloud Tribe's secret realm. At that moment, the Cloud Tribe was destroyed. Suddenly, the sovereigns of all the clans sensed it. Looking in the direction of the Cloud Tribe, their faces became solemn. Another clan was destroyed. One had to know. It was not an easy thing to destroy a clan. The first clan that was destroyed was the Eldar. Now, it was the Cloud Tribe. Many experts were puzzled as they tried to guess who it was that had annihilated the Cloud Tribe. The first thing they thought of was, it was the Soul Protection Emperor. After successfully attaining the Tao, the Soul Protection Emperor's strength had greatly increased. He was an expert who was stronger than most half-immortals. If the Soul Protection Emperor were to attack the Cloud Tribe, there was a high chance that he could destroy the Cloud Tribe. Find out who destroyed the Cloud Tribe, Xue Linghuang ordered. A Blood Eldar elder said, in the North Continent, other than our clan and the ancient Buddha clan, only the Soul Protection clan has the strength to destroy the Cloud Tribe. If the Soul Protection clan attacks, what should we do? The Cloud Tribe is a vassal of our clan. If the Soul Protection Emperor attacks, then we'll destroy the Soul Protection clan. Xue Linghuang's face was cold. In the past, he was too lazy to care about the Soul Protection Emperor. He did not want to waste his trump card on the weakest true immortal. However, if the Soul Protection Emperor did not know what was good for him and dared to go against the Blood Eldar, then Xue Linghuang would let him understand that not everyone was qualified to challenge the Blood Eldar. If he really went against the Blood Eldar, only death awaited them. Elder Xue Eldar said, the Soul Protection Emperor is very strong. If we attack, I'm afraid the chances of winning are not high. He's just the weakest true immortal. Let a true immortal unseal and he can destroy the entire Soul Protection clan. Yes. Soon. The Blood Eldar sent experts to the Cloud Tribe to gather information. After all, the Cloud Tribe was destroyed. This was not a small matter. Moreover, the Cloud Tribe was a vassal of the Blood Eldar. If the Blood Eldar did nothing when the vassal tribe was destroyed, it would inevitably make the other vassal tribes disappointed. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it from, the Blood Eldar had to show up. On the other hand, after Xianxia destroyed the Cloud Tribe, he pulled out the entire Cloud Tribe's secret realm. Instantly, the void collapsed. A secret realm was directly pulled out, then sealed by a powerful force and forcefully stuffed into the heaven list. Without the existence of the secret realm, behind the collapsed space, there was an endless void. Originally, the void outside of heaven and earth was different from the void inside heaven and earth. But the existence of the secret realm, it was attached to heaven and earth. Therefore, when the secret realm was pulled out, a crack in the void outside of heaven and earth appeared. The void outside of heaven and earth. Xianxia put his hands behind his back. Through the broken space, he could see the loneliness behind the space. The power of heaven and earth was slowly closing the crack in the void. At this moment, countless black shadows came from the void outside of heaven and earth. They instantly occupied the crack in the void and then spread out through the crack. The black shadows spread. As if they had discovered Xianxia's existence, they immediately tried to devour him. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and did not move, allowing the black shadows to come closer. When the black shadows were about to touch him, the Godslayer suddenly appeared. The terrifying blade light tore through the sky and earth and instantly destroyed all the black shadows. It was like a baby crying. It was also like a ferocious beast roaring. The black shadow only let out a mournful scream before disappearing. What replaced it were a few crystals that fell from the sky. Qin Shujian moved his divine thought. The crystals that fell were instantly collected by him. On the other side, as time passed, the void gradually healed. However, just as it was about to heal successfully, endless darkness descended from the void outside of heaven and earth. An evil aura passed through the crack, causing Qin Shujian's expression to instantly turn solemn. Buzz, at this moment, the void completely healed. That evil energy also disappeared without a trace. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "That demon just now should have reached the level of a true immortal, right?" "That's right." The Godslayer said, "It's at least a second-level immortal, or even a third-level immortal." Second-level immortal, third-level immortal, Qin Shujian's mind was focused. He knew that the Outer Realm demons were very powerful. Only when the myriad clans were at their peak in ancient times did they not fear the Outer Realm demons. But now, the myriad clans were destroyed, and the strength of all forces was greatly reduced. If a second-level immortal or even a third-level immortal from the Outer Realm demons really came in, the North Continent might completely fall. Not only that, it would not be an easy task for the other continents to contend against them. It seems that I can't casually tear open the mystic realm. The last time I tore open the Earth Spirit mystic realm, it must have leaked the heaven and earth aura that attracted the attention of the Outer Realm demons, causing them to wander around heaven and earth. Now that the Yun clan's mystic realm has been torn open again, it attracted the Outer Realm demons. In the future, I'm afraid these Outer Realm demons will wander around there for a period of time, waiting for the next opportunity to enter heaven and earth. In just an instant, Qin Shujian figured out the reason. The Outer Realm demons were like hyenas. Heaven and earth was like a huge piece of fresh meat that was full of temptation. It was only because of the existence of the heaven and earth barrier that the hyena's search was blocked. However, once the mystic realm was torn open, it was equivalent to a gap in the protective membrane. The hyenas would naturally pounce on the smell of flesh and blood. Then, the gap behind it would disappear. However, the residual smell of blood would still exist there. Such a smell. It would cause the Outer Realm demons to wander outside heaven and earth, waiting for the next opportunity. He figured out the key points. Qin Shujian finally understood. Without enough strength, he could no longer tear open the mystic realm carelessly. Otherwise, it would attract powerful Outer Realm demons. That would be really troublesome. He was now certain. In the void of the Outer Realm demons that were comparable to second or third level perfected immortals were definitely still waiting there. However, now that the void had healed, Qin Shujian was not afraid that the Outer Realm demons would have a chance to barge in. Then, he looked at the sky. Unknowingly, the blood cloud had disappeared. Xianxia and all the demon race cultivators left quietly. "Are you still afraid that I'll make a move?" Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. The reason why Xianxia ran so quickly without even saying goodbye was obvious. He was obviously afraid that he would make a move. That was why he ran away so decisively. However, he did not really chase after Xianxia. It was still the same sentence. If he was not his enemy, then he was not his enemy. After putting Xianxia's matter aside, Qin Shujian focused his attention on the Cloud Race's territory in front of him. It was the same as the Earth Eldar's territory. There was also a spirit vein in the Cloud Race's territory. The hand blade fell. The earth cracked and split apart. Rich spiritual energy overflowed from it. Then, Qin Shujian reached out and a huge spirit vein was forcefully extracted from the ground. A large spirit vein, however, compared to the Earth Eldar's spirit vein, this spirit vein was barely large. However, this was enough. Qin Shujian collected the large spirit vein and then left in the Earth Eldar's territory under the horrified gazes of the foreign cultivators. Not long after, the Blood Eldar's experts arrived. Very soon, the news that Qin Shujian and blood demon Xianxia had joined forces to destroy the Cloud Race had spread. Human race. After receiving the news, Bloodling Huang was a little surprised, but his eyes soon turned cold. Whether it was the Soul Protector race. It didn't matter if it was the human race. It was impossible for the Blood Eldar to not make a move against the Cloud race. An elder said, "My emperor, should we attack the human race now?" Hearing that, Bloodling Huang did not answer immediately. After a long time, only then did a voice slowly come out. Emperor Zhao of the human race should be about to reach the Tao. Emperor Qin is a half-immortal. If we want to kill him, I'm afraid we'll need 2 true immortals. When Emperor Zhao reaches the Tao, our race can't sit back and do nothing. If we use too many true immortals, it won't be a good thing. Bloodling Huang instantly figured out the pros and cons. In his eyes, with Zhu Bing and Qin Shujian on the heaven list, the threat was much greater than the Soul Protector Emperor. A Soul Protector Emperor. Bloodling Huang was confident that he could send a true immortal to kill him. To face Qin Shujian, at least 2 true immortals were needed. If a true immortal were to take action and the other party managed to escape, the Blood Spirit clan would lose everything they had invested. So, true immortals did not attack, but once they did, they had to get something. Or else. There was no need to let a true immortal break out of the seal. My emperor, what do you mean? When Emperor Zhao reaches the Tao, our race will teach the human race a lesson. But before that, we can't do nothing. Take Ben Huang's decree to the human race's territory and give them a warning. As Bloodling Huang spoke, a jade talisman flew out of his hand and landed in the hands of an elder. Destroy the Cloud race. For Qin Shujian, it was a complete surprise. The Cloud Emperor had also lost a lot of energy when fighting with Xianxia. In addition, he was restrained by the other party, so he did not notice his presence at the beginning. And then there was the absolute gap in strength between the 2 sides. The fall of the Cloud Emperor was a matter of course. It could be said that if Xianxia was not there, it would not be easy for Qin Shujian to kill the Cloud Emperor if he wanted to escape. I went out for a walk and got back a secret realm. This is a good deal. Qin Shujian was full of smiles. He killed the Cloud Emperor. He also killed the entire Cloud race. His life source increased by more than 100 billion. In other words, he saved more than a month's time. For others, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. It was not worth their attention at all. But in Qin Shujian's eyes, more than a month's time was enough to change too many things. He could save a month. His strength could improve a lot. If he could save a year or 2, Qin Shujian was confident that he could make the various races cry in front of the human race. From the 6th level to the 7th level of the celestial being, I need trillions of life sources. Then from the 7th level of the celestial being to the 8th level of the celestial being, I might need 2 trillion. My current life source is just over 200 billion. It's still too far away. Taking time to look at the changes in his attribute panel, Qin Shujian shook his head. If he wanted to directly upgrade to the 8th level of the celestial being, he had to destroy at least a dozen or 20 races. But if he did so, he was afraid that the 4 great continents would go crazy. So, Qin Shujian could only think about it. There was no way for him to really do it. After returning to the East continent, Qin Shujian first took out all the spirit veins contained in the Cloud race's secret realm and then integrated them into the Qianyuan realm. Suddenly, the spirit energy in the Qianyuan realm skyrocketed. All the cultivators who were cultivating in the Qianyuan realm woke up in the skyrocketing spirit energy. Why did the spirit energy become stronger again? Could it be that Emperor Qin got some spirit veins again? That's why the spirit energy in the Qianyuan realm skyrocketed. Some cultivators were stunned. But they did not care much. The skyrocketing spirit energy was a good thing. As for the reason for the skyrocketing spirit energy, it was not that important. In a mountain range, the Golden Rock King and others built a few simple thatched cottages here. Then the people of the Heavenly Pattern Islands settled down here. For them, the living environment was actually not that special. Although the palaces of the Heavenly Pattern Islands seemed to be very prosperous, they were things passed down from ancient times. For other cultivators, the thatched cottages in Yellow Earth City were very normal. The spirit energy has increased again. It's so strong. It's even stronger than the small world of the Holy God sect. The Golden Rock King opened his eyes from cultivation. There was a look of shock in his eyes. The spirit energy in the Qianyuan realm. It was already not weaker than the small world of the Holy God sect. But just now, the spirit energy density skyrocketed again. It had completely surpassed the Holy God sect. Outside the thatched cottage, a normal-sized tree took root in it and then slowly breathed in the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Just as the spirit vein fell in the middle of the tree, the face of the King of Azure Billows appeared. A new spirit vein has appeared. As an Eldar, he was very sensitive to spirit energy. The appearance of the spirit vein. Naturally, it could not be hidden from the King of Azure Billows. As an Eldar in the second tier of the celestial being realm, Mu Yang could take root in the Qianyuan realm and even reach the extent of covering the entire Qianyuan realm. The King of Azure Billows naturally had such ability. However, without Qin Shujian's permission, the King of Azure Billows did not dare to take root in the Qianyuan realm. He could only breathe in the spirit energy like an ordinary cultivator. He came back to his senses from the matter of spirit energy. The King of Azure Billows looked at the long river of rules surging in the sky. He had a hunch in his heart. He had broken through to the fourth tier of the celestial being realm. It should not take too much time. That river looks good. I don't know how the Qin Emperor got it. I'll have to ask him when I have time. The King of Azure Billows was a little envious. There was no other reason. He simply felt that having a river in the sky looked very dignified. As for the existence of the long river of rules, the King of Azure Billows did not recognize it. After all, he was only a cultivator in the third tier of the celestial being realm. In addition, he was in the heavenly pattern island and had no chance to touch the long river of rules. It was normal that he did not recognize it. In addition, under the long river of rules, there was a seal set by Qin Shujian. Therefore, the King of Azure Billows could not feel the power of the long river of rules. After placing the spirit vein, after Qin Shujian left the Qianyuan realm, he stepped into the void and instantly arrived at the Fallen Moon Mansion. The Fallen Moon Mansion. The Chongming True Dominion. The moment the void collapsed, it caused a huge commotion. As the true overlord of the Chongming True Dominion, the Flying Crane sect was also the first to discover such a strange phenomenon. When Qin Shujian stepped out of the void, Bai Hongzhe immediately arrived, bowed, and said, Bai Hongzhe of the Flying Crane sect greets the Qin Emperor. At this moment, Bai Hongzhe. He had already broken through to the spirit god realm. However, in front of Qin Shujian, he did not dare to be rude at all. In fact, there was also a trace of undetectable excitement. Yes. Excitement, strictly speaking, the Flying Crane sect was a force that relied on Qin Shujian. In addition, the Flying Crane sect had always acted according to the rules and did not violate the Qianyuan sacred ground. In this way, when the Qin Emperor suddenly appeared in the Chongming True Dominion, Bai Hongzhe had a premonition that something good was going to happen. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, It's been a while since we last met. Sect Master Bai, your cultivation has improved quite well. I don't dare to be praised by the Qin Emperor. Bai Hongzhe smiled slightly and then asked politely, May I know why the Qin Emperor has come to the Chongming True Dominion this time? If you have any orders, the Flying Crane sect and I will definitely do our best to show loyalty. It was always needed. However, it was not easy for Bai Hongzhe to meet Qin Shujian in the past. Now that the Qin Emperor was finally standing here, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Qin Shujian shook his head. Sect Master Bai, just step back a little. Yes. Bai Hongzhe had an awkward look on his face, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions and left as he was told. Immediately, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list and released a large spirit vein from it. The moment the spirit vein appeared, a wave of extremely dense spiritual energy burst out. Bai Hongzhe bore the brunt of it. When he felt the rich spiritual energy rushing towards him, his face suddenly turned slightly red, as if he was drunk. Then, under Bai Hongzhe's horrified gaze, the ground shook violently. In the next instant, the ground cracked. The spirit vein was directly thrown into the crack. After the spirit vein was buried, the cracked ground healed again. Qin Shujian took out the sealed Yin clan's mystic realm and forced it to explode under Bai Hengze's horrified gaze. Boom, the mystic realm was shattered. Terrifying spirit qi instantly swept across the world like an ocean wave. At that moment, Bai Hengze did not care about his manners. He sat cross-legged on the ground and madly circulated the Universe Tao-Seeking Sutra to absorb the surging spirit qi. Rumble, the spirit qi surged. His cultivation broke through. Second level of the spirit martial realm, third level of the spirit martial realm, fourth level of the spirit martial realm. Not only Bai Hengze, but all the cultivators in the Changning True Dominion also fell into a state of breakthrough under the impact of the spirit qi. It did not stop. The spirit qi broke through the boundary of the Changning True Dominion at an extremely fast speed and spread to other True Dominion. At that moment, the fallen moon mansion was shaken. After an unknown period of time. Only then did Bai Hengze open his eyes again. The first thing he did was to check his cultivation. Then, a carefree smile appeared on his face. Sixth level of the spirit martial realm. Sixth level of the spirit martial realm, the peak of the airborne realm. Above that was the great cultivator of the prominent divine realm. If it was in the past, it would take at least a few decades to break through from the first level of the spirit martial realm to the sixth level of the spirit martial realm. But now, he had succeeded in breaking through. The surprise came so suddenly that Bai Hengze was a little at a loss. At that moment, only then did he realize that Qin Shujian had already left without him noticing. He wanted to thank him but could not find anyone to thank. For that, Bai Hengze could only bow in the direction of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Emperor Qin's kindness is like a new life. The Flying Crane sect will remember it. At that moment, heaven and earth shook. The Changning True Dominion officially evolved into the Changning Spiritual Dominion. Feeling such a change, Bai Hengze's expression changed again. Without thinking, he returned to the Flying Crane sect to take charge of the situation. Everything changed too quickly. The appearance of a large spirit vein and the spirit qi impact of the broken mystic realm had made his cultivation break through a lot. It had also officially promoted the Changning True Dominion to the spirit domain. Bai Hengze had a hunch. The promotion of the Changning True Dominion would definitely attract many forces. When the time came, the status of the Flying Crane sect would also be threatened. Under such circumstances, Bai Hengze naturally did not have a reason to give up his territory. It was just that the Qianyuan sacred ground would suppress it. There would not be a big fight. However, small frictions were unavoidable. When the Yin clan's mystic realm was broken, Qin Shujian had already returned to the Qianyuan realm. This time, he went to the Fallen Moon Mansion. His main purpose was to bury a large spirit vein in the Fallen Moon Mansion and supply the spirit qi of the broken Yin clan's mystic realm. A large spirit vein had already been buried in the Baiyun Mansion. Although the spirit vein was in the Liang Mountain spirit domain, the spirit qi of the spirit vein was vast enough to affect the entire Baiyun Mansion. Under such circumstances, there was no need to put a second spirit vein in. Moreover, now the Qianyuan sacred ground ruled the entire cultivation world. It was not a force of sections. Qin Shujian was the human emperor of the human clan, not the sect master of the Yuan sect. If all the benefits were given to the Baiyun Mansion, then the others would not say anything on the surface, but they would definitely be dissatisfied. It was a favoritism. After all, it was not suitable. Moreover, burying the spirit vein in the Baiyun Mansion was not as useful as burying it in other mansions. As for why the Changning True Dominion, Qin Shujian had his own selfish reasons for doing so. In the Fallen Moon Mansion, there were only two sects that had a good relationship with the Yuan sect. One was the Heavenly Array sect, and the other was the Flying Crane sect. Compared to the former, Qin Shujian was more willing to help the Flying Crane sect grow stronger. Now that 2 spirit veins have been buried, there are still 11 mansions left in the Great Jiao 13 mansions, which are 11 large spirit veins. If all the spirit veins in the mansions can be filled, then the human clan will be able to reach the true martial realm. However, it is not appropriate to make a move now. When the human clan gives birth to a true immortal, then it will be time to plunder the spirit veins. Qin Shujian sipped his spirit tea slightly. There was a faint smile on his face, but when he looked at it seriously, there was a hint of coldness in his smile. It was impossible to coexist peacefully. If the foreign clans had enough strength, they would definitely destroy the human clan. If the human clan had enough strength, they would not let the foreign clans go. They did not make a move now. There was only one reason. Neither side was confident that they could destroy the other. In addition, the foreign clans were not united, leading to a stalemate. The human clan did not have a trump card that could turn the tables, so Qin Shujian did not intend to break the deadlock now. However, in the future, when the human clan had enough strength, they would directly turn the tables. They would be too lazy to talk so much nonsense. Putting this matter aside, Qin Shujian refocused his attention on himself. Up until now, he had already advanced to the 7th level of the celestial being realm, and he had also formed 2 laws. Before Emperor Zhao breaks through, it's impossible for me to advance to the 8th level of the celestial being realm. In this case, I have to think of a way to improve my strength as much as possible. To be honest, although I'm already very strong, if I encounter a sealed true immortal, it'll still be troublesome. Therefore, improving my strength is inevitable. It's just that I can't break through my realm now. If I want to increase my combat strength, there won't be so many emperors to be killed by me. Although the Cloud Emperor had fallen, under the suppression of the Heaven Roll, his flesh and blood had all collapsed and shattered. There was nothing left at all. In this way, Qin Shujian could not devour the Cloud Emperor's essence and blood. Moreover, for his current foundation, a celestial being realm emperor was destined to not be able to provide much help. There was a spiritual deity sealed by the Cloud Emperor on the Heaven Roll. However, Qin Shujian had not thought of how to deal with it yet, so he left it there for the time being. Subsequently, he took out 3 more crystals, which were left behind after killing the extraterrestrial devils. According to what the Godslayer said, these crystals could increase the power of a spiritual deity without any restrictions. Senior, is it possible for a spiritual deity of the celestial being level to be born with a spiritual deity of the celestial being level? Impossible. The Godslayer denied and said, no power can be perfectly absorbed. However, the 3 extraterrestrial devils you killed earlier should be of the almighty level. A crystal can create a celestial being spiritual deity. However, breaking through to the celestial being level is not only a matter of the spiritual deity, but also a matter of the physical body. Of course, I know this. Qin Shujian smiled slightly and then put away the 3 crystals. A treasure that could improve a spiritual deity. It would definitely be useful in the future. As for Qin Shujian himself, he had no intention of devouring the crystals. Unless it was a crystal condensed by an extraterrestrial devil at the 10th level of the celestial being level or above, ordinary extraterrestrial devil crystals would not be of much use. It would be a waste to eat it. It would be better to keep it. Who knows, it might even be able to give birth to a few celestials for the human race. After a simple inventory of his gains in the Cloud Tribe, Qin Shujian looked at his own attributes. With a thought, 100 billion life force source was consumed. In its place, the ancestral scripture of forging directly broke through to the 3rd stage. Boom, the ancestral scripture of forging was promoted. Qin Shujian immediately felt his spiritual deity being pulled by a force, forcibly breaking into the mother stream of laws, and then crashing into a long river of laws. Not long after coming out of the long river of laws, he crashed into another long river of laws. In the courtyard, the Godslayer felt the rule power emerging from Qin Shujian's body and was speechless for a moment. Between people, there was probably no trust to speak of. P.S. I'm almost done repaying my debt. I'm about to be free. Ha ha ha. In the human territory, the void suddenly shattered, and a person flew over. Then, he struck out with his palm, and the palm aura became infinitely large, covering an area of 10,000 miles. The power had not yet fallen. It had already shocked all the human cultivators. Formation, rise! The East City Lord shouted angrily. The four cities unleashed a powerful force. Immediately, runes appeared in the human clan's territory. In an instant, the runes connected into a whole. Buzz, a light shield rose, protecting the human territory. Boom, the palm collided with the light shield, and a terrifying force was released. Immediately, the light shield shook violently, and cracks appeared in it. Seeing this scene, the East City Lord's expression was ugly. The formation was left behind by the elder of the Imperial Astronomer, and it was personally left behind by a second realm array Grandmaster. Coupled with the power of the four cities and other arrangements, the power of the formation had already been pushed to the extreme. In terms of defensive ability, even a powerful cultivator would not be able to break it. However, in front of this person, with just a simple palm, the formation was at risk of shattering. Such an unforeseen event. The East City Lord immediately looked at Dan Hao and shouted in a deep voice, "This power is definitely not something a powerful cultivator can possess. I hope Brother Dan can immediately send a message back and ask the powerhouses of our clan to come and help." "I've already sent a message back." Dan Hao nodded, and then looked at the person in the sky with an ugly expression. Of course this power is not something an ordinary powerful cultivator can possess, because he is not an ordinary person. He is the Emperor of the Blood Eldar. Blood Ling Huang. The East City Lord's expression changed drastically. He never thought that Blood Ling Huang would personally make a move. It was very simple. The East City Lord had never seen Blood Ling Huang. When the war began, the four cities guarded the entrance of the passage. Although there were city lords who participated in the war later, that was not him at all. So, from the beginning to the end, the East City Lord had never seen Blood Ling Huang before. It was just that he had never seen him before, but Dan Hao had. As a cultivator who had experienced the Battle of the East Continent, he would basically recognize Blood Ling Huang. At this moment, Blood Ling Huang had already attacked again. Another palm fell, and the cracks on the light barrier became even more severe. However, when the light barrier cracked, more power surged out from the magic array to continuously replenish the power it had lost. Boom, before the light barrier shattered, the Black Emperor walked out of the Blackstone secret realm. Looking at Shui Ling Huang in front of him, his expression was grave. Blood Ling Huang. Black Monarch. Shui Ling Huang's expression was indifferent. Are you sure the Blackstone Condor race wants to serve the human race? There's no need to say anything more. Blood Ling Huang, you should leave. The Black Emperor thinks that you are a match for Ben Huang? If Shui Ling Huang's true body had come, Ben Huang would naturally be no match for him. However, if it's just a clone, he doesn't have the right to speak so arrogantly in front of Ben Huang. The Black Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, his face cold. With his strength, how could he not be able to tell whether the Blood Ling Huang in front of him was the real body or a clone? We'll know once we try. Shui Ling Huang smiled. In the next instant, he had already attacked the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor was not afraid at all. He also attacked his enemy. The two exchanged blows. Their power shattered the void. However, not long after, Shui Ling Huang's clone suddenly exploded, and a biting cold hurricane swept out. The Black Emperor's expression changed slightly. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he spread out his energy and blocked all the aftershocks. Rumble, the energy shattered, and the aftershocks dissipated. Shui Ling Huang. The Black Emperor's gaze fell on the void that was gradually recovering as he muttered to himself. From the beginning to the end, the other party's arrival seemed to be for the sake of coming. After exchanging blows with him, the other party decisively self-destructed a clone. There was no follow-up. The Black Emperor did not believe it. How could Shui Ling Huang be so naive as to think that a clone could destroy the human race's territory? If that was the case, the other party's actions were somewhat deliberate. Soon, the Black Emperor figured out the crux of the matter. Is it because of the Cloud Tribe? Is it to show the other factions their attitude? Obviously. Shui Ling Huang's action should be to give the other factions a clear explanation. Soon, The news of Shui Ling Huang's attack on the human race's territory was spread to the Qianyuan sacred ground. Not long after, Qin Shujian summoned Holy Fire and the other two. Emperor Qin. The three of you can go to the human race's territory and then guard there. If the human race can resist any experts who invade the human race's territory, then you don't need to do anything. However, if the human race can't resist, then you will have to help. Qin Shujian said lightly. The human race's territory now had the Black Rock Condor clan, but it was not enough. No matter how strong the Black Emperor was, he was only one person. As for the other experts of the Black Emperor Condor clan, they had also suffered many casualties in the battle with the Demon clan. The remaining ones might not be as strong as Holy Fire and the other two. Under such circumstances, Qin Shujian still thought that it was safer to send 3 people over. Anyway, the 3 of them had already made an oath, and the probability of them rebelling was very small. Moreover, the 3 8th-level celestial being experts had not been of much use in the eastern continent. It was better to let them go and increase the strength of the human race at the front line. However, Qin Shujian also knew the difficulties of the 3, especially Holy Fire. Therefore, he did not ask the 3 of them to help at all times. They would only help when the human race was in danger. Hearing this, Holy Fire and the others looked at each other, and finally nodded and said, "We will do as you command." Refuse? That did not exist. They were not humans, but soldiers who had been subdued by Emperor Qin. It was impossible for him to refuse. After Holy Fire and the other 2 left, Qin Shujian still stayed in the courtyard and did not do anything. It was just as he had thought. After upgrading the ancestral canon of casting, he had comprehended 2 more rules. One was the rule of casting. The other was the rule of array formation. These 2 rules were the same as the rule of alchemy. They were directly at the limit of the celestial being. As for the size and strength, it was similar to the rule of alchemy. Including the last 2 rules, Qin Shujian had a total of 4 rules. Since then, only now did he understand how difficult it was to improve on one of the 4 precepts. Therefore, during this period of time, Qin Shujian had been silently tempering his power rule, hoping to have a breakthrough. However, he had not gained anything. As for Godslayer, he did not say anything about this. He was already certain that Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of an existence above the rules. The reincarnation of an expert of this level, so what if he followed 4 rules at the same time? Was it not a normal thing? Therefore, compared to the previous shock, Godslayer was very calm and indifferent this time. There was a kind of feeling that no matter how strong he was, no matter how tyrannical he was. Soon, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and continued to wander in the long river of rules. Time passed by little by little. After Blood Spirit Emperor's attack on the human territory also calmed down. Until one day, the mother river of rules was vast and mighty, running through the 4 continents. A terrifying aura spread out from within, attracting the attention of all the powerhouses. At the same time, the fate of the human race was turbulent. Qin Shujian held the heaven list in one hand, forcibly suppressed the turbulent fate of the human race, and then appeared in Qianyuan Hall. At this moment, all the elders of the sacred land had already appeared here. They had left their names on the heaven list. Leaving their names on the heaven list, they would be blessed by the fate of the human race. Now that the fate of the human race was turbulent, it naturally could not be hidden from their perception. Banqing looked solemn and asked in a deep voice, "May I ask what happened, Emperor Qin? Why is the fate of the human race fluctuating?" The rest of the people also turned their gazes to Qin Shujian, waiting for his reply. "Emperor Zhao has attained the Tao. Pass down the order of Benhuang. Everyone is not to panic. In addition, send a message to the human territory to strictly prevent the various clans from attacking the human race. There must be no mistakes." Qin Shujian looked indifferent. Emperor Zhao had attained the Tao. Banqing and the others were shocked, but they quickly came back to their senses, bowed their heads, and said, "We accept the order." Soon, under the order of the Qianyuan sacred land, a large number of cultivators rushed to the human territory. Emperor Zhao's attainment of the Tao was a major event that concerned the survival of the human race. After Qin Shujian gave the order, he immediately went to the human territory. At this moment, the experts of the various clans had all awakened from their seclusion. When they saw the mother stream of laws in the outside world, an inexplicable look appeared on their faces. Soon, they saw a person walking out of the mother stream of laws. A long river of laws that was hundreds of feet wide surged and directly broke out of the mother stream of laws, forming an additional tributary that opened up into the sky. When they saw the person appear, the various clans were shocked. Emperor Xiao of the human race, in the secret realm of the demon clan, the demon emperor looked coldly at the person who walked out of the mother stream of laws, his eyes full of solemnity. The Tao that Emperor Xiao of the human race has taken is indeed different. This Tao is much stronger than the demon emperor's Tao that I have taken. No wonder he can suppress all the other emperors. The demon emperor's Tao was only hundreds of feet wide. The Tao that Emperor Xiao had taken had a width of 120 to 300 feet. For the long river of laws, there was a certain gap between every 10 feet. The gap between the width of 2 to 300 feet was even greater. Is this the human emperor's Tao? The top clans that were above the demon clan in the ancient times have indeed given birth to countless experts. The human emperor's Tao has been developed to such an extent. However, no matter how strong your Tao is, it won't change anything. Today's attainment of Tao is the day you fall. The demon emperor put his hands behind his back and a faint smile appeared on his face. The various clans did not attack the human race now, not because they had forgotten their hatred for the human race, but because they were waiting for an opportunity. A suitable opportunity to strike. Now that Emperor Xiao had attained Tao, it was an opportunity. The demon emperor said in a deep voice, "Pass down Benhuang's order to attack the human territory immediately." Yes, my emperor's order. Thunder Saint and Heaven Saint bowed and accepted the order, their faces full of ferocious smiles. They were finally going to attack the human race. Last time, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of Xianxia and had not had a chance to get back at him. This time, they were going to attack the human race. Only then did they see hope. Soon. A large number of experts of the demon clan walked out of the secret realm and headed toward the human territory. At the same time, inside the Blood Spirit secret realm, Blood Ling Huang said in a deep voice, "Blood Eldar, attack the human race with all your strength. You must destroy the human race." Yes. The Blood Eldar experts were all in the Blood Spirit secret realm. Not only that. The God clan, Ancient Buddha clan, and other top clans also gathered their forces and headed toward the human territory. And the vassal clans of the various clans. And the other clans that had a grudge against the human race. At this moment, they all received the same message and sent their experts to the human territory. The Nine-Headed Dog Clan. The Dog Emperor looked at the surging mother stream of precepts and saw Xiao Emperor stepping on the long river of precepts and destroying many phantoms. His expression turned strange. He was shocked and also regretful. There was hesitation, but soon he became decisive. Emperor Xiao has attained Tao. The various clans will definitely attack the human race. This is not only the best time to stop Emperor Xiao from attaining Tao, but also the best time to destroy the human race. The human race is short of a half immortal, so the various clans will not let go of this opportunity. The Dog Emperor sighed. In the main hall, the elders of the Nine-Headed Dog clan gathered. Zhu Chen said, "My emperor, what do you think our clan should do? Ben Huang has already formed an alliance with the human race. Naturally, there is no reason to go back on our word. The various clans are attacking the human race. As the human race's ally, we should help." The Dog Emperor said, then looked at Zhu Chen and said, "Pass down Ben Huang's order. You all can head to the human territory." "We will obey the order." Zhu Chen and the others did not refute. They all bowed and accepted the order. Go. The Dog Emperor waved his hand, and a large number of Nine-Headed Dog clan experts left. However, he did not personally move. Because the Dog Emperor knew very well that not only would he not participate in this battle, but even the Demon Emperor and the others would not participate. The emperors of the various clans still had to guard the secret realm. Those who would really participate. Only those below the Emperor realm. However, even so, it was still a power that was enough to make one's expression change. The Dog Emperor wanted to know. Did Qin Shujian have the ability to resist this power? A half-immortal is strong, but if he can kill 10 mighty figures, can he kill 20, 30, or even 100? Although a half-immortal has the word immortal, he can only be considered a half-immortal. He hasn't completely transcended and hasn't transformed into an immortal body. He can't surpass all living beings. The Dog Emperor thought to himself. He didn't quite believe Qin Shujian's words that he could rival a true immortal. A celestial killing an immortal. How difficult. Not to mention, he was a cultivator at the 7th level of the celestial being realm. If Qin Shujian could break through to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, then the Dog Emperor would believe this. But the 7th level of the celestial being realm. He was still too far away from a true immortal. My clan helped you this time because we are allies, but it doesn't mean that my clan will fight to the death for the human race. If you don't have the confidence to fight, then my clan will retreat. The survival of the human race should be in your hands. Then let Benhuang see what other trump cards you have. On this day, when Emperor Zhao attained the Tao, all the races were shocked. On this day, when Emperor Zhao attained the Tao, all the human powerhouses rushed to the human territory. Similarly, the powerhouses of all the races also formed an alliance army and rushed toward the human territory. Even though the massacre had yet to begin, there was already a feeling of dark clouds looming over the human territory. East City. Qin Shujian sat on the main seat and looked at the East City Lord. All cultivators below the God Martial realm, except for the soldiers in the army who can form a military formation, return to the East Continent. In addition, all cultivators above the God Martial realm in the East Continent are to rush to the human territory. The other 4 cities are to enter a state of war and be ready to fight at any time. Yes, sir. The East City Lord bowed and accepted the order. Then, Qin Shujian looked at the others and said calmly, Emperor Zhao is about to attain the Tao. Everyone, get ready. If the other races dare to invade, kill them all. We humans have never been afraid of the other races. Haha, I've long wanted to kill to my heart's content. Looking at everyone's high spirits, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. This battle. It would definitely not be much weaker than the battle where the humans walked out of the East Continent. Even. It would surpass the battle where the humans walked out of the East Continent. Seriously speaking, this battle would be a battle where the humans would transform. If they could survive, then the humans would no longer have any problems. At least, that was the case before the demon abyss descended. But if the humans could not survive this calamity, then there was nothing to say. Then, Qin Shujian left the East City and headed to the Blackstone secret realm. The Black Emperor was already waiting in the hall. Emperor Qin. Black Emperor, are you ready? Everything is ready. Don't worry, Emperor Qin. The Black Emperor said in a deep voice. Then, he looked at Emperor Zhao, who was still walking on the long river of laws in the sky. His expression was solemn. Emperor Qin, do you think that the chances of Emperor Zhao succeeding are high? What do you think? Qin Shujian asked in return. For this, the Black Emperor could only remain silent. Qin Shujian smiled and said, it doesn't matter if the success rate is high or not. There's no need to investigate. Now that the Blackstone Condor race is tied to the humans, if the humans fail, you won't have a good ending either. If Emperor Zhao succeeds, the Black Emperor will also benefit. Right now, the humans are facing 2 problems. One is whether Emperor Zhao succeeds or not, and the other is whether the humans can withstand the attack of the myriad races. At this point, he turned his back to the Black Emperor, and his voice gradually became confident. The first problem is that in Benhuang's opinion, there's no possibility of failure. The second problem is that with Benhuang here, the myriad races won't have a chance to break through the human territory. No matter how you look at it, the humans will definitely win this battle. The humans will definitely win, the Black Emperor repeated these words in his heart. He looked at Qin Shujian's back. There seemed to be endless rule power faintly appearing from it. This scene. It made the Black Emperor's heart tremble. In the sky, the long river of laws was like a branch that split apart from the mother river of laws. Then, like rivers returning to the sea, it merged back into the mother river of laws. At this moment, heaven and earth shook. A vast long river of laws appeared in the mother river of laws. And at the end of the long river of laws, there was a monument erected in the middle of the hall. The monument of laws. Without waiting for Emperor Zhao to take a step in the long river of laws, the sky was immediately covered by blood clouds. Buzz, the void trembled. One terrifying aura after another walked out from the 4 continents. The long river of laws under their feet trembled and instantly broke into the battlefield of laws. At the same time, the lightning tribulation in the sky struck down. But for those powerhouses who had broken through the seal, it didn't affect them at all. Hiss, 12 perfected immortals. When the Dog Emperor saw the perfected immortals walking out from the 4 continents, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. 12 perfected immortals, this was something he had never expected. No matter how the Dog Emperor guessed, he didn't expect that the various races would be so ruthless as to take out 12 perfected immortals in one go in order to stop Emperor Zhao from achieving the Tao. In an instant, the Dog Emperor's expression turned ugly. The 12 perfected immortals blocked the path. His 9-headed dog clan could only produce 1 perfected immortal. As for the humans, if there were really perfected immortals hiding, there would only be 1 or 2 at most. After all, the humans were the race that had suffered the most losses in the past million years. Such a race. It was impossible for them to have too many perfected immortals. As for the allies that Xianxia could rope in, there wouldn't be too many. When the other party was roaming around the 4 continents, the Dog Emperor didn't get any news at all. According to his guess, that Emperor Qin was able to rope in 5 or 6 clans at most, using 1 perfected immortal from each race. Plus, the human race might have some hidden trump cards. Then, when Emperor Zhao achieved the Tao, he would at most have 8 perfected immortals to help him. Even if it was 1 for 1, would Emperor Zhao be able to deal with the remaining 4 perfected immortals alone? As soon as this question arose in the Dog Emperor's mind, he immediately extinguished it. A person who hadn't become an immortal. How could he deal with 4 perfected immortals, plus? These 12 perfected immortals were just the beginning. If there were any changes, more perfected immortals would definitely appear. It could be said that Emperor Zhao's attempt to achieve the Tao this time was a complete failure. The Dog Emperor wasn't the only one who thought so. When the other powerhouses saw the 12 perfected immortals appear, they all had the same thought. Emperor Zhao, he was going to fail. In the secret realm of the monster clan, the monster emperor looked at the 12 perfected immortals with a faint smile on his face. 12 perfected immortals. How will the human race deal with them? This time, the monster clan had 1 perfected immortal. The other races also had 1 perfected immortal. To deal with the human race, the races had already made a secret agreement. Every race would send 1 perfected immortal to join forces to stop Emperor Zhao from achieving the Tao. As a reward for the deal. As long as a race had a perfected immortal, the other races couldn't stop them from achieving the Tao in the future. If a powerhouse tried to stop them, the other races would have to help them. Because of this, these races formed an alliance to deal with the human race. As for why they didn't join forces to attack the human race, the reason was simple. They couldn't guarantee that the human race didn't have other ancient perfected immortals. And at that time, the war would start. The human race wasn't at its weakest. Only at this time. That was when the human race was at its weakest. When Emperor Zhao achieved the Tao, the human race was already short of one of the 2 perfected immortals. The 12 perfected immortals tried to stop him. It was destined that the other party wouldn't be able to resist. At this point, even if the human race had many hidden perfected immortals, they would all come out to help Emperor Zhao achieve the Tao. However, for the monster emperor, the 12 perfected immortals weren't enough to deal with Emperor Zhao. But it would be best if the 12 perfected immortals could kill Emperor Zhao. If there were perfected immortals who couldn't kill him, then a few more perfected immortals would come out. At that time, Emperor Zhao would definitely be defeated. At that time, although the other races had sacrificed their ancient perfected immortals, the human race would lose all their perfected immortals and a perfected immortal Emperor Zhao. Then, only Emperor Qin would be left. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to resist. Thinking that the human race was about to be destroyed, the smile on the monster emperor's face became colder and colder. Let Benhuang see what other trump cards the human race has. In the human territory, the appearance of the 12 perfected immortals made all the humans fall into despair. At this time, the powerhouses of the 10,000 races arrived. Their terrifying aura shattered the sky. Xianxia flew into the sky. He stood in front of all the powerhouses of the 10,000 races by himself. Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at the many powerhouses in front of him, his face was as calm as ever. The human territory. If you enter without permission, you will be killed without mercy. In front of him, there were more than 200 powerhouses. In addition, there were 8 10th-tier celestial beings leading them. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerhouses of the 10,000 races all smiled disdainfully. The heavenly saint sneered and said, "Emperor Qin, although you are a perfected immortal, you are not a true immortal. What right do you have to stop us? Today, the human race will be destroyed. You alone can't save the situation. If you surrender now, perhaps I can leave you with an intact corpse. How dare you be so rude to the Emperor Qin?" The void shattered. Xiang walked out with the ancient bronze sword in his hand and slashed at the heavenly saint. With this sword, countless sword chi shot out, turning the void in front of him into a turbulent flow. The heavenly saint punched out and destroyed all the sword chi. In an instant, the two of them fought. Boom! In the 4 cities, powerhouses walked out one after another. The great formation of the human territory was drawn. Millions of troops walked out and formed a military formation. Their killing aura soared into the sky. In terms of the number of powerhouses, the human race was inferior to any other race. But the human race had a battle formation, which could make up for this to a certain extent. At this moment, the Black Stone secret realm opened. The Black Emperor walked out, followed by the powerhouses of the Black Stone Condor race. "Emperor Qin, the 9-headed hound race is here to help." A group of 10 people walked in the air. The leader was Zhu Chen. In an instant, there were more than 10 powerhouses on the human side. Among them, there was a Nirvana realm powerhouse like the Black Emperor. The Thunder Saint's face was gloomy. He said coldly, "Do the Black Stone Condor race and the 9-headed hound race really want to be enemies with the other races? You must think carefully. The destruction of the human race is inevitable. Why do you want to die with the human race?" It was a threat. He did not hide it. P.S. Sorry, the word count for this chapter is a little low. I wanted to write 9,000 words, but my head is about to explode. I can't take it anymore. I'll write another 10,000 or 12 during the day to make up for this. Sigh, an afternoon nap is really necessary. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold on. Hearing this, Zhu Chen chuckled and said, "My clan doesn't want to be enemies with the myriad races. It's just that I don't like your demon clan. Thunder Saint, do you want to help me?" Facing such mockery, Thunder Saint's eyes instantly darkened. As for the other cultivators of the myriad races, they did not speak. Zhu Chen was inviting the demon clan to battle. What did it have to do with them? Although they were considered an unconventional ally now, it was only when it came to dealing with the humans. Although the 9-headed dog clan came to help the humans. But if they were all restrained by the demon clan cultivators, that was also a good thing. This way, the humans' help would be much less. Thunder Saint also understood that the other clans would not speak at this time. Facing Zhu Chen's invitation, if they retreated, it would be inevitable that the other clans would look down on the demon clan. Since that was the case, Thunder Saint could only accept the challenge. "Alright, when this saint kills you, my clan's army will definitely come to the city and wipe out your 9-headed dog clan. Thunder Saint, let's talk about it after we get through this." Zhu Chen chuckled. In the next instant, a huge 7-headed hound appeared in the sky and bit at the Thunder Saint. Thunder Saint took a step into the air. The lightning lake under his feet was born, and endless lightning power overflowed from it. Boom, the two instantly exchanged blows and collided fiercely. The remaining mighty figures of the nine-headed hound clan were also engaged in a fierce battle with the demon race. Black Emperor looked at the people in front of him and gestured with his chin. He said indifferently, "Sky Marshal, Yuan Feng, play with Ben Huang." Among the cultivators of the myriad races, many cultivators had grave expressions on their faces. Sky Marshal, Blood Eldar's great elder, an expert at the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. Yuan Feng, God Clan's high priest, an expert at the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. Black Emperor, as a Nirvana Realm expert, directly challenged two experts at the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. His aura did not decrease in the slightest. Then I'll play with Black Emperor. Sky Marshal walked out and looked coldly at Black Emperor. He knew that the other party was a Nirvana Realm expert, but he was not too afraid. Although there was a gap between the 10th level of the Heaven Realm and the Nirvana Realm, it was not too big. Now that the High Priest of the Gods race had joined forces, unless the opponent was a top elite like the Demon King, they would still be able to deal with an ordinary Nirvana stage cultivator. As the Emperor saw it, the Black Emperor was very ordinary in the Nirvana Realm. On the other side, the High Priest of the Protoss also stepped forward. Instantly, the human race had lost a Black Emperor, and the myriad races had lost two 10th level Heaven Human Realm experts. Soon after, the Blackstone Condor race's Almighties traded for a few other Almighties. But even so, there were still close to 200 Almighties among the 10,000 races. There were still 4 10th level celestial being mighty figures left. Such strength was enough to easily destroy an entire race. Qin Huang, the human race should have no more reinforcements now, right? What else can you use to stop them? A cultivator who seemed to be nurtured within the resplendent starlight spoke with a calm voice. The voice was neither masculine nor feminine. Xingyu was a 10th level sky human expert from the star race. The star race was a big race that was weaker than the other top races. Qin Shujian recognized her after seeing her appearance. There was no other way. The star race was too easy to recognize. No matter where they went, they would be accompanied by dense starlight. It was easy to not recognize them. However, in the face of Xingyu's words, Qin Shujian's expression remained calm. He said indifferently, "The human race doesn't need any more reinforcements. Since you've rushed here today, Ben Huang will fulfill your wish. Let your flesh and blood nourish the human territory." Arrogant. Xingyu laughed angrily and instantly attacked. Tens of thousands of feet of starlight shattered the world and directly swallowed Qin Shujian and the entire human territory. Let me see how strong the legendary Qin Shi Huang is. As you wish. Qin Shujian punched out, and the fist energy directly extinguished the tens of thousands of feet of starlight. The terrifying force heavily bombarded Xingyu's body. Instantly, the starlight shattered, revealing a woman with a curvaceous figure and an alluring face. However, she looked a little miserable. Under Qin Shujian's attack, her body directly collapsed, and her face was covered with cracks. When blood seeped out, she looked like a ceramic doll that was about to break. Then, Qin Shujian took another step forward. As the void under his feet collapsed, he also bombarded with a finger. "Help me!" Sensing the fatal threat of the finger energy, Xingyu's pupils rapidly contracted. She no longer cared about anything else and asked for help with a frightened expression. From Xingyu's attack until Xingyu was defeated, the whole process seemed to have happened in an instant. When Xingyu's cry for help, the other experts of the 10,000 clans came back to their senses. They had no time to be shocked. Immediately, many experts took action. Terrifying power erupted and forcibly blocked Qin Shujian's attack. There was no other way. Xingyu couldn't die. At least, she couldn't die at the beginning of the battle. Or else, that would be too demoralizing. However, what really shocked them was still Qin Shujian's strength. Many people didn't know how strong a half-immortal was. But in the eyes of the experts of the 10,000 clans, a half-immortal was at most a little stronger than a top Nirvana realm expert. However, these people never thought that a half-immortal could be so strong. In just the blink of an eye, he was able to severely injure a pinnacle powerhouse of the celestial being realm. The battle It had completely erupted with Xingyu's injury. Just as the experts of the human clan were about to take action, Qin Shujian's terrifying aura spread out, covering 100,000 miles of heaven and earth. The heaven list appeared out of nowhere, shattering the sky for thousands of miles. That terrifying aura. It directly shattered all the forces that were bombarding over. All humans, activate the array formation and protect the human territory. Leave the rest to Ben Huang. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian looked at the experts of the 10,000 clans in front of him with a cold smile on his face. Today, Ben Huang will fight 200 people. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the void shattered. Qin Shujian had already disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, the suppression of the heaven list descended. The experts of the 10,000 clans erupted with powerful attacks and bombarded the heaven list. At the same time, Qin Shujian had already appeared in front of a mighty figure of the 10,000 clans. Then, under the other party's shocked gaze, he pointed out a finger, and all the rules and Taoist runes were destroyed. The body of the mighty figure of the 10,000 clans instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered all over the sky. This did not stop. The body exploded, and the spirit deity appeared. In the end, before the spirit deity could react to what was going on, it was obliterated by a terrifying force. The entire process. It was so fast that all the experts did not have time to react. By the time they reacted, a mighty figure had already fallen. From the beginning of the war until now, the first mighty figure had already fallen. Such strength had already caused the expressions of all the mighty figures of the 10,000 clans to change. Surround and kill Emperor Qin with all your might. Kill. Killing intent appeared on the faces of the remaining experts of the 10,000 clans. Emperor Qin must die. To destroy the human clan, they had to kill Emperor Qin, or else, with the other party's strength, if he escaped from this war, then even if he destroyed the human clan, the various clans would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. At that time, an expert with terrifying strength and no restrictions would be the nightmare of most clans. This was also why there were very few extermination wars in history. Once an extermination war broke out, it was equivalent to saying that they had to have the confidence to kill the emperor of the clan. Or else, if the emperor fled, he would turn into an expert in the dark to hunt for revenge. No one could bear such a consequence. This was the case for ordinary emperors. If this Emperor Qin escaped, then all the clans would not be able to sleep. Emperor Qin wanted to kill, he had to be killed. If they could not kill Emperor Qin, then in the long run, the human clan might not be worth destroying now. In the human clan's territory, the formation was protecting. All the human cultivators were in the position of the formation. They used their own strength to channel into the formation, making it as airtight as an iron bucket. In the East City, Danhao's gaze was solemn. Looking at the battle outside the human clan's territory, there was a worried look on his face. Is Emperor Qin really going to fight against the experts of the 10,000 clans by himself? Since Emperor Qin has done so, he should be confident. The East City Lord took a deep breath. He was not sure. At this moment, he also deeply felt his powerlessness. 6th level of the celestial being realm, in the end, the difference was too great. Even if he had the East City Lord and could reach the 8th level of the celestial being realm, so what? There were no less than 200 mighty figures outside. The weakest of them was at the 7th level of the celestial being realm. It could be said that when he did not use the East City Lord, any one of the mighty figures of the 10,000 clans could kill him. Even if he used the East City Lord. The East City Lord was only competent in fighting against two mighty figures. However, once the East City Lord appeared, it was equivalent to the formation of the human clan's territory being broken. Then, the protective power would no longer exist. When that time came, just the aftermath of the battle would be able to destroy this place. Therefore, the East City Lord could not act rashly, nor could the other city lords. Because this was the foundation of the human clan to the other 3 continents. If it was destroyed because of this, the human clan would have to retreat to the East continent. Unless it was absolutely necessary. They still could not do so. Therefore, Right now, the human clan could only place their hopes on Qin Shujian, hoping that he was really confident in fighting against the experts of the 10,000 clans. Although the confidence was not great. However, before the other party was truly defeated, there was still a glimmer of hope. The 6th level of the celestial being realm is still too weak. Dan Hao sighed. This General Ming Yuan. He felt how weak he was. Ever since the human clan left the East continent, the enemies they faced had become stronger and stronger. The powerhouses who could hold down the fort in the East continent in the past could not play much of a role now. Dan Hao had a premonition. He was only a step away from the 7th level of the celestial being realm. However, it was very difficult to take this step. At this moment, in the human clan's territory, most of the cultivators' gazes fell on the battlefield between Qin Shujian and the powerhouses of the 10,000 clans. However, there were still some cultivators. Their gazes fell on the long river of laws. Emperor Zhao had attained the Tao and opened up the battlefield of laws. The 12 perfected immortals had broken through the seal and entered the battlefield of laws. The 12 perfected immortals really think highly of Ben Huang. Emperor Zhao looked at the 12 perfected immortals in front of him with a gloomy expression. 12 perfected immortals, he had underestimated the determination of the 10,000 clans to destroy him. From ancient times until now, there were definitely not many perfected immortals left by the 10,000 clans. The 12 perfected immortals in front of him had probably used up more than half of their foundation. One had to know. He had yet to successfully attain the Tao. He had only opened up a battlefield of laws, and 12 perfected immortals had already appeared. From this, it could be seen how eager the 10,000 clans were to suppress the human clan. The perfected immortal of the monster clan looked at Emperor Zhao with an indifferent expression. The human clan should not have any more perfected immortals, and the human clan should not exist. Today is the day you fail to attain the Tao, and the day the human clan is destroyed. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The thunder tribulation has already descended. Let's end this quickly. The perfected immortal of the God clan said coldly. Since they had broken out of the seal, there was no turning back. Their only goal now was to kill Emperor Zhao. Now that the thunder tribulation was getting stronger and stronger, if they could not kill Emperor Zhao, they would be killed by the thunder tribulation first. That would be a huge loss. Indeed, we have to end this quickly. Emperor Zhao sneered. In the next moment, the mother stream of laws shook, and another long river of laws was opened up. It was a sudden change. The powerhouses of the various clans and the perfected immortals' attention involuntarily fell on the law that had appeared. Attaining the Tao, another powerhouse had attained the Tao, a vast law was opened up from the mother stream, and a person wearing a black and gold robe slowly walked out of it. When they saw the person's appearance, all the powerhouses' expressions changed. Impossible. The monster emperor's face was filled with shock. His eyes were fixed on the person who walked out of the mother stream of laws, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Emperor Zhao again, how could there be a second Emperor Zhao? Not only was the monster emperor shocked, but even the emperors of the other clans looked as if they had eaten feces. Suddenly, they thought of something, and their gazes instantly fell on the battlefield of laws. There was only one explanation. The first Emperor Zhao to attain the Tao was a fake. A second Emperor Zhao? Impossible. The perfected immortal of the monster clan had an ugly expression, and even a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The other perfected immortals. His expression also changed drastically. Are you a fake? Impossible. This is the law of the human emperor. Other than the human emperor, who else can walk the law of the human emperor? The perfected immortal of the monster clan's eyes were cold, and he wanted to get an answer from the Emperor Zhao in front of him. He was sure that the law of the human emperor was the one who opened up the battlefield of laws. The emperors of the various clans. They all walked the path of the emperor. There was only one law. Emperor Zhao was the first human emperor of the human clan in 10,000 years. The other party must have walked the law of the human emperor. Except for the other party. It was impossible for a second person to walk the law of the human emperor. However, if the Emperor Zhao in front of them was real, Then who was the second Emperor Zhao that walked out of the mother stream of laws? Thousands of clans were in chaos. The 12 perfected immortals were also in a mess. Not only that. Many powerhouses of the human clan were also in a mess when they saw the scene. A second Emperor Zhao. Why would a second Emperor Zhao appear? Dan Hao felt his heart beating violently. He had a feeling. The appearance of a second Emperor Zhao would definitely bring about unpredictable changes. In the battlefield of laws, Emperor Zhao's face shattered like porcelain. Pieces of skin fell from his face, and finally, a refined face was revealed. Marquis Bayun of the human clan greets the perfected immortals. Marquis Bayun smiled slightly, and his face was full of joy. Marquis Bayun. Seeing that Emperor Zhao in the battlefield of laws had turned into Marquis Bayun, the expressions of Dan Hao and the others changed drastically. That's right, from the beginning of the battle until now, Marquis Bayun had never appeared. But the situation was critical. No one thought too much about it. Until now. When they saw Marquis Bayun appear, they finally understood where Marquis Bayun was. However, no one had expected that the Marquis of Northern Cloud would attain the Tao. The first to reach the Tao is Marquis Bayun, and the second to reach the Tao is Emperor Zhao. In the nine-headed mystic realm, the Dog Emperor took a deep breath, and then a carefree smile appeared on his face. Haha, Demon Emperor, you also have a day like this. 12 perfected immortals took action, but in the end, they only stopped Marquis Bayun. Ha ha ha, how many perfected immortals do you have? Can you still stop Emperor Zhao from reaching the Tao? This wave of operations. The Dog Emperor really didn't expect. The first to reach the Tao was Marquis Bayun, not Emperor Zhao. The appearance of the other party. It directly attracted the 12 perfected immortals of the myriad races. To be able to achieve such an effect, it was all because Marquis Bayun walked the Tao of the human emperor. Therefore, no one doubted whether Marquis Bayun was real or not. And in the eyes of the myriad races, from the beginning to the end, the human clan hadn't produced a third powerhouse who was at the 10th level of the celestial being realm or above. Therefore, either the Qin Emperor or the Zhao Emperor had attained the Tao. Besides that, it was impossible for a third powerhouse to reach the Tao. The appearance of Marquis Bayun was completely beyond their expectations. Marquis Bayun reached the Tao at this time to use himself to exchange for Emperor Zhao's chance to reach the Tao. Ben Huang really admires such decisiveness, but unfortunately, Marquis Bayun is going to die in the end. It's a pity that I can't meet such a powerhouse. The Dog Emperor shook his head. In his opinion, Marquis Bayun was dead for sure. The 12 perfected immortals would definitely not give him a chance to live. But this way, on the side of the human clan, Emperor Zhao's chances of success would greatly increase. Kill him. The perfected immortals of the God clan were gloomy. They had suffered a huge loss this time. The 12 perfected immortals entered the battlefield of rules, but they intercepted the wrong person. What they could do now was to kill Marquis Bayun as soon as possible, and then use the remaining strength to break into Emperor Zhao's battlefield of rules and kill him too. However, everyone could understand that the possibility of this was very slim. Because the longer they delayed, the more powerful the Thunder Tribulation was. As long as Emperor Zhao deliberately walked slowly and delayed the opening of the battlefield of rules, these perfected immortals would be killed by the Thunder Tribulation. For this, the 12 perfected immortals were really furious. Haha, you don't have the qualifications to kill me. Just as the 12 perfected immortals were about to make a move, Marquis Bayun's aura surged, and his cold gaze fell on them. The next moment, the long river of rules surged. A terrifying force filled the entire battlefield of rules. Then, boom, the long river of laws shattered with a loud bang, exploding all of a sudden like an explosive. In an instant, the mother river of rules shook. Heaven and earth shook. The terrifying force instantly swallowed the battlefield of rules, and then a terrifying aftershock spread out in all directions with this as the center. In front of this force, all the perfected immortals had no time to react. At this moment, blood rained down in the 3 major continents. Sorrowful thoughts emerged in the hearts of more than a dozen races. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent, No one expected that Marquis Bayun would be so decisive, directly blowing up the entire human emperor's rules and destroying all the 12 perfected immortals. No one expected this. Marquis Bayun had the ability to blow up the human emperor's rules. All the unpredictability added together caused the fall of the 12 perfected immortals. Blood rained down. It also caused the hearts of the powerhouses of the myriad races to be in a mess. For this, Qin Shujian had long expected this. Boom, with a single punch, the physical body of a 9th-level celestial being was shattered and he died. Then, the heaven list smashed down. A god clan's mighty figure was torn apart, and his body was directly swallowed. Until now, more than a dozen mighty figures had fallen. But Qin Shujian's body was not injured at all. No matter how many powerhouses attacked, it did not have any effect. How can Qin Shi Huang be so strong? Half immortal, he can't be a half immortal. Some of the powerhouses of the myriad races were about to go crazy. Nearly 200 mighty figures besieged Qin Shi Huang of the human race. In the end, not only did they not hurt him at all, but they also killed many of their allies. If he was a half immortal, no one could believe it. Because no half immortal could be so strong. In the past 200,000 years, there had been half immortal powerhouses in the 4 major continents. But the strongest one was a half immortal. It was also under the joint efforts of 4 Nirvana realm powerhouses and the assistance of more than a dozen mighty figures, that they killed him on the spot. After all, a half immortal was not a real immortal. He was still in the category of celestial beings. As long as he did not transcend this category, it was impossible to truly see celestial beings as ants. However, in front of Qin Shujian, the powerhouses of the myriad races felt as if they were mere ants. You dare to invade the human race, die. Qin Shujian's palm fell, hitting a celestial being level 10 powerhouse until he spat out blood and his body shattered. 120,000 combat power, it gave him the ability to look down on all the heroes. Not to mention the mighty figure in front of him, even if a true immortal came, Qin Shujian was confident to fight against him. The myriad races of the 4 major continents. They all thought that he was in the half-immortal realm, so the sovereigns of the various races did not make a move and only let the mighty figures attack. To this, Qin Shujian was happy to see it happen. As long as he killed all the mighty figures in front of him, the power of the human race's enemy forces would definitely be reduced by half. In the long run, this was a great benefit to the human race. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian also began to use his true strength. Divine martial arts, celestial being, boom, a 30,000-foot tall giant rose from the ground, and an ancient aura swept through the world like a wave. That abyss-like aura directly shattered the void, and the sky within 100,000 miles fell into endless darkness. Xingyu's face was filled with fear, and she let out an ear-piercing scream. He's not a half-immortal, he's definitely not a half-immortal. Qin Huang has proven his Tao, he's a true immortal. A true immortal. This aura was definitely something that only a true immortal could possess. When the airwave swept over, Xingyu felt that she was not a celestial being level 10 powerhouse, but just an ant that had just stepped into cultivation. Instantly, a great terror surged in her heart. Without thinking, Xingyu turned around and wanted to escape. That was not a half-immortal, it was a true immortal. In front of a true immortal, no matter how many celestials there were, it was useless. They were just ants that could be easily slaughtered. If one did not become an immortal, they were still ants. This was not an empty sentence. Xingyu had spent nearly 10,000 years to cultivate to celestial being level 10. She was unwilling to die at the hands of Qin Shujian just like that. At this moment, whether it was the Alliance army or the destruction of the human race, in Xingyu's opinion, it was completely unimportant. So, she simply ran away. It was just that Xingyu wanted to escape, but Qin Shujian was not prepared to let her leave. A simple punch was thrown out. The space in front of him shattered like a mirror. Immediately after, the shattered space seemed to have been condensed, maintaining the collapsed state in front of him without any change. At the same time, Xingyu felt that the surrounding void was frozen. An endless pressure came from afar, causing her heart to beat wildly, and the threat of death immediately surged in her heart. No, Xianxia turned her head with difficulty and happened to see a fist occupying her line of sight. In front of that fist, space collapsed. Time also seemed to have stopped. Everything around her was flowing slowly. Bang, the starlight shattered and overflowed. Xianxia did not even resist and was blasted into a bloody mist by this punch. The spirit god had not yet escaped from her body and was also forcibly obliterated by this force. A celestial being level 10 powerhouse was killed like an ant by the other party. The remaining powerhouses of the myriad races looked at Qin Shujian as if they had seen a terrifying existence. He has not achieved the Tao. No matter how strong he is only a half-immortal. If we retreat now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Today, Emperor Zhao must die, and so must Emperor Qin. The destruction of the human race is right in front of us. Kill. The fall of Xianxia shocked some of the powerhouses, but it also aroused the ferocity in some of them. Boom, a powerhouse exploded with a loud bang. The terrifying force turned the void into turbulence and directly fell on Qin Shujian's body. The self-explosion of a mighty powerhouse. The power was comparable to the full-strength attack of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. However, this kind of power only made Qin Shujian's body tremble slightly. Then, Taoist rhymes circulated around his body, dispersing all the power of the self-explosion. Not bad power. Let's see if more can blow Benhuang to death. Qin Shujian sneered. Then, the heaven list became infinitely large and suppressed the powerhouses of the myriad races. Bang, the power of the 8-seal Tao artifact was completely stimulated. Together with Qin Shujian's current terrifying strength, more than a dozen devas were completely suppressed and killed without being able to put up any resistance. Such a change. The expressions of the powerhouses who were watching this battle changed drastically. The ancient Buddha secret realm. The ancient Buddha emperor's face was gloomy. How can this be? Why is Emperor Qin so strong? A half-immortal. This is definitely not the strength of a half-immortal. One change after another. Even the emperor of the ancient Buddha clan could not remain calm. First, Marquis Baiyun achieved the Tao. He used the human emperor's law to deceive the 12 true immortals of the various races into coming out. Then, he detonated the law, and all the true immortals died together. Now, it was Qin Shujian again. With his own strength, he killed nearly 200 mighty powerhouses. For a moment, anger rose in the ancient Buddha emperor's heart, but soon, a sense of powerlessness came, making him look helpless. Then, he looked at the deep valley of the ancient Buddha's secret realm. There were 2 stone men there. Originally, there were 3 stone men, but when Marquis Baiyun attained the Tao, a true immortal had already walked out. The remaining 2 stone men were the last trump card of the ancient Buddha clan. Emperor Qin should not have attained the Tao yet, but with such strength, he has reached the level of a heavenly being killing immortals. Like me, he walks the path of power. If I attain the Tao, he will definitely take action to stop me. The ancient Buddha emperor was hesitant. He had to admit that his strength was not as good as Qin Shujian's. If he encountered Qin Shujian's obstruction when he attained the Tao, without external help, he would fail to attain the Tao. The 2 true immortals of the ancient Buddha clan. This was the ancient Buddha emperor's confidence. Qin Shujian must be killed, but not all of them will be killed by the ancient Buddha clan. Thinking of this, with a thought, the ancient Buddha emperor's divine consciousness turned into a stream of light and fled. In the territory of the human clan, the array covered the area, isolating all the aftershocks outside. Outside the array, Qin Shujian relied on his own strength to fight against the experts of tens of thousands of races, and then fought and killed more than 30 almighties, including a 10th-stage heavenly being expert. His momentum was unparalleled. In the sky, the real Emperor Zhao attained the Tao and officially opened the battlefield of laws. At this moment, no true immortals immediately stopped him. However, the peace did not last long. 10 terrifying forces rose from the 4 continents. The blood-red thunder tribulation descended again. 10 rivers of laws forcibly broke into the battlefield of laws and blocked Emperor Zhao's path. At this moment, Qin Shujian killed an almighty with a punch, and then shouted angrily, "Please fulfill your promise." After that, in the Western Prefecture, a true immortal of the nine-headed dog clan walked out and laughed loudly. "Emperor Qin, don't worry. Since our clan has already agreed, we will not go back on our words. After 270,000 years, we finally have a chance to come out." The rivers of laws extended from under their feet to the sky, and then broke into the battlefield of laws. At the same time, another 4 true immortals walked out from the 4 continents and entered the battlefield of laws. They were the reinforcements that Qin Shujian had found. The Earth and Dragons. Emperor Earth looked at the scene in front of him and did not hesitate for too long. Soon, a true immortal of the Earth and Dragons also walked out and entered the battlefield of laws. Soon, a great battle broke out in the battlefield of laws. The time for a true immortal to come out was limited. No one dared to delay anything. Now, 6 true immortals came out from the human clan, and 10 true immortals came out from the myriad clans. The battle had just begun. The human clan was at a disadvantage. I've long heard that those below the true immortal realm are like ants. Today, Ben Huang will witness it. Emperor Zhao held a jade seal in his hand and suppressed one of the true immortals. The rivers of laws shook violently. That true immortal did not retreat and punched at the jade seal. A terrifying force erupted. The jade seal trembled slightly, but the true immortal's fist faintly cracked, and his body was also pushed back by the force. But soon, the wound on his fist healed. The true immortal took a step forward and charged at Emperor Zhao again. At the same time, another 2 true immortals joined forces to attack Emperor Zhao. 3 true immortals. At their peak, they were powerhouses in the lower 3 tiers. After being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, their strength could no longer be maintained at the level of a true immortal. Even so, they were still stronger than ordinary half-immortals. That was also true. The 3 true immortals were equivalent to 3 half-immortals joining forces. The power they unleashed was enough to make one's expression change. Emperor Zhao's expression was also solemn. One of them held the jade seal in his hand, and the human clan's providence shook as he forcefully suppressed a true immortal. Then, he punched forward. A terrifying fist energy enveloped the void, trying to devour the remaining 2 true immortals. Good timing. One of the true immortals shouted angrily and also punched out. The 2 fists collided, and endless aftershock spread out. Immediately, stormy waves rose in the rivers of laws as if they were going to drown all the living beings who disturbed the peace of the rivers of laws. The forces destroyed each other. The remaining true immortal pierced the void with his finger, and the energy finger directly bombarded Emperor Zhao's body. Boom, an energy shield rose, but it immediately shattered. The Zhao Emperor groaned and took a step back. His body also started to crack. In the next instant, his body recovered. Emperor Zhao waved his hand, and a myriad of energy shattered the void. A great battle broke out in the rivers of laws. The 9-headed dog clan's true immortal was very strong. He blocked 2 true immortals on his own. The remaining true immortals who attacked each of the 10,000 true immortals each blocked one of the 10,000 true immortals. As for the others, Emperor Zhao took all of them on his own. So powerful. The Dog Emperor was constantly paying attention to the changes in the battle. The 9-headed dog clan had invested a lot in this battle. Almost all of their mighty figures had been mobilized. Even the only true immortal in their clan had joined the battle. If the human clan lost, the 9-headed dog clan would lose everything. However, since the start of the battle, the human clan had been constantly changing. Now, Emperor Zhao's strength was even more shocking. A half-immortal. He blocked 3 ancient true immortals. With such strength, even if he had not reached the level of a true immortal, he was not far from it. In the Dog Emperor's opinion, the human clan had Emperor Zhao and Qin Shujian. Even if they did not have a true immortal, it was still better than having one. In the human clan's territory, Qin Shujian suppressed the 10,000 true immortals. At this moment, more than half of them had fallen. After using lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, his combat power soared to 240,000. A punch and a finger. It could shatter the galaxy and spacetime. Any mighty cultivator in front of such power was as weak as an ant. After all, a Nirvana realm powerhouse's normal combat power was only around 30,000. A 10th tier heaven realm powerhouse's combat power was only around 20,000. Such a difference, a total of 24 times. A one-fold difference in combat power was already terrifying. A 24-fold difference in combat power was even more impossible to make up for. Even if a mighty figure called upon the power of the laws to amplify it, there was no way to close the distance at all. Therefore, from the start of the battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Retreat. When the 10,000 true immortals saw Xianxia shatter another mighty figure's body, they finally could not maintain their calm. A look of horror appeared on their faces, and they fled without thinking. There was a first to escape. Then there was a second. At this point in the battle, every powerhouse who was still holding on had their essence, energy, and spirit reached a limit. More than half of the powerhouses on their side had fallen. But the enemy was not injured at all. In this way, it was impossible for their mentality not to collapse. So, the 10,000 true immortals fled. At the same time, the void collapsed, and Xianxia fell from it. His body was shattered, and blood flowed non-stop. The heavenly saint walked out and was about to kill Xianxia. In the end, instead, he saw a huge fist coming towards him. There was no reaction. The heavenly saint exploded in front of the fist, and the spirit god's flesh and blood were instantly obliterated by the terrifying power. Xianxia's face was blank. He looked at the heavenly saint, who was only left with a bloody mist, and then looked at the surrounding scene. He had yet to react to what had happened. He thought that he was going to die. In the end, he did not die, but the heavenly saint fell. Xianxia fell into a state of daze. "Swallow him." A familiar voice sounded in his ears, and then he saw a stream of light flying towards him. Xianxia instinctively reached out to grab it. The stream of light dissipated, and in its place was a pill that swallowed spiritual energy. Seeing the back of Xianxia chasing after the powerhouses, he did not hesitate and swallowed the pill. Suddenly, a powerful energy emerged from his body. His cracked body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only took 2 or 3 breaths of time. Xianxia had completely recovered. Feeling that he had completely recovered his strength, his face was both blank and shocked. What kind of pill is this? How can the effect be so strong? He did not understand, but Xianxia was not shocked for long. It was a good thing that his physical body had recovered. Now that the battle had not stopped, and his strength had recovered, it meant that he could exert more power. Xianxia took a step forward, and the ancient bronze sword slashed down, directly intercepting a powerhouse in the 8th level of the celestial being realm. "Since you're already here, why are you leaving?" There was a faint smile on his face, but it was full of killing intent. Boom, with his own strength, the Black Emperor completely suppressed the Sky Martial Emperor and the God Clan High Priest. No matter what. He was also the Emperor of the Black Rock Condor race, the strongest powerhouse in the Western state, second only to the Demon Emperor. Although the Sky Martial Emperor and the God Clan High Priest were powerhouses in the 10th level of the Celestial Being realm. But in terms of true strength, they were still 1 or 2 levels weaker than the Black Emperor. Even if the two of them joined forces, they could not completely make up for this gap. However, the location of the two of them was not in the human territory, but in the Western state. At this moment, the void suddenly shattered. Xianxia walked out from it and slashed down at one of them. It was originally a normal palm. But when it slashed down, it seemed to condense all the light in the world, turning into a shocking unsheathed divine weapon. The God Clan High Priest's mind shook wildly. He looked up and saw the blade light that occupied the world. Without any hesitation, he directly left the Black Emperor and fled into the distance. However, the God Clan High Priest fled quickly, but the blade light came even faster. Boom, the blade light flashed past, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. The God Clan High Priest's body was directly cut in half by the blade light and fell from the sky. What? The Emperor was shocked. Seeing that the God Clan High Priest was killed on the spot without any ability to fight back, he no longer cared about fighting the Black Emperor and fled frantically toward the northern state. But just as he fled 1,000 miles, He saw a heaven list descend. His body exploded. The spiritual deity was annihilated. The power of the heaven list swept across and absorbed all the flesh and blood. In the next moment, it appeared in Qin Shijian's hands. Qin, Emperor Qin. The Black Emperor stuttered when he spoke. Looking at Qin Shijian in front of him, he felt his little heart trembling violently. Strong without any reason, when the Emperor and Yuan Feng joined forces, their strength was not much weaker than his. Although he could suppress the other party now, the Black Emperor did not have any confidence in killing him. But in front of Qin Shijian, the two of them were like ants, easily killed on the spot. This kind of strength. The Black Emperor felt that he was still too insignificant. Even though he already knew that Qin Shijian was very strong, he never thought that it would be to this extent. Qin Shijian said in a low voice, "Black Rock Condor clan, attack the Yao clan with all your strength." Attack the Yao clan. The Black Emperor was stunned. He never thought that Qin Shijian would give such an order. Although many of the Yao clan's powerful cultivators had died, there were still powerful cultivators like the Yao Emperor. There might be other true immortals left. Attacking the Yao clan now. The Black Emperor almost thought that this Emperor Qin wanted him to die. Qin Shijian said, "Ben Huang will let the nine-headed hound clan attack together." Now that two true immortals have appeared, even if there are true immortals left, there won't be many left. Plus, more than half of the Yao clan's powerful cultivators have died. The two remaining great saints have also fallen. With the strength of the two clans, there might be a chance of winning against the Yao clan. At this point, Qin Shijian paused, then continued, "And Ben Huang will let other powerful cultivators of the human clan help." Now that the Yao clan's strength has been greatly reduced, the destruction of the Yao clan is at this moment. The Black Emperor and the Yao clan have been fighting for so many years, it's already an old war. You won't let go of such an opportunity, right? Hearing this, the Black Emperor wanted to say that he could let go of this hatred. But, when he met Qin Shijian's indifferent eyes, he immediately swallowed his words. In front of this Emperor Qin, the Black Emperor still didn't dare to say anything against him. Ben Huang obeys. But is Emperor Qin not going to make a move? He keenly captured the meaning behind Qin Shijian's words. Hearing this, Qin Shijian said with a cold smile, "Ben Huang naturally has his own plans." In the next moment, he had already turned around and returned to the human clan's territory. At this moment, the formation still existed, but the powerful cultivators of the 10,000 clans had already scattered and fled after leaving hundreds of corpses behind. Boom, a huge demon fell from the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Xianxia walked down from the void and bowed to Qin Shijian. "Emperor Qin." At this moment, facing Qin Shijian, he no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. Qin Shijian nodded slightly, then raised his head to look at the sky. The battlefield of rules still existed there, and the true immortals were fighting fiercely. Emperor Zhao was fighting 1 against 3, and he was also heavily injured. From the looks of the situation, the human clan had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, it was unlikely that the outcome would be decided in a short period of time. All celestial being cultivators, except for the city lords of the 4 cities, immediately head to the western state to attack the Yao clan. Qin Shijian's voice covered the entire human clan's territory. Immediately, many celestial being cultivators rose into the air. "We obey the Emperor's orders." Fire Saint, Jizhou, Pashan. Qin Shijian said 3 more names. Flowing light burst forth. The 3 of them had already appeared in front of Qin Shijian. "The 3 of you are the same. Follow the army to eliminate the Yao clan." Qin Shijian's expression was indifferent. Then, he looked at Fire Saint and said, "If the Vermilion Bird clan wants to submit, this is your last chance." "I understand." Fire Saint's heart trembled, and he hurriedly lowered his head to accept the order. In this battle, 2 great sages of the demon race had died, as well as a large number of powerful experts. It could be said that now, the Yao clan's strength had been greatly reduced. At this time, perhaps it was really a matter of life and death for the Yao clan. If the Vermilion Bird clan could not submit to the human clan, with this Emperor Qin's ruthlessness, there would be no trace of the Vermilion Bird clan in the world. Xiang. Please give your orders, Emperor Qin. Qin Shujian took out the heaven list and said, you take Benhuang's heaven list and lead the human clan to the Yao clan. If a true immortal attacks, you can use the heaven list to suppress the enemy. Hearing this, Xiang respectfully took the heaven list with both hands. I obey the emperor's orders. Go. Qin Shujian waved his hand. Suddenly, all the human clan experts walked out of the territory and headed for the western state. At the same time, the Blackstone Condor clan, the Nine-Headed Dog clan, they were also leading experts to the Yao clan's territory. This time, the emperors of the two clans also personally took action. The Earthly Dragons. When the two clans took action, the Emperor of Earth also immediately received the news. His face was gloomy and uncertain. My Emperor, the human clan sent a message, should we take action? Below, the elder of the Earthly Dragons cupped his hands and said. Hearing this, the Emperor of Earth did not reply. Should he take action? This was a difficult choice. If it was in the past, when a clan attacked the Yao clan, and there was a certain chance of winning, the Emperor of Earth would never hesitate to take action. But now, the Emperor of Earth hesitated and also hesitated. There was only one reason. The human clan was too strong, no. It should be said that Emperor Qin was too strong. He was so strong that he could reverse the entire situation by himself. With such a strong expert in the human clan, it was inevitable that they would rise in the future. And from the Emperor of Earth's point of view, Qin Shujian was overbearing and his methods were extremely tough. If there was a chance, he would definitely not guard the hundreds of thousands of miles of the human clan's territory. Instead, he would reach out to other continents. For the Emperor of Earth, any powerful force that might have a hand in the Western state was not what he wanted. Previously, he let the true immortal take action. He was just fulfilling his original promise. After all, this was something that had already been made. The Emperor of Earth had no possibility of going back on his word. However, from the perspective of the Earthly Dragons, the Emperor of Earth did not want the Yao clan to be destroyed because of this. Because once the Yao clan was destroyed, the Black Rock Condor clan and the Nine-Headed Dog clan would stand on the side of the human clan. What force in the Western state could fight against the human clan when that time came? The Nine-Headed Dog clan would probably have to bow their heads. However, if he did not take action, he would definitely offend the human clan this time. Judging from the current situation, the success rate of Emperor Zhao's Dao validation was not low, and the human clan had this Emperor Qin. No matter how he looked at it, the situation was great. Immediately, the Emperor of Earth fell into an incomparable dilemma. But soon, he came back to his senses, took a deep breath, looked at the other elders in the main hall, and issued his order. Pass down Benhuang's order, the entire clan will immediately attack the Yao clan. Yes. All the Earthly Dragons' elders bowed and accepted the order. The Emperor of Earth looked at the leaving crowd and sighed deeply. He never thought the situation would develop to this point. Under the rolling momentum, even if the Earthly Dragons wanted to struggle out, there was no possibility. In that case, they could only fight. The Emperor of Earth's mind gradually turned cold, and then disappeared from the main hall. On this day, the human clan experts all left the human clan's territory, formed an alliance with the three major clans of the Western state, and attacked the Yao clan. The situation changed rapidly. It developed into a situation that no one had expected. At this moment, Qin Shujian stepped on the long river of rules, and had already arrived in front of the Divine Clan's territory. P.S. This chapter has 12,000 words, which is to make up for the lack of words in the previous chapter. Please vote. The allied forces of all clans. More than 200 powerful figures attacked the human clan. In the end, most of the powerful figures were defeated by Emperor Qin of the human clan. Now, the human clan joined forces with the other clans to counterattack. The battle that had just calmed down started again. Such a turn of events. It was beyond the expectations of the other clans. At the beginning of the battle, The other clans thought that the human clan was doomed this time. However, the strength that Xianxia displayed made their jaws drop. Half immortal, no, his strength was comparable to that of a true immortal. At this moment, the human clan was attacking the demon clan. Most of the clans in the Western Prefecture were hesitant. Help, or not, this was a problem. Although the demon clan used to be the overlord of the Western Prefecture, they were not strong enough to suppress the entire Western Prefecture. Some clans that were unwilling to rely on the demon clan. They could still survive in the Western Prefecture without worrying about being persecuted. Looking at the human clan. They were too strong. If the human clan destroyed the demon clan, no other clan in the Western Prefecture could compete with the human clan. However, if they helped the demon clan, it was equivalent to becoming the enemy of the human clan. Emperor Qin. No other clan had the confidence to compete with him. Therefore, the clans in the Western Prefecture were in a wait-and-see attitude. North Continent, Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Xueling Huang was watching the battle in the battlefield of rules. From the beginning of the battle until now, the Thunder Tribulation had become very strong. Those true immortals who participated in the battle had almost reached the limit. Emperor Zhao's attainment of the Tao can't be stopped? Xueling Huang murmured to himself. Judging from the current situation, he was not sure if he could stop Emperor Zhao's attainment of the Tao. However, Shui Eldar could not bring out more resources now. From the beginning until now, Shui Eldar sent out 2 true immortals. The first true immortal was killed by Marquis Bayun. The second true immortal was now fighting in the battlefield of rules. After a while, Xueling Huang turned his head and looked in the direction of the human clan's territory. His expression became serious. Celestial beings slaying immortals. There shouldn't be many cultivators who could do this in ancient times. The Qin Emperor alone was able to beat back the mighty cultivators of the various clans. His strength is not much weaker than a true immortal of the lower 3 levels. The human race has already stepped out of the Eastern continent. Now, Nirvana realm cultivators are no longer qualified to become supreme experts. In the future, it will be the world of true immortals. If you don't become an immortal, you'll be nothing but an ant. Bloody Ling Huang sighed. Subsequently, he took a step forward, and the long river of laws trembled. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the spot. The next moment, the mother stream of rules flowed. A long river of laws was opened up from the mother stream, and Xueling Huang steadily walked out from it. He had already entered the stage of Tao attainment. This was the second reason why the emperors of the various clans stayed behind in the secret realm. If they failed to destroy the human race and there was no way to stop Emperor Zhao from achieving the Great Path, the other emperors would also take advantage of this opportunity to achieve the Great Path. At Xueling Huang's level of cultivation, he actually had a chance to attain the Tao long ago. However, Blood Ling Huang had been suppressing his own realm all this time. He didn't want to be the one to stand out. Because he was very clear. The first cultivator to attain the Tao could not be a Blood Eldar, nor could it be from any other race. The first to attain the Tao. It had to be the human race. This way, the various clans could work together to deal with the human race without having to worry about being stabbed in the back by other races. Therefore, not only was Xueling Huang suppressing his own realm, the other powerhouses of the various clans were also suppressing their own realms. Until this moment, seeing that they were about to fail in stopping Emperor Zhao from attaining the Tao, they truly took this step forward. Rumble, as Xueling Huang walked out of the mother stream of rules, he saw the sky trembling violently again. One long river of laws after another opened up from the mother stream of rules. Attainment, another powerhouse has attained the Tao. Hiss, that's Xueling Huang, that's the ancient Buddha Emperor, and that's the Min Mountain Emperor. The powerhouses who walked out of the mother stream of rules were all recognized by the various clans. At this moment, all the emperors attained the Tao. In the battlefield of rules, the lightning tribulation of rules had reached a terrifying level. Finally, some true immortals of the myriad clans could not withstand the pressure, but when their bodies were worn down by the lightning tribulation of rules, they exploded with a bang. True immortals self-destructed. The power could be said to be devastating. The long river of rules shook, the river water rose tens of thousands of feet high, and then smashed down heavily, engulfing several true immortals. However, when the river water came into contact with Emperor Zhao, it did not cause any harm. Because this was his rule. No matter how turbulent the river water was, it would not hurt the controller of the rules. Although, Emperor Zhao had not completely left his imprint on the rule monument, but opening up the battlefield of rules was already a candidate for controller in the eyes of the rules, similar to the Sacred Ground Saint. Under such circumstances, there was not much difference. The self-destruction of the true immortals of the myriad clans directly dragged Dragon Xianxia, who was fighting with him, into the water. Instantly, 2 true immortals died. Emperor Earth's heart palpitated, looking at the blood rain floating down from the sky. He also understood what was going on. With the first true immortal self-destructing, there would be a second one. The myriad clan's goal. The main purpose was to stop Emperor Zhao from achieving the Tao. Now that the normal way could not be done, they would use the most extreme way to solve the problem. No matter what, they had to die. Since that was the case, it was better to self-destruct and drag Emperor Zhao down with him. At the very least, shattering the long river of rules could also greatly reduce the other party's strength after achieving the Tao. Boom, another true immortal self-destructed. The destiny of the human race on the Imperial Jade Seal surged, turning into a solid barrier to protect Emperor Zhao. However, the barrier only lasted for a few breaths of time before it shattered with a bang. Then, Emperor Zhao took out a few more Tao artifacts and threw them out. In front of this power, the Tao artifacts were directly destroyed. In the end, the power hit his body, causing his sturdy body to crack. He was forced to retreat. The first true immortal self-destructed. Then, the second true immortal pounced forward and self-destructed. Terrifying power. It caused half of Emperor Zhao's body to shatter. The long river of rules surged wildly, and tens of thousands of feet high waves suddenly rose, directly knocking the last true immortal down. Half of his body shattered. Emperor Zhao's aura was dispirited, and his flesh and blood were regenerating to recover from his injuries. However, the power of the true immortal's self-destruction wrapped around his body like gangrene attached to the bone, constantly grinding away the new flesh and blood. In the end, Emperor Zhao took out 2 pills and directly swallowed them. Hello pills, this was the healing treasure that Xianxia had sent to Emperor Zhao on a trip to Zhongzhou's imperial city after successfully refining it. 2 10th-tier pills entered his stomach. A powerful force surged out of Emperor Zhao's body, and then this new force resisted the aftermath of the true immortal's self-destruction. Gradually, the true immortal's power was worn away, and his body was also regenerated. Until now, only 3 of the 16 true immortals who participated in the battle were left. But not for long. As one true immortal self-destructed, the remaining 2 true immortals were completely wiped out by the power of the self-destruction and the lightning tribulation of rules. Until now, a total of 28 true immortals had fallen. Emperor Zhao looked at the rule monument in front of him and was already walking forward. At this moment, no other powerhouses came to stop him. South Continent, Xianxia arrived at the God Clan's territory. It was also at this time that the emperors achieved the Tao. He raised his head and looked in the direction of North Continent. Then, he raised his gaze and saw a person in the long river of rules. His eyes were full of coldness. The ancient Buddha Emperor, the ancient Buddha clan followed the rules of power, and the other party wanted to take this opportunity to achieve the Tao. However, Xianxia did not immediately stop him, because he had more important things to do. He took a step forward. The power of true essence erupted and covered the entire God clan's territory. All of a sudden, a powerful aura rose from below, and blood clouds lingered in the sky, indicating that another true immortal had appeared. Then, a beam of cold light blasted over, obliterating the power that had enveloped the territory of the Protoss. Then, the void cracked. A white-robed man with a decaying aura walked out of the God clan's secret realm and landed in front of Xianxia. Full moon of the God clan greets Emperor Qin. You want to stop Benhuang? Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back, showing no fear toward the true immortal in front of him. Instead, his aura became even more powerful. The true immortal attacked. This was already within his expectations. The divine emperor should be clear about his strength. At this time, if he did not let the true immortal attack, the God clan would have no one to contend with him. The full moon said calmly, I am from the God clan, so I can't just sit and watch the God clan perish. Emperor Qin, why do you have to be the enemy of the God clan? If you don't retreat now, I can guarantee that the God clan will not take the initiative to be the enemy of the human clan in the future. There is one thing that you may not understand. Qin Shujian shook his head, then looked at the full moon with contempt, a sneer on his face. There has never been a God clan. You are just traitors of the human clan. Compared to the other clans, traitors like you are more hateful. So you don't have to speak so righteously. A traitor is a traitor. Even if you put on a coat, you can't get rid of your identity and the fact that you are a traitor. After the end of the ancient times, you betrayed the human clan and ignored the difficulties of the human clan. This is the first crime. After betraying the human clan, you joined the other clans and defected to the enemy. This is the second crime. You betrayed the human clan and became the enemy of the human emperor. This is the third crime. The three crimes should be punished together. You should die. In the end, Qin Shujian's cold eyes fell on the full moon, and he shouted in a deep voice, Today, as the human emperor, I kill all traitors of the human clan. Full moon, if you still remember the blood of the human clan flowing in your body, you should kill yourself on the spot. The full moon was silent. He did not answer, but he did not take any action to kill himself. At this time, another momentum rose in the secret realm of the God clan. The mother stream of rules shook. A rule was opened up from it. The divine emperor walked out from it and was already on the path to becoming the Tao. Such a change. Naturally, it could not escape Qin Shujian's attention. The divine emperor is becoming the Tao. He instantly understood the purpose of the full moon. To intercept him. To buy enough time for the God clan and for the divine emperor to successfully become the Tao. As long as the divine emperor became the Tao, with a perfected immortal, the God clan would not be destroyed. The full moon spoke slowly, and his voice was still calm. It's useless to say more. You should retreat, Emperor Qin. The separation of the God clan from the human clan is recognized by heaven and earth. Since 800,000 years ago, the blood flowing in our bodies is no longer the blood of the human clan, but the blood of the God clan. If you retreat now, the God clan and the human clan will not invade each other. Are you sure you can stop Benhuang? Emperor Qin is very powerful. I am not sure I can defeat him, but it is not a problem to stop him. The full moon spoke the truth. As soon as he finished, the void cracked. Qin Shujian punched out. The terrifying fist aura shattered the void and turned the space within 10,000 miles into turbulence. In the face of such an attack, the full moon stretched out his jade-like palm and directly smoothed out all the fluctuations. The power of a perfected immortal is not something you can imagine. It is not that easy to kill an immortal. He shook his head slightly. The full moon did not have the confidence to take down Qin Shujian. The reason was that it had been sealed for too long, and its strength had fallen. In addition, the other party was also very powerful. Under the threat of the thunder calamity, it was not easy to suppress him. However, this did not mean that the full moon was afraid of Qin Shujian. As a perfected immortal, he also had his own pride. Is that so? Qin Shujian suddenly smiled and took a step forward. Boom, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth was used. His combat strength soared to 240,000. Another step forward. The rule of strength descended. His combat strength soared to 420,000. Then, another step forward. The rule of alchemy descended. His combat strength soared to 720,000. The rule of forging descended. The rule of array descended. 4 steps forward. The rule of 4 descended. The increase reached 6 times. At this moment, Qin Shujian's combat strength soared to 840,000. His aura was as powerful as the abyss. Without any movement, it suppressed the world and shattered the sky. What do you think of Benhuang's current strength? Qin Shujian looked at the full moon with a smile on his face. He twisted his neck. The space around his head collapsed again. Since comprehending the rule of forging and the rule of array Dao, this was the first time Qin Shujian had displayed all his strength. That terrifying aura. It directly changed the expression of the true immortal from the God clan. He could no longer maintain his calm. That's impossible. How could your battle strength become so high? 4 rules. You haven't become an immortal yet, but you dare to walk 4 rules at the same time. The full moon was shocked. 4 rules. He never thought that Qin Shujian would walk 4 rules at the same time, and the other party had succeeded. The power of the rule of amplification. It made him feel as if he was not facing a celestial cultivator, but a perfected immortal at his peak. The aura was like the abyss. The full moon felt its body trembling slightly. The current him. Facing such an expert, he had no confidence at all. Only when he was at his peak. Only then would he have the confidence to fight. However, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. The second-level immortal at his peak had been worn down by countless years and could still retain some of his strength. At this moment, the full moon was afraid. He was not afraid that he would die. From the moment he walked out of the sealed land, he had never thought of living. What the full moon was truly afraid of was that the God clan would cause destruction. Yes. Destruction. When Qin Shujian revealed all his trump cards, the full moon seemed to have seen the scene of the God clan's destruction. With his current strength, he could not stop Qin Shujian. Even if a divine emperor became an immortal, he might not have the strength. Thinking of this, the full moon said with difficulty, if the God clan is willing to surrender to the human clan, Emperor Qin may let the God clan live. This perfected immortal was begging, looking at Qin Shujian with eyes full of hope. Qin Shujian took out the Godslayer from his sea of consciousness, his expression indifferent. From the moment you betrayed the human clan, there was no turning back. You should know better than Ben Huang what the consequences of betrayal are. If the God clan betrays you, I'm afraid you won't be lenient. As soon as he finished speaking, the Godslayer slashed out. This was the first time Qin Shujian had fully activated the power of the Godslayer. All the vital essence contained in his body was gathered on the stone knife. The moment the stone knife slashed out, a vast and ancient aura swept out. This knife. It seemed to have shattered heaven and earth, but also seemed to have cut off time and space. In front of this knife, no existence could stop it, not even a perfected immortal. All the God clan cultivators involuntarily raised their heads at this time, wanting to see what was going on with this knife. In the void, the full moon had just raised his hand, but it fell down powerlessly. Boom, his body was divided into 2, and then slowly worn out by Zhu Bing's power. A rain of blood poured down in the South Continent. In the God clan's territory, all the cultivators who raised their heads to see the knife had their eyes dead. When the breeze blew by, they disappeared without a trace like sandstorms. This knife, not only did it kill a perfected immortal, but it also killed all the cultivators who witnessed it. Zhu Bing's power was as deep as the abyss and hell, however. Qin Shujian had used up a lot of vital essence to make this knife slash with all his might, but he didn't care. After taking out a hollow pill and swallowing it, he completely recovered. Then, he tore open the God clan's secret realm and entered it. In the outer God clan territory, all the living beings died under the power of the Godslayer. The only place where the God clan still existed was probably in the secret realm. At this time, the God clan in the secret realm panicked. Some weak God clan members were so scared that their souls had left their bodies. Seeing Qin Shujian arrive, many God clan members knelt down and begged for mercy, weeping bitterly. For the sake of being a fellow human, please let me live. Emperor Qin, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to return to the human race. Don't kill me, don't kill me. They were also afraid of death. In other words, there was no living being who wasn't afraid of death. Whether it was the God clan or the human race. At this moment, nothing mattered to them. As long as they could live, they could abandon everything else. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent as he looked down at the many God clan members below. Being born as a god is the greatest sin you have ever committed. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura exploded. In an instant, the God Clan's secret realm collapsed, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. All the God Clan cultivators below the divinity level were crushed into powder under the suppression of this aura. Only a few divinity-level cultivators survived. A God Clan elder cried out in grief, pointing at Qin Shujian and cursing, "You executioner, even if I die, I won't let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force descended, causing his physical body to explode and his divine spirit to be obliterated. Then, Qin Shujian threw out another punch, covering all the God Clan divinities in it. 840,000 combat power. The divinities were just ants that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. At this point, in the God Clan's secret realm, there were no longer any living cultivators. From beginning to end, Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. In private, to deal with the rebels, he naturally had to kill them all. In public, there was no right or wrong in the war between the races. So, no matter how one looked at it, the God Clan would undoubtedly be destroyed. Just as all the living beings of the God Clan died, the Emperor God's heart ached. In just an instant, he understood what had happened. Immediately, the Emperor God roared in grief and indignation, "Emperor Qin, you dare to destroy the God Clan. From now on, Ben Huang will not rest until you die." He never expected. The plenilune had already been unsealed. Why couldn't it stop Qin Shujian's footsteps, the other party's strength? Was he so powerful that even a true immortal couldn't stop him? The Emperor God couldn't believe it. But no matter how unwilling he was to believe it, the truth was the truth. Everything had happened, and the God Clan's providence had also reflected everything. So, the Emperor God also knew that all the members of the God Clan had died. At this moment, his heart was already occupied by hatred. As the Emperor of the God Clan, he had to avenge the fallen members of his clan. When Ben Huang proves his Tao and becomes an immortal, I will use the blood of billions of humans to wash away the hatred of the God Clan. Ben Huang will not rest until you die. The Emperor God's eyes were incomparably cold. Now that the battlefield of rules had opened, it was only a matter of time before he became an immortal. At the same time, there wouldn't be any experts from other forces coming to stop him. Because of the path he took, the Emperor God had already killed all the experts who conflicted with his own rules. Now, this path, only he could walk alone. According to the original agreement, the myriad races couldn't release a true immortal to stop him now. As for the human clan, the Emperor God could now be sure that there were no true immortals. Otherwise, when Emperor Zhao achieved his Tao, there would have been a true immortal. Because of this, he had great confidence in his Tao at this moment. At the end of the long river of rules, a monument was erected in the middle of it. The Emperor God stepped on the long river of rules. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger, and his body was also undergoing subtle changes. Under the support of hatred. Although he was the last expert to walk the path of Tao, however, his speed was much faster than any other cultivator. He would destroy all the God Clan. Qin Shujian didn't pluck the spirit vein in the God Clan's secret realm, nor did he touch the entire secret realm for the time being. Instead, he turned around and left. In the outside world, the Emperor God was only half the distance to the Rule Monument. Do you want to achieve Tao and take revenge? Qin Shujian looked at the Emperor God in the long river of rules with a faint smile on his face. The Emperor God wanted to fight to the death with the human clan. Such a declaration. It had already made him feel something in his heart. It was also at this moment that the destiny of the human clan told Qin Shujian how great a threat it would be if he didn't kill the Emperor God. Are you afraid? No, you can't be afraid. As the destiny of the human clan, how can you be afraid of a small Emperor God? Qin Shujian muttered to himself. Then, he extracted the long river of rules from his sea of consciousness. Xiayi's half of the long river of rules, the next moment. Qin Shujian borrowed the power of the long river of rules and forcefully bombarded the Emperor God's long river of rules. Instantly, the long river of rules shook. A gap appeared from within. Immediately after, a person walked out and directly blocked in front of the Emperor God. Since you want to fight to the death with the human clan, why wait until you achieve immortal ascension? Why don't you and I compete here and see who can walk to the end? Emperor Qin. The Emperor God's expression changed drastically. Qin Shujian's appearance was completely beyond his expectations. You didn't follow the Emperor God's laws, how can you enter the battlefield of rules? Impossible. The Emperor God's expression was very complicated. Disbelief, fear, hatred, anger, all kinds of emotions gathered together, making his expression extremely strange. Very soon, the Emperor God reacted. Looking at the power that broke into the battlefield of rules, his expression instantly became gloomy. You borrowed the ownerless law to enter here. In order to stop Benhuang from achieving Tao, you are actually willing to sacrifice an ownerless law. Qin Shujian's decisiveness. It was unexpected. An ownerless law represented a path to immortal ascension. Such an opportunity. In order to stop him from achieving Tao, the other party said that he didn't want it. Seeing this, the Emperor God's heart gradually sunk. But very soon, his face revealed a cold expression. But even if you borrowed the ownerless law to enter here, you can't stop Benhuang from achieving Tao. Don't forget, this is where Benhuang's law is. In his battlefield of rules, unless a cultivator walked the same law, there was no possibility of borrowing the power of the law. In this way, it was equivalent to the Emperor God being able to borrow the power of the law while Qin Shujian couldn't. This was the Emperor God's only confidence now. Your strength is strong, but without this, how much stronger can you be than Benhuang? You'll know when you try. Qin Shujian smiled indifferently. He took a step forward. His fist shattered the galaxy and blasted toward the Emperor God. In an instant, the power of the law descended. The Emperor God erupted with terrifying power and also blasted a punch toward Qin Shujian. The two fists collided. The long river of rules surged violently. Qin Shujian took 2 steps back. His fist had already cracked, but he soon recovered. On the other side, the Emperor God's body swayed slightly. In this exchange, the winner was obvious. The Emperor God laughed loudly. In the long river of rules, Benhuang is the strongest. You are not qualified to stop Benhuang from achieving Tao. On the other side, Qin Shujian was not surprised by the Emperor God's strength. After walking more than half the distance in the long river of rules, the other party's physical body had already transformed to the level of a half-immortal body. In terms of combat strength, the Emperor God's combat strength had probably broken through to 200,000. However, Qin Shujian was not afraid. Looking at the Emperor God's proud expression, he took a step forward and performed lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. His combat strength soared from 120,000 to 240,000. After that, the Godslayer was taken out from his sea of consciousness. Then let Benhuang see if you really can't stop him from achieving Tao. Boom, the Godslayer slashed out, its stone knife shooting out endless light. Terrifying power. The stimulating long river of rules stirred up waves. However, those waves were like ordinary splashes in front of the knife light. They were easily torn apart and suppressed, and then the remaining force blasted toward the Emperor God. In an instant, the Emperor God was greatly alarmed. Without thinking, he threw out a punch. The force of the punch collided with the knife light. Boom, the force of the punch was instantly annihilated, and the remaining knife light bombarded the Emperor God's body. An indelible wound appeared on the Emperor God's half-immortal body. Blood that had almost completely transformed into golden blood gushed wildly from the wound. His body instinctively wanted to heal the wound. However, there was a lingering knife chi lingering on it, constantly eroding his flesh and making it impossible for his body to recover. Your strength, the Emperor God was horrified. He had transformed into a half-immortal body. In the long river of rules, even if there were ancient true immortals blocking his path, he was confident that he could contend against them. But now, he could not even block a single strike from the other party. The Emperor God was certain. Qin Shujian clearly did not use the power of rules. He was purely relying on the strength of his body to fight the enemy. Why? Why is your body so tyrannical? The Emperor God's face was crazed, but more than that, he could not believe it. Qin Shujian smiled and said softly, "If you can take 10 strikes from Ben Huang and not die, then Ben Huang will tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, another strike of the knife was launched. The Emperor God was terrified. He wanted to flee, but there was nothing he could do. Because this was the battlefield of rules. There was no such thing as retreating in the battle of Tao Ascension. Either he succeeded, or he died. Therefore, the Emperor God had no choice but to use all of his strength to resist Qin Shujian's attack. Boom, the Godslayer slashed down. The Emperor God's body crumbled, his blood spilling into the long river of rules. Qin Shujian took a step forward and slashed again. Boom, boom, Qin Shujian had the absolute upper hand in the battlefield of rules. He slashed out again, and the Emperor God had no room to fight back. When it came to the 7th strike, the Emperor God let out a final roar before he was swallowed up by the knife chi. Bang, a terrifying power erupted, and the half-immortal body was directly shattered. With the Emperor God's death, the battlefield of rules shattered. And with the Emperor God's death, the last living being of the divine race disappeared. At this point, the divine race was declared extinct. When the divine race perished, the sovereigns of all the races in the 4 great continents had the same thought. They looked toward the South Continent in horror. The divine race, annihilated. In the millions of years since the end of the ancient times, there had never been a top clan that was annihilated. Now, the divine race was annihilated. It was the first top clan to be completely annihilated in a million years. The shock brought about by this matter, compared to the fall of other ancient true immortals, the fall of the Eldar, and the Cloud tribe, it was many times more intense. The divine race is annihilated. The earthly sovereign was extremely shocked. Not only the earthly sovereign. Even the Dog Emperor and the Black Emperor could not keep calm at this time. After a long time, the Dog Emperor took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Now, only Emperor Qin has the ability to annihilate the divine race." If Ben Huang's guess is correct, it should be Emperor Qin who annihilated the entire divine race alone. Just now, the Dog Emperor also noticed the scene of Qin Shujian entering the long river of rules to stop the Emperor God from achieving Tao. Even the scene of the Emperor God's death did not escape their eyes. But there was one thing to know. For ordinary races and forces, sovereigns were the strongest existence. When a sovereign fell, there was a high probability that the race would be annihilated. However, this definitely did not include the top clans. This was because any of the top clans had a powerful foundation. Not to mention anything else. The ancient true immortals in the seal definitely existed. In other words, in order to annihilate a top clan, one must kill the true immortals of the clan. Now that the divine race was annihilated, that indirectly proved one thing. Qin Shujian, he had the strength to kill true immortals, thinking of how the other party fought against 200 and killed more than half of the almighty experts of the 10,000 races, causing the remaining experts to flee. The Dog Emperor sighed deeply. Celestial immortals, Emperor Qin has such strength. Hearing that, the Black Emperor and the earthly sovereign were silent. Yes, Qin Shujian had such strength. Xiang also turned his head to look at the divine race, and then retracted his gaze. He now had the heaven list in his hand. He also sensed some of the movements of the human race. So, Xiang also knew about the annihilation of the divine race. But he did not care. Because the main goal of the human race now was to annihilate the demon race. Thinking of this, Xiang raised his head to look at the long river of laws again. There, Emperor Zhao had already walked more than half of the path, and was not far away from the law monument. Father is going to achieve Tao. In this way, the human race will have one true immortal, and with Emperor Qin, it is equivalent to the human race having 2 living true immortals. Now that the divine race has been annihilated, if we also annihilate the demon race, how many races in the 4 continents will be able to compete with the human race? Xiang understood. In this battle, the human race had officially risen. However, the joy in his heart had all turned into cold killing intent at this time. Therefore, in the territory of the demon race, they had arrived. There, many demon race experts formed an army and were waiting. Xiang shouted loudly, Emperor Qin has already annihilated the divine race. Today we will annihilate the demon race to congratulate Emperor Zhao on achieving Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not use the heaven list, but directly took out the ancient bronze sword and took the lead to kill the demon race experts. As Xianxia attacked, the human cultivators and the three clans also immediately attacked. When the battle broke out, the void trembled and shattered, and a 10,000 zhang long true dragon appeared from within. Its huge dragon head looked at the dog emperor and the others. Its voice was terrifyingly cold. Do you really want to fight the demon race to the death? Since things have already come to this, there is no need for demon emperor to speak nonsense, the dog emperor said calmly. He was not as strong as the demon emperor. If he faced him alone, the dog emperor was not confident in winning. But now that he had a few teammates with him, he still had the courage to face the demon emperor. The demon emperor said, "Very good, but unfortunately, your opponent today is not Ben Huang." After saying that, blood clouds covered the sky. A person walked out from the demon race's secret realm, his body emitting a terrifying aura. A true immortal. The expressions of the dog emperor and the others changed. Their originally calm expressions turned serious at this moment. They knew the demon race definitely had a true immortal left behind. Therefore, the dog emperor and the others were mentally prepared. When the true immortal of the demon race appeared, the demon emperor soared into the sky. A 10,000 zhang long true dragon entered the mother stream of law. Rumble, the mother stream of law trembled, and a long river of law was formed. In an instant, the demon emperor had stepped into the ranks of Dao. The demon emperor has achieved Dao. Qin Shujian felt it, and saw the 10,000 zhang long true dragon walking out of the mother stream of law. His expression became serious. If he remembered correctly, the demon emperor's talent was only superior, and there was almost no hope for him to become an immortal. However, the other party still reached this step. This way, the demon emperor's foundation and strength, compared to the other emperors, was much more terrifying. After all, not everyone could break through the shackles of talent. But those who could break through the shackles of talent were definitely not simple people. P.S. As mentioned before, because I printed it at my own expense, and not for commercial use, although the printing cost is not that expensive, the quantity is still quite a lot. The author's ability is limited, and I can't give everyone a free copy, so I can only give it to them through an event. If you are interested, take a look at the event details in the comments section. The demon emperor achieved the Dao. Qin Shujian was a little surprised. He had guessed that the demon emperor would not be able to achieve the Dao. So, in order to prevent the demon clan from having more true immortals, he asked the three clans to join forces and let Xiyang bring him to the heaven list to suppress the true immortals who broke the seal. Now, the luck of the human clan had increased greatly. The heaven list itself was an 8-seal Dao artifact. With the gathering of the human clan's luck, it turned into a treasure of luck. With the two added together, its power had already surpassed an ordinary 9-seal Dao artifact. A true immortal at his peak was naturally not afraid of a 9-seal Dao artifact. But a sealed true immortal. His strength had been worn down for hundreds of thousands of years, and he was punished by the thunder tribulation. It was not impossible for the heaven list to suppress him. So, Qin Shujian did not expect the demon emperor to achieve the Dao. But even if he achieved the Dao, in his opinion, it was not necessarily a bad thing. No matter what, it would not affect the human clan's war against the demon clan. After killing the divine emperor, Qin Shujian looked at the battlefield of laws where the ancient Buddha emperor was. After time passed, the ancient Buddha emperor had already walked more than half of the journey. His strength had already surpassed ordinary half-immortals and reached an extremely powerful level. He wants to achieve the Dao. How can it be so easy? Qin Shujian took a step forward, and the law of strength loomed under his feet. He also followed the law of strength. The ancient Buddha emperor did not follow the ancient Buddha law, but chose to follow the law of strength. In that case, whether he could succeed in achieving the Dao, he would have to ask Emperor Qin first. The battlefield of laws shook. Qin Shujian had already appeared in front of the ancient Buddha emperor. Qin Shujian, The ancient Buddha Emperor's eyes were cold. He had already mentally prepared himself for this scene. Blood clouds surged in the sky. A stone man walked out of the ancient Buddha's secret realm. The law of strength spread under his feet and directly broke into the battlefield of laws. This was the ancient Buddha Emperor's final trump card. The three true immortals of the ancient Buddha clan. The first true immortal died in the hands of Marquis Bayun. The second true immortal died in the battlefield of laws. This was the third true immortal. He was also the last true immortal. With the arrival of the ancient Buddha true immortal, the ancient Buddha Emperor revealed a confident smile. Qin Huang, you are indeed strong. But so what? In the current situation, your human race can't possibly bring out a true immortal. In his opinion, Qin Shujian had no chance of winning. His strength had transformed, and he was now stronger than ordinary half-immortals. Moreover, he had the help of an ancient true immortal from the ancient Buddha clan. In terms of strength, even in his prime, the ancient Buddha Emperor had the confidence to contend with a lower three true immortal. Qin Shujian was very strong. But he definitely hadn't become an immortal. As such, the ancient Buddha Emperor naturally had nothing to fear. There is no need for the true immortals of my clan to do anything to kill you. Qin Shujian sneered. Unknowingly, the stone saber had appeared in his hand. He took a step forward. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth with 2 steps, the power of the rules descended. Boom, a powerful aura rose from Qin Shujian's body, shaking the long river of laws violently. Because of the rules of the battlefield. Apart from the law of strength, there was no increase in the other laws. But even so, Qin Shujian's current combat power could reach 420,000. That abyss-like aura rushed over. It made the ancient Buddha Emperor and the true immortal's expression change. You are very strong. Even in my prime, I might not be able to deal with you. I always thought that celestial immortal slaying was just a legend. But now, it seems that I was a frog in a well. The true immortal said slowly. There was a lot of emotion in his eyes. Celestial immortal slaying, after the end of the ancient era, this was a legend. The true immortal ancient Buddha was born 300,000 years ago and sealed 200,000 years ago. There was no chance for him to defeat such a legendary figure. On the other side, the ancient Buddha Emperor's expression turned even uglier. Celestial immortal slaying. Is there really someone who can do that? Whether it is true or not, we will know after a battle. The true immortal ancient Buddha stepped forward. And the distance between him and the battlefield was instantly shortened. My emperor, there is no retreat in the battle to attain the Tao. You can't be afraid. I am invincible to anyone who stands in your way. If you are afraid, you will never reach the peak. As soon as he finished speaking, the true immortal ancient Buddha struck out a huge palm. The petrified palm was filled with dense Buddhist light, as if to devour and assimilate Qin Shujian. Facing such an attack, Qin Shujian didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and slashed out with his stone knife. The knife light tore the sky and split the earth, instantly shattering the Buddhist light. The remaining power didn't stop, suppressing the true immortal ancient Buddha. The true immortal ancient Buddha didn't panic. A golden lotus bloomed under his feet. Then, he held a flower in his right hand and pushed it forward. A swastika came from his palm, instantly colliding with the knife light. The two forces collided. They cancelled each other out. Only the long river of laws was shaken. Waves thousands of feet high rose from the river, trying to swallow everything that didn't belong here. Seeing this, the true immortal ancient Buddha frowned, but he instinctively retreated. The battlefield of laws was fair. Unless it was someone who followed the same rules, any external force that tried to block the path would be treated unkindly here. The lack of laws was one of the reasons. And there was the risk of being overturned by the waves. The waves of the river were not ordinary waves. Every drop of river water weighed billions of pounds. If a wave hit, even a true immortal would be drowned. However, the true immortal ancient Buddha retreated. But it didn't mean that Qin Shujian had to retreat. He took a step forward, and the waves of the river were all suppressed. The Godslayer seemed to condense the killing power of heaven and earth, shooting out a terrifying knife light. This knife. Qin Shujian didn't hide anything. Seeing this, the ancient Buddha emperor didn't just stand there and watch. The road ahead had been blocked by Qin Shujian. If he wanted to reach the end of the path, he had to get rid of those who stood in his way. Boom, the ancient Buddha emperor stepped forward, and his aura reached an unprecedented peak. Then, he punched straight at Qin Shujian. A simple punch. It seemed to occupy all the vision of heaven and earth. Faced with this punch, Qin Shujian responded with a direct slash of his blade. The Godslayer slashed out. The fist aura shattered, and the remaining power didn't stop. It landed heavily on the ancient Buddha emperor's fist. Even the half-immortal body couldn't resist the endless sharpness and directly tore it apart. In an instant, the fist cracked and shattered. Beneath the petrified skin, there was golden blood and golden bones. The ancient Buddha emperor grunted. An even more powerful force surged forth and healed his injuries in an instant. However, he had just recovered from his injuries when Qin Shujian's attack came again. Facing this, the ancient Buddha emperor could only retreat. Kill! The true immortal ancient Buddha roared and struck out a palm. He didn't stop the Godslayer's attack. Instead, he directly bypassed the Godslayer and attacked Qin Shujian's body. In this, Qin Shujian didn't withdraw his knife. Instead, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched. Boom, fist and palm collided. Terrifying power spilled out. Qin Shujian's body shook slightly. The ancient Buddha true immortal retreated 100 miles. The next moment, the three fought again. Now, the emperors had attained the Tao. There were no less than 20 or 30 powerhouses who had truly stepped onto the long river of laws. However, with so many emperors achieving the Tao, there was only one place where there was a true powerhouse blocking the Tao. That was the battlefield where the ancient Buddha emperor was. The rest of the battlefield, it was much calmer. This was normal. Before Marquis Baiyun and Emperor Zhao attained the Tao, there were already 28 true immortals who had fallen, in addition to the other true immortals. After this battle, there were already more than 30 true immortals who had broken out of the seal. More than 30 true immortals. No matter how much foundation they had accumulated over 1,000,000 years, it was about this number. It could be said that the true immortals sealed by the various clans had been exhausted. From the destruction of the God clan, it could be seen. Even the top clans didn't have any foundation to speak of. Otherwise, the God clan wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. It was also because of this. The emperors of the various clans were so eager to attain the Tao. There was only one reason. There were no more sealed true immortals in the clans. If they still didn't become immortals, it would be difficult in the future. So, it was inevitable that the emperors would attain the Tao and become immortals. The Soul Guardian race. The Soul Guardian Emperor's expression was very ugly. The emperor's attaining the Tao was something he didn't expect. He originally thought, after he became an immortal, the Soul Guardian race would be able to become a top clan, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. The reason was, it was because when he attained the Tao, the rules were broken and his strength was severely damaged. It was said that he was a true immortal. But in reality, he was much weaker than a real true immortal. And all of this was caused by the blood Eldar. Thinking of this, the killing intent in the Soul Guardian Emperor's heart soared. Then, he saw Blood Ling Huang, who was opening up the battlefield. His expression was struggling and hesitating for a long time. If it was possible, he didn't want Blood Ling Huang to attain the Tao so smoothly. But the Soul Guardian race wasn't the Blood Eldar. In terms of ancient foundation and remaining experts, the Soul Guardian race was far inferior to the Blood Eldar. There was no problem blocking the Tao. But the Soul Guardian Emperor was worried that the Blood Eldar still had hidden true immortals who hadn't appeared. After all, he had the confidence to stop Blood Ling Huang, but he didn't have the confidence to fight against a sealed true immortal. If that was the case, there would be no way to stop the other party from attaining the Tao. In this way, if Blood Ling Huang succeeded in attaining the Tao, the Soul Guardian race and the Blood Eldar would become mortal enemies. This was also the reason why the Soul Guardian Emperor was hesitating. blocking the Tao enmity, wouldn't rest until one of them died. But after hesitating for a while, the Soul Guardian Emperor suddenly came to his senses. The Blood Eldar stopped Benhuang from attaining the Tao, so it's already an irreconcilable enmity. If Blood Ling Huang succeeded in attaining the Tao, I'm afraid he might not let the Soul Guardian race go. Since that's the case, what's there to hesitate about? He thought of the key point. Killing intent appeared on the Soul Guardian Emperor's face. Next, the long river of rules extended out from the Soul Guardian realm and directly broke into the battlefield. The long river of rules shook. The Soul Guardian Emperor walked out of the gap. Blood Ling Huang, if you want to attain the Tao, you have to step over Benhuang. Hearing that, Blood Ling Huang's footsteps paused. Standing in the battlefield, his aura naturally overflowed, suppressing the river without any undulation. He looked at the Soul Guardian Emperor in front of him, his eyes calm. Benhuang didn't plan to attack the Soul Guardian race so soon, but since you dared to block the Tao, you're dragging the entire Soul Guardian race into the abyss of destruction. After Benhuang attains the Tao, the Soul Guardian race will be the first to be destroyed. Calm words. But it made the Soul Guardian Emperor feel an uncontrollable chill in his heart. But soon, the chill was dispelled by him. Looking coldly at Blood Ling Huang, the Soul Guardian Emperor didn't hide his killing intent. Attaining the Tao. You won't have the chance. After saying that, the Soul Guardian race stepped on the battlefield of rules. An invisible divine sense stirred up a gust of wind in the long river. In the blink of an eye, it covered Blood Ling Huang. Blood Ling Huang's expression didn't change. He waved his hand and shot out a burst of energy, forcibly tearing the gust of wind that swept over. The two collided. A great battle had already begun. On the other side, in the battlefield of rules of strength, Xianxia was fighting 1 against 2. With the boost from the rules of strength, his combat power had reached 420,000. The ancient Buddha true immortal was a true immortal. But after hundreds of thousands of years, his strength had fallen to a freezing point. There was a certain gap between him and Xianxia. Moreover, the Godslayer was Zhu Bing. Sharp as a blade. It could even cut through the body of an immortal. As for the ancient Buddha Emperor, his strength had transformed a lot, but there was still a considerable gap between him and a true immortal. Therefore, the two peak half-immortals joined forces, but they were still at a disadvantage in the face of Xianxia's attack. Boom, the energy saber tore through the void and sent the ancient Buddha true immortal flying. In the sky above the long river of rules, the blood-colored tribulation lightning descended and bombarded the ancient Buddha true immortal. He'd been injured by Zhu Bing to begin with. Now that he was attacked by the tribulation lightning, his injuries worsened. His aura instantly weakened. The golden lotus bloomed. The ancient Buddha Emperor's face was solemn as he put his palms together. Then, endless Buddha light emerged from the center of his palms. Then, 2 huge handprints pressed down on Xianxia. 2 handprints. They were like mountain peaks that connected heaven and earth. Do you really think you're Tathagata? Xianxia sneered as he looked at the descending handprints. The ancient Buddha Emperor was not Tathagata. He was not Sun Wukong either. He was still far from being able to suppress Shiwen. The energy saber tore through the sky, and its terrible power instantly shattered the handprints. The moment the void collapsed, the remaining attack slashed toward the ancient Buddha Emperor. The golden lotus under his feet shone brightly. After pushing it to the limit, the golden lotus shattered with a bang. Finally, the energy saber slashed the ancient Buddha Emperor's body. Stone fragments flew. His flesh and blood were worn down. The ancient Buddha Emperor's aura weakened. At this moment, the tribulation lightning became even more powerful. The ancient Buddha true immortal took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Whether my emperor can attain the Tao or not depends on this." As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored the Godslayer's attack and rushed directly to Xianxia's side. Then, his body exploded with a loud bang. A terrible power spread out in all directions with the ancient Buddha true immortal as the starting point. The waves of destruction. Everything it touched was annihilated and shattered. Xianxia did not hesitate. He took a step back, and it was as if his feet could shorten the distance of thousands of miles. However, he retreated very quickly. The aftershock of the ancient Buddha true immortal's self-destruction was even faster. The terrible power bombarded his body, causing his body, which had reached the limit of a heavenly being, to collapse uncontrollably. The power of destruction. It was as if it wanted to wear away Qin Shujian's flesh and blood little by little. Soon, a huge star river diagram appeared inside his body. Boundless starlight Taoist rhymes overflowed from it, counteracting and suppressing the destructive power. At this moment, the ancient Buddha Emperor could not care less about the sadness in his heart. He took a step forward and punched at Qin Shujian, tearing apart all the aftershock of destruction. Boom, the fist bombarded. It hit Qin Shujian's chest directly. The galaxy diagram vibrated. It intercepted all of the power that was coming at him. Under the effect of the galaxy diagram, this punch, which was enough to destroy heaven and earth, only cracked his body slightly. But it recovered in an instant. Is this the strongest power you can unleash? Qin Shujian's eyes were indifferent, and the corners of his mouth curved into a sarcastic smile. The ancient Buddha Emperor's face was full of shock. Before he could react, the Godslayer had already slashed out again. The terrifying blade. In the blink of an eye, the ancient Buddha Emperor's body was torn apart, and he was sent flying. Then, Qin Shujian slashed out again, and the ancient Buddha Emperor's injuries became even more serious. The ancient Buddha Emperor's heart was filled with both rage and fear. But in the face of Qin Shujian's continuous attacks, he was not qualified to fight back. At this moment, he felt the fear of death. Yes. Death. The last true immortal of the ancient Buddha clan had fallen. With his current strength, there was no way he could contend with Qin Shujian. Even if he wanted to cut off the long river of laws. It was also impossible for him to interrupt the process of Tao attainment. Everything was moving towards an irreversible situation. Finally, the stone blade slashed out. The ancient Buddha Emperor's body was torn apart, and the battlefield of laws shook violently. Qin Shujian kept his blade and looked at the monument at the end of the long river of laws. He did not touch it. Because he was not qualified to reach that step. More importantly, the ancient Buddha Emperor who opened the battlefield of laws had fallen, and this place was about to collapse. There was no time for Qin Shujian to walk the long river of laws. At the same time, at the moment of the ancient Buddha Emperor's death, the ancient Buddha clan's heart surged with grief. My emperor has fallen. Gather all the clansmen and enter the ancient Buddha's secret realm. No true immortals are allowed to come out. The remaining almighty of the ancient Buddha clan looked horrified and immediately made the right decision. At this moment, all the true immortals in the seal had fallen. Even the ancient Buddha Emperor, who had a chance of successfully Tao attainment, died in the battlefield of laws. In addition to the previous battle, the ancient Buddha clan had lost many almighties. It could be said that, from this moment on, the ancient Buddha clan had fallen from a top clan to one of the weakest clans. There were no Nirvana realm powerhouses. There were no emperors at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. There were only a few almighties at the 7th or 8th level of the celestial being realm. They were much more miserable than the weaker clans. So, the moment the ancient Buddha Emperor fell, the almighty who stayed in the ancient Buddha's secret realm instantly recognized the realm as its master. Then, he summoned all the clansmen who could retreat into the ancient Buddha's secret realm. Then, the entire secret realm was sealed. Not only that, the ancient Buddha mystic realm completely broke away from its original void and escaped towards an unknown void. Such a method. Naturally, it caused the void to shake. The cultivators in the cities of the ancient Buddha territory looked at the collapsed void in the distance with complicated expressions. The top clan in the past has finally declined. However, the ancient Buddha clan is decisive enough. They gave up the million-year operation just like that and fled with the entire secret realm. Hey, what can they do if they don't flee? Don't forget that the God clan was destroyed not long ago. With the strength of Emperor Qin, even if the secret realm is sealed, how much can it stop him? Giving up at this time is the right thing to do. Many cultivators sighed with emotion. There were also cultivators who agreed with the ancient Buddha clan's method. The ancient Buddha clan's strength was greatly reduced. If they did not give up, they were afraid that they would face the hidden danger of extinction. The God clan was already destroyed. There was no reason for the ancient Buddha clan to survive. On the contrary, they left with the ancient Buddha's secret realm and fled into the void. At that time, they could find a place to settle down. It would not be easy for the human clan to find the location of the ancient Buddha clan. Such a method. It was abandoning the rook to save the king. When the ancient Buddha clan had just retreated, the sky was covered with blood clouds. Instantly, those cultivators who were gloating at the ancient Buddha clan's misfortune turned green. The blood demon is here again. Mother Ker, the ancient Buddha clan has already left. Why is the blood demon still coming? Who knows? Quick, raise the array. Where is the array coming from? The ancient Buddha clan's people have all run away. Who can activate the array? The cultivators in the ancient Buddha territory wailed. As for Xianxia, they feared him from the bottom of their hearts. There was no other way. Every time he appeared, it was accompanied by countless deaths and injuries. Originally, the ancient Buddha clan was still resisting, so it was not to the point of collapse. But now, the ancient Buddha clan had all run away. Among the remaining cultivators, who could resist this famous blood demon, the blood clouds surged. They transformed into Xianxia's appearance. I'm late. I didn't expect you to leave so quickly. He scanned with his divine will. Xianxia understood what had happened. His face was full of regret. Then, he looked at the many cities in the ancient Buddha territory below, revealing a strange smile. All living beings suffer. Why don't you join my demon clan and enjoy the bliss? While talking, the blood clouds descended. In an instant, the entire ancient Buddha territory was covered. One by one, the demon clan cultivators were born from the blood clouds. Then, with scarlet eyes, they charged toward the cultivators below. Kill. Behead. Boom, a terrifying force pressed down. The Black Emperor was beaten until he coughed up blood and retreated. His powerful body was full of cracks. The destructive force lingered in it, constantly wearing down his physical strength. Not long after, another person fell. It was the Earth Emperor. The Black Emperor tilted his head and looked at the Earth Emperor, who was not much better than him, with a sneer on his face. To the Earth Emperor. He was unhappy from the bottom of his heart. Not only was he unhappy with the Earth Emperor, but he was also unhappy with the Dog Emperor. In the Black Emperor's view, both of them were betrayers. If it were not for their betrayal, he would not have ended up like this. Hearing that, the Earth Emperor sneered. You are not much better than me. Why do you have to say such nonsense? The Black Emperor did not pay any attention to this. After recovering from his injuries, he rejoined the battle once again. At this moment, the lightning tribulation crazily struck, but the demon clan True Immortal's strength was tyrannical and terrifying. Even with the lightning tribulation's interference, the Black Emperor and the other emperors of the three clans joined forces and could only barely delay it. There was no hope of victory at all. On the other side, Xiang was on the side holding the line. He had not used the heaven list in his hand so far, waiting for the most suitable time. These ancient true immortals who had their seals lifted. The biggest threat wasn't his weakened strength, but his reckless self-destruction. If an expert of this level were to self-destruct, apart from Emperor Zhao and the Qin Emperor, who were not much weaker than true immortals, no one could resist. So, Xiang's real role was to prevent this true immortal from self-destructing. However, he wasn't too worried about this matter. Everyone could understand. Now that the Demon Emperor was reaching the Tao, the real role of this true immortal was to stall for time. If the other party self-destructed, even if he could kill all the emperors of the three clans, it would not solve the current crisis of the Demon Clan. After all, the power of a true immortal's self-destruction did not distinguish between friend and foe. If he really self-destructed, it would be a lose-lose situation. It was not just one demon clan that was participating in the battle. There were also some vassal clans of the demon clan. The experts of these clans. If too many of them died because of the self-destruction of the demon clan's true immortal, they would no longer work for the demon clan. Once there was no support from the vassal clans. Without the existence of the true immortal. With the demon clan's current strength, they would not be able to resist the combined forces of the humans and the three clans. Therefore, in Xianxia's opinion, the demon clan's true immortal would not self-destruct, nor would he dare to self-destruct. But even so, the intensity of the battle was not reduced at all. This battle. It was a battle to destroy the demon clan. All the clans were fighting with all their might. All the celestial cultivators were the main force of this battle. The battle had reached this point. Many celestial beings had already fallen. I'm afraid it won't be easy to destroy the demon clan. Xianxia sighed in his heart. Attacking the demon clan. Not only did it involve the demon clan, but it also involved the interests of other clans. Right now, many forces were supporting the demon clan, causing the occupation to fall into a stalemate. In the battlefield of rules. It would not be long before the demon emperor attained the Tao. Once the other party succeeded, according to Xianxia's estimation, the two clans would not easily break out into a life-and-death battle. So, instead of saying that this battle was to destroy the demon clan, it was better to say that it was a battle to completely display the power of the human clan and thus occupy a dominant position in the four great continents. But seriously speaking, Xianxia still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, a glimmer of hope to destroy the demon clan. After an unknown period of time, the world shook. There were Sanskrit chants, golden flowers falling from the sky, and golden lotuses appearing on the ground. A long river of rules ran through the universe. A person stood at the end of the long river of rules. An abyss-like aura instantly swept across the four great continents, pressing down on the minds of all the living beings. The weak living beings all bowed down to that person in unison. Greetings, true immortal. The voices were as uniform as one, straight into the clouds. At this moment, heaven and earth congratulated. All living beings congratulated. An expert has succeeded in attaining the Tao. The Earth Sovereign resisted the urge to bow down and worship. Looking at the person standing at the end of the long river of rules in the sky, his face was already filled with shock. Attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal, after 200,000 years, there was finally an expert attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal. What a terrifying aura. It made the Earth Sovereign feel as small as an ant. Such power. It was definitely not something that those ancient true immortals who had broken out of the seal could possess. If one had to compare, only when Xianxia of the human clan walked out of the eastern continent in the past could his abyss-like aura be comparable. It was also at this moment. The destiny of the human clan shook. The vast destiny of the human clan ran through the entire eastern continent and spread all the way to the human clan's territory. The illusory Zhao Emperor. He was suppressed in the long river of destiny of the human clan. Then, Xianxia felt the heaven list in his hand tremble slightly, as if it was reflecting the destiny of the human clan. Father. Father has become an immortal. A look of wild joy appeared on his face. Zhao Emperor had become an immortal. This was the greatest news for the human clan. At this moment, the morale of the human clan was greatly boosted. Haha, Zhao Emperor has become an immortal. Our human clan already has a true immortal. The destruction of the demon clan is at this moment. Kill. Dan Hao laughed out loud. Then, he seemed to have broken some kind of restriction, and the aura on his body was sublimated and instantly soared. 7th level of the Heaven Realm, Almighty Realm. After being silent for hundreds of years, Dan Hao felt like he had to say something when he broke through. In the end, a long roar resounded. Dan Hao's body was smooth, and then he charged toward the demon clan Almighty in front of him. True immortal. The demon clan true immortal's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. The human clan was the first to succeed. This was the worst outcome. Not only that, the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Emperor struck fear into this true immortal of the demon race. This aura is definitely not something that a first-level immortal can possess. What kind of law did he follow? How can he have such a powerful aura after just breaking through? In the eyes of the demon clan true immortal, Zhao Emperor's current strength was probably not much weaker than a second-level immortal. That vast and mighty rule. It made him completely confused. However, before the heaven and earth phenomenon completely disappeared, there was another Sanskrit chanting. Golden flowers scattered in the sky. Golden lotuses surged out of the ground. The demon clan's luck shook, and a true dragon tens of thousands of feet long stood at the end of the long river of laws. The dragon's roar was earth-shattering. Suddenly, the demon clan's aura also soared. The demon emperor had achieved Tao. This proved that there was going to be a true immortal in the demon clan. Compared to the demon clan, the human clan's face darkened. The demon emperor's Tao was too coincidental, and it happened one after the other. This was the most troublesome thing. Even Xianxia. There was also a helpless look on his face. In the battlefield of laws, two emperors had achieved Tao one after another. The killing intent in blood Ling Huang's eyes soared, and endless power erupted in an instant, bombarding the Soul Protection Emperor's body. Suddenly, the Soul Protection Emperor was sent flying while coughing up blood. How dare you stop Ben Huang from achieving Tao? Die. Blood Ling Huang did not intend to continue fighting. Zhao Emperor and the Demon Emperor had already achieved Tao, and there was no guarantee that the other emperors would also achieve Tao one after another. If this continued to drag on, Blood Eldar would be in big trouble. Achieving Tao was a race against time. Achieving Tao a moment later could bring about unpredictable changes. So, the Soul Protection Emperor must die. A terrifying power erupted, bombarding his body until it collapsed. The Soul Protection Emperor's face was full of disbelief. How can you be so strong? He could not believe it. He was a true immortal, but he was beaten to such a state by a half-immortal. Not long after the battle began. Although the Soul Protection Emperor was at a disadvantage, he was not as miserable as he was now. If not for the immortal body's resistance, just now, he would have been completely defeated. As the first true immortal to achieve Tao, the Soul Protection Emperor could not accept such a fact. Blood Ling Huang's face was full of disdain, and he said sarcastically, "You are worthy of being called a true immortal. Previously, I didn't want to waste my time, so I turned a blind eye to your soul protection race. Do you really think that a trash like you is qualified to go against me, Blood Eldar? Today, Ben Huang will kill you, so as not to embarrass the true immortal." As soon as he finished, the attack erupted. At this moment, the Soul Protection Emperor felt the aura of death. He had no time to argue. He forcefully broke the battlefield of laws, and then fled downwards. Until now. What can't let Blood Ling Huang succeed in achieving Tao? What revenge? All of them were thrown to the back of the Soul Protection Emperor's mind. Blood Ling Huang's strength was far beyond the Soul Protection Emperor's imagination. If he continued to fight, only death awaited him. So, the Soul Protection Emperor simply fled. In the battlefield of laws, Blood Ling Huang looked at the Soul Protection Emperor who disappeared. His eyes were still cold. But he did not pursue it. Cultivators who broke through the Tao could forcefully break the battlefield of laws, but those who achieved Tao could not. The path of Tao. There was no life. There was no retreat at all. Only by walking to the end and leaving one's own imprint on the monument of laws could one truly be free from the battlefield of laws. Or else, there was only one path to walk, death. Without the Soul Protection Emperor's obstruction, Blood Ling Huang no longer had any resistance in the long river of laws. Every step forward, the aura on his body would become more tyrannical. After an unknown amount of time, he walked to the end of the long river of laws. His body had become crystal clear like jade, and an aura that suppressed the world emitted from it, causing the entire long river of laws to tremble slightly. Looking at the monument of laws in front of him, Blood Ling Huang left his own imprint on it. In an instant, heaven and earth chanted. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared between heaven and earth. After the human clan's Zhao Emperor and the monster clan's Monster Emperor, Blood Eldar's Blood Ling Huang became the third supreme expert to succeed in achieving Tao. The human clan, the monster clan, and the blood Eldar, there are already 3 forces with true immortals. It won't be long before the other emperors succeed in achieving Tao. The 4 great continents have finally become the world of true immortals. Xianxia stood on a mountain peak, looking at the various strange phenomena in the sky. The power of worship did not affect him at all. The birth of a true immortal. This meant that the world of great battles had reached a peak. Thinking of this, Xianxia said softly, "Was there such a prosperous situation in the ancient times? Such a situation will appear when any period of time declines to the extreme. The ancient times were destroyed, and heaven and earth were silent for many years. Until the beginning of the ancient times, such a situation appeared. The celestial emperor established the celestial court just to continue this prosperous situation." In the sea of consciousness, the Godslayer's voice came out. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. Extreme misfortune leads to bliss. This was the inevitable principle of the operation of heaven and earth. No one could go against it, not even someone as strong as the Emperor of Heaven. However, the Godslayer thought of Xianxia. He was not sure whether the other party could continue this prosperous situation forever. Xianxia was silent. He withdrew his gaze from the strange phenomena, and finally, his gaze fell on the territory of the ancient Buddha clan. It had been completely covered by blood clouds. From the outside, it looked like a huge blood cocoon had completely swallowed up the ancient Buddha clan's territory. Although Xianxia was standing outside, he could feel the killing going on inside. However, he did not make a move to stop it. This time, he came here to destroy the ancient Buddha clan. However, the ancient Buddha secret realm ran too fast, and Xianxia had no way to catch a trace. P.S. The free book gift event can be stacked. 1 quota can get a book, 600,000 to 800,000 words. If there are 4 quotas, you can get a complete set of books, including but not limited to 4 volumes. Even if there are still updates later, the contents of the book will be added as a gift. On this day, Emperor Zhao of the human race attained the Tao, and the powerhouses of the various races of the 4 great continents attacked the human territory. The Qin Emperor of the human race killed everyone and defeated the allied forces of the various races with his own strength. He went to the South Continent to destroy the God race, killed the God race's perfected immortals and divine emperors, and finally killed the ancient Buddha Emperor in the battlefield. At this point, a top race was destroyed, and a top race was completely weakened. On the same day, Marquis Bayun of the human race killed 12 perfected immortals, and more than 30 perfected immortals of the various races died. The emperors attained the Tao. The 4 great continents entered the perfected immortal era. As the demon emperor succeeded in attaining the Tao, the perfected immortal of the demon race had a fierce expression and suddenly self-destructed. Boom, the moment he self-destructed, the heaven list suppressed him. A terrifying sealing force spread, trying to suppress the power of the self-destruction. At this moment, the Dog Emperor and the other 2 didn't need to say anything and immediately retreated. They had to retreat. The power of a perfected immortal's self-destruction was not something they could resist. The void within 100 miles was turned into a destructive pitch black. The void didn't even have the chance to become turbulent and was directly turned into powder by this power. The heaven list shook violently, trying its best to suppress the power of the self-destruction. Finally, boom, the sealing force shattered. The aftermath of the destruction swept in all directions. At this moment, a palm came down from the sky. Endless Taoist rhymes circulated on the jade-like palm. In front of the palm, the destructive power was like a small flame that was easily extinguished. The void trembled slightly. A person walked out and landed in front of Shiyang. "Father." Shiyang's face immediately lit up when he saw the person who came. The others. They all bowed in unison. Emperor Zhao. Even the Black Emperor and the other emperors of the 3 races. At this moment, they didn't dare to be rude and all bowed to greet him. It was very simple. Because the person in front of them was a perfected immortal, everyone below the perfected immortal realm was an ant. This was a perfected immortal at his peak. Just like when the perfected immortal of the demon race self-destructed. That destructive force could easily annihilate a Nirvana realm cultivator. But in front of Emperor Zhao, he was just an existence that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. With the appearance of Zhao Emperor, the morale of the human clan was greatly boosted. Looking at the demon clan, their faces were as ugly as if their parents had died. This was especially true for the experts from the vassal races. Now, in front of Zhao Emperor, his heart was beating violently. It was also at this moment. The void shook again. The demon emperor walked out in his human form and landed before Emperor Zhao. "Greetings, demon emperor." The demonic beasts were overjoyed. The demon emperor had arrived. With the addition of a true immortal to their side, they immediately relaxed a little. Shortly after, the atmosphere of the scene became solemn. The true immortals of both sides had arrived. Next, either an even more intense battle would erupt, or they would stop here. The development of the situation. They were all in the hands of the rulers of the two races. "I didn't expect you to succeed in proving your Tao." The demon emperor's expression was calm as he looked at the Zhao emperor in front of him. However, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He was facing a true immortal at his peak. No one could be certain that they would be able to deal with it. Emperor Zhao clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Demon Emperor, do you think we should fight or make peace now?" "So what if we fight?" "So what if we make peace?" "Demon Emperor, if you want to fight, after today, there will only be one of us left in the 4 continents." Emperor Zhao's expression was dignified as he said in a deep voice. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. If that was really the case, it would be a battle to the death. If it reached that point, no one was confident that they could protect themselves. Perhaps by then, even the rulers might die in this battle. However, no one interrupted. The only ones who could make the decision now were the Demon Emperor and Emperor Zhao. "If you want to make peace, the demonic beasts will retreat 1,000,000 miles in the western prefecture and divide this area into our territory." "Emperor Zhao, are you very confident?" The Demon Emperor's expression was gloomy. The demonic beasts retreated 1,000,000 miles. This was not a small matter. Once they did that, it was equivalent to the demonic beasts admitting that they were the losers of this battle. The news spread. It would have a great impact on the reputation of the demonic beasts. More importantly, if the territory was reduced, it meant that the resources of the demonic beasts would also be reduced. Naturally, their luck would also decline. Of course, now that a true immortal had been born in the demonic beasts, their luck had reached a very high level. Even if they lost some luck, it would not be a big deal. However, the Demon Emperor was still unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Emperor Zhao said indifferently, "Whether we fight or make peace, it's all up to you, Demon Emperor. Please consider carefully." Hearing that, the Demon Emperor did not answer easily. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rose from the sky, and the void there turned into powder. Then, a shocking blade energy slashed down. In an instant, it crossed the distance of space and approached the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and the space around him changed. He wanted to move the blade energy to another place. However, when the two collided, the saber aura directly shattered the surrounding space and shattered the power of the rules. The remaining power did not stop there. It still slashed toward the Demon Emperor. "How dare you!" the Demon Emperor shouted. He stretched out his jade-like palm and directly destroyed the blade energy. Then, he retracted his palm into his sleeve and turned his head to look at the void. A person stepped through the space and came over. Emperor Qin. Seeing the person who came over, the Demon Emperor's expression did not change, but his heart sank slightly. The flesh on his palm that was retracted in his sleeve was slowly healing. In just a few breaths, it had recovered. The blade energy just now. When he received it, it was not as easy as it seemed. As Xianxia arrived, the humans all bowed respectfully as well. "Emperor Qin." Even Emperor Zhao nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "Emperor Qin is here." "Emperor Zhao, you've succeeded. Ben Huang hasn't had the time to congratulate you." Xianxia smiled. Then, he landed beside the Demon Emperor, still holding the Godslayer in his hand. His gaze fell on the Demon Emperor. Emperor Zhao, why waste your breath on him? If the Demon Emperor is unwilling to retreat, then let's fight. Ben Huang also wants to see how strong you are after you've succeeded. As they spoke, the four rules descended. His combat power soared to 840,000. That terrifying power. This caused everyone to raise their eyebrows in surprise. So strong. The Black Emperor felt the aura that was like an abyss, and his legs and stomach were trembling. He realized. Now, the four continents had changed to the point where he could not recognize them. In the past, the Nirvana realm was the strongest. Even if there was a gap between him and the Demon Emperor and the other top experts, the gap was not too big. It was not to the point where he could not compete. But now, the experts that appeared one after another made the Black Emperor feel how insignificant he was. Emperor Zhao and the Demon Emperor were fine. After all, they were experts who had become immortals. But Qin Shujian, the Black Emperor, was sure that he had not become an immortal. However, even if he had not become an immortal, that power still made him feel as weak as an ant. Suddenly, a sentence appeared in the Black Emperor's mind. Not a true immortal, better than a true immortal. Not only the Black Emperor, but the Dog Emperor and the Earth Emperor were also shocked. When the other party blocked the powerful experts of the various clans in front of the human territory, the strength he showed was already extremely strong. But the aura that the other party showed now was many times more terrifying than that. The Dog Emperor thought of what Qin Shujian had said to him. At that time, he was still doubtful. But now, the Dog Emperor was already convinced of this. Even Emperor Zhao looked at Qin Shujian with shock in his eyes. The foundation of Emperor Qin has already reached such a level. He knew that Qin Shujian was very strong. But Emperor Zhao had never thought that Qin Shujian would be so strong. And, for laws, he had never thought that the other party would comprehend 4 laws at the same time at the heavenly being stage. It could be said that, after Qin Shujian revealed all his strength, all the experts present were shocked. But soon, Emperor Zhao came to his senses. He looked at the Demon Emperor and said with a faint smile, "If Emperor Qin wants to fight, that's fine. However, we humans don't like to start a war first. Let the Demon Emperor make the decision." He threw the choice back to the Demon Emperor. For this, the Demon Emperor's face was gloomy. He really wanted to not retreat. But the aura that Qin Shujian exuded made the Demon Emperor, a true immortal, feel shocked. If they really fought, he was not confident that he could suppress Qin Shujian. If there was Emperor Zhao, the Demon Emperor was sure he would definitely lose. Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor said coldly, "Okay, the Demon Clan will retreat 1,000,000 miles from the western state. We will stop fighting for now. No, there is one more request. Emperor Qin, don't push your luck." The Demon Emperor's eyes were gloomy. He retreated because he did not want to suffer losses with the human clan. But this was the Demon Clan's territory. With the Demon Clan's luck, he might not be a match for the two of them. Qin Shujian said, "The Vermilion Bird Clan will leave the Demon Clan from now on. The Demon Emperor needs to hand over all the members of the Vermilion Bird Clan." The Vermilion Bird Clan. The Demon Emperor frowned. In the Demon Clan's camp, many experts looked at each other. No one expected Qin Shujian would make such a decision. "Fire Sage, come out." Yes. Since the Demon Emperor appeared, Fire Sage, who had been hiding in the crowd, had no choice but to come out. She was afraid of the Demon Emperor. She was even more afraid of this Emperor Qin. After coming to Qin Shujian's side, Fire Sage looked into the Demon Emperor's indifferent eyes and immediately lowered her head in fear. But thinking that she still had Qin Shujian and Emperor Zhao on her side, she regained her courage. "Fire Sage, are you sure you want to betray the Demon Clan?" The Demon Emperor was not angry, but said calmly. Hearing that, Fire Sage took a deep breath, looked directly into the Demon Emperor's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "The Vermilion Bird Clan is not a demon clan. In ancient times, a demon emperor appeared and wanted to subdue all the clans in the world and unify them into the demon clan. Since then, the Vermilion Bird clan has belonged to the demon clan. Now that we have left the demon clan, we are just regaining our former identity. Good. The demon emperor nodded slightly and said indifferently, since you have already made your decision, Ben Huang will not stop you. From today on, the Vermilion Bird clan will no longer belong to the demon clan. All the Vermilion Birds in the demon clan's territory will be expelled. As soon as he said that, the Vermilion Bird clan had been officially expelled from the demon clan. For the demon emperor, a Vermilion Bird clan was useless. Since the human clan wanted it, he would give it to them. Over the years, most of the Vermilion Bird clan's experts had been killed or injured. The strongest was only Fire Sage, who was in the 8th tier of the Celestial Being realm. There were not many celestial beings left in the Vermilion Bird clan. Such a clan. It was fine to give it up. To this, Xianxia said with a smile, the demon emperor is generous. After that, he turned his head to look at Fire Sage, go and take all the Vermilion Birds away. Ben Huang believes that the demon emperor will not secretly interfere. Yes, Qin Huang. Fire Sage accepted the order. Then he entered the demon clan's territory and headed for the Vermilion Bird clan's encampment. At this point, the human clan and the allied forces of the 3 clans retreated. This battle finally came to an end. In the demon clan's secret realm, the demon emperor lived in the heavenly demon temple. An aura that suppressed heaven and earth spread out from his body, making the entire demon clan's secret realm more stable. In addition to the demon emperor, there were still 5 elders in the heavenly demon temple. After this battle, the demon clan's mighty figures had suffered heavy casualties. Until now, only 5 demon saints were left. For these demon saints, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Although the demon clan had suffered heavy losses in this battle, the demon emperor had succeeded in proving his Tao. He had completely recovered their losses and had also greatly increased the strength of the demon clan. Therefore, they did not feel too heavy in their hearts. My emperor, the Vermilion Bird clan betrayed our clan. Are we really going to let them leave so easily? A demon saint cupped his hands and said, his words full of killing intent. In his opinion, all those who betrayed the demon clan deserved to die. The demon emperor said indifferently, the Vermilion Bird clan is weak. If they leave, then so be it. There is no need to start a war with the human clan over this matter. At this point, he looked at the 5 demon saints below. Our clan suffered heavy losses in this battle. 2 great saints have fallen, and the rest of the demon saints have suffered heavy casualties. Although Ben Huang has now proven his Tao, the other emperors have also succeeded in proving their Tao. There are more than 1 true immortal. Our demon clan's current strength is still much weaker. There is no need to fight again in the near future. Nurturing a powerful figure. It was not an easy task. Originally, the demon clan had many powerful figures. That was the accumulation of tens of thousands of years. However, in the previous battle, the demon clan's tens of thousands of years of accumulation were used up. Not only that, even the true immortals who had been left behind for hundreds of thousands of years were all used up. It could be said that the demon clan's current strength on the surface was their strongest strength. For any clan or force, the strength on the surface was their strongest strength. It was an extremely dangerous thing. Because this meant that the clan or force no longer had any trump cards. Once the strength on the surface was defeated, then this clan would face the risk of extinction. Emperor Zhao of the human clan has succeeded in proving his Tao. Although Emperor Qin has not yet proven his Tao, his strength is not much weaker than a true immortal. It can be said that the human clan now has 2 true immortals. In the 4 continents, they are already the strongest. Compared to them, our demon clan is already lacking by a lot. The demon emperor shook his head and sighed. The human clan is indeed a top clan in the ancient times. Even though they have declined for so many years, they can still find a chance to turn things around. It is really not an easy task to destroy such a clan. After the ancient times were destroyed, The human clan was besieged by the various clans and gradually fell into a state of decline. But even so, the human clan was like a centipede. No matter how the various clans besieged them, there was no way to completely exterminate the human clan. On the contrary, as the situation became difficult, the experts born in the human clan sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Until 200,000 years ago, the human clan had Xianxia, a top expert who finally became an immortal but walked in front of all the true immortals. With his own strength, he separated the eastern continent from the four continents and gave the human clan a chance to recuperate for 200,000 years. Unfortunately, at that time, the demon emperor also had some guesses. He first sent a portion of the demon clan into the eastern continent and left a backup plan. The development of things. It was just as the demon emperor had expected. Although the eastern continent was separated, the human clan had suffered heavy losses at that time. They were still suppressed by a portion of the demon clan and were almost on the verge of extinction. Until thousands of years ago, Emperor Xiao of the human clan appeared out of nowhere and led the human clan to rise again. 2 years ago, the human clan walked out of the eastern continent. This clan that had disappeared for 200,000 years appeared in front of all the forces again. Until now, the human clan had reached the top of the four continents again. Regarding this, the demon emperor was also very emotional. Every time the human clan reached a critical juncture, a powerhouse would come out and turn the tide. It was also because of this. The various clans besieged the human clan for hundreds of thousands of years, but there was no way to completely exterminate the human clan. The human clan has already formed the general trend. It won't be easy to destroy it again. The demon emperor sighed. Below, the 5 demon saints did not dare to casually answer. At this moment, no matter how they answered, it did not seem appropriate. On the other side, the human clan army retreated. After returning to the eastern continent, all the human clan cultivators who were waiting cheered and jumped for joy. Eastern City. In the city lord's residence, Xianxia and Emperor Xiao sat opposite each other. Apart from them, no one else appeared here. Hearing the cheers, Emperor Xiao said with a smile, "After the ancient times were destroyed, the human clan has been declining day by day. It's only now that we've walked out of the haze. The glory in front of us is only temporary. Before the great tribulation of the demon abyss is resolved, we can't really be considered to have walked out of the haze." Xianxia shook his head slightly. In his opinion, the thousands of clans in the 4 continents were a small problem. After all, there was a force that did not even have a true immortal at their peak. No, there were already some clans that had true immortals. But even so, Xianxia did not take them seriously. There were strong and weak true immortals. They were judged by the strength of the rules. Weak true immortals. They would not be much stronger than those sealed ancient true immortals. Xianxia was confident that he could kill them. As for powerful true immortals, they were like the demon emperor, who had opened up many paths of rules. As long as they succeeded in proving their Tao, their strength would increase greatly. Emperor Xiao said, "What Emperor Qin said is true. But now that the human clan is not threatened by the other clans, we can recuperate and have a better chance to face the demon abyss. It's hard for the flowers in the greenhouse to grow too high. Emperor Qin, do you have any plans?" Emperor Xiao was startled and then said in a deep voice. Xianxia said, "Ben Huang is going to let the human clan recuperate for a few years. When there are enough experts, we will divide them into the 4 continents and open up a battlefield to train with the other clans. This way, we can plunder the resources of the other clans and let the human clan experience the baptism of blood and fire. Only in this way can enough experts be born. Only in this way can we be confident to face the great calamity of the demon abyss in the future." Hearing that, Emperor Xiao was silent. Xianxia's words surprised him. After a long time, Emperor Xiao sighed and said, "Emperor Qin, you're using all your resources to fight. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Since the human clan came out of the eastern continent, the number of experts born has increased by several times compared to the past due to the oppression of the other clans. Of course, there's a problem with cultivation methods and resources, but the real reason is that they have experienced the baptism of blood and have comprehended the opportunity to break through. Qin Shujian said lightly. The comprehension of a cultivator between life and death was not something that could be obtained by meditating on a daily basis. An epiphany. It was equivalent to dozens of years of hard work. There are hundreds of millions of humans in the eastern continent. If they cultivate step by step according to the current progress, not to mention 100 years, how many experts can be born in 1,000 years? In the ancient times, the heavenly court had 365 true immortals and a supreme expert like the Emperor of Heaven. However, the other clans were still defeated. Even the ancient clans were defeated by the demon abyss. With the current strength of the human clan, even if more heavenly humans are born, what can they change? Qin Shujian said, in less than 100 years, if we practice step by step, given the current situation of the human tribe, there should be many ordinary celestial beings. But what about saints? What about mighty figures? Emperor Zhao should understand that it's as difficult as ascending to heaven for the human clan to produce true immortals in such a short time. Therefore, Ben Huang believes that it's necessary to open up the myriad clan battlefield. This matter is of great importance. Do you have a definite plan, Emperor Qin? Emperor Zhao did not agree, but he did not object immediately either. In his heart, he was seriously reviewing Qin Shujian's words, trying to find the pros and cons. Indeed, the human clan was stable enough now, but they were not strong enough. The lack of strength. It did not mean that they were not strong enough for the other clans, but for the demon abyss. However, the opening of the myriad clan battlefield. It meant that there would be bloodshed and casualties among the human clan cultivators. To be able to become the human emperor, Emperor Zhao naturally would not only care about the immediate gains and losses and ignore the long-term interests of the human clan. Therefore, he was weighing whether the opening of the myriad clan battlefield would be beneficial or harmful to the human clan. Regarding this, Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, Ben Huang only has a temporary idea about the myriad clan battlefield. As for the specifics, I still have to think about it seriously. However, Ben Huang is certain about one thing. The opening of the myriad clan battlefield is not only beneficial to the human clan, but the other clans may not refuse. And Ben Huang thinks that there's no need to hide the great tribulation of the demon abyss. In the end, Qin Shujian's smile had already disappeared. The great tribulation of the demon abyss is not a matter of the human clan, nor is it a matter of the eastern continent. The other clans should also understand that this great tribulation concerns the entire world and the 4 major continents. If this news were to spread, the human clan would have to bear great pressure when we were weak in the past. But now that the human clan is strong, there's no need to worry at all. Moreover, with the threat of the great tribulation of the demon abyss, the other clans have to consider the consequences if they want to start a war with the human clan. As Qin Shujian spoke, he added to himself in his heart. That was, if the news of the great tribulation of the demon abyss spread, the other clans would not refuse the opening of the myriad clan battlefield. Inside, there was also Qin Shujian's own selfishness. If the myriad clan battlefield was not opened, how would the human clan train their soldiers? If the human clan did not train their soldiers, how would their source of life come, if the source of life was not enough? Naturally, there was no way to increase his realm. As a result, when the great tribulation of the demon abyss arrived, everyone would have to die together. Therefore, Qin Shujian wanted to open up the rule battlefield and have a chance to harvest the source of life openly. As a result, he did not have to personally exterminate the other clans to avoid causing the other clans to be wary and eventually join forces to fight against the human clan. After all, in terms of overall strength, with the existence of himself and Emperor Zhao, the human clan could be considered the strongest force in the 4 major continents. But the strongest did not mean that they were invincible. Therefore, even though Qin Shujian did not put the other clans in his eyes, he could not really do that. As a result, he had to change his method of harvesting the source of life. These things he did not tell Emperor Zhao. But there was no problem with the pros and cons that he had just mentioned. Only by going through the baptism of war and having external pressure could enough experts be born. For generations of the human clan, it was the same. Emperor Zhao nodded and said lightly, Ben Huang will carefully consider the matter of the myriad clan battlefield. However, since Emperor Qin has made the decision regarding the great tribulation of the demon abyss, Ben Huang cannot stop it. But as Emperor Qin said, with the threat of the demon abyss, the myriad clan should be much quieter. All of a sudden, East City Lord came in from outside, bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty, Emperor Qin." "What happened?" Emperor Zhao said. On the other side, Qin Shujian's gaze also fell on the East City Lord. But he did not ask. Because East City Lord was a subject of the great Zhao. Since Emperor Zhao was here, it was natural for him to ask. East City Lord said, "An expert of the Soul Protector race wants to see you. He hopes to see Your Majesty or Emperor Zhao." Soul Protector race. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows and then said to Emperor Zhao with a smile, "Let Ben Huang handle this matter. Now that Emperor Zhao has succeeded in proving his Dao, you should go to Baiyun Mansion to take a look." "That's good. Ben Huang should go to Baiyun Mansion indeed." Emperor Zhao nodded and then sighed. This time, he was able to achieve Dao. It was all because Marquis Baiyun had buried the 12 true immortals of the myriad clan in advance. Or else, with the 12 true immortals, he would definitely fail in proving his Dao. It could be said that Marquis Baiyun's decision not only allowed the human clan to have one more true immortal, but also pulled the human clan back from the brink of extinction. It was reasonable. Emperor Zhao had to go to Baiyun Mansion now. East City Lord, who was standing below, lowered his head and did not dare to interrupt. After a long time, Qin Shujian's voice sounded in his ears, "Ask that person of the Soul Protector race to come here." East City Lord heard this and then raised his head. He then realized that Emperor Zhao had left and only Qin Shujian was sitting there. "I'll go now." After saying that, he bowed and left. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a black robe with sunken cheeks walked in. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Ngu of the Soul Protector race greets Emperor Qin. Ben Huang has never interacted with the Soul Protector race. Why is Elder Ngu here?" Qin Shujian said lightly. Hearing this, Ngu cupped his hands and replied with a solemn expression, "I'm here on my emperor's order to form an alliance with the human clan." "Alliance?" "Yes." Hee. Qin Shujian replied with a cold smile, "When Ben Huang went to the North Continent to form an alliance with the Soul Protector race, the Soul Protector Emperor personally rejected it. Now you want to form an alliance. Do you really think that the human clan is easy to bully?" "No," Nji's expression changed slightly and he was about to explain. However, before he could say anything, he felt a terrifying aura enveloping him. In front of this aura, Ngu felt that he would be crushed into powder at any time. The threat of death made him sweat uncontrollably. Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold and he said indifferently, "The human clan is not something that a Soul Protector Emperor can humiliate. Moreover, if you want to form an alliance with the human clan, you don't have the right to talk to Ben Huang. Tell him that if the Soul Protector Emperor wants to form an alliance with the human clan, he should show enough sincerity. Otherwise, don't step into the human clan's territory without permission." After saying that, he waved his sleeves. A terrifying energy exploded and swept Ngu up. In the next moment, he left the human clan's territory. Outside the human clan's territory, before Ngu could recover from the shock, Qin Shujian's voice rang in his ears again. "If you dare to humiliate the human clan again, Ben Huang will take your life." It was just one sentence. Ngu broke out in cold sweat. He did not dare to stay near the human clan's territory and hurriedly headed to the North Continent. East City. In the city governor's mansion, Qin Shujian picked up the spirit tea beside him and took a sip. Then, he put it back. Compared to the coldness just now, he seemed to be in a good mood. The Soul Protector race has such a day. However, in the end, the Soul Protector Emperor is a little stupid. He personally pushed the Soul Protector race into such a difficult situation. Thinking of the Soul Protector race, the corners of Qin Shujian's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Previously, for Emperor Zhao's Dao, he personally went to the Soul Protector race, hoping that they could form an alliance. In the end, the Soul Protector Emperor rejected him. At first, it was normal to reject an alliance. Qin Shujian did not take it to heart. However, it was different now. The Soul Protector race had just rejected him, and now they came looking for him. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was naturally not a magnanimous person. How could he let the Soul Protector race have it easy, and in his opinion, the Soul Protector Emperor's intelligence did not seem to be very good. It could be seen from the fact that he dared to be the first to attain the Tao, but in the end, he became the weakest perfected immortal. This Soul Protector Emperor had high standards but low abilities. Such a person, if he formed an alliance with him, he might harm himself. However, the human clan was now powerful and was not afraid of a burden from the Soul Protector race. Since the other party wanted to send himself to the door, Qin Shujian would not reject the benefits. If I remember correctly, the Soul Protector Emperor went to stop Xueling Huang from attaining the Tao not long ago. Now that Xueling Huang has succeeded in attaining the Tao, he should be preparing to destroy the Soul Protector race. That's why the Soul Protector Emperor anxiously sent someone to form an alliance. No, this should not be an alliance. It should be a request for help. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. He was not in a hurry. After Emperor Zhao attained the Tao, the human clan was now stable. If it took time, he could play with the Soul Protector race slowly. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Soul Protector race should not be able to last for long. On the other side, after Ngu was chased out of the human clan's territory by Qin Shujian, he rushed to the North Continent without stopping. Soon, he had already returned to the territory of the Soul Protector race. Inside the Soul Protection Mystic Realm, seeing that Ngu had returned, the Soul Protector Emperor asked in a deep voice, "How did it go? Did the human clan agree to form an alliance with our clan?" Hearing the question, Ngu's expression was a little ugly. Then, he told the Soul Protector Emperor everything that had happened in the human clan's territory. All of a sudden, the hall quieted down. The Soul Protector Emperor's face was expressionless. After a long while, only then did he sigh, "Times have really changed." At this moment, the Soul Protector Emperor only wanted to sigh. Every dog has its day. Previously, when Qin Shujian came and wanted to form an alliance with him, he had even rejected him. Because in the Soul Protector Emperor's opinion, at that time, the human clan was besieged on all sides and was not far from being wiped out. Forming an alliance with such a race was no different from courting death. However, he had never expected that. At the last moment, the human clan had turned over a new leaf. No. It was not as simple as turning over a new leaf. They had completely risen. Emperor Zhao had attained the Tao. Emperor Qin had killed the immortals. With these two people, the human clan had two perfected immortals at the same time. They had become the strongest force in the 4 continents. "My emperor, what should we do now?" Ngu raised his head and looked at the Soul Protector Emperor on the main seat with a solemn expression. "What else can we do? Since Emperor Qin has spoken, Ben Huang shall go and meet him," the Soul Protector Emperor said. One had to bow under the eaves. Bloodling Huang had attained the Tao and had completely forced the Soul Protector race into a desperate situation. He had already received the news. Now, the Blood Eldar was mobilizing his troops. He reckoned that it would not be long before he attacked. With the current strength of the Soul Protector race, it was undoubtedly wishful thinking to fight against the Blood Eldar. There was no possibility at all. If that was really the case, then the Soul Protector race could only seal the Mystic Realm. However, it was the era of great battles. If the Soul Protector race sealed the Mystic Realm, it was equivalent to completely breaking away from the general trend. And breaking away from the general trend, it was a disguised form of severing one's own arm. There was no hope for the Soul Protector race to rise again. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Soul Protector race would not seal the Mystic Realm. The only way left was to ask for help. However, looking at the 4 continents, There was only one force that could go against the Blood Eldar and was willing to go against the Blood Eldar. It was the human clan. Therefore, the Soul Protector Emperor naturally placed his hopes on the human clan. After making the decision, he looked at Ngu and ordered, after Ben Huang leaves, pay close attention to the Blood Eldar's movements. If there are experts attacking, you can seal the Mystic Realm first and wait for Ben Huang's return. Yes, my Emperor. The Soul Protector Emperor nodded slightly, then left the Soul Protector Mystic Realm and headed towards the human clan's territory. After breaking through to the True Immortal Realm, even the weakest True Immortal Realm's strength had increased tremendously. The distance between the Soul Protector race of the North Continent and the human clan was more than billions of miles. However, in front of the Soul Protector Emperor, a distance of billions of miles did not take much time. In less than half a day, the human clan's territory was already in sight. The Soul Protector race, and Hun, is here to pay respects to Emperor Qin. P.S. If you have books, you can open an automatic subscription. Soul Requiem? Why did the Soul Protection Emperor come to the human territory today? Inside the Blackstone Secret Realm, the Black Emperor had a puzzled expression. Although the Blackstone Condor race and the Soul Protection race had not interacted much, as an emperor, he was still somewhat familiar with the Soul Protection Emperor. As for the Soul Protection race Emperor, the Black Emperor also had an evaluation in his heart, and that was that he was arrogant. He clearly did not have the strength of a top clan, but he had the heart of a top clan. So, he was also rather displeased with the Soul Protection Emperor. However, the Soul Protection race was far away in the northern continent, and the Blackstone Condor race was far away in the western continent. Both sides did not invade each other. This time, the Soul Protection Emperor suddenly came to the human territory. The Black Emperor could not help but be curious. Immediately after, he thought of what had happened recently, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. I see. However, the Black Emperor did not care too much. In the previous battle, the Blackstone Condor race had also suffered many casualties. At the beginning, it was still fine. The almighty experts were all intercepted by Qin Shujian alone. But later on, in the battle against the demon race, the Blackstone Condor race had also sent out all the celestial beings. After the battle, more than half of the celestial being cultivators were killed or injured. This was not a small loss for a race. But what the Black Emperor really cared about was the matter of the emperors becoming immortals. This time, there were more than 20 experts who had become immortals. As a result, the Black Emperor felt a little uncomfortable. He was a Nirvana realm expert after all, but he had not even touched the threshold of immortal ascension. And among the experts who had become immortals this time, there were many who had directly crossed over from the 10th level of the celestial being. To this, the Black Emperor felt even more stifled. He could not help but wonder if his talent was really bad. There's no reason. I'm the most talented person in the Blackstone Condor race. Otherwise, how could I become an emperor? Becoming an immortal should only be a matter of time. The Black Emperor encouraged himself. Then, he entered seclusion. He had to go into seclusion. The 4 continents had already entered the era of true immortals. Those who were not true immortals were no different from ants. At this moment, the Black Emperor could only rejoice that he had relied on the human race. Or else, the Blackstone Condor race might not be able to protect themselves. On the other side, the soul-protecting Emperor had been waiting for 15 minutes outside the human territory. After a quarter of an hour, only then did someone walk out from the eastern part of the city and come up to him. Dan Hao of the human race is here to welcome the Soul Protector Emperor under the orders of the Qin Emperor. Thank you. The Soul Protection Emperor said indifferently. Without a doubt. He waited for a quarter of an hour before someone came. This was Qin Shujian's show of strength. If it was in the past, the Soul Protection Emperor had already turned around and left. But now was not the time. The Soul Protector race was in deep trouble. The Blood Eldar might send troops to attack at any moment. There were many perfected immortals in the 4 continents. However, there was probably only one human who was willing to go against the Blood Eldar for the sake of the spirit protectors. If he were to look for other races, he was afraid that the other party would personally capture him and sell his blood to the Eldar for a favor. After entering the human territory, Dan Hao suddenly descended from the sky. He looked at the soul-protecting king and said, "You are not allowed to fly freely in the human territory. Please descend and walk." The Soul Protection Emperor descended from the sky. Then he asked in a deep voice, "Where is the Qin Emperor now?" "The Qin Emperor is currently in the East City. If we walk from here, we will arrive about 150,000 miles away." Dan Hao smiled slightly. Hearing that, the Soul Protection Emperor's chest rose and fell violently a few times, but he soon calmed down. "Sir, please lead the way." "Please." Dan Hao took the lead and walked in front. The soul-protecting emperor obediently followed behind him. "We can't fall out with the human race now. If we do, our race will be in danger. Bear with it. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles." The Soul Protection Emperor kept comforting himself. He did not look at Dan Hao's back, because he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself. They would directly slap Dan Hao to death. 150,000 miles of land. He could not fly or break through the void to travel long distances. It would not take much time for the Soul Protection Emperor to walk like this. But the most important problem was Dan Hao, who was leading the way, was not walking properly. Although his walking speed was not slow, in the eyes of the Soul Protection Emperor, it was really like the speed of a turtle. He dilly-dallied like this. It took them 2 hours to arrive in front of the East City. I heard that this city was personally built by the Qin Emperor. I wonder if it's true. That's right. The #1 blacksmith in the 4 continents. He lives up to his name. The Soul Protection Emperor sighed. Although he was not proficient in the art of blacksmithing, he could see that the East City was extraordinary. There were several battles. This city had played a significant role in this. Then Dan Hao brought the Soul Protection Emperor into the city. At this time, with the great victory of the human race, there were more cultivators in the East City. Not only the players. Even the native cultivators had increased in number. The reason was simple. Now that the human race had won, the other races did not dare to casually resist and oppress the human race. Compared to the East continent, the other 3 continents had more resources. Cultivation was not something that could be solved by blindly cultivating. Resources were also indispensable. In the city governor's mansion, Qin Shujian was sitting opposite the East City governor and drinking tea. After seeing the arrival of the Soul Protection Emperor, the East City governor suddenly stood up, cupped his hands and said, "The Qin Emperor has a guest. I will take my leave for now." "Okay." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then the East City governor and Dan Hao left. After the 2 of them left, the Soul Protection Emperor cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Qin Emperor." "Soul Protection Emperor, please take a seat." Qin Shujian looked at the seat where the East City governor was sitting. Seeing this, the Soul Protection Emperor also sat down. Qin Shujian fiddled with the tea set in front of him. His method of making tea had reached the level of moving clouds and flowing water. Not long after, the tea in front of the 2 of them was rebrewed. "Soul Protection Emperor, please have a taste." "Thank you." The Soul Protection Emperor picked up the teacup in front of him and drank the spiritual tea in the cup. He put down the teacup and said, "Good tea. Ben Huang also thinks that this tea is good." Qin Shujian nodded in agreement. "But do you know where this tea came from? If Ben Huang's guess is correct, it should be the Sun Moon Divine Tea from the God race." "Soul Protection Emperor, you're so knowledgeable." Qin Shujian smiled, then nodded and said, "The Sun Moon Divine Tea is the top spiritual tea cultivated by the God race. It absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon. The yin and yang qi is enough to cleanse the impurities in a cultivator's body. If one can drink it for a long time, there is a chance of developing a special constitution, which is also very beneficial for cultivation." The genius disciples of the God race were all cultivated with the yin-yang divine tea. That's why so many experts were born after so many years. while talking. Xianxia poured himself another cup of tea, shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the god race was destroyed, and the method to cultivate the yin-yang divine tea has disappeared. Ben Huang only got this much after destroying the god race. When it's used up, this top divine tea will disappear from the world forever. Soul Protection Emperor, don't you think it's a pity? You're right, Qin Emperor. Haha, Ben Huang has said too much. I almost forgot to ask, why did you come to the human territory this time? Xianxia seemed to have just remembered. Hearing this, the Soul Protection Emperor took a deep breath and said, Ben Huang came this time to form an alliance with the human race. Alliance? If Ben Huang remembered correctly, the Soul Protection Emperor had already rejected the alliance last time. Why did you suddenly go back on your word this time? Ben Huang was rude last time. I hope Qin Emperor doesn't blame me. Ben Huang came this time with sincerity. Sincerity? Xianxia shook his head slightly and said calmly, the Soul Protection Emperor said that you came with sincerity, but Ben Huang didn't see it. But Ben Huang wants to ask, why did the human race form an alliance with the Soul Protection race? Now that Sovereign Zhao of the human race has proven his Tao and become an immortal, I can also match a true immortal. Among all the forces in the 4 great continents, the human race is the only one with 2 true immortals. The strength of your Soul Protection race is not bad, but it's useless to the human race. There's no need to start a conflict with the Blood Eldar for a Soul Protection race. Xianxia picked up the teacup and drank the spirit tea in it. Hearing this, the Soul Protection Emperor's expression was a little ugly. However, he was not angry. Our race has been in the North Continent for 1,000,000 years, and our foundation is not bad. Ben Huang has also become an immortal. If the human race forms an alliance with us, their strength will definitely increase. Also, Ben Huang can promise. If the human race wants to enter the North Continent in the future, the Soul Protection race will also provide support. Not enough. Xianxia shook his head directly. The Soul Protection Emperor frowned again. Qin Emperor, you still want to do this? Ben Huang doesn't deny the foundation of the Soul Protection race, but your strength. To be honest, it's not that great. Xianxia sneered. If you're strong enough, why did you stop Blood Ling Huang from failing to attain the Tao? If you're strong enough, why did you ask for help from the human race under the pressure of the Blood Eldar? In response to such a rhetorical question, the Soul Protection Emperor wanted to refute, but he did not know what to say. Was he strong enough, at least before Blood Ling Huang became an immortal? The Soul Protection Emperor could say with certainty that he was very strong, but now he realized that he could not say that in front of Xianxia. After a long while, the Soul Protection Emperor said, Ben Huang is not here to debate with you, Qin Emperor. The Soul Protection race is sincere in cooperating with the human race. Even if you're unwilling, you don't have to humiliate me like this. Ben Huang is not humiliating you, I'm just stating the facts. Xianxia said calmly, if you want the human race to help, it's not an alliance, but the Soul Protection race will become a subsidiary race of the human race. Impossible. With that, the Soul Protection Emperor flatly refused. It was impossible for the Soul Protection race to become a subsidiary race of the human race. The Soul Protection race has existed since the beginning of the world, and was prosperous in the ancient times. They have never been a subsidiary race of any race. Please change your conditions, Qin Emperor. The Soul Protection Emperor should understand that the so-called prosperity is over. The Soul Protection race was prosperous in the ancient times, so the human race was even more glorious in the ancient times. But what happened in the end? After the ancient times were destroyed, the human race almost went extinct several times. Among the races and forces left in the 4 continents, some of them had a glorious past. But when it comes to extinction, all the past is not worth mentioning. Xianxia smiled disdainfully. Talking about the glorious past in front of the human race was like showing off in front of an expert. Talking about glory. Which race could be compared to the human race? No. The devil race should be able to. In the ancient times, the devil race was still very strong. That devil emperor almost made all the races in the world belong to the devil race. It could be said that the ancient times were the devil race's world. The ancient times were the human race's world. First, there was the Devil Emperor. Then, the ancient Emperor of Heaven established the heavenly court and ruled all the races. Any race. In the past, there was no way to compare with the human race and the devil race. Qin Shujian said, if Ben Huang's guess is right, the soul protection race doesn't have any trump cards left. The blood Ling Huang is not an immortal with broken rules like you. If the blood Eldar really wants to attack the soul protection race, you can only seal the secret realm. Sealing the secret realm is equivalent to completely giving up on the current situation. After a long time, the soul protection race will eventually fade away. Think about it carefully, Soul Protection Emperor. Do you want to become a vassal race of the human race or seal the secret realm and completely withdraw from this great war? Ben Huang will give you an hour to think about it. After that, Qin Shujian did not say anything else and just drank his tea. On the other side, the Soul Protection Emperor's expression was uncertain. Become a vassal of the human race. This was something he had never considered. Once he made such a decision, it was equivalent to completely handing over the fate of the soul protection race to the hands of the human race. In this way, the outcome might not be any better than sealing the secret realm. But, the Soul Protection Emperor was unwilling to seal the secret realm. Half an hour. It should have passed in the blink of an eye. But in the eyes of the Soul Protection Emperor, it was incomparably torturous. Time's up. If the Soul Protection Emperor hasn't made a decision, please go back. Qin Shujian directly ordered the Soul Protection Emperor to leave. He did not waste too much time talking nonsense with the Soul Protection Emperor. For the human race, it would be best if the Soul Protection race was a vassal. If not, it was fine. The human race did not lack a Soul Protection race anyway. Of course, the Soul Protection race's strength was indeed not bad. In addition to the Soul Protection Emperor, there were many other heavenly beings. Hearing this, the Soul Protection Emperor said with difficulty, okay, the Soul Protection race can be a vassal of the human race, but it can't always be a vassal of the human race. 100 years. Qin Shujian stretched out a finger and said lightly, the Soul Protection race fought for the human race for 100 years. The human race will protect the Soul Protection race for 100 years. 100 years is not enough. I want the human race to protect the Soul Protection race for 1,000 years. Okay, and the Soul Protection race still only needs to serve the human race for 100 years. But you have to pay the human race a large spiritual vein. A large spiritual vein, the Soul Protection Emperor frowned. But after a while, he slowly nodded, okay. After the matter was settled, Qin Shujian and the Soul Protection Emperor both made a rule oath. After all, such a thing. Only the rule oath could play a role in binding them. Qin Shujian was the human emperor, and the Soul Protection Emperor was also the emperor of the Soul Protection race. Both of them were in charge of the fate of the race. So the rule oath was not only applied to the two of them, but also to the entire race. Unless one day, Qin Shujian and the Soul Protection Emperor both died. Then the rule oath would become invalid. But before that, there was no such possibility. Immediately, the Soul Protection Emperor got up and left. Only Qin Shujian sat there alone. 100 years should be enough. It's not bad to get a large spiritual vein. Looking at the Soul Protection Emperor's back, he smiled. Qin Shujian never thought that the Soul Protection race would serve the human race wholeheartedly. 100 years. He set the time limit based on the Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss. 100 years later. If the human race could survive the Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss, the Soul Protection race would have nothing to do. But if they couldn't, there was nothing to say. By the way, the spiritual vein of the God race can't be wasted. Qin Shujian thought of something. He immediately left the East City and headed to the South Continent. Last time, he destroyed the God race. He didn't touch anything. He just made the God race's secret realm recognize him as its owner to prevent it from being eroded by the extraterritorial demons. The reason why he didn't touch it was because he didn't have the heaven list with him. The large spiritual vein spread like a mountain range. If he didn't have the heaven list, it was impossible to collect it with the storage ring. The void collapsed. Qin Shujian directly crossed the void with his physical body. Soon, he arrived at the god race's territory. As the god race perished, no one dared to approach this place for the time being. After all, it had only happened a few days ago. The terrifying power still lingered. If ordinary cultivators wanted to approach, they would be killed by Zhu Bing's remaining power. However, this power didn't affect Qin Shujian at all. He took out the heaven list. Then, he directly extracted the spiritual vein buried in the god race's territory by force. Just like the Eldar cloud race, there was also a large spiritual vein in the god race's territory. It was just that it was also a large spiritual vein. The spiritual vein of the god race was much larger than the spiritual veins of the other two races. Qin Shujian's divine will landed on the heaven list. He saw that the spiritual vein was sealed and suppressed like a huge mountain range. He sighed with emotion. As expected of a top race, the spiritual vein is much larger than the others. With such a spiritual vein, it's no wonder that the god race could produce so many experts. As a race that split from the human race, the god race's talent was actually not much different from the human race. However, the god race had produced many more experts than the human race over the years. Not to mention anything else. In just the past 10,000 years, the god race had dozens of mighty figures and hundreds of celestial beings. Looking at the human race, there were less than 10 mighty figures at most. There were only 20 to 30 celestial beings in the entire human race. And that was when they were at their strongest. Now, after a series of battles, there were only about 20 ordinary celestial beings in the human race. As for mighty figures, they barely made up the number on one hand. Such a difference. It couldn't be said to be small. The reason was that the god race had more resources than the human race. That was why there were so many experts born. However, from Qin Shujian's point of view, the strength of the human race was also gradually increasing. At least, the speed of the birth of celestial beings was much faster than before. After collecting the spiritual vein in the god race's territory, Qin Shujian opened the god race's secret realm and entered it. It's really a secret realm with abundant spiritual energy. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a rich spiritual energy hit him in the face. In terms of spiritual energy intensity, the Qianyuan realm with a few more spiritual veins couldn't compare to the current god race's secret realm. Soon, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and communicated with the heaven and earth core of the god race's secret realm. Not long after, everything in the god race's secret realm had appeared in his perception. 2 large spiritual veins, 4 medium spiritual veins, and 3 small spiritual veins. Hiss. Qin Shujian sucked in a cold breath. F***ck, how was this a secret realm? This was a paradise for cultivation. Moreover, it was the best kind of paradise. A small secret realm. With so many spiritual veins, it was no wonder that there were so many experts in the god race. This is the true foundation of the top clans. Qin Shujian sighed. He finally understood what kind of foundation the top clans had. The human race was also a top clan. But to be honest, they had a large population. Without him and Zhao Huang, the human race would probably be the weakest clan. But soon, Qin Shujian's spirits were lifted. In addition to the large spiritual veins in the god race's territory, this was equivalent to harvesting 3 large spiritual veins, 4 medium spiritual veins, and 3 small spiritual veins. I'm rich, this was Qin Shujian's first thought. Soon, he extracted the spiritual veins from the secret realm. Rumble, the spiritual veins were extracted. The entire secret realm was shaking. Not long after, a huge spiritual vein that was thousands of miles long appeared in front of Qin Shujian. Not only that. As the large spiritual veins were extracted, a central spiritual vein and a small spiritual vein were also exposed to the air. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also understood the reason why there were so many spiritual veins in the god race. To put it bluntly, all the medium and small spiritual veins were actually nurtured by the large spiritual veins. The heaven list shook and absorbed the entire large-scale spirit vein. Then, Qin Shujian extracted all the other spiritual veins and put them on the heaven list. All the spiritual veins were extracted. He could feel it clearly. The power of the god race's secret realm was weakening. The originally solid space also became fragile. Such a change. It didn't surprise Qin Shujian too much. Because any secret realm small world needed to be nurtured, and the spiritual veins and spiritual energy were the best things to nurture the secret realm. The longer it was nurtured, the stronger the secret realm would be. Similarly, the stronger the secret realm, the more difficult it would be for others to forcefully break the secret realm. To put it in another way, if the Emperor God was in charge of the secret realm, even if Qin Shujian had the Godslayer, he wouldn't be able to tear the God race secret realm apart. Because this secret realm was too strong. The spiritual veins are taken. The rest are the other resources of the God race. We can't waste them. Qin Shujian was now a porter, diligently exploring the God race secret realm. Everything he found was put into the heaven list. Fortunately, the heaven list was an 8-seal Dao artifact. The space inside was vast and boundless. It wasn't a big problem to collect the resources of the God race. If it were a storage ring. Even if there were tens of thousands of storage rings, there was no way to store all the resources of the God race. Half a day later, Qin Shujian stopped. At this moment, the God race secret realm was still the God race secret realm. The mountains were still the same. The water was still the same. But for some reason. But now, the God clan's secret realm gave off a deathly silence and desolation. After confirming that there was nothing to collect, Qin Shujian left the God race secret realm. He didn't touch the secret realm, nor did he have the idea of extracting it and bringing it back to the human race to crush it. Through the core of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian saw a huge black shadow loitering about in the outskirts of the realm. That aura. He was familiar with it. It was the black shadow that wanted to enter heaven and earth when the Cloud Clan's secret realm was extracted. Even if its strength had greatly improved, Qin Shujian wasn't sure he could deal with this level of extraterrestrial demon. At least, Qin Shujian wasn't prepared to take this risk before he broke through to heaven being level 10. So, the secret realm couldn't be extracted at will. After leaving the God race secret realm, Qin Shujian looked in the direction of the North Continent, shook his head, and sighed. It's a pity that the ancient Buddha clan has escaped. Otherwise, if I could collect the resources of the ancient Buddha clan's secret realm, it wouldn't be much less than the human race. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He suddenly remembered something. That was, although the ancient Buddha secret realm had left, the territory of the ancient Buddha clan was still there. According to the theory that there would be a spirit meridian in every clan's territory, the ancient Buddha secret realm must still have a spirit meridian. This matter, Qin Shujian almost forgot. With the idea of not wasting it, he made another trip to the North Continent. I hope Xianxia has some humanity and didn't take away my spirit meridian. Otherwise, if I encounter it in the future, I'll inevitably have to take it away. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He also saw Xianxia attacking the ancient Buddha clan's territory. But at that time, the human race was at war with the demon race. Qin Shujian didn't have time to care about so much. Indirectly, it also made him forget about the existence of the spirit meridian. From the South Continent to the North Continent, it was equivalent to crossing heaven and earth in a straight line. This distance was not short at all. Even with Qin Shujian's speed, it took a whole day to return to the ancient Buddha clan's territory. At this moment, the ancient Buddha clan's territory was dead silent. Many cities no longer had the slightest breath of life. The originally light yellow land had now turned black and red, as if it had been soaked in blood. The demon race. Walking on the ancient Buddha clan's territory, Qin Shujian could clearly feel that the rich killing power between heaven and earth was raging. But his divine will was firm. The killing power of heaven and earth couldn't shake him at all. However, if other cultivators came here, if they hadn't reached the heavenly human level, they would be bewitched by the killing power and eventually become a killing puppet. Such a method. It made Qin Shujian think of the demons in the demon abyss. Wherever the demons passed, the demonic aura would erode the earth and then turn the creatures into puppets of the demon disaster. But it was different from the demonic aura. The killing power of heaven and earth only affected the minds of the creatures and didn't cause any other effects. And wherever the demonic aura passed, not only did the creatures turn into demon disaster, but everything it touched would be destroyed. In comparison, the demonic aura was more domineering. Walking in the ancient Buddha clan's territory, Qin Shujian asked, was heaven and earth also created by an expert above the rules? The level of the demonic aura was very high. Just like the spirit aura. If the demon abyss was related to the rules, then heaven and earth should be the same. Hearing this, the Godslayer said, maybe, maybe not. I haven't seen what kind of existence above the rules with my own eyes. If you have the chance to come into contact with the rules in the future, maybe you can understand. At the end of his words, he seemed to have some meaning. Qin Shujian didn't comment. He was just asking casually. However, this heaven and earth might really be created by an expert. It was not impossible. What kind of realm was above the rules? To be honest, Qin Shujian didn't know. Anyway, there had never been an expert in heaven and earth who had reached that realm. Even someone as strong as the Emperor of Heaven was stuck at the 9th level of immortal. Then, Qin Shujian flew into the air and covered the entire ancient Buddha clan's territory with his divine consciousness. Soon, he found the location of the ancient Buddha clan's spirit vein. The earth separated. A huge spirit vein was extracted. This spirit vein was even larger than the god race's spirit vein. After extracting the spirit vein, Qin Shujian immediately put it away with the heaven list, then turned and returned to the eastern continent. But before he left, he split a strand of divine consciousness and went into the distance. His divine consciousness broke through the air. Not long after, he came to the Blood Eldar's territory. Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Bloodling Huang was resting with his eyes closed in the main hall. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, looked at the elder below, and said faintly, the Qin Emperor of the human clan has arrived. Go and welcome him. Yes. The elder bowed and then walked out of the main hall. At this moment, the expressions of the other elders changed slightly. Zhiyu said in confusion, my emperor, the Qin Emperor of the human clan came here this time. I'm afraid his purpose is not that simple. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Don't worry too much. Bloodling Huang's face remained calm. Hearing that, Zhiyu didn't say anything else. He didn't have a good impression of the human clan. In the battle of the human clan's territory, if it weren't for Bloodling Huang's help, he would have died there. The Blood Spirit Secret Realm opened. An elder walked out and looked at Qin Shujian in front of him. He immediately cupped his hands and said, on the order of my emperor, I'm here to invite the Qin Emperor to come in for a chat. Thank you. Qin Shujian nodded and then followed him in. After entering, he also found the difference. It was the same as the secret realm of the God clan. The secret realm of the Blood Eldar was also very powerful. And in comparison, this secret realm was even more powerful than the secret realm of the God clan. This was a normal thing. After all, in terms of foundation, the Blood Eldar was much more profound than the God clan. Because the God clan was just a race that split off from the human clan, there was no way it could be compared with the Blood Eldar, a race that had existed since the beginning of the world. After entering the main hall, Qin Shujian looked at Bloodling Huang in front of him, clasped his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, Bloodling Huang. He didn't show any courtesy because there was no need for that. The position of the human emperor was never below that of the other emperors. Seeing that, the other experts of the Blood Eldar didn't say anything. Bloodling Huang also said calmly, what is the purpose of your visit to the Blood Eldar? Not long ago, the Spirit Protector race became a vassal race of the human clan. The human clan also promised to protect the Spirit Protector race for 1,000 years. Ben Huang knows that the Spirit Protector race has some grudges with the human clan. However, Ben Huang still hopes that Bloodling Huang will let this matter go for the sake of the human clan. Once the 1,000 years are up, the human clan won't interfere anymore. Qin Shujian said straightforwardly. The purpose of his visit to the Blood Eldar this time was for the Spirit Protector race. Since the Spirit Protector race was willing to be a vassal of the human clan, then he would make a trip for this little brother. After that, Bloodling Huang didn't say anything. However, Zhu Yu, who was at the side, scolded coldly, Qin Emperor, aren't you looking down on my race? The soul-protecting emperor dared to obstruct my emperor from attaining the Tao. This is a grudge that will not rest until one of us is dead. Qin Emperor, you are too much to ask us to stop it this time. After that, Zhu Yu sneered and said, or does Qin Emperor think that now that the human clan has one more true immortal, they can really disregard the other races of the 4 great continents and interfere with the matters of the Blood Eldar? Ben Huang is talking to Bloodling Huang, when is it your turn to interrupt? Qin Shujian's expression was slightly cold. Then, he casually waved his sleeves, and his aura turned into a shocking saber light that slashed down. Zhu Yu's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he released his vital essence, and his protective aura became solid. Boom, the saber light slashed down, and his protective aura shattered. Zhu Yu flew out, his chest was shattered, and he coughed up blood. The sudden change. Everyone's expression changed. Bloodling Huang's eyes were also cold. Qin Emperor, you openly attacked in the main hall of our clan. You are not putting our clan in your eyes. The people of the Blood Eldar lack manners. Since Bloodling Huang did not discipline them, then Ben Huang will help you discipline them. After all, an emperor cannot be humiliated. Bloodling Huang should understand this point. Qin Shujian retracted his palm and said lightly. Hearing this, the other elders were glaring at him angrily. However, no one spoke casually. Zhu Yu's strength was enough to be ranked in the top 3 of the Blood Eldar. Even so, he could not resist the other party's attack. In other words, if Qin Shujian wanted to kill any one of them, it would not take much effort. Bloodling Huang said, I have heard that Qin Emperor's strength is astonishing, and has reached the level of the ancient legends of celestial beings killing immortals. Ben Huang also wants to see if the so-called celestial beings killing immortals really exists. These words. It was already a challenge. As you wish. Qin Shujian looked at Bloodling Huang with his hands behind his back and said, Ben Huang also wants to see how strong Bloodling Huang has become after successfully proving his Tao. After saying this, he took a step forward. Immediately, Qin Shujian's body disappeared and turned into a shocking blade that slashed towards Bloodling Huang. This blade. It directly made the elders in the main hall cough up blood and retreat. Bloodling Huang's face was also solemn. He got up and punched forward, colliding fiercely with Qin Shujian's attack. Boom, the moment the two collided, the void collapsed, and all the light seemed to be absorbed by the endless darkness. The terrifying aftermath spread from within and was about to sweep in all directions. Bloodling Huang struck out with his palm again, grabbing all the aftermath in his hand and finally suppressing it forcefully. At this point, everything in the main hall returned to normal. It was just that Qin Shujian's figure had disappeared. As for the other Blood Eldar elders, at this time, they were all gasping for breath, and there was a look of horror in their eyes. Just now, they all felt the threat of death. My emperor. An elder looked at Bloodling Huang with eyes full of shock. Bloodling Huang sat back again, as if nothing had happened. Calm words came out of his mouth. Cancel all the arrangements against the Soul Protector race. P.S. I beg for monthly votes. I hope this book's monthly votes ranking can be better. East Continent. Bayun Mansion. Ever since Marquis Bayun detonated the rules, the entire city had fallen into a state of martial law. Inside Marquis Bayun Mansion, the atmosphere was also very solemn. Are there any unusual movements in Bayun Manor? Xiao Hong asked Li Guanan and the others as he sat in the main hall. With the Qianyuan sacred ground there is no movement for the time being. Okay, pay close attention to the movements of the cultivators in Zhongyang City and ensure the safety of the mansion. Xiao Hong nodded and said. Currently, he was the only diviner in the Northern Cloud Marquis Manor, so he was fully in charge of all matters, big or small. Su Mingyang looked solemn and said, "Butler Xiao, is the Marquis really dead?" "The Marquis will not die," Xiaohong said in a powerful voice. "No one in the world can kill the Marquis, and the Marquis will not die. If anyone deliberately spreads rumors at this time, they will be severely punished." "We understand." Su Mingyang was shocked and immediately lowered his head. Xiaohong waved his hand and said, "Let's go. The Baiyun mansion will not collapse." Seeing this, Li Guangnan and the others all cupped their hands and left. Soon, Xiaohong was the only one left in the hall. Alas! He let out a long sigh. Then, Xiaohong's expression was a little complicated and heavy, far from the calmness he had when facing Li Guangnan and the others just now. His Majesty has already become an immortal, and the situation of the human race is very good. I don't think there will be any accidents. In the past few days, he had been under a lot of pressure. Although the situation seemed very stable now that the two emperors of the human race were ruling. But in fact, where there were people, there would be disputes. What's more, Baiyun Mansion was one of the 13 mansions of the Great Zhao. It covered hundreds of millions of square meters and had countless people and cultivators in it. In the past, Marquis Baiyun suppressed it. No one dared to cause any trouble. But since the incident of the Great Zhao, Xiaohong felt that there was an undercurrent in Baiyun Mansion. However, Marquis Baiyun's authority was still there. In addition, he was also a diviner, so he could barely stabilize the situation. So far, there had been no chaos. However, Xiaohong had a hunch. If this situation continued, the Baiyun Marquis residence's power would gradually dissipate. In the hall, Xiaohong's gaze was somewhat unfocused. All of a sudden, he seemed to have sensed something in his heart. His unfocused eyes instantly focused as he hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Xiaohong greets your Majesty." "You may rise." "Thank you, your Majesty." Xiaohong stood up. Then, he looked at Emperor Zhao with eyes full of surprise. "Is your Majesty here for the Marquis? How is Marquis Baiyun now?" "Your Majesty, please follow me." Xiaohong bowed and said. Emperor Zhao nodded. "Lead the way." "Your Majesty, please." Xiaohong led the Zhao Emperor out of the hall. Before long, they arrived at a secret room. The secret room was very spacious, and there was only a stone bed placed there. There was a person lying on the stone bed. That person was none other than Marquis Baiyun. Coming before the stone bed, Xiaohong looked at Zhao Emperor and said, "The Marquis is still alive, but he has been unconscious." "Your Majesty, do you know why?" "This body was reborn from a drop of his blood. Only a trace of the divine spirit remains. Now, the divine spirit is too weak to completely revive him. That's why he's in a coma," Emperor Zhao said in a deep voice. With just a glance, he saw the problem with Marquis Baiyun. The Marquis Baiyun in front of him was the real Marquis Baiyun. The Marquis Baiyun who had self-destructed under the rules of the human emperor was also Marquis Baiyun. But there was a difference. The Marquis Baiyun in front of him was just a drop of blood essence when he was at his peak. Then, he left a trace of the divine spirit in his body as the capital for future rebirth. The rest. Marquis Baiyun was buried with the 12 perfected immortals. The reason why he had to be so decisive was that he had no choice. If Marquis Baiyun was too weak at that time, it was inevitable that others would find clues. So, only a trace of the divine spirit was left as the root, and the rest were all sacrificed. It was a fight to the death. Hearing that, Xiaohong's face turned ugly. "Does the Marquis have to stay unconscious?" "Your Majesty, do you know a way to restore the divine spirit?" Among the 3 elements, the divine spirit is the most mysterious. The divine spirit is the foundation of a cultivator and also the bridge to communicate with heaven and earth. It's not easy to restore the divine spirit. Emperor Zhao shook his head and then said with a faint smile. "However, although I don't have a way, someone can do it." "Who?" "Emperor Qin." "Emperor Qin?" Xiaohong was stunned. Emperor Zhao had already become an immortal, but he still couldn't restore the divine spirit. Could Emperor Qin do it? "Don't worry. Even if Emperor Qin can't do it, Marquis Baiyun will be fine. His divine spirit is slowly recovering, but this process will take a long time. If there is enough spiritual energy, it can be sped up. Now in Baiyun Mansion, the only places with abundant spiritual energy are the spiritual zone of Mount Liang and the Qianyuan realm. Emperor Zhao, you mean it's best to escort the Marquis to the Qianyuan realm? Emperor Qin should be back soon. Then, you can send someone to the Qianyuan realm. He will deal with this matter. As for other things in Baiyun Mansion, you don't have to worry too much. As long as Great Zhao and I are still here, Baiyun Mansion will not be in chaos. Emperor Zhao said lightly. Hearing that, Xiaohong was relieved. Then, Emperor Zhao looked at the stone spear beside Marquis Baiyun, cupped his hand slightly, and turned to leave. He didn't touch the Zubing. It belonged to Marquis Baiyun. Moreover, a Zubing was not enough to move Emperor Zhao. As Emperor Zhao left, Xiaohong also left the secret chamber. Then, he called Li Guang'an and the others and told them to go to the Qianyuan realm. On the other side, Qin Shujian had just returned to the eastern continent. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look in the direction of the north continent as a faint smile appeared on his face. Blood Ling Huang's strength is indeed not bad. But before I break through, I'm still not strong enough to compete with him. Qin Shujian shook his head. He also had a comprehensive understanding of his current strength. He was at the 7th level of the celestial being realm. He could compete with an ordinary level 1 celestial being by using the power of the 4 laws. But he was still not strong enough to win against a powerful level 1 celestial like Emperor Zhao. Because the law of human Tao that Emperor Zhao followed was very powerful. At least, it was much more powerful than the law of the human emperor. Or else, Emperor Zhao would not abandon the law of the human emperor and follow the law of human Tao. It could be said that among the perfected immortals of the 4 major continents, Emperor Zhao was considered to be in the first echelon. As for perfected immortals like Demon Emperor Blood Ling Huang who followed the law of the sovereign Tao, they were considered to be in the 2nd echelon. Most of the remaining emperors also followed the law of the sovereign Tao. But there were differences between the law of the sovereign Tao. For example, the demonic emperor's law, the blood spirit emperor's law, and so on, had given birth to top-notch experts in the past. Their predecessors had developed the law to an extremely wide extent, and their potential and strength were incomparable to other laws. As for those non-top clans and forces, although there were many perfected immortals in the past, they could not be compared to Demon Emperor Blood Eldar. So, their laws were innately weaker as well. Therefore, the emperors of the other clans were in the 3rd echelon. As for the perfected immortals who were not emperors, their laws were even weaker. They were equivalent to the 4th echelon. As for the 5th echelon, there was only one person, and that was the Soul Protection Emperor. It could be said that the 5th echelon was basically negligible. Qin Shujian's real focus was on the first 4 echelons. Level 1 immortals are divided into 5 echelons. No, strictly speaking, they are divided into 4 echelons. The Soul Protection Emperor is just an accident. My strength should be stronger than the perfected immortals in the 4th echelon. But I don't know how strong I am compared to the perfected immortals in the 3rd echelon. But I should be weaker than the 1st and 2nd echelon. Qin Shujian compared his strength with the other perfected immortals. However, he was not discouraged. After all, he was only at level 7 of the celestial being. If he could break through to level 8 of the celestial being, he should be able to reach the level of the 2nd echelon. He might even be stronger. As for Emperor Zhao, he followed the law of the human Tao. Although he was only at level 1 of the immortals, his true strength was comparable to a level 2 immortal. As for whether he could fight against a level 3 immortal, it was unknown for the time being. But this was not important. At least, Qin Shujian knew that his strength was comparable to that of a perfected immortal. It could be said that the Demon Emperor and Blood Ling Huang had already experienced it. In the eyes of the 2 races, the human race was equivalent to having 2 perfected immortals. In that case, if the 2 races wanted to go to war with the human race, they had to seriously consider whether they could withstand the anger of 2 perfected immortals. This was also the reason. This was the reason why Qin Shujian had sent one of his incarnations to the blood spirit race. He did not really think that a few words could make the bloodling Huang give up on the Soul Protection tribe. Instead, he directly let the other party know. Emperor Zhao was not the only perfected immortal in the human race. Qin Shujian was also equivalent to a living perfected immortal. This was equivalent to using the strength of the human race to directly pressure the blood Eldar. As long as the bloodling Huang did not want to go to war with the human race, he had to swallow this anger. After returning to the eastern continent, Qin Shujian did not immediately return to Baiyun Prefecture. Instead, he went to other prefectures. His first stop was the Yunyang Prefecture. This time, he did not randomly find a true dominion ordinary realm to bury a large-scale spirit meridian. Instead, he went directly to the prefecture city of the Yunyang Prefecture and buried a divine race spirit meridian. Instantly, a large amount of spirit chi emerged from the spirit meridian. Marquis Yunyang, who had just returned to the Yunyang Prefecture and had not even warmed his seat, was directly alarmed. However, when he came out, Qin Shujian had already left. After leaving the Yunyang Prefecture, Qin Shujian went to other prefectures. This time, he had destroyed the divine race and obtained a total of 5 large-scale spirit meridians from the ancient Buddha clan. He went to 5 prefectures and buried the spirit meridians according to the standard of 1 large-scale spirit meridian per prefecture. When the last spirit meridian was sold, Qin Shujian could feel that the spirit chi of the eastern continent was steadily increasing through the light from providence of the human clan. The light from providence of the human clan was also increasing accordingly. Including the Baiyun Prefecture and the Fallen Moon Prefecture, there are now 7 prefectures with large-scale spirit meridians. When the spirit meridians of the Soul Protector race arrive, the eastern continent will officially have 8 large-scale spirit meridians. In this way, we will not be far away from 13 spirit meridians. However, a helpless look appeared on Qin Shujian's face. However, large-scale spirit meridians were too difficult to obtain. If he wanted to obtain 5 large-scale spirit meridians, he would have to destroy a few mid-level clans or one of the 2 top clans, the Blood Eldar and the Demon clan. Only then would he have a chance of obtaining all 5 large-scale spirit meridians. However, this way, a great war was bound to happen. The human clan had just gone through a baptism of war and had lost many heavenly beings. Other things aside, 2 of the pitiful elders of the Qianyuan sacred ground had died and 3 were seriously injured. Among the 2 who had died, one was Ji Yuanliang and the other was Xianxia. This was something that could not be helped. It was normal for heavenly beings to die in a battle of such a level. Not only that, even the honorary elder who had just broken through to the heavenly being realm had died in battle. It could be said that, in this battle, the number of heavenly beings in the cultivation world had decreased to 5. This showed that, to what extent had the mid-level strength of the human clan declined to. If a war were to break out at this time, the few celestial beings would all be wiped out. He shook his head. Qin Shujian looked at the survivors on the heaven list, then left the place and went to the next prefecture. Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Among the many prefectures, except for Zhongzhou Prefecture, Thousand Mountains Prefecture was probably the place Qin Shujian came to the most. This time, he did not go to the prefectural city. Instead, he found a random area, then took a medium-sized spirit meridian and buried it directly. The spirit meridian was buried in the ground. Rich spiritual energy was born. However, the spiritual energy density was much lower than that of a large-scale spirit meridian. Qin Shujian said, "Is there any way to transform a medium-sized spirit meridian into a large-scale spirit meridian?" There was no one around. The only person he asked was the God-slaying saber. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer said, "The spirit meridian is the source of spiritual energy. It is where the fortune of heaven and earth is. If you want to breed a powerful spirit meridian, the surrounding spiritual energy must rise at the same time and nourish the spirit meridian itself. Then, after tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, there is a possibility of transformation. In that case, as long as there is enough spiritual energy, you can cultivate a spirit meridian?" "That's right." Godslayer said, "If you want to compare a spirit meridian to a spirit plant, you must have enough nourishment to grow it. However, the nourishment required by a spirit meridian is much higher than that of a spirit plant. Comparing a spirit meridian to a spirit plant. Then I know." Qin Shujian was deep in thought. Then, he looked at the inventory of the heaven list, then took out a few corpses and directly threw them into the spirit meridian. Those corpses were the corpses of the myriad races. After being seized by him, they were already considered as spoils of war and would not be refreshed by heaven and earth. Similarly, these corpses were all almighty experts. Every drop of blood in their bodies contained a large amount of spiritual energy. It could be said that there was nothing more nutritious than the corpses of almighty experts. Soon, Qin Shujian took out another 4 or 5 corpses from the heaven list, as well as a large amount of blood, and poured it into the spirit meridian. Suddenly, a tyrannical and terrifying power erupted. That was the inextinguishable will of the experts. Qin Shujian's divine consciousness spread out. A formation descended and directly covered the spirit meridian, suppressing the inextinguishable will of the experts and the power of the almighty experts. Then, he had already filled up the soil. Godslayer saw Qin Shujian's actions and did not know what to say for a moment. Using the corpses of the experts to nurture the spirit meridian. Such an action, this was the first time he had seen it. But seriously speaking, there was nothing wrong with such an action. After all, every expert had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth when they grew up. They had also tempered themselves to a terrifying level. Using them to nurture the spirit meridian was indeed the best choice. After nurturing the spirit meridian, Qin Shujian turned and left. In the remaining mansions, he made a trip to all of them. Then, like a gourd, he buried a medium-sized spirit meridian in each of the mansions. Then, he buried a large number of corpses and flesh of the experts near the spirit meridian. Fortunately, in the battle outside the human territory, Qin Shujian killed hundreds of almighties. Those almighty experts, most of the corpses and flesh fell into his hands. Originally, Qin Shujian planned to refine all of these things when he had the time. Although the almighties were not very useful to him now, it was still good to improve his foundation. But, these corpses had other uses now. Qin Shujian simply took them out. After all the spirit meridians were buried, Qin Shujian heaved a sigh of relief. I buried large spirit meridians in 8 mansions, a medium-sized spirit meridian in 3 mansions, and 4 small spirit meridians in 1 mansion. As for the middle state mansion, there is already a medium-sized spirit meridian. In this way, the 13 mansions of the Great Zhao dynasty have all buried their spirit meridians. Those medium-sized and small spirit meridians have all been watered with the blood of almighty experts. It should not take tens of thousands of years for them to transform. Especially those small spirit meridians, it might only take a few years for them to transform. At this moment, Qin Shujian could clearly see that the luck of the eastern continent's human tribe was shaken. Invisible pillars of light shot into the sky from the 13 mansions of the Great Zhao dynasty. Then, they outlined a huge pattern in the sky. Then, the spiritual energy of the eastern continent rose rapidly. It was different from the past. After the spirit meridians were gathered, the spiritual energy of the eastern continent seemed to have met a certain condition. The overall spiritual energy of the eastern continent rose greatly. It was no longer the same as before. The spiritual energy of this mansion rose but slowly flowed to other places. Those mansions with only medium-sized and small spirit meridians are still a little lacking. However, with so many experts' corpses buried, it is enough for the time being. Qin Shujian nodded. As the human emperor, he could clearly feel the changes of the entire human tribe. That powerful spiritual energy. It was causing the entire human tribe to transform. According to this increase, it should not be a problem for the human tribe to be born true martial. Rumble. At this moment, the luck of the human tribe trembled slightly. Qin Shujian took out the heaven list and then took a step forward. His body completely disappeared on the spot. In the next second, he had already followed the direction of the vibration of the luck and arrived at a new place. Here, the heaven and earth barrier trembled, and there was chaos rolling behind it. A new area has been born. Qin Shujian's expression was calm. Every time a new area was born, it meant that the heaven and earth were a little closer to the demon abyss. Compared to before, in the past 2 years, the speed at which the human tribe was born had increased by many times. Not to mention anything else, just after the human tribe opened the eastern continent, dozens of new areas had been born so far. However, what was different from the beginning was that there were no demons born in the later areas. But even so, Qin Shujian would not let his guard down. It was best if there were no demons born, but if there were, and he did not immediately stop them, it would be a problem for the celestial being. At this moment, the new area was truly born. Qin Shujian simply stayed here. 3 days later, the barrier between heaven and earth was broken, and a new area was born. 2 days later, the space gradually stabilized. After confirming that there would not be any demons born, Qin Shujian turned around and left. In the Qianyuan realm, Qianyuan Palace, Qin Shujian gathered all the celestial being cultivators for a meeting. This time, not only the human tribe cultivators appeared here, but also cultivators of other races. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Rise. Thank you, Emperor Qin. Only then did everyone stand up and take their seats. On the main seat, Qin Shujian first looked at Holy Fire and said, "How is the matter of the Vermilion Bird tribe now?" Reporting to Emperor Qin, the Vermilion Bird tribe has been evacuated from the Demon tribe. I have temporarily settled the Vermilion Bird tribe near the human tribe's territory. As for the specific matters, I will wait for your orders. Holy Fire said respectfully. Compared to before, her mind was much more relaxed now. After all, no matter what, Holy Fire knew that she was the leader of the Vermilion Bird tribe and could not ignore the entire tribe. Originally, the Vermilion Bird tribe was in the Demon tribe, and she did not dare to easily reveal the fact that she had submitted to the human tribe. Until now, Holy Fire was relieved that the Vermilion Bird tribe had successfully separated from the Demon tribe. Qin Shujian nodded and said, "How many celestial being cultivators are there in the Vermilion Bird tribe now?" Reporting to Emperor Qin, the Vermilion Bird tribe now has a total of 5 transcendent cultivators, 2 saint cultivators, and 1 powerful cultivator, including me, so there are a total of 8 celestial beings. 8 celestial beings. Qin Shujian nodded. In this regard, he lamented the weakness of the human tribe again. A Vermilion Bird tribe that had not reached such a level could squeeze out 8 celestial beings. When the human tribe left the eastern continent, they had only squeezed out about 40 celestial beings. Such a comparison of numbers, it was really too big of a difference. Although the 40 celestial beings of the human tribe at that time were not comparable to the Vermilion Bird tribe in terms of quality, there was not only one Vermilion Bird tribe in the Demon tribe. After lamenting for a while, Qin Shujian said, "The Vermilion Bird tribe can open up a place in the human tribe's territory in the southern region as their territory. In addition, send 3 transcendent cultivators and 1 saint cultivator from other tribes to the eastern continent." "Yes, Emperor Qin." Holy Fire replied respectfully. She had no objections to Qin Shujian's suggestion. Then, Qin Shujian looked at Ji Zhou and Wu Shan and said calmly, "The 2 of you will be the envoys of the human tribe and go to the Thousand-Eye Clan and the Mountain Breaking Clan. Think of a way to persuade the 2 clans to leave the Demon tribe and submit to the human tribe." If Ben Huang remembered correctly, the 2 clans did not produce a perfected immortal. In the future, the 4 continents will be dominated by perfected immortals. Clans without perfected immortals will not be of much use. This time, when the 10,000 clans attacked the human tribe, the Thousand-Eye Clan and the Mountain Breaking Clan also participated. Ben Huang should have destroyed the 2 clans, but you have contributed a lot to the human tribe. Ben Huang will give the 2 clans another chance. Hearing this, Ji Zhou and Wu Shan's hearts sank. Then, the 2 of them cupped their hands and said, "We understand." They all knew. Qin Shujian was not joking. With the strength of this Emperor Qin, if he really wanted to attack the Thousand-Eye Clan and the Mountain Breaking Clan, the Demon tribe would not be able to stop him. The 2 clans were not weak. But it also depended on who they were dealing with. In front of the human tribe, the 2 clans could be destroyed with a wave of the hand. After all, if the Emperor Qin could destroy the God Clan alone, it would not take much effort to destroy the Thousand-Eye Clan and the Mountain Breaking Clan. After giving a simple warning to Ji Zhou and Wu Shan, Qin Shujian did not say anything more about this matter. With the current strength of the human tribe, they did not need too many allies. Or rather, not many clans were qualified to be allies of the human tribe. Therefore, what the human tribe needed now was vassals. Just like the Demon tribe. How many clans could truly ally with the demon tribe? For the demon tribe, most of them were vassals. Since the human tribe was a top clan, they could not lack vassals from other clans. Until now, there were only 2 clans that could be considered vassal clans. One was the Black Rock Condor clan, and the other was the Soul Protector clan. As for the 9-headed dog clan, they were still considered allies of the human tribe. Qin Shujian was not joking about what Ji Zhou and Wu Shan said. Since the 2 clans dared to participate in the war against the human tribe, they had to pay the corresponding price. Even if the human tribe used this as an excuse to attack, the other forces had nothing to say. Of course, if they really did that, the demon tribe would most likely not be able to sit still. However, whether the demon tribe could sit still or not was another matter. Qin Shujian also had to do enough things on the surface. Besides, the human tribe was not the same as before. It was not as difficult to make the other clans submit as before. The others. At this moment, they were all silent, waiting for Qin Shujian to say what he was going to say next. You should all be able to sense that the spirit qi in the eastern continent is gradually increasing. It will not be long before the prosperity of the ancient times is restored. At that time, the human tribe will be able to give birth to true martial artists. In this way, experts will definitely be born like bamboo shoots after the rain. However, at the same time, the substantial increase in spirit qi will speed up the growth of the earth regions. Although there are no demons born in the earth regions for now, there might be some accidents. Qin Shujian paused for a moment at this point. When he saw the slight change in everyone's expression, he continued. Only the 5 prefectures, Baiyun, Qianshan, Luoyue, Nanfeng, and Shichong can give birth to earth regions. Therefore, in order to prevent demons from taking advantage of the situation, Ben Huan has decided to send experts to the 5 prefectures to take charge. Take charge of the 5 prefectures. When they heard the news, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Yin Banchun coughed softly and said in a weak voice, Emperor Qin, do you mean to send all the heavenly beings in the sacred land to the 5 prefectures to take charge? If that's the case, our control over the human tribe's territory will be much weaker. Now that the war has just ended, the human tribe has perfected immortals taking charge. There won't be any problems in the short term. Right now, the most important thing is to ensure the safety of the eastern continent. You have to know that this is the foundation of the human tribe. Qin Shujian shook his head and said. Right now, the other clans would not dare to attack the human tribe even if they were given extra courage. Not to mention that there were still the 4 city lords in the human tribe's territory. Even if there was no one left, no other clans would set foot there. Yin Banqing's concerns were dispelled. Qin Shujian said, Elder Yin, Holy Fire, the 2 of you will be in charge of Baiyun Mansion. If there are any new areas, go and check it out immediately. If there are any powerful demons, inform the Holy Land immediately. Yes, sir. Yin Banqing and Holy Fire cupped their hands and accepted the order. Elder Qin, Ji Zhou, you 2 take charge of Southwind Mansion. Yes. Elder Feng, Wu Shan, the 2 of you will guard Fallen Moon Manor. Yes, sir. Elder Cui, Elder Xia, the 2 of you will oversee the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. Qin Shujian looked at Cui Huai and Xia Kun. Both of them were at the first level of the Sky Human Realm. They were considered the weakest amongst the Sky Human Realm cultivators. But inside Thousand Mountains Prefecture, Qin Shujian had sent the 2 of them to the Thousand Mountains Prefecture because of Gu Chongqing, an almighty expert, as well. There were problems that could not be solved. If Marquis Qianshan couldn't solve the problem, he would send a message back to the Holy Land. Finally, Qin Shujian looked at Golden Rock King and said, Golden Rock King, King of Emerald Billows, you and the other celestial beings of the Vermilion Bird tribe will guard West Lofty Prefecture together. You must make sure that no evil spirit comes out of the new area. Hearing this, Golden Rock King and King of Azure Waves bowed their heads and replied, we will obey the Qin Emperor's order. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. His gaze fell on a certain person with 2 horns, who was sitting drowsily in a chair. In the end, he did not say anything. Because he was really worried about Nyodali. With how the other party was acting, it was better for him to stay put. At this point, except for Qi Tianxing, who was wandering outside and constantly looking for traces of Si Hanhai. Almost all the sky humans of the Qianyuan sacred ground had been sent out. Only Niu Dali and Mu Yang had nothing to do. The former was unreliable, so Qin Shujian did not bother to use him. As for the latter, Mu Yang's role was to stabilize the Qianyuan sacred ground, so he could not be used lightly. Now with the increase of the spirit veins and the sky humans and Eldar taking root, the Qianyuan realm was a little stronger than it was at the beginning. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the weak elders, took out a hollow pill, and then divided it into 3 parts in the air, falling in front of Yin Banqing, Fan Xinglan, and Qin Yuanbai. This pill is a 10th level pill. Although it is incomplete, it is enough to heal your injuries. A 10th level pill, apart from holy fire, everyone else had a blank look on their faces. However, Qin Shujian did not explain too much, so Yin Banqing and the others had to suppress the doubts in their hearts. Looking at the terrible energy contained in the pill in front of them, they were secretly surprised, and then solemnly put away the pill. "Thank you for the pill, Qin Emperor." The 3 of them looked respectful. At this time, Cui Huai spoke again. "There is something that I forgot to tell you, Qin Emperor." "What is it?" "Yesterday, someone from the Baiyun Marquis mansion came, hoping to see Qin Emperor. But at that time, Qin Emperor had not returned, so I asked him to wait in Liangshan City for the time being." "Someone from the Baiyun Marquis mansion." Qin Shujian's expression changed, and then he said, "Let him come to see Ben Huang now." "Yes." Cui Huai nodded, then took out the communication jade talisman and sent the message. Looking at the people in front of him, Qin Shujian waved his hand tiredly. "You can all go now. We will take our leave." Everyone got up and left. Soon, Qin Shujian was the only one left in Qianyuan Hall. However, he did not leave. Because Qin Shujian was waiting for the people from the Baiyun Marquis mansion. Although he had not seen them yet, he already had some guesses. This time, the people from the Baiyun Marquis mansion came. In all likelihood, it had something to do with the Baiyun Marquis. Although the Baiyun Marquis has left a backup plan, it is impossible to hide it from a genuine immortal without sacrificing anything. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He knew the plan of the Baiyun Marquis, but he did not know the specific plan. Even what kind of backup plan did the Baiyun Marquis leave? Qin Shujian knew nothing about it. But judging from the situation of the people from the Baiyun Marquis mansion, there should be something wrong with the backup plan left by the Baiyun Marquis. Or else, they would not send people over at this time. Not long after, a person walked in from outside, looked at Qin Shujian on the main seat, and immediately bowed. Su Mingyang of the Baiyun Marquis mansion greets Qin Emperor. "Master Su, you don't have to be so polite. Please sit down." "Thank you, Qin Emperor." Su Mingyang sat down. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shujian, his eyes full of awe. The person in front of him was still the person he used to know, but he was completely different from the person he used to know. Because the person in front of him used to be the master of a sect, a cultivator in the spiritual martial realm, but now he was the human emperor, and his strength was comparable to a genuine immortal. Although it had only been a few short years, his status had already undergone earth-shattering changes. Su Mingyang did not dare to be rude in front of him. For this, Qin Shujian did not say anything, but asked directly, "Master Su, did you come here on the order of the Baiyun Marquis?" "This humble one has come here for the Marquis's matter, not because of the Marquis's orders." "Oh? Tell me in detail." Qin Shujian was slightly surprised. Then, Su Mingyang told him everything. When he finished, he found that Qin Shujian had fallen into deep thought. The Baiyun Marquis spirit god was seriously injured. Qin Shujian had expected this. But he was still surprised that the other party had done so much. After a while, Qin Shujian woke up from his thoughts, looked at Su Mingyang, and said, "Marquis Baiyun was injured for the sake of our human tribe. Ben Huang has no reason to ignore this matter. You send Ben Huang's order back and ask Xiao Hong to escort Marquis Baiyun here. Let Ben Huang take a look at him personally." "Thank you, Qin Emperor." Su Mingyang was overjoyed. He did not dare to waste time. After getting Qin Shujian's reply, he immediately got up and left. After Su Mingyang left, Qin Shujian rubbed his chin and said to himself, the divine spirit is damaged. It seems that there is a 3-yuan disaster crossing pill in the celestial blue alchemy book that can repair the divine spirit, but it is a little troublesome to refine. He did not think much about it. He had to see it first. 3-yuan crossing disaster pill. It was a pill formula that appeared after the third stage of the celestial blue alchemy tome was deduced. Until now, Qin Shujian was also a little confused. These pill formulas were in the celestial blue alchemy tome itself, and then through the improvement of the source of life, it was released bit by bit. Still, these pill formulas were simply deduced by the source of life. However, to be honest, Qin Shujian was more inclined to the latter. Because the celestial blue alchemy tome was just the inheritance of a small sect in the spirit domain, no matter how mysterious it was impossible to reach this level. Or else, the Pill Cauldron sect would not be a sect in the spirit domain, but would have long become the #1 sect in the human clan. So, in Qin Shujian's view, the subsequent pill formulas should be deduced by the source of life. If heaven and earth were created by an expert, then what about the system? The system in this world should be equivalent to the existence of the heavenly Tao, but I am somewhat different. He sighed in his heart. Sometimes, Qin Shujian also couldn't help but want to explore the origin of the system. It was just that. Although his current strength was already considered to be one of the top in the 4 great continents, he was still far from being qualified to explore the so-called truth. To this, Qin Shujian even felt that he was a chess piece in the chessboard of heaven and earth. And outside of heaven and earth, in a place that no one else could see, there were 2 big hands playing chess. However, he didn't know the purpose of the other party's chess game. Very soon, Qin Shujian suppressed this thought. There's no need to think about this now, it's just looking for trouble. When I can't improve anymore in the future, everything will surface. My purpose is to live forever, and the rest has nothing to do with me. Even if someone is really playing chess, with my current strength compared to that mysterious existence, how can I have the qualifications to jump out of the chessboard? Rather than looking for trouble, it's better to take one step at a time. Qin Shujian felt relieved. He found that the human clan was not a threat in the short term, which was not a good thing. When he was free, he liked to think nonsense. In the following period of time, Qin Shujian stayed in the Qianyuan realm and seriously studied the 3 elements tribulation transcendence pill. In order to concoct such a divine pill, this was not an easy task. The most important reason was that the materials required were too precious. Qin Shujian also took advantage of this time to search the treasury, but in the end, he was unable to find the complete materials. Refining the 3 origin disaster crossing pill requires origin heavy water, origin aurora light, and origin dark bone. These 3 are the main ingredients to refine the 3 origin disaster crossing pill. The first yuan heavy water is simple. You only need to take billions of seawater and condense it into one to refine the first yuan heavy water. As for the first yuan aurora, it is a treasure nurtured naturally by heaven and earth. The birth of the heaven and earth aurora was too ingenious. It was not easy to capture it. As for the 1 origin dark bone, it's also a troublesome matter. Qin Shujian felt a headache coming on. In his opinion, the first essence heavy water was not a problem. However, the remaining 2 items were the real problem. Just as Qin Shujian was worrying about the 3 origin disaster crossing pill, Su Yuanming walked in from outside. Emperor Qin. What's the matter? The people of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion are here. Su Yuanming said softly. The Baiyun Marquis Mansion. Qin Shujian recovered from his thoughts and looked at the person in front of him, saying, let them come in. Okay. Su Yuanming nodded. Outside the Qianyuan realm, there was an army following. In the middle of the army, there was a sedan. At this moment, the Qianyuan realm opened. Su Yuanming walked out from inside and looked at Xiao Hong, who was at the front. He cupped his hands and said, Housekeeper Xiao, Emperor Qin is interested. Please enter the sacred land for a chat. Okay. Xiao Hong nodded, then looked at the general beside him and ordered, you wait here. This general obeys. The general cupped his hands and accepted the order. Subsequently, with Xiaohong as the leader, Li Guanan and the other three carried the sedan and directly flew into the Qianyuan realm. Except for Su Mingyang. It was the first time for the others to enter the Qianyuan realm. As soon as they entered, then an abundant amount of spiritual energy rushed towards him. I have long heard that the Qianyuan sacred ground is the place with the most abundant spirit qi in the human clan. Now that I see it, the rumors are true. Xiaohong could not help but exclaim. Such rich spirit qi. It was not something the Baiyun Marquis mansion could compare to. Not to mention the Qianyuan sacred ground. When they set foot in the Liang Mountain spirit domain, the spirit qi there was much stronger than in Zongyang City. However, Xiaohong also knew. The only large spirit meridian in the Baiyun Marquis was in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. According to his estimation, with the large spirit meridian, the Liang Mountain spirit domain would soon be promoted to a large domain. The promotion of the True Dominion spirit domain was different from the promotion of a large domain. When the True Dominion spirit domain was promoted, as long as an expert could break the shackles, the domain could be promoted directly. However, when the spirit domain was promoted to a large domain, this could not be done. This was because although there were shackles in the spirit domain, in fact, the shackles were very weak. There was not much difference between having them and not having them. Therefore, breaking the shackles of the spirit domain would not cause much change. If the spirit domain wanted to be promoted to a large domain, the only possibility was that there was sufficient spirit qi to nourish the spirit domain, causing the shackles here to disappear bit by bit. When they stepped into the Liang Mountain spirit domain, Xiaohong sensed that the shackles here were so weak that they were almost non-existent. In other words, it would not take long for the Liang Mountain spirit domain to be promoted to a large domain. Su Yuanming smiled and said, the Qianyuan realm was originally a small world left behind by Senior Xia Yi. Then, Emperor Qin collected a few medium-sized spirit meridians from other places and placed them here. The spirit qi has increased a lot. Now, the spirit qi in the eastern continent is continuously increasing. It is all thanks to Emperor Qin that we have established a foundation for the human race. This old man is really impressed, Xiaohong said with a smile. He wasn't trying to flatter him by saying this. The spirit qi in the eastern continent was continuously increasing. This was a fact that no one could deny. The increase in spirit qi. Naturally, it meant that the strength of the cultivators was increasing faster and faster. In the long run, the strength of the human race would definitely increase steadily. Subsequently, Xiaohong looked at Su Yuanming and said, I heard that there are already true martial babies in the Liang Mountain spirit domain. I wonder if it is true. Yes. Su Yuanming nodded and smiled faintly. In ancient times, the spirit qi was very dense. All living beings were born true martial. There was no such thing as the basic martial realm in the world, let alone the so-called mortals. In ancient times, the true martial realm was the starting point for everyone. However, with the destruction of the ancient times, the spirit qi gradually dissipated, causing the starting point of the human race to become lower and lower. Now, the Liang Mountain spirit domain has a large-scale spirit meridian. The people here have already reached the true martial stage. Just like what Emperor Qin said, it will not be long before all the human race is born true martial. The benefits of the present generation and the contributions of the future generations. Xiaohong sighed in admiration. If they were born true martial, the strength of the human race would definitely increase to a rather terrifying level. Behind him, Li Guanan and the others were also shocked. The human race was born true martial. This was, without a doubt, something that made everyone feel aghast. One had to know. From a mortal to a basic martial and then to a true martial. This process was enough for some people to waste their entire lives and not be able to complete it. This was especially true in the ordinary realm. Many cultivators had spent 100 years and were still stuck in the basic martial arts realm. In the True Dominion, those who could reach the true martial realm were experts with high status and power. If the human race was born true martial, the overall strength of the human race would be too terrifying. Thinking of this, Su Mingyang could not help but ask, if everyone is born true martial, won't they also be shackled in the ordinary realm? Brother Su, do you think that the ordinary realm will still exist? Su Yuanming asked. Hearing this, Su Mingyang fell silent. That's right. If it really reached that level, would the ordinary realm still exist? This question he did not know. Neither did the others. As they chatted, they had already arrived at Sect Yuan's main meridian. Su Yuanming led Xiao Hong and the others directly to the courtyard. Not long after, they had already arrived. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Including Xiao Hong, the first thing they did when they saw Qin Shujian was to bow and greet him. At the same time, the palanquin was also gently placed on the ground. No need for formalities. Qin Shujian waved his hand and then slowly walked to the front of the palanquin. The curtain was lifted, revealing the scene inside. Immediately, vital essence emerged in his hand, and then he wrapped the unconscious Marquis Bayun, opened the door behind him, and temporarily placed him on the bed. Xiao Hong and the others also followed Qin Shujian in. Emperor Qin, His Majesty once said that you can solve the Marquis' problem. Is it true? Xiao Hong asked tentatively, with hope in his words. Ben Huang, let's see. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, his divine thought fell on Marquis Bayun. Seeing this, Xiao Hong and the others did not dare to disturb him. The spiritual deity is actually so weak. There is no problem with his physical body. At his level, a drop of essence blood is enough to condense a physical body, but compared to the past, this physical body is probably in the divine martial arts realm. Not long after, Qin Shujian found out about Marquis Bayun's situation. For this, he could not help but be shocked. It could be said that Marquis Bayun was not dead, but he was almost dead. Although the spiritual deity was not completely destroyed, only a trace of it existed in the physical body. As for the physical body, it had fallen from the limit of the celestial being realm to the current divine martial arts realm. It could be said that even if Marquis Bayun's spiritual deity recovered, this top expert would become a cultivator in the divine martial arts realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also had a trace of respect for Marquis Bayun. In order to let Emperor Zhao attain the Tao, he had done so much and was so ruthless. Even he might not be able to do such a thing. After a while, Qin Shujian withdrew his divine thought from Marquis Bayun and said slowly, there is only a trace of the spiritual deity left in Marquis Bayun's physical body, but this spiritual deity is very strong. Even if it is left alone, as long as there is enough spiritual qi, it can slowly repair itself. It's just that this self-repair process will take a long time. Even in the Qianyuan realm, it will take at least decades. Hearing this, Xiao Hong and the others changed their expressions greatly. Recuperating for decades. This was not a trivial matter. Emperor Qin, don't worry. Since Emperor Zhao asked you to bring him here, Ben Huang naturally has a way to solve it. You don't have to worry about this matter. Go back for the time being. Qin Shujian waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Hong. Then, he threw a few glances at Marquis Bayun before turning to Xiao Hong and saying, I'll be able to help Marquis Bayun recover in a few months at the earliest and 2 to 3 years at the slowest. During this period of time, I'll leave him here. As for the matters in Bayun Mansion, don't worry too much. As long as Ben Huang is here, Bayun Mansion will not be in chaos. His last sentence. He said it based on the current situation in Bayun Mansion. Hearing this, Xiao Hong immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then he bowed and saluted, thank you, Emperor Qin. Well, go ahead. Qin Shujian directly waved his hand to drive him away. Seeing this, Xiao Hong and the others did not say anything. They obediently left under the lead of Su Yuanming. In the courtyard room, only Qin Shujian and the sleeping Marquis Bayun were left. The spiritual deity is incomplete. The 3 elements crossing disaster pill can indeed repair it, but the problem is that there are not enough materials. This is a troublesome matter. Qin Shujian looked at Marquis Bayun with his hands behind his back. He looked a little helpless. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer said lightly, have you forgotten the extraterrestrial devil's crystal in your hand? Huh? Qin Shujian was stunned. Extraterrestrial Devil's Crystal. If it weren't for Godslayer's reminder, he really would have forgotten about it. Senior, do you mean that the crystal can cure Marquis Bayun? That's for sure. The crystal's function is to nurture the spiritual deity. His spiritual deity is incomplete, so it naturally has a use. Godslayer said. Hearing this, Qin Shujian took out 3 crystals from the heaven list. This thing. He originally wanted to keep it and see if there was a chance to create a few celestial beings. But too many things had happened recently. Qin Shujian didn't pay much attention to these things. Now the Godslayer spoke. He finally came to his senses. Then, Qin Shujian used his vital essence to break down and wrap the crystal and directly injected it into Marquis Bayun's body. Suddenly, a weak force grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spiritual energy in the Qianyuan realm also gathered here. Qin Shujian stood aside, quietly watching the development of the situation. In his perception, after absorbing the power of the crystal, Marquis Bayun's spiritual deity was recovering at a rapid speed. Such an effect. It was more useful than refining the 3 elements crossing disaster pill. The vibration of the spiritual energy. Naturally, it attracted the attention of others. However, this was the main branch of the Yuan sect and also where Qin Shujian lived. No matter what happened, no one dared to approach this place easily. About half a day passed. The spiritual energy gradually dissipated. Marquis Bayun's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. At first, there was a blank look in his eyes, but soon it became clear. Then, he sat up from the bed, then turned his head to look at Qin Shujian. He got up and cupped his hands. Thank you for your help, Emperor Qin. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would take a long time for me to recover. It's not a big deal. You don't have to thank me, but, Qin Shujian looked at Marquis Bayun in front of him and said with a frown, Marquis Bayun's spiritual deity is weak now. It has barely recovered to the divine martial arts realm. As for your physical body, it is also at the divine martial arts realm. Your strength has dropped a lot. Your strength has dropped. Just cultivate again. It's not a problem. Marquis Bayun smiled. He didn't care too much about this matter. If his strength dropped, so be it. At most, he could cultivate again. Marquis Bayun was open-minded. Qin Shujian also nodded and said with a chuckle, that's right. Marquis Bayun, you have reached the limit of the celestial being realm. It's not difficult for you to go back. Speaking of which, Ben Huang is a little impressed. You don't want to follow the rules of the human emperor. You should know that if you succeed in the end, you will definitely become a perfected immortal. Just like how Emperor Qin is unwilling to follow the path of Senior Xiayi, although the rules of the human emperor are powerful, they are only rules left behind by the ancient human emperor. They are not the path that I want to follow. So, I don't mind giving them up. It's totally worth it to exchange a human emperor's rule for a perfected immortal of the human clan. Marquis Bayun shook his head and said lightly. The rules of the human emperor were originally his own rules. Others had opportunities, and so did he. And one of Marquis Bayun's opportunities was the law of the human emperor. Originally, he also had the idea of using the rules of the human emperor to become an immortal, but he quickly dismissed it. Therefore, the rules of the human emperor had always been in Marquis Bayun's hands. It was also because of this. Marquis Bayun had the opportunity to tamper with the rules and then blow up the 12 perfected immortals. Or else, how could it be easy to blow up a rule? During this period of time, Marquis Bayun can recuperate here in Benhuang. The territory of the Qianyuan realm is incomparable to other places. It will be faster to recuperate here. Qin Shujian said. Marquis Bayun did not refuse. He nodded and said, thank you, Emperor Qin. With the help of the crystal stones, Marquis Bayun recovered faster than Qin Shujian expected. However, it was not suitable for Marquis Bayun, who was in the god martial arts realm, to go out now. After settling him in the Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian left the East Continent and went to the territory of the human clan. In the 4 cities, he went to the East City the most often, so this time, he went to the East City as well. In the city lord's mansion, Qin Shujian was sitting on the main seat. After Dan Hao broke through to the mighty figure realm, he was still here. At this time, he was with Huazhan, the city lord of the East City. They were both here to accompany Qin Shujian and talk to him. How is the takeover of the millions of miles of land given up by the Demon Clan in the Western continent? The territory of the Demon Clan is located in the middle of the Western continent. Although they have given up millions of miles of land, if we want to take it over, there is no way to connect it with the current territory of the Human Clan. So until now, we haven't really sent anyone over. Huazhan said truthfully. The Demon Clan had given up millions of miles of land. But in fact, it was easy to take over. In this regard, he had sent a message back to the imperial court, but he had not received a reply for the time being. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said, since we can't connect it, let's take the current position of the Human Clan's territory in the Western continent as the starting point and directly push across millions of miles. 1,000,000 miles of land is not small, and there are many clans and forces in it. Huazhan looked a little serious. If he wanted to do so, those clans and forces would be troublesome. Qin Shujian said, are there any perfected immortals in these clans and forces? No, they are all ordinary clans and forces. If they are ordinary clans and forces, there is no need to worry so much. Just push across and occupy the 1,000,000 miles of land. If they want to rely on the Human Clan, they can stay and become our vassals. If they don't want to, they can go to the 1,000,000 miles of land that the Demon Clan has given up and set up camp there. Qin Emperor, if we do this, I'm afraid it will cause some hostility from other forces. Huazhan said hesitantly. This was his main concern. Hearing that. Before Qin Shujian said anything, Dan Hao had already said with a sneer, hostility? City Lord, have you forgotten that the Human Clan is not afraid of the hostility of other clans? Even if we don't do anything, do you think they won't want to destroy the Human Clan, now the Human Clan is still intact, not because the other clans are friendly to us, but because we are strong enough? General Dan is right. The Human Clan doesn't need to worry too much. We can just push across. In addition, ask the Black Emperor, the Dog Emperor, and the Earth Emperor to come to the Eastern City. Ben Huang has something to see them. Qin Shujian said. Huazhan nodded. I'll do it right away. The Human Clan was really qualified to make decisions. It was the Qin Emperor in front of him and the Zhao Emperor who had become an immortal. Therefore, Qin Shujian had made the decision. Huazhan naturally had nothing to say. As Huazhan left. Now the situation of the earthly dragons was also a little tense. Because of the threat of the Human Clan, the Earth Emperor had to follow the Human Clan army to attack the Demon Clan. But after the battle, the problem came out. The Blackstone Condor clan was a vassal of the Human Clan. The Nine-Headed Dog clan was also an ally of the Human Clan. Looking at the earthly dragons again. To be honest, except for a little deal with Qin Shujian, they had nothing to do with the Human Clan. In this way, the Earth Emperor was under a little more pressure. If I had known this, I would have agreed to ally with the Human Clan. Then it wouldn't have become like this. In the main hall, the Earth Emperor felt a little headache. He also didn't expect that the Human Clan could make a comeback at this time. They directly went from being on the verge of extinction to becoming the strongest force in the 4 continents. To be able to have such a transformation. It was all because of the success of the Zhao Emperor and the absolute strength of Qin Shujian. The Earth Emperor had to admit. Now the 4 continents had entered the era of true immortals. Although the Nirvana realm was still strong, they had lost the qualification to suppress a clan. Now the 2 clans are on the side of the Human Clan. The alliance of the 3 clans is broken. Although the Demon Clan hasn't done anything now, we can't guarantee when they will attack us. The Demon Emperor is already a true immortal. I have no way to fight against him. The earthly sovereign heaved a heavy sigh. Now he was worried all the time about when the army of the Demon Clan would come. Although the secret realm was stable, in front of a true immortal, it might not be stable. Therefore, the Earth Emperor was a little flustered now. But the problem was, although he felt that he was only 1 step away from becoming a true immortal, he couldn't take this step. How could it be so easy to achieve Tao, below? An elder cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, we have completely offended the demon race. Now, the only ones who can fight against the demon race are the human race. We might as well form an alliance with the human race. Anyway, the last time the human clan attacked the demon clan, our clan also contributed a lot. I believe the human clan will not refuse." Ben Huang naturally knows. The Earth Emperor replied helplessly. Of course, he knew that forming an alliance with the human clan could solve the current crisis. But the problem was, not long after he rejected Qin Shujian, he came to him eagerly. No matter what, he was the emperor of a clan and also the kind of person who cared about face. Such a shameful thing. The Earth Emperor felt that he still had to think about it carefully. Is there any movement from the demon clan now? There is no news for the time being. The demon clan also suffered a lot in this battle. They should need time to recover. An elder said in a deep voice. The Earth Emperor nodded slightly. It was similar to what he had expected. Not long after, another elder came in, bowed and said, "My emperor, there is a human envoy outside asking for an audience. Invite him in." The Earth Emperor's heart beat violently, and then he hurriedly said, "The human clan sent someone over at this time." Instinctively, he had a premonition that things had taken a turn for the better. If the human clan sent someone to form an alliance, should Ben Huang immediately agree? Or say a euphemistic refusal, "Don't seem too anxious"? The Earth Emperor was already thinking about how to form an alliance with the human clan in a more dignified way. East City, City Lord's Mansion. The three emperors took their seats. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "Ben Huang was dealing with the human clan's affairs in front, and didn't have the chance to meet you for the time being. This time, I finally have time, and it's just the right time to solve the matter." Ben Huang naturally understands that the Qin Emperor is busy every day. The Dog Emperor said with a smile. As for the Black Emperor and the Earth Emperor, they also replied politely. Qin Shujian said, "In the war against the demon clan, in addition to the human clan, the three clans contributed a lot. Although this war did not destroy the demon clan, it also occupied 1,000,000 miles of the demon clan's territory. Ben Huang is not a stingy person. If there is merit, there will be reward, and if there is a mistake, there will be punishment. The 1,000,000 miles of territory is the spoils of war of the human clan, but the three clans also contributed greatly." While talking, he looked at the Dog Emperor and the others, and continued, "So Ben Huang has decided, of the 1,000,000 miles of territory, the human clan will only occupy 400,000 miles, and the remaining 600,000 miles will be divided equally among the three clans. The human clan will not interfere with all the resources in the territory, and you can do whatever you want." Buzz, as soon as these words came out, the expressions of the three changed. If the 600,000 miles of territory were divided equally, then the human clan could get 200,000 miles of territory. This was not just a matter of the size of the territory. In the 200,000 miles of territory, the resources contained were the most important things. Not to mention anything else. The three clans were second only to the demon clan in the western province, but the territory they occupied was only 300,000 to 400,000 miles. Now there was an additional 200,000 miles of territory. That was equivalent to almost half of the resources. So after a short moment of shock, the Dog Emperor and the others were overjoyed. "Thank you, Emperor Qin," they all thought. This time, they were just free labor for the human clan, and did not think that they would be able to gain benefits. Looking at the expressions of the few people, Qin Shujian's heart was calm. In this battle, the human clan had lost a lot, and the three clans had also lost a lot. Ordinary diviners and powerful experts. Many of them had died. This way, if the human clan did not give them any benefits, even if they did not say anything, they would have some thoughts in their hearts. Furthermore, if the human clan was stingy, it would not be good if word got out. On the contrary, if they gave enough benefits, it would also let the other forces understand that there was meat and soup to eat by the side of the human clan. Other than this reason, there was also another reason. That was, the human clan had gone through several battles, and too many experts had died. If the territory they occupied was too large, they would not have the ability to manage it. So, this was also the reason why Qin Shujian would take out 600,000 miles of territory and divide it among the three clans. After talking about this matter, he looked at the Emperor of Earth and said calmly, "I wonder what the Emperor of Earth plans to do now." Hearing this, the Emperor of Earth secretly said, "As expected." Then he pretended to ponder and said, "What does the Emperor of Earth mean?" The Emperor of Earth has already offended the Demon Clan by helping the Human Clan this time. I hope the Emperor of Earth will be careful about this matter. After all, although our two clans are not allies, Ben Huang does not want the dragons of the earth to be destroyed by the Demon Clan one day. The 200,000 miles of territory can be regarded as Ben Huang's goodwill. I hope the Emperor of Earth can use this to increase your strength. As for the alliance, Ben Huang, the Emperor of Earth was about to say something, but he was directly stuck halfway. He looked at Qin Shujian with eyes full of astonishment. This was what he expected. It was a little different. The Emperor of Earth originally thought that the Human Clan wanted to form an alliance with him, but looking at the current situation, it did not seem to be the case. So, the words that he wanted to say were also directly stuck. Qin Shujian said, "Well, this matter is over, Ben Huang will not keep you." He had already directly ordered them to leave. As soon as he finished, the Black Emperor got up and said, "Ben Huang will take his leave first. Ben Huang will also take his leave first." The Dog Emperor on the side also got up, cupped his hands and left directly. Only the earthly sovereign was sitting there stiffly. For a moment, he didn't know whether to leave or stay. "Emperor of Earth, what else do you want?" Qin Shujian looked at him strangely and asked in puzzlement. In this way, the Emperor of Earth was even more embarrassed. However, it was impossible for him to just leave like this. Although the Demon Clan had not taken any action now, it was hard to say when they would. At that time, the dragons of Earth would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, the Emperor of Earth took a deep breath and said, "A few days ago, the Emperor of Qin said about the alliance. After careful consideration, Ben Huang still thinks that the advantages of our alliance outweigh the disadvantages. The matter of the alliance is over, don't mention it." Qin Shujian shook his head and said, "Since the Emperor of Earth has already refused that day, this matter is over." "No, Ben Huang refused in the past because I didn't think it through. Now after thinking about it, an alliance with the Human Clan is also a good thing." The more he said, the more embarrassed the Emperor of Earth looked. "Haha." Qin Shujian replied with two simple words. Then he looked at the embarrassed look of the Emperor of Earth, pondered for a moment, and then spoke again. "The Emperor of Earth should understand that the Human Clan does not need any allies now. Among all the clans in the 4 great continents, only our clan has 2 true immortals. Even the top clans such as the Blood Eldar of the Demon Clan do not have the capital to compete with the Human Clan. Besides, the strength of the Earth Dragons of Earth is good, but that was in the past. Now the 4 great continents are dominated by true immortals, and the aristocrats have no true immortals, so it is difficult for them to have too much say. So for the time being, it's better not to mention the alliance." Qin Shujian's refusal. It made the Emperor of Earth's heart sink. He did not expect that when he took the initiative to speak, the other party would refuse so straightforwardly. However, Qin Shujian's words suddenly woke him up. That's right. The situation was different now. All the clans were no longer divided into top forces or big clans, but into those with or without true immortals. Forces with true immortals. Only in the 4 great continents did they have the right to speak. Forces without true immortals had been completely reduced to the bottom. Whether it was a Nirvana realm expert or an emperor in the 10th level of the celestial being realm, they were like ants in front of true immortals. Unless they could reach the half-immortal realm. Maybe they were qualified to fight with true immortals, but that was all. If they wanted to defeat true immortals. Unless they were as monstrous as Emperor Qin, or they were both true immortals. Only then did the Emperor of Earth realize. From the moment the Emperor of Earth attained the Tao, the Earth Dragons had been reduced to the bottom. Such a change. It made him a little absent-minded. His original confidence in forming an alliance with the Human Clan had dissipated a lot. Because seriously speaking, there was nothing about the Earth dragons that could move the human clan. The Emperor of Earth regretted that he refused the alliance with the human clan. But what made him regret even more was that he refused Qin Shijian's original proposal. If I used the rule in the hands of the human clan to attain the Tao, I should have become a true immortal. He realized. It was a stupid decision to rely on himself for 100 years and then rely on the rule of the human clan after 100 years. If the Emperor of Earth attained the Tao, without true immortals, how could the Earth dragons have 100 years? Any true immortal would make a move. He could destroy this race that had been passed down from ancient times. Seeing the Emperor of Earth's face constantly changing, Qin Shijian also spoke at this time, interrupting the other party's regret. If the Emperor of Earth is willing to become a vassal of the human clan, Ben Huang can also protect the Earth dragons from being attacked by other clans. The Emperor of Earth heard this. His face also turned ugly. He was about to open his mouth to refuse. Emperor of Earth, you don't have to rush to refuse. The Soul Protector race has become a vassal of the human clan. The Earth dragons are not as strong as the Soul Protector race. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to win against the demon clan alone. And Ben Huang doesn't need the Earth dragons to be a vassal of the human clan. Ben Huang only needs you to serve the human clan for 100 years. During this period, the human clan will also protect you. After 100 years, Ben Huang will not stop you from leaving or staying. Qin Shijian said lightly. Hearing this sentence, the Emperor of Earth's ugly face also eased a little. He did not receive any news about the Soul Protector race becoming a vassal of the human clan. However, what really moved him was the 100 years mentioned by Qin Shijian. If his race only served the human race for 100 years, it would not be unacceptable. After 100 years, the time of the transaction will be up. If I haven't become an immortal, I can get that rule and then become an immortal. As long as I become an immortal, the Earth dragons will not have any problem. The Emperor of Earth was weighing the pros and cons. Until now, he still did not know that half of the rule had been used by Qin Shijian. After all, when the other party broke into the Divine Emperor's battlefield, the means he used, only the Emperor of Earth and Qin Shijian knew. After a while, the Emperor of Earth nodded in agreement. Everything will be according to the Emperor of Earth. P.S. I have a fever and am in the hospital for an intravenous drip. The update in the early morning tomorrow may not be on time, so you don't have to wait. I will update after I finish writing. If not, then wait for the day. The Earth Emperor submitted. It was equivalent to the human race having a third vassal race after the Black Stone Condor race and the Soul Protector race. Except for the Black Emperor. Qin Shijian only asked for 100 years for the other two races. For the others, 100 years was just a blink of an eye. But for the human race, 100 years was enough to determine life and death. On the other side, after receiving Qin Shijian's order, the human race directly headed in the direction of the western state and once again pushed across 1,000,000 miles of territory. Such an approach, naturally, it caused the other races to be dissatisfied. A powerful aura was emitted. An expert looked at the east city that was crossing the sky with a furious expression. Human race, don't go too far. Our race has been rooted here for 1,000,000 years, but now you want to invade our territory. Such an approach may not be too overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavenly roll covered heaven and earth, causing the void to turn into dust. The Emperor that appeared instantly erupted with a powerful force, wanting to send the heavenly roll flying. However, under the collision of the two, all the vital essence was shattered and annihilated. Then, the heavenly roll fell. The ruler screamed in pain and fell from the sky. Although he didn't die. However, his physical body had also exploded and he was severely injured. Xianxia steadily stepped on the air and grabbed the heavenly roll in his hand. He met the angry eyes of the other experts and said indifferently, "This is the order of the Qin Emperor. No one is allowed to disobey it. Otherwise, they will be going against the human race. The Western state is not the territory of the human race. You can see if the demon race will stand up for you." Xianxia sneered. The heavenly roll flew out of his hand again, and the person who originally spoke was directly suppressed. At this point, The experts of the various races were all silent. They did not dare to say anything about the tyranny of the human race. There was no other way. The gap between the two sides was too big. With the current strength of the human race, even the demon race did not dare to easily contend with them. Or else, the demon emperor would not give up 1,000,000 miles of territory to the human race. To a certain extent. This was already a side concession, and thus ceding territory as compensation. From this, it could be seen. The strength of the human race had already reached a terrifying level. Not to mention. Right now, Xianxia was holding the heavenly roll in his hand, the top divine weapon personally forged by the Qin Emperor. Before the heaven list. Even if Emperor Qin of the human clan did not make a move, he could easily suppress an emperor of a clan. If he wanted to fight against such a top-notch divine weapon, unless a Nirvana realm powerhouse personally took action, otherwise, it was impossible for a celestial being 10th level to resist. In other words, the heaven list was actually equivalent to a living Nirvana realm expert. Even though true immortals had been born in the 4 great continents, in reality, the Nirvana realm was still a rare powerhouse. After all, there were only a handful of experts who could truly break through to the true immortal realm. Among the 10,000 races of the 4 great continents, there were only about 20 to 30 races with true immortals. From this, it could be seen. This was the power of the Nirvana realm. Therefore, when they saw the heaven leaderboard that was dominating the void, all the powerhouses of the various races chose to retreat. To put it bluntly, they could not afford to offend the heaven list. They couldn't afford to offend the human race. Look at this. Xianxia ordered in a cold voice, "Everyone, listen up. Immediately return this place to the human race's territory. Any alien race who enters without permission will be killed without mercy." "Yes, sir." Below, many human race experts exclaimed excitedly. Since when, the human race could already force the 10,000 races to retreat so openly? It seemed, only after the rise of the Qin Emperor did the human race gradually feel elated. Thinking of this, those humans looked at the heaven leaderboard in the void with reverence. As the human race occupied the territory, a piece of news spread out again. Soon, it spread throughout the 4 great continents and caused a commotion among all the forces. The great tribulation of the demon abyss. After the Soul Protection Emperor received the news, he fell into a daze. After a long time, only then did he regain his senses from this piece of news. The great tribulation of the demon abyss. The demon abyss that caused the destruction of the ancient times will descend on this world again in 100 years. It's impossible. Didn't the Emperor of Heaven in the ancient times destroy the demon abyss in one fell swoop? The Soul Protection Emperor was horrified. But it was normal. The 2 words devil abyss were an earth-shattering event for any cultivator with a bit of knowledge. The first time the demon abyss descended on this world, it was the peak period of the ancient times. But even so, the ancient times were still defeated by the demon abyss. From this, one could see how powerful the demon abyss was. But for many races, the demon abyss had been completely destroyed along with the destruction of the ancient times and the collapse of the heavenly court. So, how could there be a second calamity of the demon abyss? But the news came from the human race. It was hard for others not to believe it. Not to mention, the human race had no need to lie. After all, it was only 100 years. As long as the time was up, all the rumors would be dispelled. Wait. 100 years. The soul-protecting king suddenly thought of something, and his face darkened. In the past, he had no idea about 100 years. He didn't have a clear idea. But after knowing about the calamity of the demon abyss, the Soul Protection Emperor finally understood. The Soul Protection race had served the human race for 100 years. These 100 years would not be a simple 100 years. After a long time, the Soul Protection Emperor took a deep breath and lamented. "It's said that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. I didn't expect myself to have a Tao. Forget it. I've already made the oath. How can I go back on my words?" He muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head. What's done can't be undone. It was too late to say anything. However, this matter was too important. The Soul Protection Emperor couldn't sit still. He immediately left the Soul Protection race and headed to the human race's territory. On the other side, the earthly emperor had just left the human race's territory. When he returned to the earth dragons, he had already received the news of the demon abyss. Suddenly, he stood there in a daze. In just a moment, the earthly emperor digested all the information about the calamity of the demon abyss. I was wondering why the human race was so kind. They only wanted me to serve them for 100 years. It turns out that they were waiting for me. In the end, the earthly emperor let out a long sigh. In the past, the weak race had to be a vassal to the strong race. Even if it wasn't forever, it would at least be thousands of years, or even longer. Just like the human race. A mere 100 years was a completely different concept. Originally, the earthly emperor didn't understand what was going on with Xianxia's approach. But 100 years was just right for him. Naturally, he agreed at once. But now, he came back to his senses. Only then did the earthly emperor understand why Xianxia only needed 100 years. Immediately, he stood up from the main hall and immediately left the Earth's secret realm. The demon race's secret realm. The two sat opposite each other. Their bodies exuded a powerful aura, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Is the calamity of the demon abyss true? Shueling Huang said faintly. But in his calm voice, there was also a hint of solemnity. Hearing this, the demon emperor was silent for a moment. Finally, he said, yes, the matter of the demon abyss is true. My race's Zubing heavenly demon temple has already sensed the aura of the demon abyss, and it's not far from this world. The human race said that there would be 100 years, but there might not really be 100 years. Is there a way to avoid it? Shueling Huang thinks that there is anything that can stop the arrival of the demon abyss? The demon emperor asked. Shueling Huang didn't reply. Indeed. The ancient times were so strong, and there was the existence of the Emperor of Heaven and other peerless experts, but there was no way to stop the arrival of the demon abyss. With the current 4 major continents, how could they have the competence to stop the arrival of the demon abyss? Subsequently, Shueling Huang said, the strength of the 4 major continents is too weak now, and can't be compared to the ancient times. If the calamity of the demon abyss comes, the probability of us being able to resist is not high. No matter how small the probability is, there is no reason for us to tie ourselves up. The demon emperor shook his head, his expression solemn. That's true, but there are too few true immortals in the 4 major continents. In the ancient times, there were 365 true immortals, and there was the existence of the Emperor of Heaven. All the emperors of the various races are supreme experts of the upper 3 true immortal realms. Now there are 20 to 30 true immortals in the 4 major continents. Although we have become true immortals, we can only barely step into the lower 3 true immortal realms. It's a troublesome matter after all. Shueling Huang sighed. Even this expert, who had been in charge of the Shui Eldar for tens of thousands of years, also felt great pressure after learning about the demon abyss. There was no other way. The demon abyss was really too strong. And there was an example from the ancient times. Compared to the present 4 major continents, the disparity was immediately apparent. The demon emperor said in a low voice, the era of great battle has begun. This is the final counterattack of heaven and earth. Haven't you noticed that it's much easier for us to become immortals than in the legends, and no matter how glorious the ancient times were, was there anything like the present, where there were emperors confirming the Tao at the same time? Shueling Huang was silent when he heard this. He somewhat agreed with the demon emperor's words. Seeing this, the demon emperor continued, it took 1,000,000 years to nurture the present era of great battle. The living beings in the era of great battle will usher in a great transformation. This is an opportunity that may not come once in 1,000,000 years. After the destruction of the ancient times, our 2 races have declined to the present day. If we want to restore the glory of the ancient times, and even surpass the ancient limits, the opportunity is now. The era of great battle, it was a fatal danger, but also a monstrous opportunity. If one can stand out in the era of great battle, one's strength will certainly increase substantially. Shueling Huang slightly closed his eyes, and immediately opened them again. Ben Huang has already sensed that the momentum of heaven and earth is surging. Next, whichever race has the advantage will be able to obtain the momentum of heaven and earth. But Demon Emperor must not forget that the strongest forces in the four major continents are no longer the Shui Eldar and the demon race. The rise of the human race corresponds to the era of Great Battle. In the past, the era of Great Battle was an opportunity for the human race to rise. Ben Huang is worried that this era of Great Battle will only be a wedding dress for the human race. For the human race. Shueling Huang had a great fear. The more he understood the origins of the human race, the more he understood how great the potential of this race was. The rise of the human race throughout history was due to the momentum of heaven and earth. In the ancient times, the human race became the only victor in the era of Great Battle, and finally established its supreme status. The Demon Emperor said, Ben Huang originally thought that the human race had been silent for so many years, and that their strength was not as great as before. With the alliance of the other races, it would be enough to suppress the human race. Unexpectedly, the human race first produced Emperor Zhao, and then Emperor Qin, which made all our plans go down the drain. But now, only Emperor Zhao has succeeded in proving his Tao. Emperor Qin has not done so, and the rest of the human race does not even have a 10th level celestial being. As long as we can guard against the two human emperors, the other human race will not be a concern. The four major continents. They had already entered the era of true immortals. Those who had not entered the true immortal realm had no right to speak. The reason why the Demon Emperor included Qin Shujian was because he knew that his strength had reached the level of a true immortal. In other words, the human race was equivalent to having two true immortals. This was also the most troublesome thing. Emperor Zhao and Emperor Qin are indeed a problem. Now, both our races only have one true immortal. If Ben Huang remembers correctly, the great saints of the demon race who were 10th level celestial being have all died in the hands of the human race. That's right. Hearing Shueling Huang's words, the Demon Emperor's face darkened. This was the pain of the demon race. Although before he became an immortal, he would deliberately suppress the breakthroughs of the other demon race. However, this did not mean that the Demon Emperor wanted the demon race to have a shortage of powerhouses. On the contrary, now that he had proven his Tao and become an immortal, he controlled the Demon Emperor's rules and was much stronger than other true immortals. Under such circumstances, if other true immortals were to be born in the demon race, it would be difficult for them to cause any trouble. In this way, if a powerhouse of the demon race broke through, not only would it not threaten the Demon Emperor's position, but it would also increase the strength of the demon race. Therefore, the Demon Emperor did not resist the appearance of true immortals. But the problem now was, in a short time, there was no possibility of a true immortal being born in the demon race. The great saints of the 10th level celestial being were all dead. Not a single demon saint of the 9th level celestial being was left. The strongest demon race mighty figures were only a few of the 8th level celestial being. In the previous battle, to put it bluntly, the demon race had suffered heavy losses. However, what comforted the Demon Emperor was that the demon race had suffered heavy losses, and the other races had also suffered heavy losses. It was just that compared to the demon race, it was relatively better. Shueling Huang didn't come here today just to expose the scars of the demon race, right? He looked at Shueling Huang with a cold gaze. Hearing this, Shueling Huang smiled slightly and said, "No, Shui Eldar also suffered heavy losses this time. Why would Ben Huang come here to expose the scars of the demon race? This time, Ben Huang only has two purposes for coming here. One is to ask about the great tribulation of the demon abyss, and the other is to form an alliance with the demon race." Alliance? The Demon Emperor's eyes flickered. Shueling Huang said, "The human race is powerful. Just as the Demon Emperor said, the era of great battles has begun, and the momentum of heaven and earth has been stimulated. If we can gain an advantage in this situation, we will be able to get the momentum. With the strength of our two races, if we face the human race alone, I'm afraid we don't have the confidence to contend with them. If we want to deal with the human race, only by forming an alliance can we have a good chance of winning in the battle of the general trend. If it's about the human race, we can join forces." The Demon Emperor thought for a moment and finally nodded. Shueling Huang smiled faintly. The alliance between the two races is enough for the human race. As for other things, we'll talk about it later. That's right. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Shueling Huang did not say much nonsense. His body gradually faded and finally disappeared completely in the heavenly demon temple. From beginning to end, Shueling Huang was not here in person. He was just talking to the demon emperor through a wisp of divine thought. To this, the demon emperor didn't look surprised either. After Shueling Huang left, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The human race, Shui Eldar, the era of great battles is a rare opportunity. In the human race territory, as soon as the Soul Protection Emperor arrived, he saw an expert coming to welcome him. I'm Huazhan, the Lord of the East City. I'm here on the orders of the Qin Emperor to invite the Soul Protection Emperor to the East City for a chat. The Qin Emperor knows that Ben Huang is coming? The Soul Protection Emperor looked surprised. Huazhan smiled faintly. The Qin Emperor naturally knows. Soon, he took the Soul Protection Emperor to the East City. In the human race territory, they flew in the sky. The Soul Protection Emperor had a complicated expression. Didn't you say that in the human race territory, you can't fly at will? That's equivalent to other people. The Soul Protection Emperor is already part of the human race. Naturally, you're not bound by this rule. I see. The Soul Protection Emperor replied faintly. He didn't forget that when he first came to the human race territory, he was disgusted by Dan Hao. It seemed that the so-called not being able to fly in the human race territory was just a rule that you guys casually set. His own people. If they wanted to fly, they could fly. If they wanted to walk, they could walk. However, the Soul Protection Emperor was an emperor after all. He wouldn't dwell too much on this matter. After all, there was no need to think too much about the unpleasant past. Not long after, the two entered the East City and headed to the City Lord's mansion. After entering the City Lord's mansion, the Soul Protection Emperor realized that he wasn't the only one. There were a few familiar and unfamiliar faces. Qin Emperor, the Soul Protection Emperor is here. Thank you, East City Lord. I don't dare. I'll take my leave. Huazhan didn't dare to claim credit. After replying modestly, he left respectfully. Soon, only Qin Shujian and the emperors of the various clans were left in the hall. Soul Protection Emperor, please take a seat. Thank you, Qin Emperor. After thanking him, the Soul Protection Emperor sat down on an empty seat. At this moment, the Black Emperor, the Dog Emperor, and the others all looked at the Soul Protection Emperor. They were very curious about this emperor who was the first to prove his Tao and become an immortal. However, after a brief glance, they retracted their gazes. It wasn't their first time seeing the Soul Protection Emperor. However, it was their first time seeing a Soul Protection Emperor who had become an immortal. Compared to Qin Shujian's deep aura, the Soul Protection Emperor in front of them was unexpectedly weak. However, when they thought about the process of him proving his Tao, the Black Emperor and the others felt relieved. The weakest true immortal. It wasn't unreasonable. On the other side, the Soul Protection Emperor also felt the gazes of the Black Emperor and the others. He also felt the meaning behind their gazes. He couldn't help but feel angry. However, he was worried that Qin Shujian was here, so he suppressed his anger. Since everyone is here, Ben Huang won't waste any more time. After the Soul Protection Emperor sat down, Qin Shujian said loudly. Hearing that, the Black Emperor and the others all had solemn expressions as they turned their gazes back to Qin Shujian. The Soul Protection Emperor couldn't care less about the anger in his heart and shifted his attention. They came this time. Their main purpose was to understand the great tribulation of the demon abyss. Among them, only the Black Emperor was the calmest. This was because he was the first to know about the great tribulation of the demon abyss. Therefore, when the news spread, it didn't cause too much of a commotion. Qin Shujian said, when the ancient times were destroyed, the Emperor of Heaven shattered heaven and earth with his saber. He didn't destroy the demon abyss, but because the demon abyss was too strong, he had no choice but to shatter heaven and earth to separate it from the demon abyss. After heaven and earth shattered, the 4 great continents were formed. Among them, the South, West, and North continents were considered the original heaven and earth. However, the eastern continent belonged to the shattered heaven and earth. After heaven and earth shattered, the eastern continent has been constantly regenerating, trying to recreate the complete heaven and earth of the past. In this way, it will reconnect with the demon abyss sooner or later. The great tribulation of the demon abyss was also caused by this. Xianxia briefly told them about the great tribulation of the demon abyss. The other emperors muttered to themselves. The birth of heaven and earth. This wasn't a secret. Many people knew that heaven and earth could be born. However, not everyone knew about the connection between the birth of heaven and earth and the demon abyss. Moreover, after the ancient times were destroyed, they thought that the demon abyss was destroyed along with the ancient times. Thinking of this, the dog emperor sighed. We always thought that after the ancient times were destroyed, the demon abyss was destroyed along with it. I never thought that the demon abyss was still around. In the ancient war, the demon abyss was also heavily damaged. However, over the years, the demon abyss strength has been gradually recovering, while the strength of our 4 great continents has not recovered much. Xianxia said indifferently. He also knew what the dog emperor said. After the ancient times were destroyed, heaven and earth shattered, and regions were regenerated. However, in those newly regenerated regions, there were no demons at all. Until nearly 1 or 200,000 years ago. The birth of regions was accompanied by the emergence of demons. The living beings of the eastern continent only knew that the demon abyss was not destroyed. Hearing this, the Soul Protection Emperor opened his mouth. He had something to say, but he didn't know how to say it. Xianxia noticed the Soul Protection Emperor's expression and said calmly, the Soul Protection Emperor wants to say that since the eastern continent continues to expand and will eventually overlap with the demon abyss, why not shatter the eastern continent's heaven and earth again to avoid the great tribulation? I don't dare. The Soul Protection Emperor lowered his head. Just as Xianxia had said, that was exactly what he was thinking. Hearing this, Xianxia said. The Black Emperor and the others' eyes flickered. Xianxia's words reminded them of this matter. However, what he said next shattered their fantasies. It's very simple. Because not only can heaven and earth be born, but the demon abyss can also move. The humans have Zhu Bing, and Zhu Bing is the most sensitive to the aura of the demon abyss. They have already sensed that the demon abyss is approaching. This is not only a passive approach, but also an active approach. The ancient Great Tribulation has already made the demon abyss remember the aura of heaven and earth. Therefore, the arrival of the Great Tribulation is unavoidable. Xianxia said calmly. He dared to tell others about the Great Tribulation of the demon abyss because of this foundation. If the demon abyss did not move, only if the eastern continent continued to move closer. Xianxia dared to guarantee that the 10,000 races would definitely join forces and wipe out the humans. Then, they would completely shatter the eastern continent and extinguish the hope of the demon abyss landing on heaven and earth. However, it was different now. The demon abyss would move closer on its own. Even if the eastern continent was shattered, it would only delay it slightly. The Great Tribulation. It would come one day. The Soul Protection Emperor's expression was frighteningly ugly. No one would have a good expression for such an unstoppable Great Tribulation. He was not the only one. The Dog Emperor and Earth Emperor's expressions were also extremely ugly. On the other hand, the Black Emperor. He seemed to have gradually gotten used to this, but he did not show too much abnormality. After a while, the Dog Emperor sighed. How difficult is it to resist the Great Tribulation of the demon abyss? Even the ancient Great Tribulation could not do it. With our current strength, it is even more difficult. Not to mention the heavenly court that ruled the 10,000 races in the ancient Great Tribulation. Now, the 10,000 races are all doing their own things. In the end, the Dog Emperor shook his head helplessly. They were not strong to begin with, and now they were all doing their own things. Things were even more difficult. Xianxia said, it is now the era of Great Tribulation. As the emperors of your races, you should be able to sense the changes in the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth. The next 100 years will be the last chance for the 10,000 races. You have to know that everything has a chance of survival. If we can grasp the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth, there is still hope for us to survive. What do you mean, Emperor Qin? The great tribulation of heaven and earth requires the 10,000 races to fight for it. The more great tribulation of heaven and earth a race obtains, the more experts it can produce. The survival of the fittest has always been an unchanging principle. However, in the era of great tribulation, it has become clearer and more tragic. Qin Shujian's gaze was deep as he spoke slowly. After he finished speaking, his words paused for a moment, and then his tone suddenly changed. In the next year, Ben Huang will open up the 10,000 races battlefield to fight for the great tribulation of heaven and earth. 10,000 races battlefield. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. This name. It was the first time they had heard of it. Qin Shujian said, "Now, the 4 continents cannot lose too much power. At least at the level of true immortals, we cannot lose too much. The opening of the 10,000 races battlefield is to resolve the grievances of the 10,000 races and also to fight for the great tribulation of heaven and earth. The participants are all cultivators of the 10,000 races. The success or failure of the 10,000 races battlefield will determine the ownership of the great tribulation of heaven and earth." The matter of the 10,000 races battlefield. Qin Shujian already had a clear picture of the situation. The reason why it was not opened now was because the strength of the human race had not completely stabilized. 1 year. It could be considered as a buffer for the human race. The Dog Emperor was deep in thought. Hearing Qin Shujian's words, he finally understood what was going on with the 10,000 races battlefield. At this moment, he was considering the gains and losses of this matter. As for the Black Emperor, Earth Emperor, and Spirit Protection Emperor, there were no changes. They were already vassals of the human race. No matter what decision the human race made, the 3 races had no possibility of rejecting it. Vassals. It wasn't just empty talk. The human race was equivalent to giving orders while the other 3 races were their henchmen. Of course. As a reward for being a vassal, the human race also had the responsibility to protect the 3 races. A moment later, the Dog Emperor said, "I'm afraid the matter of the 10,000 races battlefield is not something that we can decide. If the other races are not willing, it will be difficult for them to continue." Dog Emperor, don't worry. The 10,000 races will agree. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. He was not worried that the 10,000 races would disagree. Especially the top races such as the Monster Race and the Blood Eldar, there was no possibility of them rejecting the 10,000 races battlefield. Not only was it beneficial to the human race, but it was also beneficial to the various races. Seriously speaking. In fact, compared to the other races, the human race was at a disadvantage. It was very simple. Because the human race did not have many mighty figures that they could send out. It was only because the mighty figures of the various races had lost a lot that Qin Shujian dared to make this decision. Therefore, he was never worried that there would be races that would disagree with the 10,000 races battlefield. As for the benefits of the source of life, Qin Shujian would not tell outsiders. Therefore, in this matter, other than the benefits of Qin Shujian secretly harvesting the source of life, the human race did not have any substantial benefits. Hearing this, the Dog Emperor also nodded. Since the Qin Emperor has made his decision, Ben Huang will naturally not refuse. The 10,000 races battlefield was also beneficial to the 9-headed dog clan. After all, without a true immortal, the 9-headed dog clan might not be weaker than the other forces. Qin Shujian said, regarding the 10,000 races battlefield, please do not spread it out for the time being. When the time is right, Ben Huang will inform the other forces. Qin Emperor, don't worry. Not a single word of what is said here will be spread. The Black Emperor patted his chest and said. To this, the Dog Emperor and the others glanced at him and ignored him. Subsequently, the 4 emperors got up and left. The purpose of their visit this time was to understand the great calamity of the demon abyss. After confirming, then there was nothing more to say. After they left, Qin Shujian called Huazhan. Qin Emperor, what are your orders? Spread the news that the demon abyss is approaching heaven and earth. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said lightly. Huazhan cupped his hands and accepted the order. Yes, sir. Soon. Qin Shujian was the only one left in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. 100 years. Is there really 100 years left before the great calamity of the demon abyss approaches? He was asking himself and also asking the Godslayer. Many spirit veins poured into the eastern continent. The spirit chi in the eastern continent had increased by several levels. If he guessed correctly, the demon abyss would arrive in less than 100 years. The Godslayer said calmly, the aura of the demon abyss is already very close. 100 years is the original saying. Now, it would be good to have 50 to 60 years. Maybe it will be even shorter. 50 to 60 years, or even shorter. Qin Shujian's expression was also solemn. He had already considered this when he was increasing the spirit chi in the eastern continent. However, Qin Shujian had to do this. In the original situation of the human clan, it would be difficult for them to develop steadily for 100 years. Only by burning the boats could they have a chance to turn things around. As a price, the time of the demon abyss approaching would be greatly advanced. Regarding this matter, Qin Shujian could not judge the pros and cons. However, in his opinion, this was the only way out for the human clan. 50 to 60 years should be the best plan. If it's the worst plan, it might only be 20 to 30 years. Qin Shujian could feel it. Now in the eastern continent, the speed of the development of regions was much faster. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a complicated expression. Senior, what exactly is the momentum of heaven and earth that you mentioned? I can sense the existence of the momentum of heaven and earth, as well as the awakening of the momentum of heaven and earth after the birth of a true immortal. Qin Shujian asked softly. As the human emperor, he could feel everything about the momentum of heaven and earth. However, it seemed that he could not feel anything. Godslayer said, you can think of the momentum of heaven and earth as the heavenly path's luck. In fact, it's similar. Just like in the human clan, when the human clan's luck is poured into a person, then he is the son of luck. And the son of luck will have everything smooth sailing, and his realm will also improve faster. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also had a rough understanding. The momentum of heaven and earth. It was equivalent to the heavenly path's luck. After having the Dharma eye, he also had a better understanding of luck. If luck was divided into 4 types, then it could be divided into 4 types. The first was personal luck. The second was the sex luck. The third was the clan's luck. The fourth was the heavenly path's luck. Among the 4, the heavenly path's luck was naturally above all the other luck, and then the clan's luck was above the personal luck and the sex luck. However, the personal luck and the sex luck, it was not easy to tell the difference. Then, Qin Shujian also focused his attention on himself. The source of life has already exceeded 1 trillion. It consumed 1 trillion to reach the 7th level of the celestial being. Then, the 8th level of the celestial being will most likely require about 2 trillion. Even if it's not, there won't be much of a difference. He now had a certain estimate of his own improvement. As for the source of life being able to break through the 1 trillion mark so quickly, it was still because of the previous battle. A true immortal of the God clan, and then killed the ancient Buddha Emperor and the Divine Emperor, as well as a God clan and many almighty experts outside the human clan's territory. With so many gains added up, the source of life naturally exceeded 1 trillion. Among them, half of the 1 trillion source of life was contributed by the true immortal of the God clan. A true immortal level expert. The source of life that was contributed was not something that other cultivators could compare with. It's a pity that when the ancient Buddha Emperor attained the Tao, that true immortal was not killed by me. Otherwise, even if my source of life did not reach 2 trillion, it would be close. Thinking of that true immortal who self-destructed, Qin Shujian felt a little regretful. The other party self-destructed, so it was not considered that he killed him, so the source of life was not counted as his. However, Qin Shujian only felt a little regretful. Now, the human clan could steadily provide 120 billion sources of life every month. 500 billion sources of life would only be a matter of a few months. Although there was not much time now. But he could still afford to wait a few months. When I break through to the 8th level of the celestial being, my strength will definitely increase greatly. At that time, the demon emperor should not be a match for me, but whether he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Zhao is still a question. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. Challenging someone of a higher level was not an easy task. If it was an ordinary true immortal, it would be fine. Emperor Zhao had received the legacy of the Heavenly Court and was an extremely terrifying expert. To challenge such an expert of a higher level was much more difficult than to challenge other true immortals. P.S. There's only one today. There's no other way. There's no update tomorrow morning. I'll update it during the day and try to recover in the next 2 days. East Continent. Xianxia Sacred Ground. A powerful aura rose up, and a lightning tribulation descended from the sky. Not long after, the thunder retreated. A person came out of seclusion and laughed heartily at the sky. Divine Marshal. I'm finally a Divine Marshal. Zhang Ergu was in a good mood. Ever since the human race left the East Continent, he had been cultivating in seclusion. In that battle, Zhang Ergu truly understood what it meant to be an ant below the celestial realm. His strength in the spirit martial realm seemed to be very strong, but in front of a real expert, he was vulnerable. So, he had been cultivating in silence. Later, as the spirit energy in the Qianyuan realm gradually increased, it became easier to break through. In just 2 or 3 years, Zhang Ergu broke through from the spirit martial realm to the divine martial realm. Following his breakthrough, Niao Feng also flew over from other places. He looked at Zhang Ergu in front of him and said with a smile, Elder Zhang has broken through to the divine martial realm. Congratulations. It's okay, haha. Zhang Ergu wanted to be humble, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. As for Niao Feng, he was still very familiar with him. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, the people who could be regarded as loyal were still the original group of people from Liangshan village. Zhang Ergu and Niao Feng were both bandits of that period. So, the two of them had a good relationship. With the arrival of Niao Feng, the other elders also came to congratulate him. There was one more divine martial realm in the main sect. In any case, it was something worth celebrating. At the same time, a vision suddenly appeared in the sky, and a powerful force spread out, causing everyone's expression to change. A vision of heaven and earth. Someone is about to break through to the celestial realm. The vision came from the main sect. Could it be Elder Gong? Xiang Haogan's expression also changed slightly. In the entire main sect, the only cultivator who could reach the peak of the divine martial realm was Gong Mingze. Now, a vision had appeared. The person who broke through didn't need to guess too much. Gong Mingze, thinking of this, Xiang Haogan was also a little jealous. Breaking through to the celestial being realm was what he had always desired and pursued. Now that he saw someone who had reached this realm before him, it would be a lie to say that he was not envious. Fortunately, Xiang Haogan had also reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Soon, he would be able to break through to the peak of the divine martial realm. At that time, he would also be able to break through to the celestial realm. In this era, it was much better than before. The difficulty of breaking through to the diviner realm, it was also greatly reduced. Aside, the smile on Zhang Ergu's face stiffened. He realized his joy of breaking through to the god martial realm had vanished when Gong Mingze tried to break through to the diviner realm. Regarding this, Zhang Ergu also felt stifled. At the same time, the phenomenon in the Qianyuan realm also alarmed the other cultivators. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky, and finally on the master sect's position. There's going to be another heavenly being in Sky Origin sect. A cultivator sighed. Now, all the sects in the world belonged to the Holy Land. Many strong people had formed the Qianyuan sacred ground. But there was a difference between the sections. It still existed. Because of Qin Shujian, Sky Origin sect was the most powerful force in the Qianyuan sacred ground. Now that someone had broken through to the diviner realm, its momentum was undoubtedly stronger. However, although these cultivators were a little jealous, they did not have much of a reaction. As long as Emperor Qin was in the Qianyuan sacred ground, one more heavenly being or one less heavenly being would not change anything. Even if the entire Sky Origin sect died. Emperor Qin. He was still unshakable. More and more people are breaking through. Not bad, not bad. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian smiled. Zhang Erge's breakthrough. And Gong Ming's breakthrough to the diviner realm. He had seen it all. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was also relieved. More and more strong people were born in a short period of time. This proved that, based on the current trend of the world, the human race still occupied a large part of it. The biggest disadvantage of the human race. It was that there were not enough middle-level cultivators. With him and Emperor Zhao at the top, they could already look down on the world. However, the middle-level heavenly being cultivators were still too weak. He withdrew his gaze from the vision of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian casually cut off a mountain rock. Then, with a thought, the irregular mountain rock turned into a stone tablet. He looked at the stone tablet in front of him. Using his hand as a pen, he slowly wrote something on it. Boom, the spirit chi of heaven and earth swarmed over, constantly converging into the stone tablet. Not long after, the stone tablet, which was originally made of ordinary material, had been rendered with a powerful aura. Marquis Baiyun, who was sitting opposite Qin Shujian, was a little surprised when he saw the scene. However, he did not disturb him. Instead, he watched silently. Soon, the spirit chi of heaven and earth suddenly disappeared. The originally ordinary stone tablet had now transformed into a powerful spirit chi. Human Emperor's alchemy technique? Seeing the words on the stone tablet, Marquis Baiyun's eyes flickered. He just glanced at it. A lot of information about alchemy technique appeared in his mind. But soon, this information was blocked by a powerful force. In the end, only the beginner level of alchemy technique remained in his sea of consciousness. Marquis Baiyun did not know alchemy technique. However, he was once a heavenly being cultivator. Naturally, he could see the mystery contained in alchemy technique. After a while, Marquis Baiyun came back to his senses from the memory in his mind and said in surprise, "Is Emperor Qin going to pass on his alchemy technique to the human clan?" "That's my intention." Qin Shujian nodded. Now that the human clan's alchemy technique has declined, ordinary alchemy grandmasters are also extremely rare. If a clan wants to develop and grow, how can it be possible to rely on cultivation alone? In ancient times, the human clan was in full bloom. There were many methods and means to compete for supremacy. Ben Huan does not have the ability to restore the scene of ancient times, but he can pass on what he has now to the human clan. Hearing this, Marquis Baiyun looked emotional. Emperor Qin is righteous. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. He did not answer anymore. Instead, his gaze fell on the stone tablet in front of him. The alchemy technique of the human emperor, in these simple words, it contained all his alchemy technique, including the third stage of alchemy grandmaster that he had recently obtained. It could refine the supreme method that was closest to the divine elixir. However, Qin Shujian wouldn't really impart all of his techniques to the entire human race. He left his own sealing method on it. Only when one's alchemy technique reached a certain level could he be qualified to get the cultivation method of the next stage. After putting aside the stone tablet of the human emperor's alchemy technique, Qin Shujian took a mountain rock and carved 2 more stone tablets. One was human emperor casting technique. The other was human emperor formation. This was his casting technique and formation technique. But because of the problem of face, Qin Shujian did not directly use the name of the human emperor. Instead, he euphemistically used the name of the human emperor. 3 stone tablets were set up. They represented 3 shocking inheritances. Marquis Baiyun could not keep calm at this time. Qin Shujian only had 1 alchemy technique. He could refine unheard of 10th level elixirs. As for his casting technique, he had once cast a top-notch 8-seal Taoist artifact. In comparison, the most famous formation technique of the other party was not as dazzling as before under the cover of the 2. But no matter what, In Marquis Bayun's opinion, Qin Shujian's formation technique had reached the level of a grandmaster, and it was at least at the second stage. He was sure. Once the 3 stone tablets were spread out, it would definitely make the 3 sects of the human clan that had been silent for a long time shine again. If I didn't know that the Qin Emperor couldn't be the reincarnation of a genuine immortal, I would have thought that the Qin Emperor was the incarnation of an ancient almighty. Marquis Bayun shook his head and sighed. It was not that he had never seen an almighty person. But to be able to reach the peak of each sect like Qin Shujian, it was really not something that everyone could do. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer secretly cursed. Soon, the 3 stone tablets turned into flowing lights and landed in front of the palace of the human emperor. The cultivators who were comprehending the universe Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal killing skill were all shocked by such a commotion. Then, they came back to their senses and fixed their gazes on the 3 new stone tablets. Human Emperor's alchemy technique. Human Emperor's forging technique. Human Emperor's formation. Looking at the name on the stone tablet, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. But soon. Thus, someone managed to obtain the information they wanted from the steel. After a long time, a female cultivator came back to her senses, and then a look of wild joy appeared on her face. It turns out that there is a path after becoming a grandmaster forging. I understand, haha, I finally understand. There was a sudden movement. It naturally attracted the attention of others. Soon, someone recognized the identity of the female cultivator. It was Ling Huayu, the grandmaster forging master of the 9 Palaces sect, not counting Qin Shujian. He was also a top grandmaster forging master of the human clan. But now, this top grandmaster forging master was no longer as indifferent as before. Her pretty face was full of uncontrollable joy. Seeing this, a cultivator couldn't help but ask, "May I ask Elder Ling, is what is recorded on the stone tablets really a profound technique?" He looked at the memory in his mind. It was only at the beginning stage. Ling Huayu didn't answer. Instead, his gaze fell on the other 2 stone tablets. Finally, he came back to his senses and answered the cultivator's question. The methods left on the stone tablets are all direct to the grandmaster realm, and they are not simple grandmasters. But if you want to get the complete inheritance, your own realm must correspond. For example, if you are a high-grade alchemist, you can get the inheritance of a grandmaster, and then a grandmaster can get the inheritance of a grandmaster. If you don't know anything, then what you can get from the stone tablets will only be the most basic entry-level methods. With just a simple glance at the other stone tablets, Ling Huayu deduced the real function of the stone tablets. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded slightly and said, "Elder Ling is right. You know Emperor Qin's methods. He is known as the #1 grandmaster in the 4 great continents. However, I only got the cultivation method of a grandmaster here. Elder Ling is a grandmaster forging master, so he should have gotten the cultivation method of a higher level." Hearing this, some people had a look of realization on their faces and quickly shifted their gazes away from the stone tablet. But for another group of people, they looked at the 3 stone tablets as if they were looking at some kind of sacred object. These people, they were all cultivators who dabbled in the 3 paths, and there was no lack of experienced enthusiasts. I thought I would only be a high-grade array master for the rest of my life. I never thought that I would be able to get such an inheritance. Emperor Qin's actions are really beneficial to the human race. Haha, there is a path to go. This is a blessing for us cultivators. Many cultivators couldn't help but sigh. More people looked excited. They couldn't stay calm. Only those who really loved the 3 paths could understand what the inheritance of the 3 stone tablets meant. Grandmaster Alchemist. Xianxua's gaze was fixed on the stone tablet. The words "Human Emperor's alchemy technique" fascinated her. So, the Grandmaster Alchemist realm was like this. Until this moment. Only then did Xianxua truly understand. When it came to alchemy, she was indeed a talented genius. She became a high-grade alchemist in her 20s. After joining the Yuan sect, she broke through to the Grandmaster Alchemist realm. But for Xianxua, to a certain extent, the Grandmaster Alchemist realm was already the peak. As for breaking through to the Grandmaster Alchemist realm, she had never dreamed of it. But at this moment, after getting the inheritance of the human emperor's alchemy technique from the stone tablet, Xianxia was deeply immersed in it. At the same time, finally, a thought rose in her heart. A thought that could make her break through to the Grandmaster Alchemist realm. Emperor Qin, Xianxia muttered in her heart. She couldn't help but think of the figure in a green robe. There was no reason for it. The luster in her beautiful eyes had also dimmed a little. In the world, there were not many people who could not be convinced by talent. Moreover, Qin Shujian's talent could no longer be measured by the word talent. Once upon a time, Xianxua's heart also palpitated. However, as Qin Shujian walked higher and higher, she could only raise her head and look up at him. As time passed, she gradually suppressed this throbbing feeling. If the difference between the two was too great, there would be no good result after all. Thinking of this, Xianxua suddenly laughed at herself. What is the status of the Qin Emperor? What is your status? Why are you still having such unrealistic fantasies? Senior sister, what happened? Xianxia saw her strange expression and couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Xianxua shook her head and said softly, nothing. It's just that after knowing the human emperor's alchemy technique, I realized how ignorant I was in the past, so I felt a little emotional. Alas, yes. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Regardless of the human emperor's alchemy technique, he didn't know that the Grandmaster Alchemist realm was so mysterious. Just when the 3 stone tablets were set up, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list, and the destiny of the human clan surged. From today onwards, all the Qianyuan colleges will establish the 3 departments of alchemy, forging, and array. All the cultivators of the human clan can cultivate these 3 daos. As soon as he finished speaking, countless illusory images of stone tablets emerged from the long river of destiny, and then accurately landed in every Qianyuan college. The illusory images of the stone tablets fell. In an instant, they became real. At this moment, the human clan of the eastern continent was shocked. In a college, the 3 stone tablets fell, causing all the students in the college to rush over. The human emperor's alchemy technique, the human emperor's forging technique, the human emperor's array, the 3 stone tablets represented the alchemy technique, forging technique, and array. In the crowd, Chao Hong looked at the 3 stone tablets with a strange expression, and then recalled the memory that had just appeared in his mind, and he was quite hesitant. Won't this be the same as the universe Tao-seeking scripture, where I'll explode and die if I cultivate it? He wasn't sure. He had lost too much in the last battle, and there was no way to recover until now. If he were to explode one more time, Chao Hong felt like crying. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Lu Qinghong. It was a coincidence. Lu Qinghong also looked at him. In the end, neither of them tried it. If the Qin Emperor set them up on purpose, they would have no one to cry to. As the 3 stone tablets fell, the aura of the main tablet in the Qianyuan sacred ground had also become stronger. However, compared with the universe Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique, these 3 stone tablets were still far inferior. After all, the former was the inheritance of the human clan. The latter, it could only be said that it benefited some cultivators. But no matter what, the erection of the 3 stone tablets also meant that the inheritance of the human clan was more complete. At the same time, the destiny of the human clan had also become more powerful. In the following time, Qin Shujian sat in the courtyard, discussing the Tao with Marquis Baiyun. Although the other party had fallen to the god martial arts realm, however, the knowledge, memory, and insights of the past were not missing at all. After the discussion, Qin Shujian would go to the Law of Strength to explore when he was free. However, walking 4 laws at the same time caused the difficulty of the Law of Strength to increase by many times. With every step he took, there was a huge wave surging. However, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, used his absolute strength to suppress those waves step by step. But even so, in the short term, he did not gain much in the Law of Strength. In this regard, Qin Shujian was not too anxious. If he could walk the law of strength, he would walk it. If he could not, he would use the source of life to improve it. Now, he was not far from the 8th tier of the celestial being. In a few months, he would have enough source of life. As for the 9th and 10th tiers of the celestial being realm, Xianxia estimated, it would probably take a few years. As for becoming an immortal, he was not sure how much source of life he would need. However, Xianxia did not think about becoming an immortal for the time being because it was too far away. After reaching the 10th tier of the celestial being realm, it was more likely to think about becoming an immortal. 2 months passed. A piece of news came, which made Xianxia decide to leave the East continent. Has the news been sent back? It has been sent back. It will not be long before the Qin Emperor arrives. Good. The Black Emperor nodded. As he spoke, he was already fighting with another dragon. A martial sage, this was the expert that Xianxia had specially ordered to search for. However, after being possessed by the extraterritorial demon, the martial sage was completely missing. Although they would occasionally attack other powerhouses, they would immediately turn and flee after a successful attack, not giving others a chance to search for them at all. In order to get the exact information of the other party, the human race had also spent a lot of effort. Not only that, even the other vassal clans had spent a lot of effort. Until now. When the news of the martial sage attacking a small clan spread, the Black Emperor and Dan Hao immediately rushed over. At this moment, the one who really intercepted the martial sage was the Black Emperor. As for Dan Hao, he stood at the side and watched the battle. There was no choice. The Black Emperor was an expert of the Nirvana realm, and the martial sage in front of him seemed to have become stronger. He was not much weaker than the Black Emperor. Although he had broken through to the Almighty Realm, he was only a cultivator of the 7th level of the Sky Human Realm. If he wanted to interfere in a battle of this level, he was still far from it. Boom! The Black Emperor revealed his true form. A huge eagle that looked like it was made of black stone spread its wings and pounced towards the dragon in front of him. A pair of sharp claws shone with a terrifying light. Even though the dragon's body had strong scales, it had no way of resisting. Only the scales could be seen breaking. Blood splattered everywhere. The dragon roared and suddenly swung its tail, hitting the Black Emperor's body heavily. Instantly, a terrifying force exploded. The Black Emperor was caught off guard and was also sent flying back by this force. Quite a few of his feathers also fell off. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the martial sage did not attack the Black Emperor with all his strength. Instead, he turned around and broke through the void to escape. Chase! The Black Emperor was furious. In the next moment, his huge body broke through the void and directly chased after the martial sage. Seeing this, Dan Hao did not dare to hesitate. He also chased after the two of them. About half a day after the three of them left, Xianxia had already walked out of the void and arrived here. The aura is still here, but the person is gone. He should have escaped. He spread out his spiritual will. He quickly found the traces left behind by Dan Hao. In the next second, he took a step forward and broke through the void. On the other side, the martial sage was frantically escaping. The Black Emperor was frantically chasing after him. As for Dan Hao, he fell behind and desperately chased after him. But the problem was, the speed of the martial sage and the Black Emperor were extremely fast. It was not easy for Dan Hao to catch up with them. Fortunately, the Black Emperor would leave his coordinates in the void so that Dan Hao would not lose him. In a void, the two of them were still fighting endlessly. At this moment, the martial sage was also furious. I have never had any enmity with you. Why do you have to chase after me? If this goes on, it will not be good for either of us. How dare you attack the human territory? You deserve to die. The Black Emperor casually replied. Anyway, there was no problem in finding a reason to attack. Hearing this, the martial sage was also anxious. He did not expect that in the past, when he attacked the human territory on a whim, it would cause such a big trouble. At that time, he did not have any advantage at all. Thinking of this, the martial sage was also getting angrier. The extraterritorial demons were originally evil creatures. Although they had intelligence and knew how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, when they were angered, they would still be angry. At this moment, the Black Emperor was still chasing after him. This made the martial sage extremely angry. Alright, after I swallow you, I will officially step into the Nirvana realm. Who in the world can stop me? The dragon's body's aura surged as it crazily pounced towards the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor was also not afraid. At this moment, a strong aura crushed down from the sky, instantly causing the two of them to tremble. At the same time, a voice sounded in their ears. Ben Huang really wants to see if he really can't stop you. The Black Emperor and the martial sage's expressions changed. But the difference was, the Black Emperor was surprised. The martial sage was shocked. Qin Emperor. The Black Emperor also stopped midway when he saw the green-cloaked figure walking over in the air. After which, he respectfully bowed. As for the martial sage, the moment the Black Emperor stopped, he turned around and fled without even thinking. There was no choice. Compared to the Black Emperor, the person in front of him gave him the feeling that he was facing a living devil. Devil, that was a true immortal. He was just a small devil master, how could he be a match for the devil? So, the martial sage escaped without hesitation. But, just as he broke through the void and escaped, he saw that the shattered space around him had solidified. A heaven's list exuded a terrifying aura and pressed down on his head. The martial sage struggled with all his might, but he was unable to break through the void at all. Xianxia stepped in front of the martial sage and said with a smile, "Is this the extraterritorial demon?" Ben Huang is seeing an extraterritorial demon who has taken over a living being for the first time. A faint smile. In the martial sage's eyes, there was great fear in his heart. At the side, the Black Emperor looked at the martial sage who was suppressed by the heavens list and could not move. Only his body was trembling slightly. His eyes were full of admiration. He was well aware of the flood dragon's strength. When they really fought, he did not have 100% confidence that he could take it down. It could be said that the martial sage was not weaker than an emperor. But that was it. In front of Qin Shujian, the other party did not have any power to resist and was easily suppressed. Such strength. The Black Emperor was also filled with emotions. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back and looked calmly at the dragon in front of him. He said calmly, "Ben Huang can give you a chance to live. Do you want it or not? Please speak clearly." The martial sage's body trembled and then he stuttered. Who did not want a chance to live? The extraterritorial demons also cherished their lives. It was just that the temptation of the heavens and earth was too great for them to come in at all costs. Now that he had come in with great difficulty, if he were to die in the hands of other powerhouses, that would be unacceptable. Qin Shujian said, "Ben Huang wants to know the specific strength of the extraterritorial demons and whether you extraterritorial demons are a complete race or divided. Tell me everything you know. Don't try to lie. You should know the price of lying in front of Ben Huang." In a calm voice, boundless killing intent could be vaguely seen. Hearing this, the martial sage hurriedly nodded his head and said, "The spatial demons are a complete race. However, they are also divided into different clans with the demon lords as the leaders. Below the Devil Emperor, there are many Devil Emperors. Below the Devil Emperors are the Devil Kings. Below the Devil Kings are the Devil Masters. Below the Devil Masters are the most ordinary void evil devils." Regarding these matters, there was nothing to hide. After all, the racial division of the extraterritorial devils wasn't a secret. Moreover, even if the person in front of them knew, it wouldn't affect their tribe in any way. On the contrary, if the person in front of him knew how powerful the extraterritorial devil was, he might even be fearful. Because according to the martial sage's understanding, this part of the world was already weak to a certain extent. When he first came in, there wasn't even a true immortal expert. Until now, there was a birth. However, they were the weakest true immortals. With such strength, It really wasn't that strong. Devil emperors, devil kings, devil masters, Qin Shujian silently listened to the martial sage's words. He also had a certain understanding of the classification of the extraterritorial devil. According to the other party, there were a few devil emperors who ruled over the extraterritorial devil groups. No. The extraterritorial devil was a term that he heard from Godslayer. Based on the words of the devil in front of him, the other party's tribe should be called the Void Evil Devils. After a while, Qin Shujian said, devil emperors, devil kings, and devil masters, what are their strengths? If the devil emperors were to be classified in the boundless world, they would be equivalent to the upper three true immortals. Devil emperors would be equivalent to the middle three true immortals. Devil kings would be equivalent to the lower three true immortals. As for devil masters, those above the true immortals would be classified as devils. Ordinary void evil devils would be celestial beings. Qin Shujian's heart shook violently. As expected, the strength of the void evil devils was just as he knew, terrifyingly strong. Are there any devil emperors now? Of course, the devil emperors are the strongest. People closest to eternal life. They can enjoy a lifespan of millions of years. How could they die so easily? The martial sage said with a trace of pride on his face. Devil emperors, that was an existence that all void evil devils had to respect. So, your strength is already considered to be a devil master? Yes, I am the devil master of the Emo Shalua clan. The martial sage nodded and said. Emo Shalua clan? Any clan is named after the devil emperors. Emo Shalua is the title of the current devil emperor. Emo Shalua, Qin Shujian remembered this name. As the devil emperors of the void evil devils, they were also existing in the upper three true immortals. They might even be opponents in the future. Subsequently, he opened his mouth again and said, how many devil emperors are there now? 4. The martial sage replied without hesitation. For devil emperors, this also meant that there were 4 true immortals in the upper 3 true immortals, and they were not weaker than the ancient emperors. Qin Shujian's heart trembled again. However, he did not reveal any clues on the surface, but continued to ask, what are the other 3 devil emperors called? Baido, Boil, Yizo. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the martial sage in front of him and revealed a faint smile on his face. Ben Huang, from what you said, it seems that you have a great understanding of this world. The vast thousand world that the martial sage mentioned. If Qin Shujian guessed correctly, he was referring to this place. Hearing this, the martial sage nodded and said, of course, the vast thousand world has existed for countless years. We void evil devils have also had many dealings with the vast thousand world and have a good understanding of this world. In the past, the vast thousand world was very strong and had many devil emperors, but now it is much weaker. Qin Shujian did not comment. Was it weak? According to the current situation, the vast thousand world was indeed quite weak. However, he did not care about these things. On the other side, the martial sage looked at Qin Shujian, who was deep in thought, and asked carefully, I have already answered your questions. I wonder if you can fulfill your promise and let me go. Qin Shujian did not reply, but looked at the Black Emperor, who was already in shock. Black Emperor, you must be tired from chasing after the void evil devils this time. Why don't you go back and rest first? Oh, Ben Huang, goodbye. The Black Emperor quickly regained his senses. When he saw Qin Shujian's expression, he already understood. It was obvious. This Qin Emperor still had something to ask, but did not want him to hear it. Therefore, he wanted to send him away. The Black Emperor also wanted to hear what Qin Shujian was going to ask next. However, the news that he heard just now had already shocked him. The Black Emperor felt that he needed to go back and digest it. After all, although the Black Rock Condor tribe had some records about the void evil devils, they did not accumulate much information. They also did not know that the void evil devils now had such powerful strength. For demon emperors of the upper level 3 true immortal realm, if they were to go against the heavens and earth, it would be another great disaster. After the Black Emperor left, Qin Shujian then looked at the martial sage again and said, Ben Huang wants to know, what is the relationship between the void evil devils and the demons of the demon abyss? Although we are all demons, we are actually two completely different tribes. At the mention of the demon abyss, the martial sage's expression became more serious. However, I am not very clear about the details. Perhaps only the demon emperors are qualified to know the secrets of the demon abyss. Then do you know the strength of the demon abyss? The demon abyss is very powerful. There are some powerful ancient demon gods who are not much weaker than the demon emperors. The martial sage said in a deep voice. Ancient demon gods. Qin Shujian heard another name that he had never heard of before. Then, he looked at the martial sage in front of him and asked his last question. Ben Huang sensed a void evil devil wandering outside the heavens and earth. It seems to be quite powerful. Do you know where it came from? You must be talking about Demon King Yuluan of the Xiaoxia clan. Demon King Yuluan? That's right. Demon King Yuluan is the top demon king of the Xiaoxia clan. It is said that he is only one step away from breaking through to the demon emperor realm. A few days ago, there was a leak of energy in the vast thousand world, which attracted the demon king's attention. The martial sage answered Qin Shujian's question at an extremely fast speed. After he finished speaking, he looked at Qin Shujian with hopeful eyes, hoping that he would fulfill his promise. To this, Qin Shujian smiled and said, Your answer is not bad, but Ben Huang suspects that you are lying about the demon abyss. After he finished speaking, the heavenly list suppressed him. You lied to me. In the martial sage's shrill roar, the body of the flood dragon was directly smashed into pieces by the heavenly list. As the body of the flood dragon shattered, a black shadow escaped from the broken body. Qin Shujian punched out, and the power of the law surged. The black shadow suddenly let out a shrill cry like a baby, and was forcefully destroyed by this power. A crystal fell from it. The power of the heavenly list swept across. The broken body of the flood dragon and the crystal were all kept. Soon, all the fluctuations in the surroundings disappeared. From the beginning until now, Qin Shujian had never thought of letting the martial sage live. The void evil devil. It was an existence that was completely opposite to the vast thousand world. What he said before was just to give the martial sage a glimmer of hope, so that he could obtain some information about the void evil devil. Senior, did you say that the void evil devil that was killed by the Emperor of Heaven was a demon emperor? At this moment, Qin Shujian's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Godslayer's tone was also slightly solemn. He said, according to what he said, it should be a demon emperor. At this point, he sighed, for demon emperors. The strength of the demonic void demons is much stronger than I imagined. Moreover, if the demon emperors can devour the ancient emperors, then their strength is probably not something that ordinary people in the upper 3 grades can compare to. Their strength is at least at the peak of the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade true immortal. If that's all, then it's fine. If the void evil devil has a 9th grade true immortal, then it's a big problem. The current era was not like the ancient era. In the current era, true immortals in the lower 3 grades were the top powerhouses. As for true immortals in the middle 3 grades, there was not a single one. Not to mention the upper 3 heavenly layers. However, as long as there is no problem with the heavenly barrier, the void evil devil will not be able to enter, even if it's a demon emperor. Godslayer added. Qin Shujian nodded. This was the only thing that was worth comforting. There were void evil devils lurking in the outer realm. The demon abyss was approaching heaven and earth again. All of a sudden, he felt that this world was really full of disasters. Senior, do you know anything about the ancient demon gods? I don't know much about the ancient demon gods. I only know that they are some ancient demon gods, and their strength is generally very strong. When the ancient demon abyss attacked, there were powerful ancient demon gods. It is said that the most powerful ancient demon god is even comparable to the Emperor of Heaven. Godslayer said. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. How many ancient demon gods are there in the demon abyss? I don't know. There are too many demons in the demon abyss, and no one knows how many powerhouses there are. Unless one day we can enter the demon abyss, it will be difficult to find out. Go deep into the demon abyss. Qin Shujian was only thinking about this matter temporarily. With his current strength, if he went into the demon abyss, he would definitely die. At this time, Qin Shujian stood in the void without doing anything, but he was recalling something in his mind. In the future, heaven and earth will have to face the demon abyss first, and the void evil devils second. However, if we can get rid of the demon abyss, then the void evil devils will not be a concern. In addition to these two, the Sea of Death is also a problem. According to Godslayer, there is a supreme existence in the deepest part of the Sea of Death. Even the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors did not gain any benefits when they went there. Moreover, the Sea of Death is where the sun sets. There must be a great secret hidden in it. As for the moon, in the words of Xiaoqiao, it exists in a place called the Heavenly Abyss. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian slowly asked, "Senior, do you know where the Heavenly Abyss is?" "The Heavenly Abyss?" Godslayer was startled, then replied, "The Heavenly Abyss exists at the edge of the Western continent. It is a place similar to the Sea of Death. The laws inside are chaotic. Anyone who enters the Heavenly Abyss cannot use the power of the laws. Not only that, there are also many powerful beasts in the Heavenly Abyss. There are even beasts comparable to true immortals. However, because the laws there are chaotic, the beasts cannot leave the Heavenly Abyss and can only stay there forever." He did not know why Qin Shujian asked about the Heavenly Abyss. However, Godslayer still told him all the information about the Heavenly Abyss. Qin Shujian also had a certain understanding of the Heavenly Abyss. The Sea of Death is located in the eastern continent, while the Heavenly Abyss is located in the western continent. One east and one west are opposite, which makes sense. He thought in his heart. From Godslayer's words, it was not difficult to see that the Heavenly Abyss was an extremely terrifying place. In fact, it was not much worse than the Sea of Death. To be honest, Qin Shujian had the idea to explore the Heavenly Abyss. As the habitat of the moon, there might be some kind of treasure. However, he was just thinking about it. He was very clear about his own strength. Although it was considered the top in the 4 major continents, it was still far from being able to go deep into the Sea of Death or the Heavenly Abyss. Has the Emperor of Heaven entered the Heavenly Abyss before? It seems that he has, but I'm not very sure. Anyway, the Emperor of Heaven has issued an order that no one in the Heavenly Court is allowed to enter the Heavenly Abyss without permission. Because of such a ban, no true immortals dare to step in without permission. Godslayer said. Qin Shujian nodded his head. In this case, the Emperor of Heaven should have entered the Heavenly Abyss, and then encountered some powerful existence inside. In the end, he had to withdraw from the Heavenly Abyss, and then issued an edict that no true immortals were allowed to enter. Regarding this practice, Qin Shujian also understood. If one day, he also grew to the top of the world, he would definitely go to this unknown place and explore all of it. After all, if he really reached that step, he would definitely not tolerate the existence of unknown places. He had some thoughts in mind. Qin Shujian glanced at the surrounding calm void, turned around, and flew away. Soon, he returned to the East Continent. After entering the Qianyuan realm, Qin Shujian immediately took out the water dragon's blood essence, and then gave the void demon's crystal to Marquis Bayun, so that he could absorb it and recover immediately. The water dragon's blood essence could temper the body. The void demon's crystal could strengthen the spiritual deity. Marquis Bayun's current state was that his body was weak, and his spiritual deity was seriously injured. Both of them happened to be what he needed. This was one of the reasons why Qin Shujian immediately took action after receiving the news of the martial sage. In the courtyard, he sat alone on a stone bench. Inside, Marquis Bayun was using the water dragon's blood essence to temper his body. Waves of powerful spiritual qi followed, causing the Qianyuan realm to tremble slightly. "Let me out for a while." Suddenly, Godslayer's voice sounded in his mind. Qin Shujian was puzzled, but he still took out the Godslayer. He saw the stone saber appear. In an instant, it transformed into the appearance of a young man. He looked at the closed door with his hands behind his back, and his expression was a little strange. "What's wrong?" Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. The Godslayer in front of him looked like something was wrong. In response to his question, the Godslayer did not answer immediately. After a long time, he retracted his gaze, then looked at Qin Shujian, and said solemnly, "If I'm not wrong, Marquis Bayun should be the reincarnation of a true immortal." The reincarnation of a true immortal. Qin Shujian was stunned. He had never thought that Marquis Bayun was the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Qin Shujian also had great doubts about this. "Senior, are you sure you're not mistaken? It shouldn't be wrong. In the past, his rule force was hidden too deeply, so I didn't have the chance to detect anything. But now that he used the Flood Dragon's blood essence to recover himself, his aura leaked out. This aura is very familiar. I definitely know it. Who is it?" In the end, the Godslayer fell into a state of talking to himself. There were many ancient true immortals. He had seen even more true immortals. As Zhu Bing. The Godslayer had existed since ancient times. The lifespan of a true immortal was only 120,000 years. More than 10 million years had passed since ancient times. In the endless years, too many true immortals had been born. Therefore, the Godslayer had encountered many true immortals. In such a situation, it was not easy to tell which true immortal Marquis Bayun was the reincarnation of. However, there was one thing he was sure of. The other party must be the reincarnation of a true immortal that he knew. Because that aura was really familiar. It was just that it had been too long. It was just that the Godslayer could not tell who it was. On the other side, Qin Shujian was also lost in thought. To be honest, he had never thought that Marquis Bayun would be the reincarnation of a true immortal. But if he thought about it seriously, it was not impossible. After all, Marquis Bayun's growth was too fast. Compared to Emperor Zhao, Marquis Bayun was not even 1,000 years old. In less than 1,000 years. That's how he managed to reach this point. This kind of talent could already be said to be shocking. If it was the current world of great battles, it would be fine. The cultivation of all living beings would increase faster than before. But if it was the situation of the human race in the past, it would be impossible for such an expert to be born. However, Marquis Bayun appeared. Qin Shujian originally thought that the other party had his own opportunities, just like how he could borrow the source of life to improve. But now that he heard the Godslayer's words, he finally understood. The reincarnation of a true immortal. After muttering to himself, Yi Zichen muttered to himself. Qin Shujian raised his head to look at the Godslayer and asked, "Senior, do you know what level of true immortal reincarnation he is?" "At least a true immortal in the middle 3 levels, or possibly in the upper 3 levels. The God-slaying saber shook its head and gave an ambiguous answer. After saying that, he continued to explain, "His rule power is very strong in nature, but it has become weak after so many years, so I'm not too sure. But when Marquis Bayun comes out, you can ask him directly." "Senior, are you saying that Marquis Bayun has just awakened the memories of his previous life?" Qin Shujian asked doubtfully. Since the Godslayer said that the other party was the reincarnation of a true immortal, he thought that Marquis Bayun had been hiding this matter. But now it seemed that it was clear that Marquis Bayun had just awakened his memories. The Godslayer said, "Of course. When an expert reincarnates and cultivates again, they either awaken their innate wisdom at the beginning. Otherwise, the subsequent awakening of their innate wisdom is full of uncertainty. They may awaken because of something, or they may suddenly awaken after sleeping. These are all uncertain. But there is one thing that is fixed. If a reincarnated person reaches the height of his previous life, he will definitely awaken the innate wisdom of his previous life." Qin Shujian heard this. He felt relieved. The demon abyss. Suddenly, a terrifying force burst out. The phantom of a halberd pierced the clouds, shaking the void violently. At this moment, the bodies of the demons in the upper levels of the demon abyss trembled, and their eyes were filled with horror. The demon gods in the lower levels of the demon abyss were furious. "Damn it, this Zhu Bing is acting strangely again. Could it be that immortal Lord Vast Song has really returned?" One demon god after another woke up from their slumber, and a terrifying aura spread in the depths of the demon abyss. Boom, a demon god attacked with a palm strike toward the halberd. the halberd vibrated. Traces of sharpness overflowed from it and easily tore the demon god's palm apart. Roar! The demon god who attacked had to withdraw his palm in pain. At the same time, a person walked out of the halberd, then held it with a backhand grip. He looked at the demon gods with a faint smile on his face. Is this the demon abyss? There was curiosity in his eyes, as well as a burning desire to fight. Seeing that person appear, all the demon gods were shocked. Immortal Lord Vast Song. Kill! The demon gods were furious, then attacked Immortal Lord Vast Song. Terrifying power raged in the depths of the demon abyss. Immortal Lord Vast Song held the halberd and walked around as if he was taking a stroll in the park. That terrifying power did not make his expression change at all. The next moment, the halberd slashed out casually. All the power was torn apart. Several demon gods did not even have time to resist before they were annihilated and devoured by this power. Suddenly, the demon god steel shook. Several names disappeared from the steel. This sudden turn of events left the other fiend celestials horrified. Demon gods would not die. But it also depended on the situation. If they were killed by Zhu Bing, even a demon god would die. The death of a few demon gods had shocked the other demon gods to the core. However, although the demon gods were frightened, it did not mean that Immortal Lord Vast Song would stop. Zhu Bing stepped forward steadily, and the halberd tore the sky and the earth. One after another, demon gods died under Zhu Bing's hands. On this day, the demon god steel shook. The demon gods that had not died in the past were dying one after another at this moment. Finally, a terrifying aura awakened from the depths of the demon abyss. That aura was very strong. It directly shook the entire demon abyss, and the blood moon in the sky seemed to have some ripples. Just as the demons in the upper levels of the demon abyss were panicking and at a loss. The demon gods in the lower levels of the demon abyss had strange expressions on their faces. It was a surprise. It was also panic. An ancient demon god has awakened. Ancient demon god, the weakest one, was a true immortal. It could be said that the ancient demon gods were the most powerful ones among all the demon gods. However, after the ancient war, all the ancient demon gods fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, the commotion caused by Immortal Lord Vast Song had undoubtedly awakened the ancient demon gods. Vast Song. A loud voice came from the depths of the demon abyss. It was a simple word. It shook the hearts of all the demon gods, as if they would suffocate at any time. Ancient demon god. The immortal demon god was hiding in the depths of the demon abyss at this moment, looking at the huge demon god that had awakened from a deep sleep. He felt his body trembling. As a newly ascended demon god, the immortal demon god had never seen a real ancient demon god. Until this moment, he finally understood how powerful the ancient demon god was. Just the aura that leaked out was enough to make him, a demon god, feel the shadow of death. Immortal Lord Vast Song looked sideways at the ancient demon god that had awakened from a deep sleep, and then slashed with his halberd. It was a simple attack. It divided the yin and yang of heaven and earth. The ancient demon god let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth, and then punched out, wanting to shatter the entire demon abyss. A terrifying power suddenly burst out. The demon gods that were close to it were all torn to pieces by the aftermath of this power. In the end, the two collided heavily. Rumble, the ancient demon god roared. His fist was torn apart by the halberd, and blood splattered all over the demon abyss. Immortal Lord Vast Song's posture was arrogant. He took a step forward, suppressing the void for eternity. He swung his halberd and directly cut off the ancient demon god's arm. Then, as the ancient demon god roared, the halberd plunged into his heart. Buzz, at this moment, the entire demon abyss let out a sorrowful cry. The demon god steel also trembled violently. The ancient demon god had fallen. All the demon gods and demons felt a surge of sadness in their hearts. At the same time, one after another, terrifying auras gradually awakened from a deep sleep. With the fall of the first ancient demon god, finally, the other ancient demon gods woke up from their deep slumber. After Immortal Lord Vast Song killed the ancient demon god, His originally solid body also became illusory. Then, he saw his body dissipate. The halberd bloomed with endless light. In an instant, it tore through the demon abyss void and plunged into the blood moon. I sense a familiar aura. Vast song, it's him. Bowen has fallen. What a piece of trash. Haha, Vast Song has been dead for so many years. Bowen was indeed a piece of trash to be able to kill him with just a wisp of divine thought. However, Vast Song's strength is indeed terrifying. The ancient demon gods had awakened from their slumber and were conversing softly. However, to the other demon gods and demons, their voices were deafening. At this moment, a terrifying demon god that was 100,000 feet tall appeared. There were also huge demon gods with hundreds of arms and hands. Each demon god exuded an aura as deep as the abyss. I sense the aura of the great thousand worlds. The demon abyss is about to land on that world again. Haha, only when we can devour the origin of that world can we be truly eternal. There's still some time. There's no hurry. The ancient demon gods chatted for a moment, then fell silent. The ancient battle. For them, the loss was too great. Even after 1,000,000 years of deep sleep, they still could not fully recover. The so-called deep sleep. In fact, they were nourishing their injuries. However, before an ancient demon god fell asleep, he opened his mouth and swallowed dozens of almighty demon gods. He then smacked his mouth and fell asleep again. Seeing this, the other demon gods were all hiding at the side, trembling in fear. The demon gods that were high and mighty in the eyes of the upper demons were like ants in front of the ancient demon gods. In the demon abyss, the ranks of the demons were very strict. The immortal demon god hid in his residence and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Ancient demon god. This is the legendary ancient demon god. He was scared, he was really scared. Demon gods were also afraid of death. If he was swallowed by the ancient demon god, he would really fall and his name would be removed from the demon god tablet. It was not easy for him to become a demon god. The immortal demon god did not want to fall so easily. However, in addition to his fear, there was a strong desire in his eyes. Ancient demon god, this was a powerful existence at the top of the demon abyss. Becoming an ancient demon god was probably the goal of all demon gods. On the other side, the halberd tore through the demon abyss and directly escaped into the endless void. Only a stream of light could be seen, cutting through the outer realm void. What a powerful aura! Hiss, so fragrant, so powerful. Many demons looked into the distance where a terrifying aura was approaching. However, that aura was both terrifying and incomparably alluring at the same time. Suddenly, some demons of the void could not resist the temptation and chased after that aura. They only saw a halberd breaking through the void. Some demons of the void could not help but attack, but before they could touch the halberd, they were torn apart by the endless sharpness. Boom, the halberd broke through the void. All the demons of the void along the way died one after another. In the deepest part of the outer realm void, there was a black shadow that covered the sky. At this moment, the black shadow seemed to have sensed something. Two beams of light shot out from its eyes and instantly disappeared into the outer realm void. After a long time, the black shadow trembled slightly. Zhu Bing. This Zhu Bing looks a little familiar. I think I've seen him before. He was not sure. Or maybe it was too long ago, causing some of his memories to be covered in dust. It seemed like a moment had passed. But it also seemed like many days had passed. The black shadow maintained its current posture and did not move at all. Until one day, the black shadow trembled slightly. I remember, this is the skybreaking halberd, Zhu Bing of the great wide world. No, didn't Hao Tsong fall during the great calamity of the great wide world? Why would the skybreaking halberd appear here? The black shadow was somewhat unwilling to believe. However, that was indeed the skybreaking halberd. Just as he fell into self-doubt, the halberd had already arrived outside the barrier. At this moment, there was a powerful black shadow lingering outside the barrier. That powerful black shadow. It was the void demon king that Xianxia had seen before. He sensed the arrival of the halberd. The demon king was greedy. Then, he saw the black shadow turn into a big hand, grabbing at the flowing light that was flying over. However, as soon as the black shadow touched the halberd, it was directly torn apart by a terrifying force. That was not all. The light on the halberd seemed to be pushed to the extreme and instantly pierced through the black shadow. Roar! The intense pain caused the Void Demon King to let out a shrill scream. In the end, he was nailed to death by the halberd on the barrier. Such an unforeseen event. It frightened the many void demons that were wandering outside the barrier, and then they fled in panic. After nailing the void demons to death, the light of the halberd also completely dimmed, as if the power inside had been exhausted. In the end, the halberd tore apart the barrier. It directly entered the barrier. At the same time, the black shadow in the depths of the outer space also seemed to wake up from his entanglement. Then, he reached out a hand and grabbed the halberd. Unfortunately, the halberd had already entered the barrier, and the barrier that was torn apart had been repaired. In an instant, the big hand bombarded the barrier. A terrifying force was released, but it did not shake the barrier at all. Instead, the force of the vibration caused the big hand to collapse and collapse. Haotsong! The black shadow let out an angry roar, but in the end, he had to stop. The barrier was too strong. Even if it was him, it would not be easy to break the barrier. On the other side, after the halberd entered the barrier, there was suddenly an endless thunder tribulation descending. Only to see the halberd stop in the void. The dense thunder tribulation struck down. A terrifying aura instantly spread out in a vast and mighty manner. P.S. It has been restored. There will be one more update later. There will be at least 18,000 updates today. In addition, the book giveaway event has started again. Everyone can participate. In the character audition, Old Qin is lucky to enter the top 10 of the Prince Charming list. Everyone can go and fight. Such an unforeseen event. Naturally, it attracted the attention of all the experts. Zhu Bing is transcending the tribulation. In the Demon Clan's secret realm in the Western Prefecture. The moment the skybreaking halberd tore through the barrier between heaven and earth and entered the Western Prefecture to transcend the tribulation, the Demon Emperor noticed the commotion. He looked up at the lightning falling from the sky, his eyes full of shock. That terrifying power. Even the Demon Emperor, who had broken through to the true immortal realm, trembled. After all, true immortals in the lower 3 levels had just stepped into the ranks of true immortals. Compared to the skybreaking halberd, Zhu Bing, it was still far behind. After the shock, the Demon Emperor's eyes suddenly became fiery. A top-notch Zhu Bing. For everyone, it was an irresistible temptation. After all, among all the divine weapons, only Zhu Bing was at the top. With his current true immortal realm, he could perfectly exert the power that Zhu Bing should have. After all, it became stronger when it met a strong opponent. That was the most powerful characteristic of Zhu Bing. Not only was the Demon Emperor shocked, but the other true immortals in the 4 major continents also turned their eyes to the Western Prefecture. Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian stood up in the courtyard. Although the halberd was transcending the tribulation in the Western Prefecture, he could still sense the vast fluctuation. For this, he couldn't help but activate his Dharma Eye, which directly penetrated hundreds of millions of miles of the void and looked at the Western Prefecture. Soon, Qin Shujian saw the halberd that was nurtured in the thunder tribulation. It was also Zhu Bing. He sensed an aura from the halberd that was more terrifying than that of the Godslayer. In other words, that ancestral armament was in existence even more frightening than the God-slaughtering blade. 5 tribulations Zhu Bing. Or is it higher than the 5 tribulations Zhu Bing? Qin Shujian wasn't sure. But there was no doubt that the halberd was at least a 5 tribulations Zhu Bing. Or Zhu Bing was about to become one of the 5 tribulations. At this moment, as the heavenly tribulation descended, he couldn't help but think of the rumors about Zhu Bing's tribulation. I know who he is. The skybreaking halberd. The skybreaking halberd has appeared. Marquis Bayun is the reincarnation of immortal monarch Haotsong. The god-slaying saber screamed in shock. His words were full of shock. Immortal Lord Haotsong? Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. He turned to the Godslayer and asked in confusion, "Who is Immortal Haotsong?" He had never heard of this name before. But from the Godslayer's tone, he could tell. It could be inferred. Immortal Monarch Vast Song was definitely a supreme expert. Hearing the question, the God-slaying saber took a deep breath and said, "There were 365 true immortals in the ancient celestial court. Among them, the sovereign heavenly emperors were the most respected. However, not all of the true immortals were inferior to the sovereign heavenly emperors. Among them, there were true immortals with extraordinary talent. Their strength had reached a shocking level. Even if they weren't emperors, they were not weaker than the ancient emperors. In fact, they were even stronger than the ancient emperors. Immortal Lord Vast Song was once an expert of the human clan. But when the ancient Emperor Xiao wanted to crown him as the human emperor, he refused and then joined the heavenly court as an official. His strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. The human emperor once said that Immortal Lord Vast Song had reached the 8th level of true immortal. There were also rumors that Immortal Lord Vast Song had reached the 9th level of true immortal. He was not much weaker than the Emperor of Heaven. But no one knows the details. But one thing is for sure, Immortal Master Haotsong is very strong, very strong. In ancient times, only the Celestial Emperor could suppress him. The God-slaying saber told him everything about Immortal Ruler Haotsong. At first, he didn't know that Marquis Bayun was a reincarnation of a true immortal, but at this moment, he knew everything. Immortal Lord Vast Song, a top true immortal of the upper 3 levels. In the ancient times, he was also a supreme existence. Speaking of this, Godslayer seemed to calm down a little. After a pause, he continued, "The skybreaking halberd is Zhu Bing in Immortal Lord Vast Song's hands, but it's not Zhu Bing of the human clan. This Zhu Bing had reached the level of 4 tribulations in the ancient times. At this moment, it should be transforming from the 4th tribulation to the 5th tribulation." At the mention of Zhu Bing's tribulation, his tone was extremely solemn. If ancestral armaments had any natural enemies, then the heavenly tribulation would be their greatest threat. Everything in the world. It was impossible for them to be truly immortal. Zhu Bing was the same. Every time his power became stronger, Zhu Bing would have to go through a tribulation of heaven and earth. Once he passed it, his strength would increase greatly. But if he couldn't pass it, he would turn into ashes under the thunder tribulation. At this point, countless years of cultivation would vanish like smoke in thin air. Immortal Lord Vast Song. Skybreaking Halberd. Qin Shujian muttered these 2 names. Finally, he looked at the closed door. There. Marquis Bayun's aura also became stronger. And vaguely, it was also resonating with the skybreaking halberd. Qin Shujian glanced at it and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the Qianyuan realm. The skybreaking halberd had appeared. This was a big deal. After all, who wouldn't want powerful ancestral armaments at this moment? There might be a true immortal who would snatch Zhu Bing. Godslayer also left with Qin Shujian. "Senior, what do you think is the probability of the skybreaking halberd successfully transcending the tribulation?" "I'm not sure," Godslayer said. "No one can be sure whether Zhu Bing will succeed or not. However, with the current power of the skybreaking halberd, there should still be a high chance of success." Qin Shujian turned his head and looked at Godslayer. "Senior, if you transcend the tribulation, are you confident?" Hearing this, Godslayer was silent for a long time. Finally, he said slowly, "It's hard to say. Millions of years ago, I was already Zhu Bing's 4th tribulation. But until now, I haven't had the chance to transcend the 5th tribulation. I don't have the chance or the confidence." He admitted. He didn't have the courage to transcend the tribulation. There were 2 ways for Zhu Bing to transcend the tribulation. Firstly, if the ancestral armament killed too many experts, it would accumulate so much power that it had no choice but to undergo a tribulation. Second, Zhu Bing took the initiative to lead the tribulation to descend. It could be said that there were 2 ways to transcend the tribulation. One was passive, and the other was active. But no matter which way it was, The success rate of transcending the tribulation was not high. At this moment, the thunder tribulation descended in the western prefecture. The skybreaking halberd shot out endless light in the air, shattering all the thunder that bombarded down. No matter how powerful the thunder was, there was no way to hurt him. It was also at this moment the thunder tribulation suddenly became terrifying. Rumble, the mother stream of laws appeared. Countless long rivers of laws flowed from it and finally converged into the tribulation cloud. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was emitted from it. The sky of the entire western prefecture became oppressive. The living beings raised their heads. Looking at the thunder tribulation, their eyes were full of horror. Some cultivators flew at this moment. However, as soon as they rose, they were bombarded by the overflowing thunder tribulation. Their bodies exploded and they fell from the sky with a scream. Seeing this, those cultivators were even more silent. That seems to be a mighty figure. Hiss, what a terrifying thunder tribulation. A mighty figure was simply flying and was struck down by the thunder tribulation. Such power. Even the emperors of the various clans were unwilling to face it at this time. In the human territory, Huazhan and the other city lords of the 4 cities gathered. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. City Lord South said, "Has the news of Zhu Bing's birth been sent back to the eastern continent? With such power, the human emperor will definitely sense it. It's not a big problem even if we don't send a message." Huazhan shook his head slightly. Such a commotion. Which powerhouse in the 4 continents could not sense it, at this point? Huazhan's expression became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Zhu Bing has appeared in the western prefecture. I'm afraid a great war will break out next. Now that all the clans have produced true immortals, if a great war really breaks out, I'm afraid it will touch the true immortal level. During this period of time, let the other cultivators of the human race temporarily retreat to the eastern continent. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be many casualties. A great war at the true immortal level." That was no joke. One could tell just by looking at the power caused by the few ancient true immortals who broke out of the seal. If a true immortal really attacked, it would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. The void shook. Qin Shujian walked out from inside. Huazhan and the others were stunned, then they bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Emperor Qin. The birth of Zhu Bing's skybreaking halberd of the human race will definitely attract the other true immortals to fight for it. You all return to the 4 cities and activate the array formation to protect it at critical times." Qin Shujian said calmly. Huazhan and the others heard this and cupped their hands to accept the order. "We obey." Soon, everyone turned and left, entering the 4 cities. However, their hearts were also shocked by what Qin Shujian said about Zhu Bing of the human race. In the eastern city, Dan Hao stared at the skybreaking halberd with burning eyes and said coldly, "This is Zhu Bing of the human race. We can't let outsiders take it away." In his opinion, something of the human race could only belong to the human race. Even if it was a needle or a piece of thread, outsiders could not take it away. Not to mention, it was a supreme divine weapon like Zhu Bing. Huazhan's expression was solemn. A war is inevitable. However, since Emperor Qin is here, Emperor Zhao should be here too. With the 2 human emperors here, outsiders can't take Zhu Bing away. For the 2 human emperors, he had great confidence. The current situation of the human race was all thanks to them. In the territory of the human race, Qin Shujian looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. For him, since Marquis Baiyun was the reincarnation of immortal Lord Haozong, then the other party's Zhu Bing was naturally Zhu Bing of the human race. There was nothing wrong with this theory. Moreover, at this time, the appearance of the skybreaking halberd was clearly aimed at Marquis Baiyun. A divine weapon of such a level. Even the god-slaying saber in his hand was inferior. Under such circumstances, how could Qin Shujian allow Zhu Bing to fall into the hands of outsiders, after all? The main reason why the human race was able to occupy the eastern continent without moving was because of the ancestral armament. Looking at the thousands of races in the 4 major continents, except for the demon race who had an incomplete heavenly demon temple, The other races didn't have Zhu Bing. However, all the races had one more Zhu Bing. It wasn't easy for the human race to grow to its current level. Zhu Bing was indeed very powerful. Zhu Bing, who could perfectly unleash its power, was even more terrifying. It was just like how Qin Shujian was able to kill the sealed perfected immortal of the deity race instantly with the god-slaying saber in his hand. That was his own strength and also the power of the god-slaying saber. At this moment, with the appearance of the mother stream of laws, the power of the thunder tribulation became even more violent. Soon, a figure walked out of the long river of laws and threw a punch at the skybreaking halberd. That punch, it directly shattered the void, causing the skybreaking halberd to tremble violently. When he saw the illusory figure, he was shocked. Qin Shujian was also shocked. This was because he sensed a supreme power that was difficult to resist in front of the illusory figure. This feeling, it made him more terrifying than when he faced ordinary perfected immortals. Is that the shadow of an ancient powerhouse? Qin Shujian wasn't too sure. The Godslayer said, "It's true that it's the shadow of an ancient powerhouse, but it might not be an ancient powerhouse. The mother stream of laws is imprinted with the shadows of all the powerhouses that have been born in the history of heaven and earth. Zhu Bing's tribulation transcendence is the greatest threat from this. When the thunder tribulation transcendence appears, the shadows of these powerhouses will be given power by heaven and earth, causing them to recover to a certain extent. It might be at its peak, or it might be 1/10 or 1/100th of its power. But what you have to know is that every powerhouse that can be imprinted by heaven and earth is an extremely terrifying existence. Such an existence, even if it recovers 1/100th of its power, is enough to blow up a perfected immortal of the lower 3 levels. Zhu Bing of the first tribulation has to withstand the attack of an expert. Every tribulation after that will have an additional mark of an expert. The mark of an expert, Qin Shujian's gaze was incomparably solemn. As the first shadow of an expert made its move, the skybreaking halberd only trembled for a moment before recovering. Then, the second shadow of an expert appeared, and with a fingerprint, its power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The skybreaking halberd seemed to sense a great threat. Endless sharpness overflowed from the stone-like halberd body, and finally, it turned into a halberd that broke the sky, and slashed toward the shadow. Rumble, the two collided, and the skybreaking halberd's attack was instantly torn apart. The final finger accurately bombarded the halberd body. Roar! A crisp and pleasant sound resounded throughout the western prefecture. After the skybreaking halberd trembled a few times, it recovered. At this point, there were already 2 shadows of powerhouses making their move. There are still 3 more tribulations. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Just as the Godslayer said, Zhu Bing of each tribulation would have an additional tribulation. Now that the skybreaking halberd had transformed from the 4th tribulation to the 5th, it would definitely have to withstand 5 tribulations. The 2 powerhouses made their move. He had already felt a huge threat from Lu Xian. Especially the second powerhouse. In the face of that finger that could destroy heaven and earth, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could resist. Seeing this, the Godslayer shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that Zhu Bing can't perfectly exert his own power. Otherwise, the skybreaking halberd wouldn't have a problem transcending the tribulation. Zhu Bing was very strong, however, it was impossible for him to perfectly unleash his strength. So, although Zhu Bing was strong, the real determinant of a Zhu Bing's strength was the cultivator in charge. If there was a powerhouse in charge of Zhu Bing, then both of them would be very strong. On the contrary, if there was a weak cultivator in charge, then the power that Zhu Bing could exert would be limited. At this moment, the skybreaking halberd was transcending the tribulation. It completely relied on its own foundation. The Godslayer was also very clear about this. Qin Shujian did not reply. His gaze was fixed on the skybreaking halberd in the sky. Every time a powerhouse made a move, Qin Shujian could feel the overflowing Taoist rhymes from it. From these Taoist rhymes, he seemed to have a deeper understanding of the laws that he walked. Soon, Qin Shujian understood. This time, Zhu Bing transcending the tribulation was also a great benefit for cultivators. As the second powerhouse's shadow retreated, the third powerhouse's shadow walked out of the lightning tribulation. The moment that powerhouse walked out, a terrifying power swept through the world like a gust of wind. There seemed to be thousands of dragon roars, causing everyone's heart to tremble. The demon emperor looked at the shadow whose appearance could not be seen clearly. He felt a familiar aura from it. That aura. It came from his bloodline, and also from the demon emperor's laws that he walked. In just a moment, the demon emperor reacted. Which expert did this illusory figure originate from? The ancient demon emperor. The godslayer solemnly spat out a few words. Qin Shujian's eyes were also solemn. The ancient demon emperor. His eyes were locked on the shadow that appeared. The ancient demon emperor, that was a supreme existence in the upper three layers. After all, the ancient emperors were all true immortals in the upper three layers, and the demon emperor was the most powerful one among them. 4 powerhouses of this level. Qin Shujian had never seen one before. Among all the true immortals he had seen, Xianxia was the first. However, Xianxia was only a middle 3 layers true immortal. There was no way for him to reach the upper 3 layers. So, Qin Shujian really wanted to see how strong was an upper 3 layers true immortal. The ancient demon emperor reached out with one hand. A simple palm was able to suppress the void of heaven and earth. The long river of laws also shook crazily. Under this palm, the skybreaking halberd was still trembling. Traces of sharpness overflowed, wanting to shatter this power. But there was no way. In the end, the palm fell. The skybreaking halberd shook crazily. The stone-like halberd body seemed to have dimmed a little. But soon, the ancient demon emperor's shadow had disappeared. The originally dim world instantly became bright and clear. An upper 3 layers true immortal is indeed extremely powerful. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. Just when the ancient demon emperor attacked, he could feel the threat of death looming over him. That palm, if the target was not the skybreaking halberd, then he did not have the confidence to continue. Then, Qin Shujian looked at the dim skybreaking halberd and frowned. The third tribulation is already like this. Are you sure the skybreaking halberd can pass the 5th tribulation? He could feel it. The skybreaking halberd's aura had weakened a lot. If it forcefully passed the next 2 tribulations, there was a high chance that it would fail. The god-slaying saber said calmly, the ancestral armaments tribulation is a tribulation where every tribulation will be stronger than the one before it. It is completely dependent on probability and luck. Perhaps the 4th tribulation's illusory figure is inferior to the ancient era's demon emperor. After all, there are not many experts in the world who can reach the level of the ancient demon emperor. Zhu Bing's tribulation. In addition to relying on one's own foundation, it also depended on luck. The shadow of an expert appeared in the thunder tribulation, but it was the random kind. However, Godslayer was not sure that the skybreaking halberd could really pass the tribulation. Although there were not many existences stronger than the demon emperor in the world, there were still some. If an expert of that level really appeared, the skybreaking halberd was most likely going to fail. After all, the other party's essence was still the 4th tribulation Zhu Bing. However, even if the skybreaking halberd failed to pass the tribulation, others would not have the chance to interfere. Because Zhu Bing was going through the tribulation, he could only rely on himself. If other cultivators interfered, it would only make the thunder tribulation stronger. When that time came, it would really be a destructive thunder tribulation. Qin Shujian held his breath and looked at the skybreaking halberd that was going through the 4th tribulation in the sky. To be honest, he did not want the skybreaking halberd to fail the tribulation. Because in this way, the human race would have one less supreme divine weapon. However, Qin Shujian thought of another thing. That was, excluding the skybreaking halberd, Marquis Bayun still had a Zhu Bing in his hands. If he remembered correctly, it was a 3rd tribulation Zhu Bing. If the skybreaking halberd succeeded this time, then Marquis Bayun would have 2 Zhu Bing in his hands. A 3rd tribulation. A 5th tribulation. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian felt a little sour in his heart. 2 Zhu Bing. Could it be that the stone spear chose Marquis Bayun because it sensed that he had an extraordinary background? He only had some guesses about this. On the other side, when the ancient demon emperor's shadow was destroyed, the fourth expert's shadow had already appeared. This expert's shadow was still very powerful. But compared to the ancient demon emperor, it was much weaker. Soon, the fifth tribulation appeared. The experts that appeared this time were similar to the fourth tribulation. Although the skybreaking halberd had consumed a lot of energy, it would not be a problem for it to survive this tribulation. After the fifth tribulation dissipated, countless rays of light scattered from the sky. A powerful aura spread out from the skybreaking halberd. At the same time, the sky collapsed. A big hand grabbed at the skybreaking halberd. Seeing this, Xianxia took a step forward and also punched out, colliding fiercely with the big hand. A terrifying power spread out. It caused the void to turn into turbulence. This is the skybreaking halberd of the human race, Zhu Bing. I hope you can give me face and not fight for it. Xianxia appeared in front of the skybreaking halberd, and his voice spread across 100,000 miles. He did not take the skybreaking halberd, because Zhu Bing was spiritual. If it was not taken by its master, it would definitely be counterattacked. Although Xianxia was confident that he could suppress the skybreaking halberd, he did not do so. After speaking, immediately, someone walked out from the void. With a sneer, he said, "When an ancestral armament is born, it belongs to the virtuous. Since when did it become something belonging to the human clan? Could it be that the human clan is used to being overbearing?" That's right. Ben Huang, this Zhu Bing belongs to the ice race. An expert that seemed to be in ice appeared. Endless coldness spread out, enough to penetrate all living things. Then, stars appeared in the sky again. Finally, it turned into a person and landed. This thing should belong to the star race. This is the Western state. Everyone, don't fight for it. The demon emperor appeared last, and his gaze fell on the skybreaking halberd. At this moment, as many as 4 true immortals appeared. As for the other true immortals, they all looked here, but no one appeared. Everyone could understand. The appearance of Zhu Bing would definitely cause a storm of blood. The first to appear was not necessarily a good thing. More and more, he was waiting for the right opportunity to make his move, thinking that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He already held the Godslayer in his hand. So, you are destined to fight with the human race. The human race already has several Zhu Bing, but now you want to fight for the Zhu Bing. You are too greedy. Star Emperor sneered. Before the breakthrough, he admitted that he was no match for Xianxia. But now, he had become a true immortal. Star Emperor did not care much about this Emperor Qin in front of him. After speaking, 4 long rivers of laws broke through the sky. Celestial phenomenon, Xianxia pushed his power to the extreme. Finally, he held the Godslayer tightly and slashed at Star Emperor with his strongest blade. Buzz, an ancient and desolate aura swept through the world. The movement of the blade was not fast, but it seemed to freeze everyone's mind. It was a simple blade. It seemed to cut through time and space. After a short moment of shock, Star Emperor immediately came back to his senses. Finally, a large amount of starlight gathered from the stars in the sky and turned into a shocking punch. Rumble, the long blade collided with the fist. The terrifying power instantly tore the starlight apart. In the end, the Godslayer slashed heavily on Star Emperor's body. In an instant, Star Emperor's body, which seemed to be made of starlight, was torn apart. Starlight blood splashed across the sky. Everything happened too fast. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that Star Emperor had been severely injured. His body was almost cut in half. It was a shocking sight. At this moment, the stars in the sky were sending a large amount of energy to help Star Emperor heal his injuries. But even so, it was also extremely slow. Xianxia swallowed a hollow pill indiscernibly. Then, he coldly looked at the other true immortals and shouted, "If anyone is dissatisfied, you can attack now. Ben Huang will take it all." Hearing that, the other cultivators did not say anything, because they were all immersed in Xianxia's blade. One had to know. Star Emperor was not weak. Among the many true immortals, he was second only to the Demon Emperor. Compared to the true immortals of the other small clans, he was even more powerful. But even so, he was still severely injured by Qin Shujian's blade. If it was another true immortal of the other small clans, he might have already died. Thinking of that, most of the true immortals were speechless. Killing a true immortal with one blade, this kind of power was enough to be called shocking. There had always been a rumor that Qin Shujian of the human clan was comparable to a true immortal. But some cultivators had doubts in their hearts. But now, no one had doubts in their hearts anymore. Because the other party could severely injure Star Emperor with one blade. His strength was enough to prove everything. Among the true immortals who appeared, Ice Emperor looked at Qin Shujian with eyes full of fear. And besides that, there was also an undetectable fear. In terms of strength, he was not as good as Star Emperor. In other words, facing this blade, Ice Emperor even felt that he was in danger of dying. But he wasn't willing to retreat just like that. So, Ice Emperor did not retreat or say anything. He was waiting. Waiting for a suitable opportunity. From the end of the skybreaking halberd's tribulation to the appearance of many true immortals, everyone thought that an earth-shattering battle would immediately erupt. In the end, Qin Shujian slashed with his blade. It directly shocked the other true immortals. Such a situation. It was something that no one else had expected. The human clan has no intention of becoming enemies with the other clans. This skybreaking halberd is indeed Zhu Bing of the human clan. I hope that everyone will give us face and not fight for it. Qin Shujian's expression also eased a little. Looking at Ice Emperor and the other true immortals hiding in the dark, he warned. True immortals were divided into 5 stages. His strength was probably at the 3rd stage. But if combined with the power of the Godslayer, he could even kill a Demon Emperor. Of course, the main problem was whether or not they could afford this consumption. Just like now. That slash had already consumed a lot of his strength and he had to take the Hallow Pill to replenish it. But even if he took the Hallow Pill, there was no way to completely recover to his peak state. Therefore, it was not easy to drive the Zhu Bing. If possible, Qin Shujian did not want to fight with the true immortals of the various clans. After all, his endurance was really not good. Celestial slaying immortals, Qin Shi Huang's strength is indeed astonishingly powerful. However, controlling the might of an ancestral armament is not an easy task. This emperor also wishes to know whether or not you will really be able to unleash a second slash. The Demon Emperor, who had been silent, said lightly at this time. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. Demon Emperor, you can try it yourself. The worst situation. It still appeared, he was afraid that someone could see through him. Judging from the current situation, the Demon Emperor had clearly seen through something. However, it was impossible to back down at this time. There was no reason for him to give up the Zhu Bing. And judging from the current situation, if he gave up the Zhu Bing, it would most likely fall into the hands of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan already had the Heavenly Demon Temple. If they had the skybreaking halberd, it would be even more troublesome. That's what I was thinking. The Demon Emperor stretched out his hand, and a miniature palace appeared in his palm. The Demon Clan's Zhu Bing, Heavenly Demon Temple, on the other side. The other true immortals consciously retreated a little. The Demon Clan was going to fight with the human clan. They were happy to see it happen. Regardless of whether they were allies or not, these true immortals did not want the Zhu Bing to fall into the hands of other clans. Just as the two of them were about to make a move, the void shook violently. A palm shattered the void and directly pressed down on the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's expression did not change. He also struck out with his palm. The two palms collided and a terrifying power erupted. In the end, the Demon Emperor grunted and was blasted hundreds of miles away. The skin on his palm also cracked under the effect of the terrifying power. It was a simple attack. The Demon Emperor was already injured. Such a change also made the Ice Emperor and the others' expressions change drastically. At this moment, in the shattered void, Emperor Zhao stepped out and looked at the Demon Emperor. He said calmly, Demon Emperor, if you want to make a move, how about Ben Huang play with you? Emperor Zhao. The Demon Emperor's eyes were cold. The other true immortals of the other clans also looked extremely solemn. Before the appearance of true immortals, Emperor Zhao was the leader of the 4 major continents. After the emperors became immortals, there was no real distinction between them. They just tacitly agreed that the true immortals of the top clans were the strongest. However, now that the 2 emperors of the 2 clans had a simple exchange, it was obvious who was stronger. At this moment, Emperor Zhao of the human clan was considered the strongest among the true immortals. Seeing this scene, these true immortals were also shocked by the strength of the human clan. Emperor Qin severely injured Emperor Star with 1 strike. Emperor Zhao injured the Demon Emperor with 1 strike. Their strength was not comparable to ordinary true immortals. More importantly, Emperor Qin of the human clan had not become an immortal yet. He was already so powerful before becoming an immortal. If he became an immortal, he would definitely be even more terrifying. On the other side, the Demon Emperor's injuries had already recovered in an instant. Looking at Emperor Zhao in front of him, he did not retreat. Instead, he controlled the Heavenly Demon Temple to directly suppress him. A true immortal, he could already fully activate the power of Zhu Bing. Although the Heavenly Demon Temple was a defensive supreme treasure, its offensive power could not be underestimated. The temple suppressed the void between heaven and earth. A terrifying sealing power descended, causing the expressions of all the true immortals who were affected to change drastically. Retreat. This was the first thought that rose in the minds of all the true immortals. Just as the true immortals retreated, Emperor Zhao's expression was normal. He simply pressed out with his palm. Endless Taoist rhymes lingered in his jade-like palm. In the end, he heavily bombarded the Heavenly Demon Temple. Boom, a terrifying power erupted. The Taoist rhymes on his palm dissipated. Then, under the power of the Heavenly Demon Temple, it cracked. At the same time, Emperor Zhao's body swayed slightly, but he did not retreat. The Heavenly Demon Temple's power is not bad. He gave a comment. However, his posture and the scene of him resisting the Heavenly Demon Temple with 1 hand looked like he was humiliating the Demon Clan. The Demon Emperor was so angry that he laughed. He lifted the Heavenly Demon Temple with 1 hand and suppressed it again. Resisting Zhu Bing with your physical body. Ben Huang wants to see how many strikes you can take. On the other side, Qin Shujian's gaze was solemn. The Godslayer in his hand emitted a sharp light. Emperor Zhao was indeed very strong, but he was at a disadvantage because he did not have Zhu Bing. In this way, it was still a question whether he could defeat the Demon Emperor who held the Heavenly Demon Temple. For the human clan, Emperor Zhao could not be defeated. This was because from the moment the human clan walked out of the eastern continent, the Demon Emperor had already created an invincible image. It was the same. If the various clans wanted to attack the human clan, they had to consider whether they could resist this powerhouse. If Emperor Zhao was defeated by the Demon Emperor, although it would not cause the human clan's current situation to collapse, their reputation would fall by a lot. In the face of the Heavenly Demon Temple's suppression, Emperor Zhao was not in a hurry. He turned his head to look at the skybreaking halberd that was waiting quietly in the void and said, Immortal Lord Haozong is also a human. Ben Huang is the human emperor of the human clan. I would like to borrow Zhu Bing. I hope you won't refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, the skybreaking halberd trembled slightly. Then, Emperor Zhao held the skybreaking halberd with 1 hand and immediately slashed at the Heavenly Demon Temple. It was a simple halberd strike. It shattered the yin and yang of heaven and earth as if it was going to split the entire western continent into 2. Boom, the 2 collided, erupting with a terrifying power. The Heavenly Demon Temple shook violently. Then, it flew back and landed in the Demon Emperor's hand. At the same time, a terrifying power came from the Heavenly Demon Temple, causing him to cough up blood. The Demon Emperor looked at Emperor Zhao in horror. In the end, he saw that there was an undetectable crack on the Heavenly Demon Temple. Without thinking, he turned around and left. As for the remaining true immortals, when Emperor Zhao cast his gaze over, they all retreated one after another. They had to leave. No one expected that the skybreaking halberd was really Zhu Bing of the human clan and that it could be used by Emperor Zhao. What a terrifying power. Even if the demon emperor had the heavenly demon temple, he had to turn around and flee. Although the other true immortals believed that their strength was not bad, they were not confident that they could resist. At this moment, in the Qianyuan realm of the eastern continent, Marquis Bayun had finally recovered to the final stage. He looked at the sky and said faintly, "Don't worry about it. Halberd, come." As soon as he finished speaking, the skybreaking halberd broke free from Emperor Zhao's hand and flew toward the eastern continent. P.S. I might not be able to update on time in the morning. You don't have to wait. However, I'll be able to update 18,000 times starting tomorrow. At most, I'll update sooner or later. I'll give you 18,000 copies today. Please subscribe and get monthly votes. The skybreaking halberd entered the void. The restrictions of heaven and earth could not stop it at all. Not only that. Even the Qianyuan realm was easily torn apart by it and fell into the hands of Marquis Bayun. He held the skybreaking halberd in his hand. A familiar feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. A smile appeared on Marquis Bayun's face. Although his eyes were calm, there was an unusual vicissitude in them. It's been 1,000,000 years. I didn't expect that we would meet again. He stroked the skybreaking halberd with his palm. Marquis Bayun whispered to himself. In response, the skybreaking halberd trembled slightly. Then, a deep voice came from inside. "Immortal sir, you're back." "I'm back." It was a simple sentence, but it contained a lot of emotions. Hearing that, the skybreaking halberd trembled even more violently, and its deep voice gradually became excited. "I've been waiting for you in the demon abyss for 1,000,000 years. The demon chi in the demon abyss wanted to assimilate me into a demon weapon, but I never gave in. It was all to wait for your return, immortal monarch. Now that you're back, you and I will fight against all the races in the world again. Don't worry, there will be a chance." Marquis Bayun smiled slightly. He knew very well how far the demon abyss was from here. Moreover, he also knew how dangerous the demon abyss was. It was not easy for the skybreaking halberd to escape from the demon abyss and then return to the Great Thousand World. Then, Marquis Bayun said, "I remember that 1,000,000 years ago, although you were already a top 4 tribulation Zhu Bing, there was still a certain gap before you could advance. How could you advance directly now? When I was about to leave, the backup plan you left on me was activated. Then, I killed a few demon gods in the demon abyss, killed the ancient demon god Boan, and killed a void demon king in the void outside the realm. These energies gathered and allowed me to advance to the 5 tribulation Zhu Bing," the skybreaking halberd said. After he finished speaking, the body of his halberd trembled slightly. Then, a crystal stone fell from the sky. This is the crystal that the demon king turned into after he died. It happens that you can use it. Marquis Bayun caught the crystal. However, his eyes were somewhat cold. Evil void demons. I didn't think that this race would dare to covet the Great Thousand World even though they haven't gone extinct yet. If it weren't for the fact that I haven't recovered my strength yet, I would have definitely gone to the outer space and slaughtered a clan of evil void demons. As for the void demons, the Marquis of Northern Cloud knew a lot about this. In his previous life, when he was at his peak, he had dealt with the void demons many times. It was also because of this that he knew the real name of the extraterritorial demons, which was the void demons. The skybreaking halberd said, "When I entered the heaven and earth barrier, I sensed a demon emperor making a move. I'm afraid that the void fiend clan still has a lot of trump cards left." Demon emperor? Is it Moziaro or Bahadur? I'm not sure. At that time I had already entered the barrier between heaven and earth. I couldn't sense much, the skybreaking halberd said in a low voice. Don't worry about it. The strength of the void evil demon is just average. It's nothing. Our real threat comes from the demonic abyss. Marquis Bayun shook his head slightly. To him, the strength of the void fiend was just average. If it weren't for the vastness of the outer realm and the fact that the void fiend was so mysterious, it would have been wiped out by the heavenly court in ancient times. Compared to the demonic abyss. Although the void fiend occupied the title of evil demon, its strength was too weak. Of course. With the strength of an immortal lord, even the demon emperor is not afraid. Since you came out of the demonic abyss, do you know how far away it is from the great thousand world? The Marquis of Northern Cloud did not talk much about the void fiend. He was concerned about the problem. Only the demonic abyss. The skybreaking halberd thought for a moment and said, I stayed in the void fiend for a long time. It's hard to estimate the time, but it's at least a few days. Now, the aura of the demonic abyss is very close. However, the demonic abyss moves slowly. It will take about 50 years for it to get close. Okay, I see. The Marquis of Northern Cloud nodded. 50 years was not much different from his estimation. After all, the spirit chi in the eastern continent was getting denser and denser, and the speed of its growth was getting faster and faster. At this moment, the Qianyuan realm was shocked. At some point, Qin Shujian and Zhao Huang's voices were heard in the courtyard. The two of them looked at the Marquis of Northern Cloud with a complicated expression. A moment later, Zhao Huang sighed and said, I really want to know, are you the Marquis of Northern Cloud or immortal Lord Haozong? As soon as this question was asked, the scene suddenly became silent. Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the Marquis of Northern Cloud. He wanted to know how the other party would answer. Hearing this, the Marquis of Northern Cloud smiled slightly and said, there is no Marquis of Northern Cloud or immortal Lord Haozong in this world. There is only Xiaoqingfeng of the human race. I see. A smile appeared on Zhao Huang's face. There was no Marquis of Northern Cloud. It meant that after the other party awakened the memories of his previous life, he was no longer willing to be a subject of the great Zhao. Just like how immortal Lord Haozong refused to become the human emperor in ancient times. To put it bluntly, the other party was an expert who pursued cultivation wholeheartedly. As for becoming an official of the heavenly court, that was also because he was convinced by the strength of the Emperor of Heaven. As for the fact that there was no immortal Lord Haozong, it meant that the other party had not been assimilated by the memories of his previous life. Strictly speaking, the Marquis of Northern Cloud still had his current personality and then merged with the memories of immortal Lord Haozong. However, compared to his previous life, his heart was tied to the human race. The human race, Xiaoqingfeng, Zhao Huang was very satisfied with this answer. Qin Shujian also agreed. At least, the person in front of him was Xiaoqingfeng of the human race and not immortal Lord Haozong of the ancient heavenly court. This was because the words human race came before the three words Xiaoqingfeng. Then, Zhao Huang's expression turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, if I give you a chance, are you willing to be the third human emperor of the human race? The ancient Emperor Xia also asked me this question. At that time, my answer was no. Now that Zhao Huang is asking me this question, my answer is still no. Xiaoqingfeng shook his head slightly and said, although I can fight for the human race, I am not suitable to be the human emperor. All right. Zhao Huang had already expected this answer. Regarding this, although he felt regretful, he still respected the other party's choice. Xiaoqingfeng said, I hope that Zhao Huang can arrange for someone to deal with the Marquis Mansion of Northern Cloud properly. After all, I am no longer the Marquis of Northern Cloud and the Mansion of Northern Cloud needs someone to manage it. The human race was just too big. If he wanted to rule the entire human race, he could not rely on the power of a single person. Not to mention the Mansion of Northern Cloud. Even in other mansions, after the previous Marquis rebelled and died, there were new Marquis who took over. Zhao Huang said, Ben Huang will make arrangements for the Mansion of Northern Cloud. If the Xiao clan has a heavenly being, he can also take over the position of Marquis of Northern Cloud. The Xiao clan has two people at the peak of the God martial arts realm, but it will take some time for them to break through to the heavenly being realm. Zhao Huang nodded, then looked at Qin Shujian and said, Ben Huang has other things to deal with, so I will take my leave first. After that, he had already left the Qianyuan realm. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian and Xiaoqingfeng sat opposite each other. Brother Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Looking at Xiaoqingfeng in front of him, Qin Shujian did not call him Marquis of Northern Cloud. Xiaoqingfeng smiled faintly and said, if you don't mind, I plan to find a place to stay in the Qianyuan realm. It would be great if Brother Xiao could stay. Qin Shujian smiled. He felt that he had a lot of questions to ask about the reincarnation of immortal Haotsong, but he did not know how to start. In the end, the two chatted for a while. Xiao Qingfeng got up and left the courtyard, looking for a place to stay in the Qianyuan realm. After he left, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list. Information about Xiao Qingfeng had already appeared on it. After all, the human race was now divided into two parts. One was the Great Zhao Imperial Court. The other was the Cultivation world. Since Xiao Qingfeng had left the Great Zhao Imperial Court, it was equivalent to entering the Cultivation world. The heaven list recorded the information of all the cultivators in the Cultivation world, so he naturally appeared on the list. Name, Xiao Qingfeng race, human age, 872 realm, level 7 celestial being combat power, 80,000 talent assessment, excellent level 7 celestial being, 80,000 combat power. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. To be honest, he was shocked by Xiao Qingfeng's attributes. One must know. He was now at level 7 celestial being, and his combat power was only 120,000, and this was because of the perfect enhancement effect of the source of life. He looked at Xiao Qingfeng again. Level 7 celestial being, his combat power had reached 80,000. This was much stronger than the strongest celestial being of ancient times that Godslayer said. Such combat power. Qin Shujian had some doubts. When Emperor Zhao was at level 7 celestial being, he was left behind by the other party. Godslayer looked at the attributes on the heaven list. He was also very impressed. As expected of the reincarnation of immortal Haotsong. This foundation is really frightening. Level 7 celestial being already has 80,000 combat power. He is destined to be a celestial being elite. This was a real celestial being killing immortals, a celestial being who could go against a true immortal. Just like Qin Shujian. At level 7 celestial being, he could almost kill a true immortal with one slash. Xiao Qingfeng now had the 5 tribulations Zhu Bing in his hands. If he broke through again, his strength would definitely reach an extremely terrifying level. Qin Shujian was also silent for a long time before he finally put away the heaven list. Now he finally understood. He was not the only one with a truly powerful foundation. At this moment, there was also a lot of shock in the East continent. The biggest thing. The Imperial Court had sent a new celestial to take over the position of Marquis Baiyun. The Xiao family that had ruled Baiyun Mansion for thousands of years had completely retreated behind the scenes. However, these things. It only caused some shock before it calmed down. The current human race was no longer the human race of the past. There were 2 human sovereigns in charge. There was no possibility of internal strife in the human race. The shock in the East continent was not big, but it caused a huge commotion in the other 3 continents. The reason? It was because of the skybreaking Halberd's tribulation. The secret realm of the Star Tribe. The atmosphere in the Star Tribe was gloomy. In the main hall, many elders of the Star Tribe lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. On the main seat. On the surface, the Star Emperor's injuries had healed, but his aura was still a little weak. Obviously, Qin Shujian's saber strike was not good even for a true immortal. Is there any news from the Demon Clan? After a long time, the Star Emperor's voice sounded in the main hall. Hearing that, an elder cupped his hands and said, "My Emperor, we went there as messengers, but we couldn't see the Demon Emperor in person." Ben Huang knows about this. The Star Emperor said calmly. The main hall was silent again. After a while, an elder looked up at the Star Emperor and said in a deep voice, "I wonder how my Emperor's injuries are now. Has he fully recovered?" This sentence made the Star Emperor's calm face turn ugly. But soon he recovered, shook his head and said, "The injuries left by Zhu Bing are not so easy to heal. The Emperor of the human clan is indeed amazing. He has such strength even before breaking through to the true immortal realm. If he breaks through to the true immortal realm, I'm afraid the human clan will have another invincible master." The Star Emperor was angry because of his injuries, but he was also worried about the future of the Star Clan. The human clan was too powerful. The Zhao Emperor was already the #1 true immortal realm cultivator. Even a top master like the Demon Emperor could only run away when facing the Zhao Emperor of the human clan, not to mention the other true immortals. The Zhao Emperor was already like this. If there was another Qin Emperor who became an immortal, who could stop the human clan among all the clans, an elder of the Star clan said worriedly, the human clan has taken over the East continent, and the Zhao Emperor has become an immortal. He's powerful now. It won't be easy to deal with him. Ben Huang knows about this, of course. The Star Emperor said calmly, it's just that we can't deal with the human clan, so we can only ally with the other clans. Long before, all the clans had an alliance to deal with the human clan. But that kind of alliance was just a verbal agreement without any real restrictions. The stronger the human clan was, such an alliance would be more unreliable. Especially when some clans couldn't bear the pressure and lean toward the human clan, the alliance would collapse. So in the Star Emperor's opinion, to deal with the human clan, he had to have a more reliable alliance. This was also the reason why he took the initiative to contact the Demon Clan. But the Demon Emperor avoided meeting him. This made the Star Emperor a little uncertain about the Demon Clan's attitude. Could it be that the Demon Emperor is afraid of the Zhao Emperor? This thought had just appeared in his mind when it was forcefully extinguished. That battle. Although the Demon Emperor was defeated, he wasn't afraid of the human clan. Therefore, the Star Emperor could only assume that the Demon Emperor was injured in that battle, so he was in seclusion to recuperate and couldn't meet guests for the time being. In the Heavenly Demon Temple. Now, only the Demon Emperor was inside. Besides him, there were no other elders. How's your injury? The skybreaking halberd has advanced to the 5 Tribulation Zubing, and its power has far surpassed mine. In addition, I'm afraid that if I get injured again, I'll fall from the 3rd Tribulation Zubing to the 3rd Tribulation Zubing. A calm voice sounded in the main hall. It was the voice of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Hearing that, the Demon Emperor's face also darkened a little. The only foundation of the Demon Clan now was the Heavenly Demon Temple. However, the unforeseen events that occurred one after another caused this unparalleled defensive ancestral armament to suffer damage repeatedly. Until now, it was about to fall to the level of the 2 Tribulation Zubing. Suppressing the anger in his heart, the Demon Emperor asked, is there a way to repair it? Yes, kill a few powerful creatures and use their blood essence to repair the Heavenly Demon Temple. Powerful creatures? It's best if they're perfected immortals. If they're too weak, we'll need a lot of blood essence, the Heavenly Demon Temple said. The Demon Emperor fell into deep thought. Perfected immortals, based on the current situation of the world, there was no possibility of killing perfected immortals and nurturing the Heavenly Demon Temple. After all, the Demon Clan's strength had been greatly reduced and they were in a difficult situation. If they killed a few more perfected immortals, it would definitely arouse the hostility of the other clans. When that time came, the Demon Clan's situation would be even worse. When that time came, it was not a situation where an intact 3 Tribulation Zubing could change the situation. The Demon Emperor only pondered for a while before coming back to his senses. He said, if it's a creature below the perfected immortal realm, how much blood essence do you need? The more, the better. After the Heavenly Demon Temple finished speaking, he added, the more blood essence I absorb, the stronger my strength will be. If possible, I can even directly advance to the 4 Tribulation Zubing. You have to know that compared to the other Zubing, my main body focuses on defense, so my chances of transcending the tribulation will be higher. Okay, Ben Huang will think of a way. The Demon Emperor nodded. The problem of blood essence could only be discussed in the future. However, the Heavenly Demon Temple was damaged and had to be repaired. After all, this was the only Zubing in the Demon Clan's hands. As for how to repair it, he could only think of a way. After confirming this matter, the Demon Emperor also turned his attention to the Heaven-breaking halberd. How much do you know about the Heaven-breaking halberd? The Heaven-breaking halberd is the Zubing in the hands of Immortal Lord Haotsung of the Heavenly Court. Immortal Lord Haotsung is an expert in the Heavenly Court, second only to the Emperor of Heaven, an expert second only to the Emperor of Heaven? Don't tell me you don't count the ancient emperors? The Demon Emperor interrupted the Heavenly Demon Temple. Hearing this, the Heavenly Demon Temple's voice was still calm. An expert second only to the Emperor of Heaven. This is not a publicly acknowledged saying. I only heard it from the ancient demon emperor. In ancient times, the demon emperor once fought with immortal Lord Xianxia, but he was defeated on the spot. Since then, the demon emperor told me that immortal Lord Xianxia is the strongest expert second only to the Emperor of Heaven. Hearing this, the demon emperor's expression immediately became serious. He had defeated the ancient demon emperor, the strongest expert second only to the Emperor of Heaven. This was not a small matter that could be ignored. He hadn't even heard of the names of existences at this level. One had to know. The inheritance of the demon race was extremely complete. From this, it could be seen. The way immortal Lord Xianxia did things was probably a little too low-key. Then, the demon emperor thought of another matter. Why did the skybreaking halberd appear at this time? In the ancient war, immortal Lord Xianxia once killed his way into the demon abyss and never came out. However, not long after, there was a rain of blood in the human race. Rumor has it that immortal Lord Xianxia died. With the death of immortal Lord Xianxia, the skybreaking halberd also disappeared in the demon abyss. Now that the skybreaking halberd has reappeared, there is only one possibility. The heavenly demon temple paused for a moment. In the end, his tone became serious. Immortal Lord Xianxia reincarnated and cultivated again. Moreover, he awakened the wisdom of his previous life, which caused the skybreaking halberd to reappear. Immortal Lord Xianxia reincarnated. That's right. This is the only possibility that the skybreaking halberd would reappear. Moreover, immortal Lord Xianxia is a human. Even if he really reincarnated and cultivated again, he would only be a human. Therefore, I'm sure that another shocking genius has appeared in the human race. The heavenly demon temple said. The demon emperor's expression was very solemn. Without a doubt, immortal Lord Xianxia was a true immortal of the upper three levels, and he was a top-notch one. The reincarnation of an expert of this level. He would not be a simple figure. Moreover, with the reappearance of the skybreaking halberd, the human race would have another Zhu Bing. In that case, on the surface, the human race already had 3 Zhu Bing. Thinking of the human race's current foundation and strength, a strong sense of fear rose in the demon emperor's heart. With the birth of a true immortal, the demon race no longer had any advantage against the human race. Not only did they have no advantage, moreover, they were at a great disadvantage. It could be said that the demon race had no way to suppress the human race now. Joining forces to fight against the human race, The demon emperor thought of the alliance of various races and couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. The last battle when the true immortal broke out of the seal and broke the backbone of the alliance of various races. If it wasn't for the fact that the emperors of various races had attained the Tao and become immortals, perhaps some of the races in the alliance had already surrendered to the human race. It could be seen that the so-called alliance was no longer reliable. Unless the demon race had strength that was not much weaker than the human race, it would not be easy to rope in the various races. The demon emperor sighed. It seems that it's necessary to meet the blood Ling Huang. At this moment, only the blood Eldar had the chance to join forces with the demon race to fight against the human race. After all, the human race was now powerful. Joining forces with too many ordinary races was not as reliable as joining forces with a few strong races. In the Qianyuan realm, during this period of time, Qin Shujian had been silently cultivating. If he had time, Xiao Qingfeng would come over, and the two sides could sit down and discuss the Tao. Compared to the past, after the other party awakened the innate wisdom of his previous life, his understanding had become more profound. After all, no matter what, immortal Lord Xianxia was a true immortal of the upper 3 levels, and his knowledge was not comparable to that of ordinary people. In the courtyard, not only were Qin Shujian and Xiao Qingfeng sitting there were also 3 additional people. One was the Godslayer. One was the skybreaking halberd. The other was the stone spear. Similar to the Godslayer, the skybreaking halberd also transformed into the appearance of a young man, and the stone spear transformed into an old man. Godslayer, I haven't seen you for a million years, and you're still the same. TSK. The skybreaking halberd shook its head and made a strange sound. On the other side, the Godslayer's face was as dark as ink. There was no other way. The skybreaking halberd was already a 5 tribulation Zubing, and he was only a 4 tribulation Zubing. There was no way he could continue this topic. If it were in the past, the Godslayer would have fought with the other party. But now, he understood one thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. So the Godslayer decided to ignore the skybreaking halberd's words. After 2 mocking laughs, the skybreaking halberd also felt that it was meaningless, and then sighed. A million years later, out of so many friends in the past, only you and me are left. It's good that we still exist. The stone spear smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "There's no such thing as immortality in the world. Even if Zubing doesn't have the shackles of lifespan, there will be a day when he'll be destroyed by the tribulation." He saw through these things very clearly. Hearing that, the skybreaking halberd looked at the stone spear strangely and said, "Nameless, I remember that you're in existence even older than me. When I just became a 2 tribulation Zubing, you were already a 3 tribulation Zubing. Why are you still a 3 tribulation Zubing until now?" To this, Nameless smiled faintly and didn't answer. Every existence had different pursuits. Just like the skybreaking halberd, the other party had the ambition to break through the sky and reach the highest level. This kind of Zubing. It was exactly the same as the character of immortal Hao Tsung in the past. On the contrary, the stone spear's pursuit was neither immortality nor invincibility. He only hoped to be a nameless spectator. To see the changes in the world and the vicissitudes of life. Probably from the moment my race perished, I changed my life's pursuit. Nameless thought of the dusty memory, and finally, a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. He didn't know when it started. The memories left by that race and the battle that perished could no longer arouse his anger. Because of the enemy race. They had also gradually disappeared in the long river of time. Subsequently, Nameless looked at the skybreaking halberd and said with a faint smile, "I only hope to see more things." After saying that, he looked at Xianxia. The former Xianxia. Although he cared about the human race, he also had some thoughts that coincided with his own. The Nameless at that time. He also saw this point and realized that the other party was extraordinary, so he decided to follow the other party. Because he could only see more things by following such a person who was destined to become a powerhouse. But now, Nameless found that Xianxia had become a little different after awakening the innate wisdom of his previous life. There was less of the coincidence of the past. There was more of an obsession for the human race and a competitive spirit for cultivation. For such a change, Nameless didn't think it was good, but he didn't think it was bad either. He also knew the name of immortal Hao Tsung. Your existence is older than the skybreaking halberd? Godslayer heard this and looked at Nameless with a strange look in his eyes. If the skybreaking halberd didn't mention it, he still didn't know about this. Because in terms of seniority, the skybreaking halberd was born millions of years earlier than Godslayer. Nameless in front of him. If it was older than the skybreaking halberd, then it would be a long time ago. Subsequently, Godslayer asked again, "Which race are you from, Zubing?" "My race was destroyed in ancient times. It's been too long, and I almost forgot its name. There's no need to mention it now." Nameless shook his head and didn't want to talk about this topic. Seeing this, Godslayer had to suppress the curiosity in his heart. The conversation between the 3 Zubing. Qin Shujian also heard it. He looked at the stone spear with a hint of curiosity. Zubing, which was older than the skybreaking halberd and Godslayer, had been destroyed in ancient times. In this case, this Zubing really had a long history. Although it had a long history, it didn't mean that it knew a lot of things. However, after living for so long, it definitely knew a lot of information. It was just that the other party was Xiaoqingfeng Zubing, so he couldn't ask too much. Immediately, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the person in front of him and said, "Speaking of which, Ben Huang is a little curious. Brother Xiao is an expert from ancient times. Why did you only awaken your innate wisdom at this time? A person from millions of years ago. If he wanted to reincarnate, he should have succeeded long ago. Why did he wait until now to reincarnate as Xiaoqingfeng in front of him, this matter? Qin Shujian was also very curious. Xiaoqingfeng replied, "You don't know, Emperor Qin. There are too many unknowns in reincarnation. I parasitized a wisp of spiritual deity in the river of time. As for when this wisp of spiritual deity will stop drifting and reincarnate, I am not sure. As for the innate wisdom, it was because I used up the rules of the human emperor. I would like to hear more." That was half of the rules of the ancient Emperor Xia. When Emperor Xia fell, he saw one of the many fragments of the future of the human race through the river of time. In the end, he cut off half of his own rules of the human emperor and left it to me. He was willing to fight to the death for the human race, so he didn't want to leave too many things behind. Half of the rules of the human emperor was left behind to resolve the disaster of the human race in the future. Xiaoqingfeng said slowly. He narrated some things. I killed my way into the demon abyss and fell. Only a wisp of spiritual deity remained in the human race. In the end, my spiritual deity carried half of the rules of the human emperor and was reincarnated in the Xiao family, becoming the legitimate son of the Xiao family. At that time, I didn't immediately awaken the innate wisdom of my previous life. Instead, I allowed the current me to have my own thoughts. The half of the rules of the human emperor was what I had promised Emperor Xia. If the reincarnated me was determined to use the rules of the human emperor to attain the Tao, then the human race would have one more human emperor. However, the existence of immortal Lord Haozong would also completely disappear. Similarly, if I gave up on using the rules of the human emperor to attain the Tao, then the innate wisdom of my previous life would find an opportunity to awaken. Because I always believed that there was no way to truly reach the peak of the human Tao. Only by opening up a path on my own can I truly reach the realm above the rules. Speaking of this, a confident smile appeared on Xiaoqingfeng's face. As a top expert of the heavenly court, his goal was already above the rules. Qin Shujian's expression froze. Above the rules, this was the second time he had heard this name from someone else since Godslayer. But the difference was, the God-slaying saber had a dubious attitude towards the rules. Although he had heard of the name above the rules, he had never understood it. Looking at Xiaoqingfeng again, he seemed to have a lot of understanding about above the rules. Brother Xiao, before you reincarnated, what realm did you reach? Qin Shujian asked the question in his heart. He knew that Xiaoqingfeng was a true immortal of the upper three tiers. But he was still not clear about which level he was at. Hearing this, Xiaoqingfeng smiled lightly and said, "Just a level 9 immortal." Brother Xiao is only one word. You used it well. Qin Shujian said faintly. Just a level 9 immortal, only he dared to say that. The Emperor of Heaven was only a level 9 immortal. According to Godslayer, the strongest expert born in the world was only a level 9 immortal. Without a doubt. In Xiaoqingfeng's previous life, immortal Lord Haozong had truly reached the peak of the world. It was no wonder that he had the confidence to attain the realm above the rules. Someone who had reached such a level. Taking another step forward. It was above the rules. Xiaoqingfeng shook his head. Does Emperor Qin think that a level 9 immortal is really strong? If it was really that strong, I would not have died in the demon abyss. To put it bluntly, a level 9 immortal will also grow old and die. In his opinion, a true supreme expert should not grow old, die, and be indestructible. Any existence that could grow old and die. They were not the true peak. The ancient Emperor of Heaven was very strong, but he still died. He himself had also reached the level 9 immortal realm, but he died in the demon abyss. Such strength. How could he be called the strongest? Qin Shujian heard this and understood, but he still shook his head in denial. At least in the current situation, a level 9 immortal is truly at the peak of the world. Emperor Qin is wrong. Brother Xiao, what do you mean? The strongest in the world is not as simple as a level 9 immortal. Xiaoqingfeng shook his head and said, in the deepest part of the Death Sea region, there is another existence above the half-step rules. In the heavenly abyss, there is also an existence above the half-step rules. Even in the demon abyss, there is also an existence above the half-step rules. My death in the demon abyss in the past had a lot to do with that ancient demon god above the half-step rules. Above the half-step rules, this news was completely out of Qin Shujian's expectations. Not to mention the demon abyss. He had long known that there were terrifying experts in the Death Sea region and the heavenly abyss, but he only thought that they were equivalent to the Emperor of Heaven, a level 9 immortal. He had never thought that they would have reached a realm above the half-step rules. Above the half-step rules? What kind of strength is that? Qin Shujian was asking himself, and also asking the other party. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes were a little heated, but then he restrained himself and said with a smile, "Those above the half-step rules are very strong, at least an ordinary level 9 immortal would find it difficult to contend against them. It was also after coming out of the Death Sea region that I realized that there is a realm above the level 9 immortal realm." As he finished speaking, Xiao Qingfeng sighed again. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to break through the level 9 immortal realm. The Emperor of Heaven had only taken half a step into the level 9 immortal realm and reached the realm above the half-step rules. Otherwise, the heavenly court would not have been defeated in the ancient demon abyss. But it's okay, it's good that I died in the demon abyss. At least after reincarnating and cultivating again, it proved that the path I took was useless. Now that I've taken a new path, there is hope to touch upon the level 9 immortal realm. As he finished speaking, Xiao Qingfeng showed a confident smile. Above the level 9 immortal realm, this was the realm that all level 9 immortals yearned to pursue. The Emperor of Heaven was like this. The Death Sea region, Heavenly Abyss, and the Demon Abyss were also like this. Therefore, before reincarnating, Immortal Lord Haozong also pursued this. After awakening the innate wisdom of his previous life, Xiao Qingfeng also had a desire for this. After all, for any expert, after knowing the unknown path ahead, they would want to explore it. Even Qin Shujian. He also had such thoughts. However, the conversation with Xiao Qingfeng was much more complete and detailed than the conversation with the god-slaying saber. At least, he knew that the Emperor of Heaven was not an ordinary level 9 immortal realm, but a realm above the half-step rules. He also knew. It turned out that the two perilous places of the 4 major continents also had such experts. Even the Demon Abyss was the same. P.S. Support the original, Jidian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. In the Qianyuan realm, there were mountains and forests. Among the mountains, there was a courtyard. This was the Xiao Mansion. After Xiao Qingfeng gave up his identity as Marquis Baiyun, he moved into the Qianyuan realm. The original Xiao family. Some of the direct descendants also moved into the Qianyuan realm, leaving their own foundation and inheritance here. Because of this, the Xiao family was officially incorporated into the Qianyuan sacred ground and became a force in the sacred ground. Only Xiao Qingfeng. Nominally, he was not under the jurisdiction of the human emperor. He was quite detached. Regarding this point, Qin Shujian did not say anything. After all, if the other party was willing, his status was the same as his, the human emperor of the human clan. Sometimes, it was normal for them to give him some extra privileges. Inside the Xiao mansion, Li Guang'an and the other 3 stood there respectfully. Xiao Qingfeng looked at the 4 of them and said indifferently, "The 4 of you have been with me for a long time. If I am not wrong, you should be cultivating the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture now. Marquis, you have sharp eyes." Li Guang'an nodded in response. Although Xiao Qingfeng was no longer Marquis Baiyun, he still did not change his title. Xiao Qingfeng said, "The heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture is indeed a powerful cultivation technique. It is suitable for all the physiques of the human clan. The fact that Emperor Qin was able to create this cultivation technique shows that he is worthy of the title of human emperor. As for the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture, he had also studied it seriously. Even with the vision of immortal Haozong in his previous life, he had to admit that this was a decent cultivation technique. One had to know. Decent was not necessarily a derogatory term. It was not easy to create a cultivation technique that was suitable for all the human clan. In the ancient times, there were also strong cultivators who created such a cultivation technique. But the environment at that time was different from the present. Millions of years had passed. The physique of the human clan had also changed slightly. Not everyone could cultivate the cultivation technique of the ancient times. because the requirements of the ancient cultivation technique were very high. The difference was the requirements of the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture were relatively low. As long as there was enough energy, one could smoothly enter the cultivation realm. However, because the heaven and earth Tao-seeking scripture is too mediocre, even if you cultivate it to perfection, you may not be able to become a powerhouse at the same level. Therefore, I have another technique that I can teach you. This cultivation method is something I obtained by chance. Among all the cultivation methods I've seen, it's enough to rank in the top 10. Xiao Qingfeng finished speaking. His finger suddenly pointed out, landing on the glabella of Li Guanan and the other three with lightning speed. Very soon, an enormous amount of memory surged into his mind. Instantly, Li Guanan and the other three felt a swelling pain between their eyebrows. It took them a while to recover. Zhou Tian technique of the 12 profound gates. Looking at the memories in their minds, the four of them had puzzled expressions on their faces. However, they still bowed and said, "Many thanks for the Marquis's teachings." Xiao Qingfeng said, "Back then, the one who cultivated the 12 mysterious gates Zhou Tian technique was a true immortal of the middle three heavens. Although he was only a level 6 heavens immortal, he fought and killed a level 7 heavens immortal from a small clan. Because of this, the heavenly court was furious. In the end, I had to personally take action to kill him. If you cultivate this technique, although you won't be the strongest among your peers, your potential will be much greater." Level 6 heavens immortal, Li Guanan and the others looked at each other and felt their hearts beating violently. As the emperors of the 4 major continents became immortals, the realm of true immortals, it was no longer a secret. There were 9 levels of true immortals. Among them, level 9 heavens immortals were the most respected. The ancient emperors belonged to the upper 3 levels. To be able to cultivate to the middle 3 levels, that was also a top expert. Right now, the true immortals of the 4 major continents did not even have a single one of them in the middle 3 levels. They were all in the lower 3 levels. Immediately, they understood how important the 12 mysterious gates Zhou Tian technique was. Xiao Qingfeng said, "Cultivate well. It won't take too long for your original cultivation method to be converted to the 12 mysterious gates Zhou Tian technique. When it's completely converted, you can try to break through to the divinity realm. When you cultivate to the divinity realm, you'll be considered to have officially entered the sect." Divinity realm is considered to have entered the sect? Su Mingyang asked in disbelief. Although the divinity realm was no longer the top, it shouldn't be just the entry level. Xiao Qingfeng glanced at him and shook his head. True martial arts, spiritual martial arts, and divine martial arts are just the foundation in cultivation. Divinity realm is the entry level. Becoming a saint is the entry level. As for being a great being, it's just a small success. Speaking of which, the 7th level of the divinity realm was originally not called a great being. I don't know who changed it. But the name of the realm is just a name. It doesn't have much use. In my opinion, the divinity realm is just the entry level. Whether it's a small success or a small success, it's about the same. Only by breaking through the divinity realm and entering the true immortal realm can you be considered to have the capital to compete in the world. You still have a long way to go, take your time. Hearing that, the others fell into silence. If their Marquis's words were to spread, it would be enough to make 99% of the cultivators in the 4 major continents feel so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. After all, there were only a few true immortals in the 4 major continents. Even the emperors of many races were only at the 10th level of the divinity realm. But now, from Xiao Qingfeng's mouth, the 10th level of the divinity realm. It was just that, barely higher than the entry level. As for the realm below the divinity realm, it was even more unsightly. Although they felt offended, the 4 of them were not discouraged. Instead, they became more spirited. With their Marquis's vision, he held the 12 profound gates Zhou Tian technique in such high regard. From this, it could be seen. This cultivation technique was indeed a supreme technique. After asking Li Guanan and the others to leave, Xiao Hong quietly arrived. "Marquis, you've already broken through to the divinity realm. Your foundation is set. It won't be easy to change it. Cultivating the Universe Tao-Seeking Sutra is a good choice. Xiao Qingfeng looked at Xiao Hong and said calmly, below the true immortal realm, you temper your body. The true immortal realm focuses more on the comprehension of the rules. After breaking through to the third level of the divinity realm, I can take you on a trip to the long river of rules and find a suitable rule. Thank you, Marquis. Xiao Hong looked grateful. To be able to break through to the divinity realm, he was already satisfied. As for the true immortal realm, to be honest, Xiao Hong had never thought about it. A natural phenomenon. There were colorful rays of light shining. In a few months, there were cultivators at the peak of the god martial arts realm who broke through to the divinity realm. Strictly speaking, there were quite a number of god martial arts realm cultivators. In the past, the biggest reason why these god martial arts realm cultivators could not break through to the divinity realm was because of the shackles of the technique. But now, with the appearance of the Universe Tao-Seeking Sutra, the shackles of the technique had been solved. In addition, after Qin Shujian moved a few spirit veins over in the eastern continent, the spirit energy had greatly increased, and it became easier to break through to the divinity realm. Therefore, a few months passed. There were a few more names on the heaven list. However, the first on the heaven list was still Qin Shujian, and the second was Xiao Qingfeng. Their positions. They were basically unshakable. Several streaks of light shot into the sky, and then the lightning tribulation struck down. Half a day later, the lightning tribulation dissipated. A list rose. It directly suppressed all the streaks of light. At the bottom of the volcano, Qin Shujian reached out and put away several pills. With so many hollow pills, it should be enough for the time being. Looking at the more than 20 hollow pills on the heaven list, a faint smile appeared on his face. During this period of time, Qin Shujian was refining the hollow pills at the bottom of the volcano. Different from last time. This time, he did not ask Holy Fire to help, but completely relied on his own methods to successfully refine the hollow pills. To refine a pill of this level, the materials needed were not small at all. Fortunately, recently, a lot of regions have been born, and many heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been born along with the regions. Then, the elders guarding the various regions. These things were all sent to the sacred land, and finally fell into the hands of Qin Shujian. The reason why he wanted to refine the hollow pills. It was also because if he wanted to use the Godslayer with all his strength now, it would consume too much energy. Moreover, although the hollow pills were said to be 10th level pills, the effect it could have was not as strong as expected. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, it should be that his foundation was too strong, causing the medicinal effect of the hollow pills to be unable to be completely replenished. So, the medicinal effect of one hollow pill was enough to allow more than a dozen 7th level celestial beings to completely recover their true essence. But when it came to Qin Shujian, one hollow pill could only recover about half of the true essence. If it was normal times, it would be fine. When it was time for a life and death battle, there was not enough true essence. That would also take one's life. Because of this, Qin Shujian had been holed up here for the past few months to refine the hollow pills. Just as he was about to stop, he saw that there was still a set of materials left in the heaven list. Forget it, it's a waste to keep it. Might as well refine it all. Qin Shujian shook his head, waved his hand, and opened the lid of the furnace. The spiritual materials were placed inside, and then the lid was closed again. The magma was the earth core fire. Using it to refine pills, it was the most suitable. Just as the pill was about to be refined, Qin Shujian suddenly felt a burst of palpitations, causing the hand seals that were originally forming to pause for a moment. Immediately after, boom, the furnace shook violently, and a powerful force erupted from it. Immediately, the magma fluctuated greatly. Then, fiery red raindrops splashed up, wanting to drown everything around. Qin Shujian did not do anything, only to see an invisible force spread out from his body, and then all the magma that was stirred up was suppressed. The sudden palpitations led to the failure of the pill refining this time. To this, Qin Shujian was not annoyed, and a smile appeared on his face. It's finally here. He looked at his attribute panel, and his life force had officially broken through the 2 trillion mark. With the growth of his life force, Guiyuan Ancestral Canon had also officially shown signs that could be upgraded. P.S. Now it may be in the middle stage, or it may be in the late stage. I need to sort it out. Give me 12,000 today. Without any hesitation, upgrade, 2 trillion life sources were emptied, leaving less than 1 million life sources. Immediately after, the Guiyuan Ancestral Canon was upgraded from the 7th level of the Divine Chapter to the 8th level. A powerful aura rose. The heaven list immediately flew out and forcibly suppressed this power within a certain range. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer thought to himself, sure enough. Then, he sighed with emotion. The reincarnation of an existence above the precepts is really extraordinary. He made another breakthrough so quickly. Now his strength should be comparable to a true immortal's. If I remember correctly, even if he makes another breakthrough now, he's only at the 8th level of the celestial being, right? Godslayer exclaimed in his heart again. 8th level of the celestial being, only at the 8th level of the celestial being, he had the strength comparable to a true immortal. In the ancient era, celestial being slaying immortals. Only those who had reached the limit of the celestial being were qualified to slay immortals. Like Xianxia. It was impossible for a mere 8th level of the celestial being to be comparable to a true immortal. Just as Godslayer was sighing with emotion, Xianxia had completed the breakthrough. 88,000 acupoints opened. I'm very close to the number of 129,600. He took a deep breath. As more and more acupoints were opened, Xianxia felt that his body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Although he did not fully exert his current strength. But he also knew he must have reached an extremely powerful level. After the breakthrough, the first thing Xianxia did was to take out the heaven list and look at the changes in his body. Name, Xianxia race, human age, 33 realm, 8th level of the celestial being combat power, 200,000 talent evaluation, excellent breakthrough. He was at the 7th level of the celestial being, with a combat power of 120,000. This breakthrough. He broke through from the 7th level of the celestial being to the 8th level of the celestial being. His combat power soared by 80,000, officially reaching 200,000. 200,000 combat power. Now, even if I don't use Zhu Bing, I shouldn't be weaker than a true immortal like the Demon Emperor. Xianxia smiled faintly. What he loved the most was the feeling of using his life force to improve himself. Because every time he leveled up, it was a great breakthrough in one's strength. According to Godslayer, with 150,000 combat power, he would stand a chance against a true immortal. Now that his combat power had reached 200,000, fighting against a true immortal would not be a problem. He withdrew his attention from the heaven leaderboard. Xianxia got up and threw the furnace placed in the magma into the heaven list. Then, he threw the heaven list into his sea of consciousness to accompany the Godslayer. It was supposed to be boiling lava. At this moment, they had all cooled down. The aura of Xianxia's breakthrough earlier had already suppressed all the hot magma. Regarding this, he didn't care too much about it. He got up and left the bottom of the volcano. Then, he turned around and returned to the Qianyuan realm. He had just returned. Xiao Qingfeng came to visit. Looking at Xianxia in front of him, he had a strange look on his face. Qin Emperor seems to have become a little different. My cultivation has improved a little. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng smiled faintly, shook his head and said, looking at you, it's not as simple as just improving a little. You are the strongest cultivator I have ever seen among all the diviners. I have also never seen someone who could walk all 4 precepts at the same time as a diviner. Moreover, you can even walk all the way to the limit of a diviner in a few precepts. With your current state, if you want to become a true immortal, it would be a piece of cake. But you haven't broken through yet. Are you planning to build a supreme foundation? Xiao Qingfeng was immortal Haozong in his previous life. A level 9 immortal elite. With his experience, he could naturally see the clues on Xianxia. Although those 4 precepts were hidden, But Xiao Qingfeng could still sense the aura of those precepts from him. In his opinion, Qin Shujian hadn't become a true immortal yet, but he already had the strength to kill a true immortal. If he really succeeded in becoming a true immortal, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When that time comes, even Emperor Zhao, who had received the legacy of the heavenly court, wouldn't be a match for this Qin emperor. But even so, this Qin emperor was still suppressing his realm and not breaking through. Regarding this, Xiao Qingfeng couldn't help but have some guesses. Brother Xiao, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding. Qin Shujian had a helpless expression. He also wanted to become a true immortal. But the problem was, except for the precepts of strength, the other 3 precepts weren't comprehended by himself. Moreover, now that he was walking all 4 precepts at the same time, it wasn't an easy thing to take that step in one of the precepts. Who didn't want to become a true immortal? Qin Shujian also wanted to become a true immortal, but the fastest way now was to rely on the source of life to improve his realm step by step, and then walk step by step to the true immortal realm. Xiao Qingfeng said, "Why do you have to hide it, Qin Emperor? I thought I was the only one who was preparing for the precepts, but I didn't expect Qin Emperor to also build a supreme foundation in the celestial realm. You and I are both preparing for the precepts in the future, so we can be considered as friends." At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng looked at Qin Shujian with a completely different gaze. In his eyes, not everyone was qualified to be his fellow Taoist. Even in the ancient times, the only one who could be considered as worthy by immortal Haozong was the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court. Apart from that, although the ancient emperors were strong, they weren't worthy of his attention. At this moment, Xiao Qingfeng was the same. In his original opinion, in the human race, Emperor Zhao could be considered as half a person who was worthy of his attention. As for Qin Shujian, although he was strong, he could only be considered half a person. But now, Xiao Qingfeng didn't think so anymore. Seeing that he misunderstood, Qin Shujian didn't want to explain too much. Let it be a misunderstanding. So, he just gave him a helpless smile. However, in Xiao Qingfeng's opinion, Qin Shujian's smile was the same as admitting it. Ben Huang has other things to take care of, so I won't chat with Brother Xiao. Go ahead, Qin Emperor. I'll come and discuss with you later. Xiao Qingfeng was in a good mood. After laughing, he turned and left. Seeing his back as he left, Qin Shujian shook his head. Then, he sent a message to a few elders of the sacred grounds, and went to Qianyuan Palace for a meeting. Inside Qianyuan Palace, a few elders of the sacred grounds were already waiting there. When they saw Qin Shujian, they all stood up and saluted, "Qin Emperor. Sit down." Qin Shujian sat down on the main seat and said lightly, "Because in these few months, a few heavenly beings were born in the cultivation world. Thus, he sent these devas to the various manors to oversee them, and then brought back the elders of the Holy Lands. After all, the Qianyuan sacred ground was so big. It wouldn't be appropriate if there wasn't a single heavenly being. Thank you, Qin Emperor." After Qin Yuanbai sat down, he immediately cupped his hands and asked, "Is there anything important that you want to announce?" The others looked at him. Now, they were all gathered on Qin Shujian. Since the establishment of the Qianyuan sacred ground, there hadn't been many meetings held. Every time there was a meeting, there was something important to announce. In less than 100 years, the great tribulation of the demonic abyss will come. Heaven and earth have sensed the tribulation, and the general trend is born. There are many clans in the 4 continents. If they want to compete for the general trend of heaven and earth, it will inevitably lead to fighting and killing. But now that the emperors have become immortals, once the war starts, it will inevitably lead to the intervention of true immortals. Qin Shujian glanced at everyone and slowly spat out the words from his mouth. When true immortals are angry, millions of corpses will fall. In order to deal with the great tribulation of the demonic abyss, the 4 continents shouldn't lose too many experts. However, the general trend of heaven and earth has to be fought for, so Ben Huang wants to open up the 10,000 tribes battlefield. 10,000 tribes battlefield. Everyone's expression froze for a moment. Then, their expressions became extremely solemn. No one had heard of the 10,000 tribes battlefield. But just from these 4 words, they felt a terrifying murderous aura. It could be predicted. The 10,000 tribes battlefield would definitely be stained with countless bloody killings. Fang Xinglan asked in a deep voice, "May I ask, Qin Emperor, what is the 10,000 tribes battlefield?" "You will naturally know about the 10,000 tribes battlefield later. Now, what Ben Huang wants you to do is to send a message to the clans in the 4 continents as the human race." At this point, Qin Shujian paused for a moment, and then continued. "Ben Huang wants to invite the emperors of the various clans to the human territory to discuss the matter of the 10,000 tribes battlefield together." After saying that, everyone's expression changed. Inviting the emperors of the various clans to the human territory for a discussion was not a small matter. Yin Banqing's expression was extremely solemn. The various clans are not on good terms with the human race. If they are allowed to enter the human territory, and if someone has evil intentions, the human race will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Just like what Qin Shujian said. When a true immortal was angry, millions of corpses would fall. It would be fine if they intercepted the true immortal outside the human territory, but if they attacked within the human territory, the consequences would be too great. Qin Shujian said calmly, "Elder Yin's concern is unnecessary. The various clans will not attack at this time, and they do not have the guts to do so. When the time comes, Ben Huang will lift the East City and accept the emperors of the various clans." Hearing that, the others no longer had any objections. The East City would be lifted. It would definitely cause problems with the formations in the human territory. However, one had to know that Qin Emperor was the #1 formation Dao expert in the human race. There was no reason for him not to know about this. But even so, Qin Shujian still did so. That could only mean that the other party had his reasons. Inside the Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Emperor was the real decision-maker. No matter how many suggestions the other elders made, he had the right to veto them. Is this the Western continent? It's really very different from the Eastern continent. Walking on the vast land of the Western continent, Zhang Ergu looked left and right, his eyes full of curiosity. Ever since the passage to the Eastern continent was opened, he had only experienced the first battle of the human race. Besides that, he had not left the Eastern continent since. Although the 4 continents belonged to the same world, in fact, the landscape and environment were very different. The most obvious point was, the weather in the Western continent was relatively dry, and the land was dark yellow. There was always a faint trace of heat in the air. However, this kind of heat was not very obvious. It did not affect cultivators in the God martial arts realm, and even cultivators in the true martial arts realm would not feel much. While talking, Zhang Ergu turned his head to look at the Qiankuan Bao on his shoulder and asked, "Has Elder Qian been to the Western continent?" "No." The Qiankuan Bao replied in a dull voice. He found. Since Qin Shujian had the Godslayer, he did not pay much attention to him. If love would disappear. That was probably it, a 5-seal Taoist artifact had fallen into such a situation. The Qiankuan Bao was also confused, not knowing why it had become like this. Alas, I should have been the divine weapon in the hands of the human emperor. Thinking of Qin Shujian and looking at Zhang Ergu beside him, the Qiankuan Bao was full of disdain. There was no comparison. There was really no harm. Compared to Qin Shujian, Zhang Ergu was really too bad. No. It should be said that the two were not comparable at all. It was just that on this trip to the Western continent, the Qin Emperor was worried about Buttface, so he asked him to accompany him in person to deal with some dangers. The most important thing was, if he really encountered an unpredictable danger, he would be able to go back and report it at the first moment. He could hear the displeasure in the Qiankuan Bao's words. Zhang Ergu said with a smile, "Speaking of me, the Qin Emperor has Zhu Bing now, so he doesn't need ordinary Taoist artifacts anymore. Elder Qian, why don't you follow me? When my brother Buttface becomes a celestial being and a genuine immortal, then you'll have a lot of face by my side." "You? A genuine immortal?" The Qiankuan Bao seemed to have heard something ridiculous. It was good enough that Zhang Ergu could break through to the celestial being realm. How could it be so easy to break through to the genuine immortal realm, even the Qin Emperor? He was not a genuine immortal yet. You don't believe me? I feel that I'm quite talented. How many of us in the Yuan sect can break through to the divine martial realm before me? Zhang Ergu smiled confidently. There were many disciples in the Yuan sect, but from the beginning to now, there were definitely no more than 10 who could break through to the divine martial arts realm. He could break through now. It was enough to show that he was very talented. For this, the Qianquan Bao was too lazy to say anything. Elder Qian, what do you think is the difference between the demon clan in the western prefecture and the demon clan in the eastern prefecture? The last battle was too chaotic, so I didn't have time to take a closer look. I heard that the demon clan in the western prefecture was injured by the Zhao Emperor a few times. They don't seem to be very strong. Sigh, it seems that the demon clan is quite far away. I've been walking for more than half a month, but I still haven't seen their shadow. In the western prefecture, Zhang Ergu chatted with the Qianquan Bao intermittently. This chatter. Most of the time, Zhang Ergu was the one talking, and the Godslayer would reply occasionally. The current him. He still couldn't get over the fact that he was no longer the Dao artifact that Qin Shujian valued the most. Rumble, the mountain shook. Rocks rolled down, causing the ground below to shake violently. A demon beast. Or a demon clan. Zhang Ergu was shocked as he watched the mountain in front of him suddenly move. Then, it stood up and turned into a huge demon beast that was hundreds of feet tall. The demon beast emitted a very strong aura. Even though he had broken through to the God martial arts realm, he still felt a chill in front of this aura. The peak of the God martial arts realm, no, not just the peak of the God martial arts realm, but a celestial being realm expert. A human? The demon beast that was hundreds of feet tall looked at Zhang Ergu with a terrifying cold light in its eyes. Its bloody mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth that made one's heart tremble. Well, the strength of the God martial arts realm is a bit weak, but its chi and blood are vigorous. It's good to use it to fill my stomach. I didn't expect to have such food delivered to my door when I just woke up. While speaking, the demon beast had already reached out a big hand to grab Zhang Ergu. It was a simple grab. As if the surrounding space was 10 miles. Without thinking, Zhang Ergu took out the cloud-piercing arrow from his storage ring. Then, he knocked an arrow and shot out what he thought was the best arrow he had ever shot since he broke through. Boom, the combination of 2 Dao artifacts was comparable to a 6-seal Dao artifact. The cloud-piercing arrow pierced through the void and exploded with a terrifying power. It directly shot through the sealed space and then heavily bombarded the demon beast's palm. The huge and thick palm. In front of the cloud-piercing arrow, it didn't stop it at all. The long arrow sank into the demon beast's flesh and blood exploded. The demon beast let out a painful scream and finally had to retract its palm midway. The next moment, the cloud-piercing arrow had already been retracted. The demon beast looked at the great fury on its right hand and its face was extremely angry. Its eyes gradually turned scarlet. Human, you're courting death. At this moment, Chai Tai was completely sober now, and he was completely furious. As a diviner, he was injured by a God martial arts realm cultivator. If this news spread, he would lose face. More importantly, he saw the longbow and arrow in the hands of the human in front of him. It could let a God martial arts realm cultivator injure him with one blow. Such a divine weapon. How could it be ordinary? Wait. Seeing the demon beast angry, Zhang Ergu's expression changed slightly. With his current strength, using the Qianquan Bao with all his strength consumed a lot of energy. Judging from the rough skin and thick flesh of the demon beast in front of him, even if he shot a few more arrows, he might not be able to kill the other party. And if he was hit by the other party's attack, he would probably die on the spot. As for escaping, Zhang Ergu never thought about it. What ability did a God martial arts realm cultivator have to escape in front of a diviner? If it was a late-stage God martial arts realm cultivator, it would be fine. He had just broken through to the God martial arts realm. The difference was too big. Facing Zhang Ergu's words, Chai Tai didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. As the big hand pressed down, a powerful airwave spread out in all directions. If you have anything to say it when you are in my stomach. I am from the Xianxia sacred ground. I came to the Western Prefecture on the orders of the Qin Emperor. If you attack me, the Qin Emperor will never let you and the forces behind you go. Zhang Erge shouted sternly. Suddenly, Che Tai stopped what he was doing. The Qin Emperor of the human clan, thinking of the existence who had seriously injured the Star Clan Emperor with one strike, his heart trembled slightly. You are the Qin Emperors? However, Che Tai didn't completely believe him. Instead, he asked suspiciously, do you have any evidence? Humph, if you are not the Qin Emperor's confidant, how could you have such a divine weapon? If you don't believe me, you can do it. But don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Zhang Erge finished speaking. Then he sneered. Don't think that you can kill me here without anyone knowing. The Qin Emperor's means are not something you can guess. If you dare to attack, the Qin Emperor will definitely avenge me. Even if you are from the demon clan, the Qin Emperor will not forgive you easily if you dare to kill me. Zhang Erge's confident look. That made Che Tai hesitate. He was a little unsure whether the other party was telling the truth or not. After all, if he killed an ordinary human, it would be fine. Anyway, killings could be seen everywhere in the 4 continents, and no one would say anything. But if he killed a human with a background, then it would be a little troublesome. Because the current human clan was not the same as when they had just left the East continent. They had the Zhao Emperor and the Qin Emperor. The human clan had now become the top force in the 4 continents. Even the top clans such as the Blood Eldar of the Demon clan were not willing to have a head-on conflict with the human clan. Not to mention that the one behind Che Tai was not from the Demon clan. Even if he was from the Demon clan, he would not provoke the Qin Emperor for him. Therefore, Che Tai fell into hesitation. To eat or not to eat, that was the problem. After a long time, he decided to give up the risky decision. Eating a human in the god martial arts realm was just to satisfy his appetite. It would not bring him any substantial benefits. As for what really attracted Che Tai, it was just the bow in Zhang Erge's hand. But, if this was truly a magic weapon bestowed by the Qin Emperor, then taking the bow and arrows would be no different from committing suicide. Therefore, Che Tai did not want to covet the bow of the universe and the piercing cloud arrows. He looked at Zhang Erge in front of him. He showed a smile that he thought was harmonious. It turns out that you are from the Qin Emperor. Then I misunderstood. Goodbye. After that, Che Tai turned around and went into the ground. Almost in a breath or two, the 1,000-foot-tall body had completely disappeared. Only a deep hole that had not healed was left on the ground, indicating what had just happened. After Che Tai had completely left, Zhang Erge relaxed his tense body, then wiped the invisible sweat on his forehead. You scared me to death. He was just a practitioner in the god martial arts realm. Even with the bow of the universe, it was impossible for him to fight against a celestial being who was one big realm higher. If Che Tai did not care about the title of the Qin Emperor and was determined to attack him, Zhang Erge felt that he was probably going to kneel down. Elder Qian, if he really attacked me, do you have the confidence to fight back? I will go back and inform the Qin Emperor as soon as possible, and then ask someone to collect your body, the bow of the universe said faintly. Hearing that, Zhang Erge's face suddenly darkened. Since entering the Western Prefecture, he had met a lot of foreign experts, but most of them were in the god martial arts realm. If he could beat them, he never said anything and just attacked directly. If he could not beat them, then he would tell them where he came from. For the first time, Zhang Erge found that the title of the Qin Emperor was very useful in the Western Prefecture. As long as he said that he was a trusted follower of the Qin Emperor. No matter if it was a god martial arts realm expert or a celestial being, they would all turn around and leave without saying anything. In this situation, it also made him feel quite emotional. When can I have such a reputation that I can scare off all the practitioners with just a name? Let's find a place to rest tonight. Everything is in my dream. Elder Qian, I find that you are getting worse and worse at chatting. It's your condition that is getting worse. The bow of the universe replied mercilessly. It took Zhang Ergu more than a month to travel from the human territory to the demon clan's territory. After he stepped into the demon clan's territory, he said loudly, "I am the messenger of the Qianyuan sacred ground of the human clan. I am here to see the demon king on the orders of the Qin emperor. Please pass on the message." His voice condensed all his vital essence and directly covered thousands of miles of land. Suddenly, more than a dozen tyrannical auras erupted. Then, some experts flew over and surrounded Zhang Ergu. The messenger of the human clan's Qianyuan sacred ground? The Qin emperor? Those experts of the demon clan looked at Zhang Ergu in front of them, their eyes full of suspicion. However, they did not attack immediately. Things were different now. If a human dared to step into the demon clan's territory without permission in the past, they would have been swallowed alive. On the other side, Zhang Ergu, who was suddenly surrounded by more than a dozen celestial beings, was also under great pressure. Those dozens of pairs of eyes fell on him. They were like mountains. However, thinking of his identity, Zhang Ergu forced himself to calm down. Looking at the many experts of the demon clan, he shouted in a deep voice, "I am the messenger of the Qin emperor. I want to see the demon king. Please lead the way." "You say that you are the messenger of the Qin emperor. Do you have any proof?" a celestial being of the demon clan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, another celestial being of the demon clan sneered and said, "How can a mere Shenwu be worthy of being the messenger of the Qin emperor? In my opinion, he is just a fake. I don't know why he wants to see the demon king. It's better to just swallow him and avoid trouble." Hearing this, the other celestial beings of the demon clan did not speak. They wanted to see how would Zhang Ergu react. The title of the Qin emperor of the human clan was naturally enough. However, as the messenger of the Qin emperor, even if he was weak, he should at least be a mighty figure above the 7th level of the celestial being. Even if there were no mighty figures of the human clan, there should be a celestial being practitioner, not a mere god martial arts realm practitioner like this. And, the other party seemed to have just entered the god martial arts realm. Such strength was indeed not worthy of the identity of the messenger of the Qin emperor. However, a god martial arts realm practitioner, if he did not have the confidence, would not dare to come to the territory of the demon clan and openly ask to see the demon king. For a moment, these celestial beings of the demon clan were also a little uncertain. So they might as well test this person to see if there was any problem. Zhang Ergu sneered and said, "You can swallow me, but I'm afraid that after you swallow me, you can't bear the consequences. I came to the demon clan under the order of the Qin emperor. You can stop me. I'm afraid that you can't bear the consequences." He could see it. These celestial beings of the demon clan were also very afraid of the Qin emperor. There was fear. That proved that they did not dare to attack him. In this way, Zhang Ergu was more confident. Seeing this, the celestial beings of the demon clan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Zhang Ergu was so confident that they could not tell whether it was true or not. Immediately afterward, the celestial being of the demon clan who spoke first said, "I wonder if you have any proof on you." "This is the token of the Qianyuan sacred ground." Zhang Ergu casually threw a token over. The celestial being reached out and took it, and then his gaze fell on it. There were two sides to the token. On one side were the words Qianyuan, and on the other side were mountains, rivers, and plants. When he saw the words Qianyuan, the celestial being of the demon clan suddenly felt a vast aura from it, which made his heart tremble. He had never seen the real token of the Qianyuan sacred ground. However, he knew that the person who could leave such a mark on the token must be a supreme master. It could be said that the moment he saw the token, the celestial being of the demon clan no longer had any doubts. Suddenly, he handed the token back. Although his attitude was still cold, he did not stop him again. "Since you are the messenger of the Qin emperor, wait here for a while. We need to send a message to the demon king. You can only enter the secret realm with the demon king's permission." He had a cold attitude towards this demon clan member. Zhang Ergu did not care at all. The relationship between the human clan and the demon clan could be described as like fire and water. His attitude was cold. This was normal. If a demon clan member was very friendly to him, Zhang Ergu would suspect that the other party had some ulterior motives. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. After going to the demon clan, I still have to go to the next one. He put the token back in his pocket, glanced at the celestial being, and said lightly. Seeing this, the other celestial beings of the demon clan did not argue with him. The arrival of the Qin Emperor's messenger was not a trivial matter. Moreover, he had to meet the demon king, and he had to report it to the demon king first. Not long after the message was sent out, the message was sent back again. The celestial being of the demon clan said, "Come with me." He entered the secret realm of the demon clan. Suddenly, an extremely rich spiritual qi rushed toward him like a wave. At that moment, Zhang Ergu felt that all the pores on his body were opened, and then they were filled with a large amount of spiritual qi. Hiss, what a strong spiritual qi! He was taken aback. All the time, Zhang Ergu thought that the spiritual qi in the Qianyuan realm was the richest. But now that he entered the secret realm of the demon clan, he found that the spiritual qi in the secret realm was several times richer than in the Qianyuan realm. Immediately, he was relieved. No wonder there are so many experts of the demon clan. In such an environment of spiritual qi, it is much easier to cultivate some top experts than in the outside world. Zhang Ergu shook his head secretly. He had a hunch that if he could cultivate here for a few years, he might have a chance to break through to the celestial being realm. Because the spiritual qi here was too rich. If 1 day of cultivation in the Qianyuan realm was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation in the outside world, then 1 day of cultivation here, it was equivalent to 1 month of cultivation in the outside world. Such a strong spiritual qi. It could directly get rid of the shackles of aptitude and make any cultivator's realm advance by leaps and bounds. However, although Zhang Ergu was shocked, he still remained calm on the surface. The demon clan celestial being who let him in was also secretly observing his expression. At this moment, he saw his calm face. In his heart, he also believed a little. Soon after, he felt relieved. Indeed, if he was really the envoy of Emperor Qin, it was impossible that he had not seen such a scene. Soon, the two came in front of a hall. Zhu Bing's heavenly demon temple of the demon clan. Seeing the hall in front of him, Zhang Ergu was shocked again. This was the top treasure of the demon clan. Just standing in front of the hall, he felt like he was being suppressed. As for the cosmos bow on his back, it was silent at this time. In front of Zhu Bing, how could he talk with a Tao artifact? Resisting the pressure in his heart, Zhang Ergu followed the celestial being and entered the heavenly demon temple. Walking into the main hall, he saw a white jade staircase coming into view, and at the end of the white jade staircase was a throne. On the throne, a person was sitting on it. Just by simply sitting there, an aura that could suppress the heavens and the earth could be faintly felt. Zhang Ergu just glanced at it and felt an endless pressure surging over, so he had to look away. He cupped his hands and said, "The envoy of the Qianyuan sacred ground of the human clan greets the demon emperor." His voice sounded in the main hall, but there was no response. The voice was transmitted. It was more like it was being devoured by something. 1 breath. 2 breaths. A full 5 breaths passed. The demon emperor slowly said, "The demon clan has never had any friendship with the human clan. Emperor Qin asked you to come to the demon clan to meet Benhuang. What is the matter? Under the orders of Emperor Qin, I am here to invite you to the eastern city of the human clan's territory in 3 months to participate in the meeting of the 10,000 clans to discuss the opening of the 10,000 clans battlefield." The meeting of the 10,000 clans, the 10,000 clans battlefield? The demon emperor's eyes changed slightly. Suddenly, Zhang Ergu found that the pressure on his body had increased. Even the bones all over his body were faintly crackling at this moment, as if they would break at any time. Against this pressure, he said in a deep voice, "I am just a messenger. The demon emperor can go to the human clan's territory to participate in the meeting of the 10,000 clans." After speaking, the demon emperor also looked away. The pressure on his body was relieved. Xianxia continued, I have to go to other clans to pass the message, so I will take my leave first. I hope the Demon Emperor can come on time. After speaking, he cupped his hands. Immediately, the Demon Emperor simply waved his hand. Xianxia felt the world spin. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared outside the demon clan's territory. The means of a perfected immortal. Xianxia took a deep breath and was shocked by this. One had to know. The demon clan's secret realm was at least hundreds of thousands of miles away from the demon clan's territory. With just a wave of his hand, he was swept hundreds of thousands of miles away. This kind of strength. If the Demon Emperor attacked him, Xianxia felt that he could turn him into ashes with just a flick of his finger. Until now. Only then did the Cosmos Bao dare to speak. He sighed and said, so powerful. This is a perfected immortal realm expert. In front of him, I feel as vast and profound as the world. In front of the Demon Emperor, he didn't dare to move. Old Qian, you're unreliable. Xianxia was filled with disdain. It's not that I'm unreliable, it's that your strength isn't enough. If you had the strength of the Qin Emperor, even if he was a perfected immortal, I would still shoot him to death. Heh, if I had the strength of the Qin Emperor, who would need you? With one sentence, the Cosmos Bao felt as if his heart had been pierced. He retorted. Xianxia felt that he was in a good mood. He threw the matter of the Demon Emperor to the back of his mind and immediately rushed to the next clan. In the Heavenly Demon Temple, the Demon Emperor's expression had become solemn. The meeting of the 10,000 clans, the battlefield of the 10,000 clans. What is the human clan's purpose? End of chapter 666. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.